Chapter 1. Father, Grandpa has passed away, right? Vegeta came to a nutrient dish and said so to his father, King Vegeta. At this time, there was no sadness on his face after the death of his relatives. The old guy closed his eyes with peace of mind after taking a look at Bello. Do you know? At the last moment of his life, he actually wanted Bello to become the crown prince of planet Vegeta. He is simply dreaming. King Vegeta stared at Bello in the culture dish, who was absorbing energy from the nutrient solution and said so. At this moment, he, like Vegeta, showed no concern about the death of his relatives. The crown prince of planet Vegeta can only be me. Vegeta looked at Bello in the culture dish, and a look of wanting to kill him appeared on his face. Don't get excited, Vegeta. He won't be a stumbling block for you. I have a detailed arrangement for his whereabouts. King Vegeta comforted Vegeta a little and said so. In a blink of an eye, 3 years passed. Under the careful arrangement of King Vegeta, Bello, as a prince, was arranged to a subordinate team on Vegeta Star, where he also met a passionate young man named Bakda. I didn't expect that I would come to the Dragon Ball world. Bello, who looked like a 3-year-old boy, had just finished a day of training and was leaning against a big tree. Bello was a time traveler. He came from a world called Earth. His previous life was called Robe. In his previous life, he was carefree. When he was 23 years old, he rushed to the road to save a kitten because of his enthusiasm. As a result, he was sent to heaven by a passing truck. When his consciousness recovered again, he had been reborn into the belly of a female scion named Yalai. Bello's father was the previous king of planet Vegeta. The old king was seriously injured and passed the throne to the current King Vegeta in advance. Out of respect for his father, King Vegeta casually found a female scion on the planet, Yalai, to take care of the daily life of the old king. As a result, the old king, who had already stepped half a foot into the loess, actually staged a more moving old-young love with Yalai. Then Yalai died less than a day after giving birth to Bello. It is hard to say whether her death has anything to do with King Vegeta, and the old king also died with a smile after taking a look at Bello. After living a new life, Bello once again became a fatherless and motherless person, and his brother and nephew obviously didn't like him. But it doesn't matter. Bello feels very satisfied to be able to change from a loser in the previous life, anti-harmony, to a scion today. The only bad thing is that if the original setting is followed, this planet Vegeta will be destroyed by Frieza soon. Scions are natural warriors, and they have a certain combat power index when they are born. Barrow's initial combat power index is 100 points, and after 3 years of hard work, his combat power index is now about 1,200 points, but in order not to attract the attention of his brother and nephew, he will deliberately lower his strength on weekdays. The combat power index he usually shows to everyone is only 800 points. Don't underestimate this more than 1,000 combat power index. You must know that in the world of Dragon Ball, the peak state of Kame is only 200 points. With such a combat power index, the opponent can use a full power Kamehameha to push the moon out of the near-moon orbit. And the first generation of Piccolo, with a combat power index of 500 points, can stir up the earth. Your Highness, Bello, His Majesty the King wants you to go to the palace immediately. On this day, when Bello and others were celebrating for Bakda, the newly born son, a guard from planet Vegeta came to the crowd. My good brother, can't he bear to attack me? Bello said in his heart, and then said goodbye to Bakda and others one by one. Because he knew that he might never see these friends who had been with him day and night again. Bello followed the guard to the palace of planet Vegeta. King Vegeta, who was already full of beard, was sitting on the throne in the hall, while the cold-faced Vegeta was not in the hall at this time. Your Majesty, do you want me to check on Broly's recent situation? When Bello heard from King Vegeta the purpose of calling him here, he was stunned for a short time. Why, you don't want to? King Vegeta looked down at Bello and asked. Your Majesty, I do. Bello only thought about it for a while and then made a decision to go to the planet where Broly was. Although he knew that this trip would definitely be a life-or-death struggle, there was still a glimmer of hope. But if Bello dared to disobey King Vegeta's order in person, he might not even be able to leave this hall today. Very good, go down and prepare, and set off tomorrow. Seeing that Bello accepted this order of going without return, King Vegeta showed a long-lost smile on his face. Although the two were brothers, Bello never dared to call King Vegeta brother or brother king. In front of him, he could only call him Your Majesty like the Scions except Vegeta. Broly is a genius. When he was born, he had a combat power index of up to 20,000. King Vegeta was afraid that Broly would threaten Vegeta's position as the crown prince one day in the future, so he wanted to kill Broly, who was still in his infancy. Fortunately, Broly's father Paragus was also an upper-class person on planet Vegeta. Under the protection of his father, Broly went to a remote planet far away from planet Vegeta and settled there. Chapter 2. Since arriving on this desolate planet, Bello has been either being beaten or on the way to being beaten for more than half a month. In fact, he expressed his goodwill to Broly as soon as he arrived, but the other party didn't listen to his story at all, and Paragus was very satisfied with his human sandbag who came to his door, because he transferred all his hatred for King Vegeta to Bello. Facing the various difficulties of Broly and his son, Bello wanted to resist at first, but soon he enjoyed it because it was a shortcut for him to become stronger quickly. As Broly hit him again and again, Bello's combat power index was gradually increasing. When his combat power index exceeded 2,000 points, Paragus also joined the ranks of beating him. Days passed by like this, until one day, the messenger from planet Vegeta came here. King Vegeta had learned that Bello did not follow his instructions, and he sent people to arrest him and bring him back for trial. At this moment, Broly and his son realized that Bello and King Vegeta were not the same kind of people. But they did not have a trace of sympathy, but let the messenger take Bello, who was seriously injured for the nth time, away. After all, for them, watching King Vegeta and his brothers kill each other is also a great blessing in their lives. What else do you have to say? King Vegeta questioned Bello, who was held by two scions and kneeling on the ground. My brother, now that things have come to this, I have nothing to say. This was the first time Bello spoke, and it was probably the only time he called King Vegeta his brother. Very good, the sinner Barrow, disobeyed the king's order, take him away and execute him. King Vegeta announced Barrow's fate as if he was dealing with a piece of garbage. When Barrow was taken to the execution ground, there was no sadness on his face. On the contrary, Barrow's face showed a little smile, because when he just returned to Vegeta Star, he had inadvertently glimpsed the spaceship of Frieza and others. He knew that the turning point of Vegeta Star's fate was about to come. When Barrow came to the center of the execution ground and was about to be executed, a red light fell from the sky, and everyone on Vegeta Star was attracted by this light. Bello looked at the light and closed his eyes. Soon, a sharp pain spread throughout his body, and his consciousness quickly dissipated. When Bello opened his eyes, he found himself in a strange room. He sat up with difficulty and found that his body was still the scion body of a child, but now he was wrapped in a lot of bandages. Child, you finally woke up. When Bello was thinking about where he was, a kind-looking old man came into the room. Who are you? When Bello found that the other party was speaking Chinese, he tentatively asked in a slightly unfamiliar Chinese. My name is Luo Yu, I used to be a knight under King Hoffman. Now I am old and can only. Luo Yu talked in front of Bello. Through a few keywords in Mrs. Luo Yu's words, Bello can confirm that he is no longer in the Dragon Ball world. If he was right, he was now in the Super God universe, and the planet under his feet was the planet called Mellow Home that was destroyed in the battle between male and female angels. When Bello's injuries were completely healed, he lived in Luo's home. This former royal knight once had a happy family. He had a wife and a son. But because the angel civilization continued to expand outward, his wife and children became sacrifices in the war. But he did not feel sad about it, but was happy and proud of the ending of his wife and children. In a blink of an eye, 12 years passed quickly, and the elderly Luo was about to die, and the angel civilization at this time had not reached the technological level of tens of thousands of years later. In the current angel civilization, except for those high-ranking top officials, the lifespan of most civilians is only a few hundred years. After burying Luo, the 16-year-old Bello packed his bags and set off for the capital. Since he had come to the mellow homeland tens of thousands of years before the plot began, it would be a pity not to meet the legendary Princess Naisha. In the Dragon Ball world, Bello had already learned the air dance technique, so when he went to the capital when he was flying, he always walked and flew at the same time. Unfortunately, he had not yet mastered the skill of aeration, so his current flying speed was extremely limited. It took Bello more than 5 months to walk and fly to the edge of the capital. He stood on a mountain peak, looking at the prosperous capital in the distance, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. The capital buildings of Mellow Homeland all adopted a style similar to that of ancient Europe. After Bello entered the capital, he was attracted by the prosperous scene in front of him. At the same time, his taste buds were also attracted by the various delicacies on the street. Well, delicious! Bello bought a piece of barbecue on the street. At this time, he was like a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He ate with relish amid the pointing and talking of people around him. Bello wandered around the capital for an afternoon. At night, he found a hotel in the city to sleep. When he calmed down, he found that the money he had brought with him was almost gone. What should I do? Bello said to himself. He knew clearly that in such an environment, without money, it would be difficult to move forward. Forget it, the boat will straighten itself when it reaches the bridgehead. Let's sleep first and think of a way tomorrow. After thinking about it, Bello lay down on the bed in the hotel. As expected, after only 2 days, Bello was penniless. He wanted to work in some shops to earn money, but was told by all the shops that they did not recruit people other than angels to work here. After asking around, Bello learned that in the royal capital, there was only one place that would recruit people other than angels, and that was the mercenary organization formed by the second Prince Liang Bing. Bello, who was worried about how to approach Keisha, was so excited that he couldn't sleep all night after learning this great news. He spent a night under the eaves of a shop with no money. Early the next morning, he set off in the direction of the mercenary organization. Chapter 3. The mercenary organization formed by Liang Bing has only a fixed number of 10,000 people. The condition for joining is to defeat the person at the bottom of the list, and you can join the organization. After you enter, you can continue to challenge upwards, otherwise you will have to face the challenge of other people who want to join the mercenary organization. With excitement, Bello went to the personnel department of the mercenary organization and received a number plate with the number 623. This means that there are 622 challengers ahead of him. In addition, the person at the end of the mercenary organization can accept challenges from up to 10 people every day, and 1 opportunity to challenge upwards. This means that if Bello wants to join this mercenary organization, he will have to wait at least 2 months. It is reported that the warrior has defeated more than 20 challengers. Fortunately, the mercenary organization has a lot of miscellaneous jobs, which can allow people who have received the number plate to do some menial work here to earn some meager living expenses. After some thinking, Bello chose to go directly to the quarry to mine ore. The material to be collected in the quarry is not stone, but a crystal stone with a purple glow. It is said that this crystal stone is used to provide flight energy for the ships of the angel civilization, but the unprocessed crystal stone is not stable at all. If you are not careful when collecting it, it will cause a small explosion. Therefore, except for those criminals who were forced to come to mine because of their crimes, people with clean backgrounds rarely choose to work here. But because of this, the treatment that people with clean backgrounds will enjoy when working in the quarry will definitely be much better than those criminals. Although they were very careful, the crystal exploded during the collection process. Bello, who was next to the crystal, was blown away more than 10 meters. When he landed, he fainted. When Bello opened his eyes, he found himself sleeping on a simple bed next to the quarry. At this time, there was a beautiful figure standing next to him. Judging from her appearance, she should be Liang Bing in her youth. Oh! You woke up so soon. Your physical strength is quite good. Liang Bing sensed that the person behind her had woken up. She turned around and looked at Bello, who was half sitting on the bed, and said, "So. You, who are you?" Although he had confirmed that the person in front of him was Liang Bing, Bello could only pretend to be himself and didn't know who the other person was. "Bello, this is the second prince of our mellow homeland, Princess Liang Bing." Before Liang Bing could respond, the person in charge of the quarry answered for her. Nosy. Liang Bing first glanced at the person in charge of the quarry, and only after the other party stepped aside very tactfully did she look at Bello again. "I know you are also here to participate in the mercenary challenge, but I think your physical strength is much better than many of my subordinates. Therefore, I will make an exception and give you a chance. Tomorrow, you will fight against the 9,999th ranked mercenary in my mercenary organization. As long as you beat him, you can join my army." Liang Bing stated her purpose without any ambiguity. Obviously, Bello is the only one who was almost not injured in the explosion a few days ago. His physical fitness has entered Liang Bing's eyes. "However, since you said that my body is much better than many of your subordinates, but you asked me to challenge the second to last person in the mercenary organization, are you praising me or belittling me?" Thinking of this, Bello instantly felt that Liang Bing's intentions were probably dark from the beginning. "Thank you, Princess Liang Bing, for giving me this opportunity." In order to meet his goddess Keisha as soon as possible, Bello could only accept Liang Bing's proposal with a smile. However, Liang Bing's intentions were not too dark. After Bello accepted her proposal, she still ordered someone to take him down and serve him well, and also arranged a room for him to rest for a whole night. Bello's competition with the warrior named Tito was arranged by Liang Bing on the morning of the next day. Because of this duel, the challenge of the last warrior was temporarily stopped. P.S. I'll borrow the names of Atai and Achuo here. Come on. Tato, beat this unknown kid. Most of the people in the stands were cheering for Tato, and only a few scattered workers in the quarry could cheer for Bello. Before stepping onto the ring, Bello had already decided in his heart that the skills he learned in the Dragon Ball world must not be displayed here. Today, he can only use the swordsmanship, physical skills, and his own strong physique he learned from Luo to fight. After all, in the future timeline, Keisha will encounter the biggest crisis in history, losing her virginity, so Bello's trump cards must be kept until that time to fight Hui. After the competition began, a tug-of-war between Bello holding a sword and Tato holding two swords, and the strength of both sides was basically on the same level. After fighting for dozens of rounds, the two men chose to take a breath. At the same time, they were trying to find and think about each other's weaknesses while taking a breath. "Dick, do you think that Bello's moves are familiar?" At this time, Liang Bing, who was watching the battle in the stands, asked the person on his left. "Your Highness Liang Bing, his swordsmanship should come from your Majesty's former palace guard, Lord Luo Yu." Dick, one of the chief palace guards, saw the origin of Bello's moves at a glance. "Oh! Is it that old guy Luo Yu? Interesting, Tito's swordsmanship comes from another old guy, Vic. Back then, he and Luo Yu were a pair of old enemies who refused to give in to each other. Unexpectedly, today, their descendants are actually competing together again. The fate between these two people is really wonderful," Liang Bing said with some interest. "Yet, I don't know which of their disciples is better." Dick took over the conversation and said so. Soon, Tito discovered that Bello's swordsmanship was very similar to the swordsmanship of an old rival that his teacher Vic had told him about. At this time, he began to fight with Bello while trying to recall his teacher, who seemed to have told him that this set of swordsmanship seemed to have a very fatal weakness. Chapter 4. Tito's thinking while fighting soon aroused Bello's vigilance. As a scion of the fighting nation, he was very keenly aware that the opponent might have found some weaknesses in his swordsmanship. Seeing this, in order to prevent the opponent from taking the initiative, Bello had to decide to take the initiative. He poured some of the energy he learned from the Dragon Ball world into the sword body, and then in the following confrontation, he found a gap in Tito and attacked the opponent with all his strength. But with a loud bang, Bello and Tito were both knocked away by the opponent. But what Bello didn't expect was that he deliberately exposed Tito's gap, because just now, he had remembered what the fatal weakness of Luo's swordsmanship was. Fortunately, Bello's scion body has amazing defense, otherwise with Tito's attack, today's competition would end early. However, the sword with the energy also caused the opponent to suffer a lot of injuries. At this moment, Bello held the sword in one hand and knelt on one knee to catch his breath, while Tito knelt on the ground with both knives in the ground and panted. "Your Highness Liang Bing, if nothing unexpected happens, the winner of this competition has been decided," Dick in the stands said to Liang Bing on the right. "That's not necessarily true, Dick. Have you forgotten that Tito still has a biggest trump card that he hasn't used yet?" Liang Bing cast a look of favor on Tito on the ring. "Your Highness Liang Bing, you mean, but I think Tito shouldn't use that trump card in this competition," Dick said to Liang Bing after a slight hesitation. "Well, let's make a bet. If Tito uses that trump card next, you go and steal one of my sister's personal belongings and give it to me." Liang Bing looked at Dick with a hint of teasing and suggested so. "Don't be ridiculous, Your Highness Liang Bing. If you want something that belongs to Your Highness Keisha, Your Highness Keisha will definitely give it to you without hesitation. Why would you need me to risk stealing it for you?" Dick stood up and bowed to Liang Bing. "I knew you wouldn't dare to bet with me. Why are you making so many high-sounding excuses?" Liang Bing lost interest in Dick all of a sudden. Everything was just as Liang Bing expected. In the following competition, Tito really used that trump card, which was similar to the Rage Blessing in a certain anime. In this state, Tito was completely an emotionless killing machine, and this state was very harmful to him. Whenever he was relieved of this state, he would usually lie in bed and rest for a month before he could gradually recover. In a rage, Tito soon abandoned the double swords in his hands. He directly used his hands and feet to attack Bello. This kind of fist-to-flesh attack method also made the opponent gradually regain the feeling of being beaten by Broly and his son. Seeing this, Bello didn't care about exposing his trump card. He threw away the sword in his hand and rushed up to fight with Tito one after another. Bello and Tito hit each other with punches and kicks. The fight between the two sides made many people in the stands excited. Until Tito's rage was lifted and fell on the ring, Bello also lay on the ring with his hands on the ground with bruises all over his body. I won." Looking at Tito, who had lost consciousness, Bello fainted with a smile on his face. That's right, since Tito fainted on the ground first. Bello naturally won this competition. After the competition, Bello naturally became the 9,999th warrior in Liang Bing's mercenary organization, and Tito naturally became the last warrior. The remaining hundreds of mercenaries also naturally became Tito's challenge target, and the warrior who was once ranked 10,000 was unfortunately eliminated from Liang Bing's mercenary organization. Due to the special body of science, Bello only woke up the day after the game, and at this time he already had his own independent room. Although he had joined the mercenary organization, Bello was only the second to last one. Therefore, for a long time afterwards, let alone meeting Keisha, he had not even met Liang Bing a few times, and even if he met, he could not say a complete sentence to the other party. Unknowingly, Bello had joined this mercenary organization for more than a year. After several challenges, his ranking has risen by more than 10 levels. Therefore, he became one of the few people who rose the fastest since joining the mercenary organization. For this reason, one day, Beilo finally got a chance to meet Liang Bing alone. "Your Highness Liang Bing, Beilo has brought you here." With the shout of the messenger, Beilo came to Liang Bing's private residence outside the palace. "Your Highness Liang Bing, you are looking for me." Beilo came to Liang Bing and saluted him. "Beiro, you are the 12th fastest promoted mercenary under my command, do you know? The 11 people before you are now my trusted generals, but if you want to become my trusted general, strength is important, but loyalty is equally important, do you understand?" Liang Bing said to Beilo with a pun. "I understand. To be honest, the main reason why I came to join you is to meet Her Highness Keisha." Facing the clever Her Highness Liang Bing, after a period of careful consideration, Beilo finally chose to tell the truth. "To see my sister, you know that my sister's suitors can already circle the planetary belt of Melo's homeland. In addition, my sister has already made an engagement with Huaya of the Angel Saint King family." Liang Bing said this slowly, and it was obvious that she did not resist Beilo's words. "P.S. Since Keisha has already made an engagement with Huaya, why does she still have so many suitors? Are those people a group of heroes who are not afraid of death? I just want to stay by Her Highness Keisha's side in the future. I have never thought about having anything to do with her." Beilo said to Liang Bing half-truthfully. "You are quite honest. Okay, I will remember your wish. Half a year later, I will have a martial arts duel with my sister. You can come to watch it. This can also be regarded as satisfying your wish to meet my sister." Liang Bing winked at Beilo. "P.S. Liang Bing, the future demon queen, has captured so many demons willing to work for her with this wink. Thank you very much for your kindness, Your Highness Liang Bing." Beilo bowed sincerely to Liang Bing. When Beilo left Liang Bing, the smile on his face was about to overflow. After returning, he even paid for several of his good friends in the mercenary organization to go to a gourmet restaurant outside for a big meal. Chapter 5. The location of the martial duel between Keisha and Liang Bing was set in the royal duel arena of Melo home. Although Beilo got Liang Bing's approval and was able to enter the duel arena to watch the battle, he could only stand at the edge of the stands. "Keisha, come on, Liang Bing, come on." The number of people in the duel arena cheering for the two was basically half and half. "Sister, it seems that our last duel was 10 years ago." Liang Bing, holding a sword, stood on the left side of the arena. "Yes. Liang Bing, it has been 10 years since we last met. Are you still running that mercenary organization? Do you know? The thing that my father hates most is the mess you make." Keisha said to Liang Bing with a smile. "Sister, don't underestimate my mercenaries. Each of them is a first-class elite." Liang Bing said self-proclaimedly. "Oh, really? After the competition, I will go and test how strong their fighting power is." Keisha pointed the sword in her hand at Liang Bing. Keisha and Liang Bing's swordsmanship were basically taught by the same group of people. Therefore, after hundreds of rounds of fighting, the two sisters were still in a tie. For this reason, they had to use their strongest killer moves to prepare for the final blow. "No, this will hurt both sides." Beilo, who was standing on the edge of the stands, whispered to himself with some concern, and there were many people who shared the same view as him. Keisha, who loved her sister so much, actually gave up her strongest killer move at the last moment, but Liang Bing did not choose to stop at the right time. The sword in her hand directly pierced into the opponent's left arm. "Liang Bing, what are you doing?" Hoffman, who was in the center of the stands, spread his wings and flew to the ring. He supported Keisha and questioned Liang Bing. "Father, this has nothing to do with Liang Bing. I took the initiative to stop," Keisha pleaded for Liang Bing. It is because you took the initiative to stop that she shouldn't be so cruel to you. Liang Bing, apologize to your sister immediately. Hoffman stared at Liang Bing with a serious face and said so. Father, you want me to apologize to my sister in front of so many people? Where do you want me to put my face? Liang Bing retorted. If you don't apologize to your sister today, you will leave here from tomorrow and go to the border of the planet to guard the duty. Hoffman said so mercilessly. Father, I think you are partial to my sister. You have been like this since childhood. If you want me to guard the border, no problem, I will go. Liang Bing threw down the sword in her hand and flew away without looking back. Father, don't be so cruel. Liang Bing didn't mean it. Keisha continued to beg for mercy for Liang Bing. Keisha, Liang Bing's personality is too impulsive. It is a good thing to let her go to the border for training. You don't have to persuade me about this matter. Hoffman gently stroked Keisha's face. The next day, Liang Bing gathered her 10,000 mercenaries and prepared to take them to the border. Okay, warriors, let's go together. Liang Bing's words had not been finished yet, and a voice that she felt disgusted suddenly came. Wait a minute. Hoffman came to Liang Bing and others with 10,000 angel warriors. My dear father, what do you want to do? Liang Bing turned around and looked at Hoffman and asked. I came here today to test how strong your mercenary team is. I want to see if they are worthy of guarding the border with you. Come on. After Hoffman gave an order, the 10,000 angel warriors behind him each chose an opponent and fought with the mercenaries under Liang Bing. At the beginning of the battle, many mercenaries were stunned by the sudden attack. Some of them were killed by the angel warriors with one sword. At this time, people with discerning eyes can see what is the difference between professional warriors and non-professional warriors. The male angel who fought against Bello was at the upper middle level among the 10,000 angel warriors. The opponent took advantage of his flying ability and suppressed him from the beginning. Seeing that he was gradually losing the upper hand, Bello had no choice but to reveal some of his trump cards in advance. He performed the air dance in front of everyone. In an instant, from being at a disadvantage, they became evenly matched with the opponent. Barrow, this guy, can actually fly without wings. He has been hiding it from us all these days. Liang Bing was a little surprised by Barrow's flying technique. Barrow's sudden display of this skill made many people present pay attention to him, and even Hoffman looked at him a few more times. With the blessing of flying technique, Barrow relied on his desperate ruthlessness to barely defeat his opponent. He became one of the few mercenaries who could kill the angel warriors. Well, very good, you are all real warriors. Now the king officially invites you. You can become a glorious knight of the royal family. Hoffman made a sincere invitation to Barrow and others. However, what no one expected was that except Barrow, all the others actually rejected Hoffman's invitation. After all, they were Liang Bing's most loyal supporters. Bello, you will have no future if you follow my father. Besides, do you know what a knight of honor is? It is different from a regular knight. You should go to the border with us. After Hoffman and others left, Liang Bing went to find Bello alone again. Your Highness Liang Bing, remember I once told you that I came to your command just to meet Her Highness Keisha. Now I finally have this opportunity, so I can only appreciate your kindness to me. Bello rejected Liang Bing's kindness in person. Oh, you. Well, in that case, I won't force you. If you can't stay with my father one day, you can come to me at any time. My door will always be open to you. After Liang Bing finished this sentence, she spread her wings and flew away. The so-called Knight of Honor is actually similar to the menial disciples in those immortal sects in some fantasy novels. Because they not only have to undertake the same guard work as regular knights, but also have to be responsible for various miscellaneous tasks inside and outside the palace. And in the internal training of the knights, they often exist as human sandbags. However, this job may be a bit embarrassing for others, but it makes Barrow feel extremely honorable, because he can finally take the opportunity of cleaning the palace to openly have a one-sided look at Keisha from a distance. Chapter 6. Father, I heard that the Angel King has passed away. Keisha came to Hoffman and said so. Yes. An old era has ended, and a new era is coming, Hwayet. Hey. Hoffman shook his head helplessly. Father, what are you worried about? Keisha held one of Hoffman's hands. Hwayet and King Hwake are two completely different people. I'm worried that he will. Keisha, we have to prepare early. Hoffman said with a worried look on his face. Angel civilization is ruled by 7 angel kings. 1,000 years ago, Hwake, one of the 7 kings, stood out from the crowd. He led the angel civilization to a new era. Therefore, he was also honored as the Angel King by the other 6 kings. Hwake has only one son, Hwayet, who is born with a personality that likes beauty, commonly known as LSP. He was obviously tied to Keisha by an engagement, but he couldn't control his lower body. Before he was 100 years old, he had already had special relationships with countless female angels. In addition, Hwayet also disdained the 7 kings' CEO rule of the angel civilization. He had threatened in public more than once he was allowed to take the throne of the Angel King, he would definitely make the entire angel civilization have only one king. After Hwayet took the throne of the Angel King, he issued an ultimatum to the other 6 angel kings the day after he ascended the throne. He wanted to unify the entire angel civilization, and he wanted the other 6 kings to bow down to him. Soon after, one of the 6 kings took the lead in turning to Hwayet. After his own strength increased several times, he began to directly use force to threaten, and then 2 more kings surrendered directly because they were afraid of Hwayet's threat of force. The remaining 3 angel kings all wanted to fight to the bitter end, so Hwayet no longer indulged them. He directly led his angel warriors to launch a very fierce attack on the territories of the other 2 angel kings except Hoffman. Keisha, the situation is extremely urgent. Just yesterday, Aaron's territory was breached by Hwayet. His next target must be our Mellow homeland. Let's quickly reorganize our troops and be ready to fight at any time. Hoffman came to Keisha with an anxious look and said so. Father, let's call Liang Bing back. I heard that she was very brave at the border. Keisha suggested to Hoffman. No, Liang Bing is at the border to guard against the sneak attack of the Poke Nebula. If we call her back rashly, we will be attacked from both sides if we are not careful. Hoffman rejected Keisha's proposal. But if we don't call back Liang Bing, can we withstand Hwayet's attack? Keisha asked with a worried look. Don't worry. I have made a more appropriate arrangement. We should be able to resist for a while, and then we will find a way to seek help from other nebulae. Hoffman comforted Keisha. Hoffman gathered all of Keisha's pursuers to form a strong team, and Bello was naturally among them. At this moment, his heart felt hot. He had waited for so long in this world, and finally waited for this day to come. 3 months later, the millions of angel warriors under Hwayet attacked Mello's homeland directly. For a while, the flames of war spread to the land thousands of miles outside the capital. Your Majesty, Hwayet's army has broken through the royal city. After 2 months of fighting, an angel warrior suddenly flew to Hoffman and said so. How could it be so fast? Aren't there still tens of thousands of soldiers guarding the city gate? Could they have been taken away by Hwayet's army? King Hoffman found it a little unbelievable. King, it's those tens of thousands of temporary troops, and they have all surrendered to Hwayet now. The temporary troops mentioned by the angel warrior are the teams composed of Keisha's pursuers. What did you say? These bastards always say that they are willing to go through fire and water for Keisha, but I didn't expect that at the critical moment, they can't even rely on one of them. Hoffman said with disappointment. At this point, it's useless to regret it. After the city was broken, Hoffman and Keisha, father and daughter, could only lead the remaining soldiers to meet the enemy. In the end, the entire Hoffman dynasty was left with only the last soldier, and now only Hoffman, Keisha, and Ruaning are still struggling to support it. Facing this, there was no suspense in the battle. Hua ordered his soldiers to retreat first. He wanted to go and have some fun with Hoffman and the other two. "Oh, old man! Why are you doing this? If you had surrendered to me earlier, your mellow homeland would not have ended up like this today." Hua walked slowly towards Hoffman and the other two with a victorious attitude. "Hua, you tyrant, you will not have a good end." Keisha stood in front of Hoffman and glared at Hua. "Don't think that you can scold me in person just because you have an engagement with me. If you piss me off, I'll throw you to the soldiers behind me." Hua said this without any mercy. When he finished speaking, the male angels behind him laughed. "Your Majesty, Princess, please leave quickly. I will cover you." Ruaning stood in front of Keisha, trembling all over. "In my eyes, you are not even as good as a fart. Get out of my way." Hua waved his hand and threw Ruaning to the ground. "Ruaning!" Hoffman and Keisha looked at Ruaning lying on the ground and said so. "Keisha, I will give you a chance now. As long as you kneel down and lick my shoes, I will marry you as the queen, and your father will be the most honorable father-in-law of the angel civilization. What do you think of this suggestion?" At this time, Hua was less than 1 meter away from Keisha. "Wishful thinking, even if I die, I will not marry you." Keisha resolutely rejected Huayi's unreasonable request. Okay. Since you are so ungrateful, I will have to use ruthless means to destroy you." Just when Hua was about to take action and use tough measures against Keisha, there was a sudden huge commotion from the male angels behind him, anti-harmony. In fact, when the city was broken, Bello pretended to surrender to Hua along with the crowd, and then he was looking for the best time to give the opponent a fatal blow. But when he saw Hua preparing to attack Keisha, he knew that he could no longer endure it, so he quickly killed several male angels and several former companions around him, and then he killed his way out and came behind Hua. Chapter 7. You bastard, who are you? Just a few seconds ago, Hua was kicked to the ground by a sudden attack from Bello because he was not paying attention. "My name is Bello, I am one of the pursuers of Her Highness Keisha. Today I come to protect Her Highness Keisha." "Hua, you tyrant, I must cut off your head with my own hands and kick it like a ball," Bello said to Hua in a very arrogant manner. At this time, Bello was constantly attracting Huayi's attention to himself, because only by doing so could Keisha have a chance to escape from here. "You are so shameless, are you worthy of being my opponent?" Hua stood up and said to Bello with an angry face. "Go away, don't worry about me, you are not his opponent." Although Keisha knew nothing about Bello, she didn't want to watch this young man lose his life in vain. "Your Highness Keisha, don't worry. Not to mention the tyrant, even the male angels behind him are no match for me," Bello boasted shamelessly. "Okay. Bastard, I want to see how you defeated these warriors behind me." Hua waved his hand, and the male angels behind him began to rush towards Bello. "Then you just watch." Bello flew into the air with the dance technique. He opened his hands and gathered a circle of airflow on each of his hands. What he was using now was the Qigong wave from the Dragon Ball world. What kind of ability is this? Hua became interested in Bello's wingless flight, and he was also very curious about what kind of tricks he could use from his hands. Ha! When Bello gathered enough airflow, he closed his hands, and then a yellow shock wave was launched from his hands. After the shock wave hit the male angels, it immediately produced a huge explosive force. Hundreds of male angels were knocked to the ground by this sudden move, and several male angels who faced this Qigong wave were directly killed on the spot. "How is it? What will happen if I launch this move directly at your face?" After Bello landed, he asked Hua. "Good, very good. You are qualified to be my warrior. Follow me, and I will make your name resound throughout the universe." Hwaya had the intention to recruit Belo. "I'm sorry, my heart already belongs to Her Highness Keisha, and I will not be loyal to anyone else." In fact, the previous attack had consumed most of Belo's physical strength, and he could only hold on forcibly now. After that, Belo did not wait for the other party to respond. He used a sneak attack on the other party again, and then he fought with Hwaya and dozens of male angels alone. "Keisha, let's take this opportunity and leave." Hoffman also saw that Belo was just forcing himself to hold on. In order not to let the other party's kindness go to waste, he hurriedly stepped forward and took Keisha's hand and prepared to leave. "Princess, let's go quickly." At this time, Ruoning finally recovered, and she also joined the ranks of persuading Keisha to leave quickly. "You must be fine." Keisha looked at Belo, who was fighting bloody, and after saying a word silently, she left with her father and Ruoning. Seeing that his beloved goddess had gone far away, the big stone in Belo's heart finally fell to the ground, so he worked harder to fight desperately with the male angels in front of him. In fact, Hwaya also saw that Belo was already at the end of his strength. He just deliberately let Keisha and others go because he was very confident that the three people could not escape from his palm. His greatest interest now lies in Belo's skills, but he still gave orders to the other male angels to chase and capture Hoffman and his three companions alive. After killing more than 100 male angels, Belo finally fell down with powerlessness, and then he naturally became a prisoner in Hwaya's hands. "Keisha, you and Ruoning, hurry up. Don't worry about me, as long as you don't fall into Hwaya's hands, we still have hope." At this moment, the male angels under Hwaya's command have caught up with Keisha and his three companions, and Hoffman resolutely chose to stay behind to cover his daughter. "Father, I won't leave, I want to kill the enemy with you," Keisha said while fighting a male angel. "You, if I don't leave now, I will die in front of you immediately." At this time, Hoffman has made up his mind to die. "Father." At this time, Keisha has been crying. "Princess, let's go quickly. Don't let your majesty down." After killing a male angel in front of her, Ruoning took Keisha's hand, who was reluctant to leave Hoffman, and then the two fled to the depths of a dense forest. After seeing Keisha's figure disappear from his sight, Hoffman tore off his armor. Without the restraint of the armor, he could exert a step-up combat power compared to before, but he was also more vulnerable to injury in this state. In the end, Hoffman, who was exhausted and covered in bruises, naturally became a prisoner in Hwaya's hands. When Hoffman was pressed into the dungeon, he saw Belo, who had been tortured by Hwaya, and then the two were locked in the same cell. "Young man, what is your name?" At this time, Hoffman said this while looking at Belo with an admiring look. Now Hoffman may have forgotten that he personally summoned Belo into the team of the Royal Honor Knights. "Reply to King Hoffman, my name is Belo. I was a mercenary under His Highness Liang Bing. You made me." Anyway, since he had nothing to do, Belo told Hoffman all his experiences over the years. "It turned out to be you. I remember that you were the only young man who was willing to join the Honor Knights. I really didn't expect it. At the last moment, it was you who stepped forward to save Keisha's life." King Hoffman finally remembered the scene of the year. "To be honest, I have always been to Her Highness Keisha. But I also know that my identity is far from hers, so I can use my life to exchange for her chance of survival. For this, I feel no regrets in this life." Barrow spoke his true feelings to Hoffman. "Barrow, if we can both get out of here alive, I will definitely give you a chance to pursue Keisha openly, because you are a reliable person worthy of trust." Hoffman admired Barrow more and more. "Thank you for your appreciation, King Hoffman. I believe that we can both get out of here alive," Barrow said to Hoffman with his hands clasped, and the other party nodded with satisfaction. Chapter 8. After hearing that Melo homeland had fallen, Liang Bing immediately led his men and hurried back. Along the way, they had dozens of battles of varying sizes with the male angels under Hwaya. Not long after, they joined Alan and others who were fighting and retreating. "Alan, how are father and sister now?" Liang Bing asked Alan in front of him anxiously. "Reply to your Highness Liang Bing, according to the news we received, His Majesty has fallen into Huayi's hands. As for your Highness Keisha, she seems to have escaped with Ruaning. My soldiers are now searching for their whereabouts with all their strength." Alan told Liang Bing all the information he had. "I should have come back earlier. If I had come back earlier, things might not have evolved into what they are today." Liang Bing said so after taking a look at the devastated land. "Your Highness Liang Bing, please lead us to find Her Highness Keisha, and then we will rescue His Majesty together." Alan knelt on one knee and asked Liang Bing. "Don't worry, I will take you with me to take back everything that belongs to us," Liang Bing said as he looked up at the grey sky. Keisha and Ruaning were constantly attacked by scattered male angels on their way to escape. Fortunately, as they walked along, they also met some warriors from the Mellow homeland who were dispersed by the angel army. After more than a month of continuous escape, they have gathered more than 100 female angels under their command. Originally, there were some scattered male angels following them at the beginning, but as the news released by Huaye gradually spread, these few male angels all turned their backs on Keisha and Ruaning. After taking over the Mellow homeland, Huaye became the only king of the angel civilization. Then he ordered the creation of a heavenly order. Male angels were the leaders of the civilization, while female angels were directly reduced to the order of the happy class. Under the influence of this order, even the male angels in Liang Bing's team defected and joined Huayi's camp. In the end, whether it was Keisha or Liang Bing, they only had a group of female angels whose combat effectiveness was generally lower than that of male angels, and their number was extremely limited. These male angels are a bunch of scum. At this moment, Keisha and Liang Bing, who were in different places, said the same comment on the actions of Huaye and other male angels. "Bello, I can't hold on any longer. If you have a chance to leave here in the future, please tell Keisha and Liang Bing that I am proud to have 2 daughters in my life. In addition, I also entrust Keisha's future to you." After spending several months in prison, the old and frail Hoffman finally fell in front of Bello. "King Hoffman, don't worry. I will definitely get out alive, and I will definitely make Huaye pay for his blood debt with blood." Bello swore to Hoffman, who was gradually getting colder. "Oh! Has the old guy died? I didn't torture him. How could he die like this? Come on! Carry him out for me and find a random place to bury him." Huaye stepped over Hoffman's body and came straight to Bello. "Yes, King Huaye." 4 male angels came in, lifted Hoffman's hands and feet, and then carried his body out of the cell. "Hey! You bastard! I have ordered people to torture you continuously for several months, how can you still be so lively? I am really more and more interested in your genes now," Huaye said with a smirk as he looked at Bello, who was tied with chains. That's right, when Huaye found that Bello's physical fitness was different from that of ordinary people, he had ordered people to study his genes in private. Unfortunately, with the current technology of the angel civilization, they cannot analyze the genetic code of the scions. "Tyrant, you are here. This time, what do you want to greet me with?" "It's okay, just come," Bello said to Huaye with a numb expression. "Well, you are right about this. I have recently invented some interesting hobbies, and I will try them out with you." Then, Huaye ordered someone to take Bello out of the cell. 3 hours later, the 2-month man threw Bello, who couldn't even walk, back into the cell. After a long while, Bello, who had no good place on his body, slowly climbed up from the floor of the cell. He leaned against the wall with both hands, and then looked through the window of the cell with his eyes, looking at the starry sky at night. He seemed to see Keisha in the night sky. "Your Highness Keisha, according to the news just received, His Majesty died in Huaye's prison 3 days ago." Ruaning came to Keisha and told her the sad news. "Father!" After hearing the news of Hoffman's death, Keisha's tears flowed out. Your Highness Keisha, please don't be sad anymore, we must cheer up and avenge His Majesty. After Keisha cried for a while, Ruoning walked up to comfort her. You are right. We don't have much time to grieve now. There are still many sisters waiting for us to rescue. We must cheer up and face a new round of battles. Keisha wiped the tears from her face and looked up at the deep sky. You are right. There are still many sisters waiting for us to rescue, so I came here today to bring you some good news. A beautiful figure suddenly appeared behind Keisha. She was Hexi with silver hair. The purpose of her trip was to bring the news to the other party about the detention place of tens of thousands of female angels. These tens of thousands of female angels are all strong women who are unwilling to succumb to the order of the heavenly palace. So, Hwayet ordered people to detain them all. He wanted to use this method to slowly wear down their willpower in order to achieve the purpose of making them submit to the order of the heavenly palace. By the way, Keisha, there is a young man named Bello imprisoned in Hway's dungeon. As far as I know, Hway would inflict some cruel and inhumane torture on him every once in a while. Do you know anything about this young man? Just when Hexi was about to leave, she suddenly remembered this matter. Hexi, what did you say? He was imprisoned by Hway. Although Keisha couldn't remember who Bello was, but she had a hunch that Bello must be the young man who tried his best to stop Hway and others so that she and Ruoning could escape smoothly. When she heard about the tragic situation that happened to Bello, Keisha felt deeply guilty about him. Chapter 9. With Hexi's cooperation, Keisha led the female angels to rescue all the female angels who were detained by Hwayet and others one by one. But as the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, you will get your shoes wet. Hexi's secret help to Keisha was finally discovered by Hwayet, and for this reason, she was ordered to be placed under house arrest by the other party. Dear, why are you doing this? King Hwayet values you so much, why do you want to mix with those rebels? Sir Molly came to Hexi and asked. Sir Molly, I don't agree with you now. Hexi just glanced at Sir Molly lightly, and then she continued to read. That's right, Sir Molly also contributed to the reason why Hexi was discovered by Hwayet. Therefore, at this time, Hexi no longer had the love for Sir Molly in the past. However, Sir Molly did love Hexi, but he was more loyal to Hway. Therefore, when he learned that Hexi and Keisha were secretly in collusion, he did not hesitate to expose Hexi to Hway, but soon he pleaded with Hway and asked him to spare Hexi's life. Dear, you are a scholar of the Angel Royal Academy. King Hway has always valued you. As long as you hand over the research materials on Ansuyan, I will ask King Hway to give you a break. Sumali still wanted to keep Hexi. This time, Hexi was too lazy to even raise her head. She pretended that Sumali did not exist and continued to read books. Dear, King Hway will execute you in 3 days. Before that, as long as you are willing to compromise, I will try my best to save your life. After seeing that his long persuasion was fruitless, Sumali left this sentence to Hexi, and then he turned and left. Your Highness Keisha, according to the latest news, Hexi will be publicly burned at the stake in 2 days because she secretly helped us. Ruoning came to Keisha and reported. What? No, I want to save her and can't let her sacrifice in vain. Keisha was determined to rescue Hexi, and Ruoning could only agree to follow her to participate in the rescue after a long period of persuasion. Sister will definitely save Hexi, and then we can meet at the execution ground. At the same time, Liang Bing also received the same news, and she also planned to take people to rescue Hexi. On the day of the execution, Sumali asked Hexi to be taken to an observation deck first, and then he ordered that several stubborn angels be executed in public first. And the purpose of doing this was to shock Hexi and make him feel scared, so that he could change his mind at the last moment. The execution method of angels is a bit special. It is to set up 4 pillars that can access the star energy around a square platform. Before the execution, a protective barrier will be deployed between the 4 pillars to prevent the executed person from escaping temporarily. Then the 4 pillars will gather the star energy to one place, and then execute the flame-burning punishment on the person on the platform. Down with the tyrant Hwayet! Long live freedom! The 3 angels who were taken to the platform raised their right hands and shouted their, 2 women and 1 man, beliefs at the moment before being executed. That's right, not all male angels will agree with the existence of the Order of the Heavenly Palace. There are still a very small number of male angels who secretly choose to help the female angels because they can't stand Hwayet's self-righteousness, perverse actions, and nepotism. Amidst Hexi's shock and the cheers of the people present, these 3 angels who fought for freedom were burned to ashes in public. My dear, you saw it all just now. It's not too late for you to regret it now. Sumali finally wanted to keep Hexi. No need to say more, I am willing to dedicate everything for the freedom of angels. After that, Hexi walked towards the execution platform without looking back. Sumali was unwilling to give up. When Hexi was about to step onto the platform, he stepped forward and grabbed his arm. He wanted to kiss Hexi again. Facing Sumali's unreasonable trouble, Hexi pushed him away fiercely, and then she resolutely stepped into the execution platform. Sumali came to the center of the square under the platform. After taking a last look at Hexi, he directly issued an order to execute the other party. The 4 on the platform began to slowly inject stellar energy. Hexi looked at the fireball slowly gathering above her head with a calm face. She silently said in her heart, for freedom, and then she closed her eyes. After a minute, the imagined pain did not come. Hexi opened her eyes and saw a beautiful figure standing in front of her. Keisha, you are here. Hexi said with a smile. Hexi, I am here to save you. Keisha destroyed one of the pillars with a sword, but only stopped the collection of stellar energy, but the surrounding protective barriers still existed. This thing has a defense mechanism, and the console must be destroyed. Hexi said to Keisha. Leave it to me, sister. At this moment, Liang Bing also came with her men. She also heard what Hexi had just said to Keisha, and then she flew towards the console with everyone. Okay, you are all here, everyone listens to my orders, and take down these rebels for me. After Sumali gave the order, all the male angels attacked the female angels in the air. Liang Bing's combat power is higher than that of ordinary male angels. Under her leadership, the female angels quickly destroyed the control console. Then, Keisha and Hexi flew out from the platform together and joined the battle with the male angels. Sumali wanted to fly to Hexi again, but he was stopped by Liang Bing halfway. After several fights, he was kicked from the air to the square below by the opponent, and his body smashed a big hole in the ground of the square. Seeing that Sumali could not get up for the time being, Liang Bing smiled slightly, and then she flew towards Keisha, Hexi, and others. Everyone, don't fight, let's go quickly. Keisha gave orders to all female angels. This was not the time for a long battle. Yes. All the female angels answered together, and then they flew in a certain direction together, but soon, a huge spaceship appeared in front of them. It was Hwayet's private flagship, Tiangong. Chapter 10. Keisha, we meet again. This time, I will not let you escape again. With Hwayet's order, the Tiangong sent a beam of light to Keisha and others. Everyone, disperse. Despite Keisha's timely reminder, the female angels still suffered. After a while, more than 100 female angels, including Keisha and Hexi, were covered by a spherical protective barrier sent by the Tiangong. Liang Bing and other female angels were not covered by this protective barrier because they evacuated in time, but at this time they were also besieged by countless male angels. Keisha, this kind of protective shield can only be broken by breaking the crystal in the controller. That's right, this protective shield in front of us was also designed by Hexi. Well. Everyone listen to the order, concentrate all the firepower on one place to attack. Keisha ordered the female angels in the protective shield to release all attacks on the same place on the protective shield. Under the joint attack of all the female angels, a weak spot finally appeared on a certain barrier in the protective shield. Keisha saw the opportunity and rushed out of the weak spot with all her strength, and then she flew straight to the Tiangong. Keisha, you are so anxious to see me, do you want to have something pleasant with me? Facing Keisha's aggressive approach, Hua continued to tease her. Keisha always kept her purpose in mind. Every step she took in the fight with Hua was to prepare to destroy the crystal responsible for controlling the protective shield. In the end, Hua was not careful, and he was kicked towards the crystal by Keisha, and then his body smashed the pile of control crystals. Seeing that her goal had been achieved, Keisha did not continue to fight at all. She took advantage of the gap when Hua had not yet stood up, and she hurriedly flew out of the Tiangong. When Hua stood up and prepared to chase Keisha, a frigate of the Tiangong suddenly rushed straight towards his face. After a closer look, it turned out that Liang Bing had taken a frigate from the Tianza army after a hard fight. With Liang Bing's rearguard, Keisha successfully reunited with He Xi and others. At this time, the protective shield had completely disappeared, and then they hurriedly flew towards the predetermined destination. After Liang Bing made full use of the frigate and completely scrapped it, she led the remaining female angels to retreat from Hua and others. Before leaving, she also let the frigate crash directly into the deck of the Tiangong. Liang Bing. Looking at Liang Bing's receding back, Hua gritted his teeth and glared at her. With He Xi's joining, the female angel's fighting power was greatly improved in a short period of time. Gradually, they took back some scattered territories from the male angels. Ruaning, how is Beilo's situation? After the female angel's situation improved a little, Keisha began to order people to inquire about Beilo's situation. It's not good. Since we left Hua has been more eager to get Beilo's secret. For this reason, he has increased the intensity of torture. It is said that Beilo can no longer do anything except talking. Ruaning still had some reservations. Beilo's actual situation was worse than she said. It's all my fault. Keisha finally shed a tear for Beilo. Keisha, don't be sad. As long as Hui doesn't get what he wants from Beilo, Beilo will not be in danger for the time being. Hexi comforted Keisha. Yes. Sister, Beilo is a very lucky person. I believe he can hold on. Compared with Hexi, Liang Bing's means of comforting Keisha are much lower. Liang Bing, Hexi, don't worry. I won't be too sad. Now we have to get stronger quickly. Only when we get stronger can we save Beilo from Hui's hands as soon as possible. Keisha wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and cheered up again. Hearing Keisha's words, Hexi and Liang Bing looked at each other. They could both see a situation from each other's faces. Keisha seemed to have fallen in love with Beilo. This bastard boy, I have used all the means, but he still refuses to say anything. This really pissed me off. This day, Hua went to interrogate Beilo again, and when he came back, he cursed and complained to Sumali beside him. King, the Royal Academy has tried its best, and they really can't crack Beilo's genetic code. Facing Huayi's crazy complaints, Sumali still reported to the other party in a soft voice. They are all a bunch of useless waste. I now think that the Royal Academy has no need to continue to exist. Hua continued to curse and said so. King, since Beilo refuses to speak, and the Royal Academy can't crack his genetic code, then he is of no use to us. Why don't we give him? Sumali made a gesture in front of his neck. No, he is still a little useful. We continue to keep him. Sooner or later, he will come in handy. Huayi's mouth showed a trace of conspiracy. Without He Xi, the Royal Angel Academy was basically a group of old stubborn people who only knew how to stay where they were. Therefore, the technological level of Hua began to decline. On the contrary, the technological level of Keisha was constantly increasing day by day. After He Xi's repeated experiments, the female angels evolved from ordinary super warriors to the bodies of a generation of gods. The battle scenes between them and the male angels finally began to reverse the situation of offense and defense. After the female angels captured several strongholds with solid defense, Keisha, He-Xi, and Liang Bing ascended to the position of Angel King under the joint recommendation of the female angels, and the titles of the three of them were Sky Blade King, Sky Base King and Apocalypse King. After thousands of battles of all sizes, the female angels took back hundreds of strongholds from the male angels, and their team became stronger and stronger. If Huayi's Tianza group has millions of people, then Keisha's angel group has tens of millions of people. However, due to the limitation of materials for upgrading the divine body, among Keisha's tens of millions of people, most of the female angels are just there to make up the numbers. Chapter 11. King, if the female angels take down Yaka City again, we will have no choice but to retreat to the outside of the raging sea. Sumali came to Huaya and reported the latest intelligence to him. Keisha's angel group is now only one step away from Yaka City. These little short skirts are really getting harder and harder to deal with. Sumali, you immediately order Kunpeng and others to gather all the current forces. 3 days later, we will catch these little short skirts outside Yaka City. Huaya took a deep breath and instructed Sumali in front of him. Yes, King. Sumali took the order and flew away directly. 3 days later, Keisha and others drove the new floating flagship to the sky outside Yaka City. Then, Huaya and others drove the Tiangong and many frigates and appeared in front of them together. Keisha, we meet again. The last time we met, you still fought hard in front of me, but now, we are equal. Huaya teased Keisha again. Huaya, your tyrannical rule should end. Gentlemen, please draw your swords. Keisha said with a glare on Huaya, and then all the female angels around her drew their swords on their waists. Wait a minute, don't do it, Keisha, take a good look at who he is. Huaya and Sumali took a step to each side, and then the scene behind them was revealed. Looking closely, Belo was tied to a pillar on the deck of Tiangong by a thick iron chain. Barrow. Keisha saw Belo, who had been destroyed beyond recognition, and she subconsciously waved her hand to let the female angels temporarily suspend their offensive. Ha ha ha, it seems that he is really important to you. Keisha, if you want him to be safe, you must surrender to me immediately. Huaya saw Keisha's behavior just now, and then he directly threatened the other party with Belo's life. Wishful thinking. Before Keisha could respond, Liang Bing flew one step closer to the Tiangong. Keisha, you have to put the overall situation first. He-Xi turned his head and persuaded Keisha beside him. After Huaya saw that his plan succeeded, he talked endlessly to Keisha and others about how great his Tiangong order was, and this was called a typical villain who died because of talking too much. Before being brought here today, Belo had already guessed Huayi's true intention. Therefore, he secretly left himself a little strength. So, while Huaya and the male angels around him were no longer paying attention to him, he used up his last bit of strength to break the iron chain on his body, and then he used the iron chain as a weapon and began to sweep wildly on the deck of the Tiangong. Keisha quickly seized this opportunity. While Huaya and others were still not aware of it, she rushed directly to the location of the Tiangong. Then, the female angels behind her, under the command of He-Xi and Liang Bing, launched a full-scale attack on the male angels. How could this happen? Huaya was shocked by Belo's sudden break, but he quickly adjusted himself. He quickly gave orders to Sumali and others, and then the male and female angels fought together in an instant. Keisha flew straight to Belo's location. After meeting, the two just nodded to each other, and then the two fought Huaya together. In the end, the female angels won the Battle of Yaka with their numerical advantage, and the male angels were forced to retreat to the outside of the raging sea, the west coast. As soon as the battle ended, Belo, who had always relied on a belief to support himself, fell beside Keisha. Hexi, how is Belo? Keisha asked Hexi, who was standing in front of her. Since the end of the Battle of Yaka, Belo has been in a coma for 3 days and 3 nights, and there is no sign of waking up. Keisha, his condition is not optimistic. Hwaya not only tortured his body surface, but also tortured his body inside. At this moment, all his organs have shown signs of rapid decline. Hexi has given Belo a relatively comprehensive examination. What should I do now? Keisha's heart is completely confused. There may be only one way to save him at the moment, but I can't guarantee that this method will be able to cure him. Keisha, you have to be mentally prepared in advance. Hexi called. Although she had injected angel genes into Belo, she could not guarantee whether the angel genes would conflict with the other party's own genes. Let's give it a try. It's better than doing nothing. Hexi, I'll leave everything to you. After careful consideration, Keisha decided to let Hexi go and give it a try. Hexi carefully injected a small can of angel genes into Belo's body, and then she ordered someone to put him into a nutrient dish. The rest could only rely on Belo himself. While Belo was recovering in the nutrient dish, Keisha suppressed her grief and handled all the post-war matters in an orderly manner. To this day, they and Hwaya and others are already in a situation of confrontation across the raging sea. Moreover, they also integrated all kinds of resources on the east coast of the raging sea in the fastest time. After Hexi got these resources, she began to build a new flagship, weapons, and divine body upgrade plan. Belo had a long dream in his coma. He dreamed that he married Keisha as he wished and gave birth to a lovely daughter with her. Then, the 3 of them lived happily together every day. When Belo's dream ended, he opened his eyes and saw that he was in a pool of water, nutrient solution. When he found that he seemed to be able to breathe freely in the water, he stopped moving around. The moment Belo woke up, the indicator on Keisha's wrist made a beeping sound, so she quickly put down all the work in her hands and flew straight to the other party's location. Before Keisha arrived, Hexi had already come in advance, and she also fished Belo out of the nutrient dish. After coming out, Belo, who was only wearing a pair of boxer shorts, instantly lowered his head in front of Hexi with embarrassment. Belo. Just when Belo and Hexi were speechless, Keisha pushed the door open and walked in. Keisha, now that you're here, I won't bother you 2 anymore. When Hexi was leaving the room, she suddenly pushed Keisha's back hard, pushing her directly to a position less than 10 centimeters away from Belo. Chapter 12. No one knew what Keisha and Belo said and did in that room. When they appeared in front of everyone, they were already holding hands. Belo, you are really good. You really caught my sister. Liang Bing said to Belo with a teasing look. Thank you for this. If you hadn't given me that opportunity, how could I have the chance to catch up with Keisha today? Belo sincerely wanted to thank Liang Bing for her kindness. Oh. Since you still remember how good I was to you, now there is a chance to repay me. I want you to join my apocalypse group. Even at this time, Liang Bing still wanted to bring Belo back to his own team. I'm sorry, Your Highness Liang Bing, I can't agree to your request, because my body and mind belong to Keisha. Belo sternly rejected Liang Bing's invitation. You can think about it carefully. I can. Before Liang Bing finished her words, Ruaning came to her and Belo. Sir Belo, Queen Keisha asked you to go to the palace. Ruaning bowed slightly to Belo. Okay, I'll go right away. Your Highness Liang Bing, I'll go first. Belo used the air dance technique and flew away with Ruaning. After Hexi's careful observation, the 2 genes in Belo's body were perfectly integrated, so Keisha decided to open the angel wings for Belo in the hall in front of all the female angels. When Keisha input a sacred code into Belo's body, the other party's body slowly floated up, and then a pair of light golden angel wings stretched out from Belo's back. Wow! Sir Belo is so handsome! The female angels below the hall began to whisper and chatter constantly. Keisha also immersed herself in Bello's pair of pale golden angel wings for a while, and then she loudly announced one thing in front of all the female angels: only male angels with golden wings are real male angels, and the rest are a bunch of scum. In fact, Keisha's decision was not just for Bello alone. More importantly, since they began to turn defense into offense, Hwaye was furious and cleaned up all the male angels in his team who had had some abnormal contact with the female angels. Today's male angels have all become real scum, and none of them will treat female angels as human beings anymore. Queen Keisha, King Hwaye sincerely wants to negotiate peace with you. We are all angels, and there is no need to kill each other, so. Kunpeng, as Hwaye's envoy, came to Keisha and others and said so. Go back and tell Hwaye that he has only two choices: either he abdicates on his own initiative, or we beat him into abdication. Keisha responded to Kunpeng with a firm attitude. Why don't you get out of here? Do you want to be left here? Seeing that Kunpeng was reluctant to leave, Liang Bing took a step forward towards him. Seeing that the situation was not right, Kunpeng quickly spread his wings and flew away from Keisha and others. Since Bello had the angel wings, he humbly learned various angel skills from Keisha, and the latter also patiently taught him hand in hand. As the two of them spent more and more time together, their feelings for each other gradually warmed up. Gentlemen, please bear witness for me. I, Keisha, am willing to be Bello's guardian angel, love what he loves, think what he thinks, bear pain for him, and go through hardships for him, no matter if he is poor or rich, humble or noble, in troubled times, or ignored by God. I am willing to draw my sword for him, fold my wings for him, and never leave him, forever. Keisha took Bello's hand and read the angel's guardian oath to him in front of countless female angels, and she became the first angel to read the guardian oath to others. Please bear witness for me. I, Bello, am willing to be Keisha's guardian angel, love what she loves, think what she thinks, bear pain for her, and go through hardships for her, no matter if she is poor or rich, humble or noble, in troubled times, or ignored by God. I am willing to draw my sword for her, fold my wings for her, and never leave her, until forever. After Keisha finished reading the angel's guardian oath, Bello followed closely and said the same guardian oath to the other party. After Keisha and Bello finished their angelic oaths, all the female angels present gave them a warm applause. At the same time, there were beautiful fireworks rising from the sky outside the palace. This is probably the legendary two-way rush. He said silently in his heart while applauding and congratulating Keisha and Bello. Bello, this bastard, just became my brother-in-law. This is really too cheap for him. Liang Bing said loudly without caring about the occasion. That night, all the female angels were immersed in a festive atmosphere. They sang and danced almost all night to congratulate Keisha and Bello on their wedding. Keisha, you have a good rest, I will. In the new house, Bello couldn't adapt to his identity change for a while. Tonight is our wedding night, dear, where do you want to go? Keisha interrupted Bello domineeringly. Yes, Keisha, I'm not ready yet, can we wait for a while before doing that? At this time, Bello's face was full of nervousness, which was quite different from the one who boldly read the oath of protection in front of everyone before. It doesn't matter, I'm ready, at most I'll let you be down there later. At this time, Keisha was even more fierce than a man. In this way, the wedding night of the two people eventually turned into Bello being half pushed and half pushed by Keisha. 100,000 words should be omitted here. The next day, when Bello opened his eyes from a beautiful dream, Keisha was no longer by his side, and there was a note left on the bedside table in front of the couch. Dear, I'm going to handle official business first, and I won't be back until the evening. Looking at this note, Bello seemed to be in a state of confusion. The relationship between him and Keisha seemed to be a bit reversed. So, he got up from bed like a house husband, folded the quilt, and cleaned the room. Then, he even thought about what to eat with Keisha tonight. Chapter 13. Barrow, tomorrow we will have a decisive battle with Hwaya in the raging sea. I don't know whether we can win this battle, but if something happens to me tomorrow, you must. Before Keisha finished her words, Barrow pressed a finger against her mouth. Keisha, we will definitely win. After you unify the entire angel civilization, we will travel to many places in this universe together. I will have many children with you, just a daughter, and we will have many more together. In order to cheer Keisha up, Barrow kept describing the beautiful vision of the future in front of her. Well, for the future of both of us and for the freedom of angel civilization, let's fight side by side and go all out tomorrow. Under Barrow's constant encouragement, Keisha's self-confidence was gradually awakened. In order to prepare for the decisive battle tomorrow, Bello and Keisha had originally decided to have a good night's rest. As a result, when the time came to 3 o'clock in the morning, both of them woke up at the same time, and then they played together until dawn. Another 100,000 words should be omitted here. Hwaya, have you thought about it? Did you abdicate on your own initiative, or were you forced to abdicate by us? When the male and female angels pulled their entire lineups to the sky above the angry sea for confrontation, Keisha took the lead in asking Hwaya. I will choose the third option and take down all of you little skirts. Hwaya replied with undiminished momentum. Then there is no room for negotiation. Gentlemen, please draw your swords and fight for the freedom of angel civilization. Keisha stood up from the cross flagship under her. She took the lead in calling out the flame sword newly developed by Hexi from her dark plane space. Among the female angels present, only Hexi and Liangbing could call out the flame sword from their respective dark planes like Keisha, while the rest of the female angels could only draw the flame sword from the scabbards on their waists. As soon as the battle started, Bello took the lead, wielding the flame sword and rushing into the camp of male angels. Before the battle, he had already agreed with Keisha that Hwaya would be handed over to the other party to fight, and his target was the Tianza generals such as Sumali and Kun Peng. Bello flapped his wings and rushed straight to Sumali. The flame sword in his hand collided with the opponent's dark silver short blade. After the two fought each other for dozens of rounds, Sumali was directly knocked from the air to the deck of a Tiangong frigate by a shock wave from Bello's left hand. Bello did not give Sumali a chance to breathe. He swooped down with the flaming sword in his hand, and then he used the flaming sword to pierce through the opponent's abdomen, and he also nailed the opponent directly to the deck. After Sumali lost his fighting power, Bello directly snatched the opponent's dark silver short blade, and then he took the short blade to fight Kun Peng. With Bello's restraint on Sumali and others, Keisha could focus on launching a 1v1 decisive battle against Hwaya. The two fought from the sky to the deck of Tiangong, and then from the deck to the surface of the angry sea. Both of them were determined to beat the other directly. Back then, you were not my opponent at all. I didn't expect that you have become so difficult to deal with now. Hwaya said so indignantly while fighting with Keisha. Hwaya, those who do evil will eventually perish. Today is your doom. Keisha became more and more courageous. Under her continuous attacks, Hwaya began to lose the upper hand. No, I will not fail. I am the greatest king since the birth of angel civilization. I will take down all of you rebels. Hwaya's moves began to show signs of disorder. Keisha saw an opportunity in the opponent's attack, and she kicked Hwaya down from the air with a whip kick. The opponent's body hit a row of pillars on the Tiangong directly, and then broke all the pillars. Keisha didn't want to give Hwaya a chance to breathe. She swooped directly towards the position where the opponent fell. When she flew halfway, Hwaya jumped up from the rubble, and the two of them fought again in mid-air. With a loud bang, Hwaya's body crashed into the deck of Tiangong again, and a big hole was pressed out of the deck by his body. No, I will not lose. You forced me to do this. After Hwaya climbed out of the pit, he took out a transparent crystal ball from his arms. This crystal ball was given to him by a mysterious person before today's decisive battle. However, when the other party left, he also warned Hwaya, Don't use this crystal ball unless it is absolutely necessary. Just when Keisha was about to swoop down and give Hwaye the final blow, the other party threw the crystal ball into the air. After the crystal ball reached the high altitude, it immediately broke into countless fragments. Then these fragments turned into energy bombs in the air. And then, these energy bombs were combined and exploded directly. After the explosion, a black hole appeared in the sky, and the whole process of the crystal ball from a sphere to a black hole took only a few seconds. After the black hole was formed, it instantly generated a huge absorption and swallowing power. Everyone present, whether male or female angels, found that their bodies were being sucked into the black hole. Ha ha ha, if you don't let me have a good life, I won't let you have a good life either. Let's die together today. At this time, Hwaye had fallen into a state of madness. Let's go quickly, let's retreat. After seeing the bad situation, Keisha quickly gave the female angels on the scene an order to retreat, but except for Hexi, Liangbing, and herself, the other female angels could not escape the gravity of the black hole. Faced with Hwaye's crazy behavior, after thinking for a few seconds, Belo made a decision to break the promise between him and Keisha. Keisha, I love you, you must live well, wait for me to come back. After Belo sent a message to Keisha through secret communication, he flew towards the black hole in the sky. And during the flight, he concentrated all his chi and energy on the surface of his body, and then he turned on the aeration mode similar to the Dragon Ball world, and then he looked back at Keisha, and then he resolutely rushed into the black hole. Chapter 14. After Belo entered the black hole, he used a self-destruction attack similar to the one used by Vegeta against Majin Buu in the Dragon Ball world before the black hole completely swallowed him. With a loud boom, Belo and the black hole in the air disappeared together. Belo! No! Keisha broke free from the hold of Hexi and Liangbing. She flew to the place where Belo disappeared, but could no longer find her lover. Then, her tears could not stop flowing. Ha ha ha, Keisha, this is the end of your rebellion against me. At this time, Hwaye, who had been captured by the female angels, said to Keisha with gloating. When the battle was completely over, for some reason, Keisha did not kill Hwaye and others. But she executed all the male angels who had some brains in the other camp, and the rest, such as Sumali and Kunpeng, were all exiled to remote planets. Hwaye was treated specially by Keisha, and he was exiled to a deserted planet. For a long time in the following period, during the day, Keisha always faced everyone with a strong appearance, but when it was late at night, she would hide alone in the room where she and Belo had spent countless wonderful nights together and cried. With the joint efforts of the female angels, the Mellow homeland, which was devastated by the war, was finally rebuilt. Everything on this planet was demolished and reset, but the only thing left was the room where Keisha and Belo lived together. And the new Mellow homeland was renamed Mellow Heaven by everyone's brainstorming. Today is the day when Mellow Heaven is completed, and it is also the 10th year since Belo left us. Here, I decide to make him the heavenly war king of our angel civilization. Keisha announced this to all the female angels at the completion ceremony of Mellow Heaven. Her decision was not opposed by any female angel. Soon after, in order to commemorate the achievements of the heavenly war king, the female angels spontaneously erected a huge statue of Belo on the square of Mellow Heaven, and the pair of golden wings behind the statue were carved to be particularly eye-catching. Belo, I will wait for you here, because I believe you must still be alive. Keisha looked at the statue of Belo and secretly made up her mind. At this moment, Belo, who was missed by Keisha and countless female angels, was lying on a desolate planet. His body was covered with many deep wounds that could be seen to the bone, and these injuries were caused by his own self-explosion and the power after the black hole explosion. I don't know how long he lay on this desolate planet before Belo slowly opened his eyes from his coma. I'm not dead yet, Keisha, where are you? As soon as Belo opened his eyes, he wanted to find Keisha's trace. What's going on? Why can't I contact Keisha through my dark communication? After many attempts, Belo found that he seemed to be the only one in his dark communication channel. Could it be? I have traveled through time again. After a long time, Belo said to himself. When Belo realized that he might have traveled through time again, he felt at ease to slowly recover from his injuries on this planet. In the absence of medicine and equipment, Belo stayed here for an unknown period of time before his injuries were more than half healed. In order to figure out which world he was in, Belo could only identify a direction first, and then he spread his wings and flew in that direction. After flying in the universe for an unknown period of time, Belo finally found a planet with life. This is a green planet, because wherever you look, it is full of green. Belo picked a strange-shaped fruit from a tree to fill his stomach. After all, he had not had a good meal in these days. Although the shape of this fruit is very strange, it tastes pretty good. After Belo finished eating the first one, he quickly picked another one from the tree. In the end, he ate a total of 8 such strange fruits. Bang! Bang! Just as Belo was about to get up and leave the tree, he suddenly heard the sound of someone fighting nearby. He naturally flew in the direction of the sound. P.S. In fact, it was the belligerent scion gene in Belo's body that was at work. Although Belo was belligerent, he also knew his own limitations. He did not appear directly in the fighting field of those people, but chose to land at a farther place, and then walked slowly towards the destination. P.S. This time it was the angel's steady gene that worked again. When Belo slowly approached the fighting field of those people, his eyes suddenly opened very wide, because the people who were fighting were all familiar faces. To be precise, they were scenes from an anime in his previous life. Am I back to the Dragon Ball world again? Belo said to himself. Because the fight scene that was being played out in front of him at this moment was the scene where Son Gohan and Krillin were fighting against Frieza's Jinya force on Namek, and Vegeta was standing not far away and watching. Maybe this is the previous Dragon Ball world, but it could also be a parallel Dragon Ball world. As Belo continued to watch the battle, he found that many scenes in front of him did not match the plot in the anime. What are you going to do hiding here? Just as Belo stood there, thinking whether this was the Dragon Ball world he had been in before, a loud island language suddenly appeared behind him. He hadn't heard the island language for a long time, and Belo couldn't hear clearly what the person behind him was saying for a while, but he still turned around instinctively, and saw that Vegeta, who was watching the battle not far away just now, somehow appeared in front of him at this time. Vegeta! Belo said in a very unfluent island language. I didn't expect you to know me. Wait, judging from this aura, you are also a scion. Are you? Belo. Vegeta determined Belo's identity through his aura and appearance, and the atmosphere at the scene suddenly became a little subtle. Chapter 15. Boom! With a loud noise, Belo's body flew backwards and hit a cliff, and his body smashed a big hole in the cliff. Vegeta, what are you doing? Did I provoke you? Belo continued to ask Vegeta, who was flying towards him, in a not very fluent island language. Vegeta ignored Belo's questioning. After hovering in the air, he used his unique Prince tactics towards the opponent's position, and fired countless small air bombs from his hands. Countless air bombs, after hitting Belo's body, all produced an explosion effect, and also raised a sky full of smoke and dust. According to the famous law of smoke without injury, under the attack of the prince's tactics, Belo did not receive much damage. When the smoke and dust were the thickest, he rushed out of the smoke and dust and threw a fierce punch at Vegeta. After seeing this, Vegeta used the defense method of alternating his hands. Belo's punch directly knocked him back, but his body did not hit the cliff behind him. After seeing Belo's strength, Vegeta smiled evilly, and then he continued to fight with the opponent for hundreds of rounds. Belo, who has been in the Super God universe for hundreds of years, has very rich combat experience. He can now be sure of one thing, that Vegeta is just testing his strength. After knowing that the other party was just testing his strength, Belo took out all his abilities except the angel skills and fought with Vegeta. It is hard to say whether he had some personal grudges when fighting with the opponent. When the last wave of attacks was about to come, Belo and Vegeta both chose to send out Kigong waves with their hands. The two Kigong waves, one golden and one yellow, like space shuttles, collided head-on in the air. When the two Kigong waves exploded at the same time, Belo and Vegeta's bodies both fell from the air to the ground. This battle ended in a draw. You are very good. You have not fallen the glory of the Scions. Vegeta expressed his affirmation to Belo. You are not bad either. Belo wiped off a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. Vegeta star is no longer there, and the hatred between Belo and Vegeta seems to have gone with the wind. In the following time, the two stood together and talked a lot about what happened after the destruction of Vegeta star. Through Vegeta's description, Belo learned that at this point in time, 25 years had passed since the destruction of planet Vegeta, and the only surviving Scions besides the two of them were Kakarot, Goku, and Tarbal, Vegeta's younger brother. P.S. Raditz and Nappa have been killed. After Belo and Vegeta finished their conversation, they came to the place where Krillin, Gohan, and the Jinyu force were fighting each other. At this moment, the plot point was about to come, the famous scene where Jinyu exchanged bodies with a toad. Gohan, now! At Krillin's reminder, Goku threw a toad that he had been holding in his hand towards Jinyu in the air. Oh no! Although Jinyu had seen the figure of the toad, his soul exchange ability was already ready, and in the end, he could only watch himself exchange bodies with a toad. After Jinyu turned into a toad, the crisis of Son Gohan and Krillin was finally temporarily resolved. The two sat on the ground back to back and gasped. Tisk! Vegeta was disdainful of the perfect cooperation between Son Gohan and Krillin. You two did a good job. Belo flew to the side of Son Gohan and Krillin with the flying technique. Who are you? Facing Belo, who was a stranger to them, Son Gohan and Krillin stood up from the ground at the same time and took a posture ready to fight. Don't do it. I am Vegeta's uncle Belo. It's our first meeting. Please give me more advice. Belo smiled and stretched out his right hand towards Son Gohan and Krillin. After Krillin deliberately glanced at Vegeta not far away, he slowly stretched out his right hand and gently shook hands with Belo. After proving that they were friends rather than enemies, Belo quickly became friends with Son Gohan and Krillin. During this process, Vegeta stood not far away with a cold face and looked down on them. After everyone got to know each other after that, Belo followed Son Gohan and Krillin and flew towards the location of Son Goku and Piccolo. After they flew away, Vegeta, who looked arrogant, slowly flew up and followed them. At this time, at the location where Frieza was, Piccolo and all of Frieza's subordinates had been knocked to the ground. The only people who could still stand were Frieza and Son Goku, and Bulma, who was hiding in the distance watching the battle. At this moment, Frieza had become the most powerful and smallest appearance, and Son Goku still couldn't defeat him after using 10 times the Kaioken. Farewell. Scion Son Goku. Frieza sent a powerful light wave to Son Goku, who had little fighting power. No, I don't have the strength to block this move. Faced with Frieza's fatal blow, Son Goku chose to accept it calmly. When Sun Wukong closed his eyes, the expected result did not come. When he opened his eyes, Belo was right in front of him. Are you okay? Belo turned his head and asked Sun Wukong behind him. Although I don't know who you are? But thank you. Sun Wukong could clearly feel that Belo had no ill will towards him. Oh, haha. Another monkey is here. Frieza saw through Belo's Scion identity at a glance. The situation between the Scions and Frieza was originally a situation of life and death. Therefore, Belo didn't say anything more. He directly acknowledged his Scion identity, and then launched a very fierce attack on Frieza, and the two of them immediately broke out in a very spectacular battle. While Belo and Frieza were fighting, Krillin fed 2 senzu beans to Goku and Piccolo respectively. After swallowing the senzu beans, the two instantly healed their injuries and recovered all their strength. Without using the angel's skills, Belo was no match for Frieza. After the two fought in the air for hundreds of rounds, Belo was still shot down by a light wave from Frieza. The angel's genes not only increased Belo's lifespan, but also greatly improved his defense. Although he could not withstand Frieza's light wave attack, he did not suffer much damage. Therefore, when Krillin came to hand over the senzu beans, Belo directly rejected the other party's kindness. Just a few seconds after Belo rejected Krillin, a purple light wave directly penetrated Krillin's body. Knowing that he was doomed, Krillin threw away all the senzu beans in his hand at the last moment of his life, and then his entire body exploded into pieces right in front of Belo. Chapter 16. Although Krillin's sacrifice to the heaven is a famous scene in the Dragon Ball world, when this scene really appeared in front of him, Belo was still shocked and stood there for several seconds. Krillin! Uncle Krillin! When Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan flew to the place where Krillin's body was blown into pieces, Belo came back to his senses from the previous shock. Earthlings are so fragile that they can't even take my ordinary attack. Frieza boasted proudly. Krillin! At this time, Sun Wukong held a piece of Krillin's body in his hands. His thoughts were constantly recalling every bit of his time with the other party. They used to worship Master Kame as their teacher, practice martial arts together, participate in the world's first martial arts meeting together, eat together, sleep together, and when countless memories flashed through Sun Wukong's mind, his aura began to become different. This is... Both Belo and Vegeta noticed the change in Sun Wukong's aura at the first time. Vegeta didn't understand the situation, so he was naturally in a state of confusion, but Belo, who was familiar with the plot, knew that Sun Wukong was about to transform into a Super Saiyan. Frieza. Sun Wukong read Frieza's name word by word, and then his hair kept changing between gold and black. SA. When the word SA was spoken, a golden light directly appeared on the surface of Sun Wukong's body, and then there was a boom. After that, he turned directly into the appearance of a Super Saiyan, inverted golden hair, light green eyes, and golden flames all over his body. This is the legendary Super Saiyan. Seeing Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan image, Frieza immediately remembered the last words of his ancestors that had been passed down from generation to generation in his family. Damn it! Kakarot has surpassed me again. Vegeta said to Sun Wukong with gritted teeth. Dad, you are so powerful. You must avenge Uncle Krillin. Sun Wuhan wanted to get closer to Sun Wukong, but he was blocked by the aura on the surface of the other party's body. Gohan, let's go. The next thing will be left to your father. Belo took Sun Wuhan's hand, and the two flew to Vegeta and Piccolo together. Sun Wukong closed his eyes and carefully felt his current state. He found that his strength had increased by at least 20 times. He judged that Frieza was no longer his opponent at this moment just by his breath. At the same time, Frieza's judgment was surprisingly consistent with Sun Wukong. He also knew that he was no longer the opponent of the other party, so his feet began to move slowly backwards. When Frieza just turned around and prepared to leave, Sun Wukong came to him in a teleportation. Where are you going, Frieza? As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, he punched the other party away, and then Frieza's body flew backwards and crashed through dozens of cliffs in succession. Sun Wukong, I won't forgive you. Frieza, who was knocked out, no longer cared whether he was the opponent of the other party or not. He used all his strength and rushed towards the other party fiercely. Then, Sun Wukong and Frieza broke out in the air, an unprecedented and wonderful battle. As the battle between the two people gradually progressed, the whole planet began to become shaky in their battle. The two people's Qigong waves and light waves were fired at each other as if they were free. But these Qigong waves and light waves were bounced to other places by the other party without exception. When these Qigong waves and light waves fell on the ground of the planet, the environment of the entire planet was constantly changing, and volcanic eruptions and earthquakes and tsunamis began to occur everywhere. If they keep fighting like this, the whole planet will be destroyed. Where is your spaceship? We have to leave this planet quickly. Belo was keenly aware of the changes on this planet. The compression capsule of the spaceship was on Uncle Krillin, but it is gone now. Son Gohan said with a look of anxiety and sadness. If you don't have it, then you can only. Belo's eyes were directly locked on Bulma in the distance. I do have a spaceship, but it is only a two-person spaceship. No matter how crowded it is, it can only accommodate 3 adults and 1 child at most. Bulma released her spaceship from the compression capsule. Looking at the unique black technology of the Dragon Ball world, compression capsule, Belo felt that Bulma's father was a rare super genius who could invent this thing. Because he had the genes of an angel, he could live freely in the universe, so Belo took the initiative to give up the remaining space of the spaceship. In this way, before the explosion of the entire planet, Vegeta, Bulma, Piccolo and Son Gohan, they left Namek together on the two-person spaceship. After Vegeta and the others left, Belo came to the place where Goku and Frieza were fighting. At this moment, Goku and Frieza had stopped fighting each other, and they stood on Namek, which was about to be destroyed. From the extent of Goku and Frieza's injuries, it can be seen that the former's injuries were only some superficial injuries, while the latter's injuries were almost costing him half his life. Hey! Why didn't you go with them? Goku glanced at Belo. You don't have to worry about me, I can survive independently in the universe. Belo responded calmly. Oh! A scion who can survive independently in the universe, it seems that you have a bigger secret. Frieza, who was almost half dead, was still in the mood to pay attention to the secrets of Belo. Let's send him off together. Belo invited Sun Wukong. That's what I meant. Sun Wukong answered without any hesitation, and then he and Belo began to gather energy towards Frieza. You want to give me the last blow? Dream on, I'm going to destroy this planet directly. When Sun Wukong and Belo's Qigong waves flew towards Frieza, he immediately used a destructive light wave ball towards the planet under his feet. Oh no! Let's go! Belo took Sun Wukong's hand, and the two flew away together. When there was only a small single-person spaceship in front of him, Belo once again generously gave it to Sun Wukong. Thank you again. See you on Earth. Sun Wukong got on the single-person spaceship. When Sun Wukong flew out of the surface of Namek in the single-person spaceship, Barrow spread his angel wings, then he turned on the aeration mode and flew into the starry sky. When Barrow left the atmosphere of Namek, the planet was finally blown into a pile of fragments in the universe because it could not withstand Frieza's attack. Chapter 17. Because he didn't know the coordinates of the Earth in the Dragon Ball world, Belo flew in the universe for a long time before he finally found a planet with life. On this planet, Belo saw what it meant that the whole universe was speaking the island language. A group of creatures that looked completely different from Earthlings actually spoke the island language. After talking with these aliens, Belo finally learned the exact coordinates of the Earth. After expressing his gratitude to the group of aliens, he continued to fly in the direction of the Earth. With the exact coordinates of the Earth, Belo flew in the universe for more than 3 months before finally arriving in the solar system of the Dragon Ball world. When approaching the satellites above the Earth, Belo decisively put away his angel wings, and then he flew towards the surface of the Earth with the air dance technique. In the Earth of the Dragon Ball world, the product logo of the Universal Capsule Company can be seen everywhere. Belo only needs to find someone on the street to ask around, and he can get the specific location of Bulma's house. Following the instructions of passers-by, Belo used the air dance technique and spent half a day to arrive at the new capital where Bulma's family was. As the richest family on Earth, the Bulma family's villa complex is located in a private territory. In this private territory, in addition to their house, there are also various shops around. Their family can basically get all kinds of items and ingredients without leaving home. Out of respect for Bulma's family, Belo did not fly directly to their doorstep, but chose to land at the gate of the villa complex. "Sir, this is Dr. Brief's private territory. Do you have an appointment?" The security guard at the gate asked Belo. "Hello. I am Vegeta's uncle. Please inform him." Belo concisely expressed his purpose. Hearing what Belo said, the security guard couldn't help but look at the other party. The other party didn't look as old as Vegeta, but he was already Vegeta's uncle. However, out of the professional ethics of a security guard, although he had many doubts in his heart, he still dialed the phone number of Bulma's house. Soon, under Bulma's instructions, the security guard pointed the camera of the video phone at Belo. After the other side confirmed Belo's identity, the security guard enthusiastically invited Belo into the villa complex. After entering the range of the villa complex, Belo continued to use the air dance technique and flew towards Bulma's villa. "I knew that Miss Bulma's friends were all a group of superhumans." The security guard said so as he watched Belo gradually go away. "I think he must have seen the same scene more than once." When Belo flew to the door of Dr. Brief's house, Bulma was already standing there waiting for him. "Welcome, Belo." Bulma waved to Belo. "Sorry, from today on, I have to keep disturbing you." Belo expressed to Bulma his intention to stay here for a long time. "No problem, we have plenty of empty rooms, you can stay as long as you want." Bulma agreed to Bero's wishes very enthusiastically. After settling down at Bulma's house, Bero went to meet Vegeta in the gravity room. At this moment, Vegeta was in the 50-fold gravity room, working hard to train his physical strength. He hoped that he could transform into a Super Saiyan as soon as possible. "Hello, Vegeta, see you again." Bero's words were not finished yet, and Vegeta punched him directly. Seeing this, Bero could only punch back, and then he and Vegeta fought each other for hundreds of rounds in the gravity room. Why can't I become a Super Saiyan?" After punching Bero again, Vegeta shouted at the top of his lungs. "Maybe your anger value is not enough." Bero said a way to transform into a Super Saiyan. "Angry?" "Yes, that's right." At that time, Kakarot was angry because the bald man, Krillin, was killed. Vegeta carefully recalled the scene of Sun Wukong's transformation at that time. Vegeta, who thought he had found the trick to transform into a Super Saiyan, finally collapsed in front of Belo due to exhaustion. Then, Belo carried Vegeta out of the gravity room. After learning about the situation, Bulma immediately rode a hovercraft and the motorboat came to the two of them. "Bero, give Vegeta to me." Bulma took Vegeta from Bero's hand, and then she took Vegeta away. After seeing the look in Bulma's eyes when she looked at Vegeta, Bero had roughly guessed that the two of them were probably together. Everything was just as Bero guessed. Vegeta and Bulma were now living in the same room. As for whether there was any relationship between them, Bero said that he was not the kind of person who liked to eavesdrop. After living in Bulma's house for more than a month, Bero decided to find Tien Shinyan and others to learn how to use Qi to search for others' traces. After all, Vegeta, the martial arts fanatic, would not teach these skills to himself, because in his heart, transforming into a Super Saiyan as soon as possible was the top priority. According to Bulma's instructions, Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi were opening a martial arts gym in a remote town at this time. Since Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi were making money by opening a martial arts school, Belo couldn't meet them empty-handed. Before he went to the martial arts school, he went to an ocean area and fished out a large box of gold, silver, and jewelry from the treasure of a deep-sea shipwreck. "Master Tien, these are my tuition fees." Belo directly carried the box of gold, silver, and jewelry and came to Tien Shinyan and Jiaozi. "Sir, I don't need so much tuition here." Tien Shinyan was very honest and only accepted 2 gold coins. "It's okay. The rest is my investment. I want to invest in your martial arts school." There is no reason for Belo to take back what he has already given away. Since you are so kind, I will accept it reluctantly. Tian Xinyan looked at the facilities of his martial arts school and felt that it was time to renovate it. In this way, Belo not only learned from Tian Xinyan how to use qi to locate others, he also learned the Sun Fist and Qigong Cannon. In addition, he also learned some of the superpowers that Jiaozi was good at. When Tian Xinyan found that he seemed to have no more to teach, he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have not asked about Belo's origins. Let me introduce myself again. My name is Belo. I am Vegeta's uncle. I am now staying in Bulma's house. Belo stretched out his right hand to Tian Xinyan. So you are also a scion. No wonder you learn so fast. Tian Xinyan stretched out his right hand somewhat embarrassedly. You are still a good teacher. Master Tian. Belo took the initiative to shake hands with Tian Xinyan. When Belo left the martial arts hall, he did not forget to tell Tian Xinyan. If you are short of money in the future, go to the nearby deep sea and fish out the treasures from the sunken ship. So that's how the big box of gold, silver, and jewelry came from. When Belo's figure disappeared into the horizon, Tian Xinyan said to himself belatedly. When Belo was watching Dragon Ball in his previous life, he had a question: how did super warriors like Sun Wukong, who could go to heaven and earth, become such paupers? With their skills, it is very easy to retrieve the treasure from the sunken ship in the deep sea, so why don't they do it? Chapter 18. After leaving Tian Xinyan's martial arts gym, Belo used the breath positioning method to locate Piccolo's position. His original intention was to find him to learn skills, but when he arrived at the destination, he found that he was looking for the Dragon Balls with Son Gohan, and their purpose was naturally to revive Krillin. In this way, Belo also joined Piccolo and Son Gohan, and the three of them went to find the Dragon Balls together. In the process of searching for the Dragon Balls, Belo experienced the life of the sky and the earth, and the food he ate was either fish and shrimp caught from the ocean or a section of dinosaur tails. When the dinosaur tail meat entered his mouth, Belo was immediately conquered by its unique taste. No wonder in the original work, after Son Gohan got married, the three of them often made various dishes of dinosaur tail meat. After more than half a month of searching, Belo and the other two finally found all 7 Dragon Balls from all over the earth. Come out! Shenlong! After the 7 Dragon Balls were placed together, Son Gohan shouted out the Shenlong summoning spell. Along with the local weather changes, a dragon-shaped figure slowly appeared in the sky in front of Belo and the other two. Tell me your wish. No matter what it is, this dragon can fulfill it for you. Shenlong flying in the air said so with full style. Shenlong, please revive Uncle Krillin and bring him to us. Son Gohan said his wish to the Shenlong in the air. No problem. However, I have to remind you that this is the second time Krillin has been resurrected. If there is a next time, I will not be able to revive him again. After Shenlong's eyes emitted a golden light, Krillin appeared alive in front of Belo and the other two. Your wish, this dragon has fulfilled it, goodbye. As soon as Shenlong finished speaking, its body turned into 7 Dragon Balls again and flew away in 7 directions on the earth. Great, Uncle Krillin, you are finally resurrected again. Although he had not seen Krillin's first resurrection, Son Gohan could not help but add the word again. Afterwards, the newly resurrected Krillin chatted with Belo and the other two for a while about some things that happened after he was killed by Frieza. After resurrecting Krillin, Belo expressed his desire to learn from him and Piccolo. Piccolo's limb regeneration technique is a unique ability of the Namekians, so Belo could not learn this trick, and the only skill he could learn from him was probably the magic light-killing cannon. As for Krillin, Belo learned both the Chi Yuan Zhan and Kamehameha from him directly. After learning everyone's unique skills, Belo suddenly thought of a question: why don't everyone exchange their unique skills? In the world of Dragon Ball, it seems that in addition to the Taeyang Fist and Kamehameha, everyone has a unique skill that others cannot master. Regarding this question, Balo also specifically asked Krillin and others, and their answer was 3 words: I can't learn it. Is this some kind of rule in this world? Balo silently thought in his heart. In the world of Dragon Ball, it seems that only the ultimate android named Cell can master all the skills of everyone because he has integrated everyone's genes. Just as Balo was thinking about Cell, a sharp intuition suddenly flashed by, and then he used 2 fingers of his right hand to catch a tiny nano-flying robot from the air. Is this the nano-robot that collects genes for Cell? Unexpectedly, he actually targeted my genes. Balo directly crushed the nano-robot and directly intercepted some data from the nano-robot. Through these intercepted data, Balo smashed thousands of nanorobots in a day, but when he wanted to find the breeding base where Cell was, a force stopped him from looking. What's wrong with me? Why do I lose my sense of direction as soon as I want to find Cell's trace? Balo stopped flying and asked himself in the air. After thinking about it for a while, Balo felt that this might be some kind of rule of this world. It was this rule that stopped him from looking for Cell's trace in advance. Since it is impossible to find Cell's trace at present, Balo can only return to Bulma's home first. When Balo returned to Bulma's home, he happened to run into her family, who were having a big feast in the garden of the villa. It turned out that today was the day when Dr. Brief's youngest daughter, Thais, Bulma's biological sister, ended her trip around the world and returned home to reunite with her family. Because Bulma was officially together with Vegeta at this time, she wanted to match Balo and Thais, who were of similar age. And Thais also fell in love with the handsome Balo at first sight. She announced directly in front of her family that this man was her favorite type. Similar age? Balo said that he was already hundreds of years old, and he had no interest in a little girl like Thais. Besides, he already had Keisha, and he would not have any relationship with other women. Sorry, I'm married. Balo directly rejected the kindness of Bulma's family. You are married? Then why haven't we seen your wife? Bulma asked Balo with a puzzled expression. My wife is in a very far place, on another planet. Balo answered half-truthfully. Sister, I don't believe it. Balo must be lying to us. I want this man. After Balo left, Thais said this in front of Bulma with a solemn oath. That night, Balo took a comfortable bath, and then he lay down on the extremely soft couch in his pajamas. When Balo turned off the lights and prepared to go to sleep, he keenly noticed that someone had come to his room, so he stood up from the couch and turned on the ceiling light in the room. As soon as the ceiling light came on, Balo turned around quickly, because he just saw Thais, who was not wearing any clothes, standing in front of him. Miss Thais, please respect yourself. Balo not only turned around, but also closed his eyes. The man I want can never escape from my palm no matter what. Thais not only did not feel embarrassed, but she rushed towards Balo's position quickly. Judging by the breath, Balo realized that Thais was rushing towards him, so he left the current room in an instant. In order to avoid Thais' continued entanglement, Balo went straight to the gravity room. Unexpectedly, at this time, Vegeta was still in the gravity room, practicing hard. It's better to come at the right time than to come early. Balo hid in the gravity room and then had a hearty duel with Vegeta. Chapter 19. Since Thais' night attack on Balo failed, she went to offer herself to Balo every now and then. Finally, in order to completely avoid the other party's entanglement, Balo moved out of Bulma's house. Balo used the same trick to fish out a box of gold, silver, and jewelry from the ocean again. He used the money to buy a small villa with a single door in a town near Bayazai Mountain, and also hired several servants. Give up. Sister, I think Balo really doesn't have that feeling for you. Bulma patiently persuaded Thais. I won't give up easily, sister, tell me, where is he now? Thais asked. Bulma naturally knew where Balo was, but she couldn't tell Thais directly. Sister, it's okay if you don't tell me. Thais, want to find a man, and I don't believe I can't find it. Taisai decided to rely on her own ability to go and find Bello's trace. Without Bulma's help, Taisa's journey to find someone was destined to be not so smooth, and this also allowed Bello to finally live a life without being disturbed. Compared with other Dragon Ball warriors, Bello did not have the kind of martial arts fanatics training enthusiasm. In more cases, he would rather enjoy the fun of life than spend time on practicing. Therefore, after he settled in this small town, he would go to various nearby food stores, shops, and even amusement parks to check in every day, and every time he took a photo, he would cut Keisha's figure into the photo. "Keisha, wait for me, I will find a way to go back and meet you." Bello edited a photo. In the photo with the amusement park as the background, he put Keisha's figure next to himself, and also made the appearance of two people relying on each other. Time passed day by day. One day, when Bello came to an ocean theme park again to check in and take photos, the communicator in his trouser pocket suddenly rang. On the other end of the communicator, Bulma called and told Bello that Goku was coming back and now all of them had to go to welcome Goku back. "I know, I'll be there right away, thank you for notifying me." Bello hung up the communicator. Bello, who was familiar with the plot, knew better than anyone that Goku wouldn't be able to reach Earth for a while, so he flew in the direction where everyone was gathering after completing today's punch-in and photo-taking task. When Bello was punching in and taking photos at the ocean theme park, Frieza and his son had already arrived on Earth first, and then they met Trunks, who came to this time and space from the future, no, to be precise, from another parallel future, on a time shuttle. Trunks, who came to this time and space, killed Frieza and his son, as well as their minions, on the spot very neatly, and the scene of him killing the enemy was just caught by the Dragon Ball warriors who came to welcome Goku's return. How could this happen? Frieza, who is so powerful, was easily chopped into countless pieces. Krillin couldn't believe his eyes. The opponent seems to be a scion too. Yamcha said in shock. Yes. And he has become like his father. Son Gohan followed closely and said so. Damn it! Who is this guy? In addition to me, Tarbell, Barrow and Kakarot, there are other scions, and that guy can transform into a super scion. At this moment, Vegeta already hated Trunks not far away in his heart. Hey! Are you here to welcome Mr. Goku? Mr. Goku will arrive on Earth in a while, so we can wait here first. Trunks took the initiative to fly in front of everyone. Does anyone know him? Krillin asked everyone around him tremblingly, but everyone present said that they didn't know Trunks in front of them. Hey! Little brat, tell me, who are you? Vegeta rushed forward and grabbed Trunks by the collar. Well, I'm just a wanderer. Trunks didn't dare to tell Vegeta his true identity. After all, he hasn't been born in this time and space. If he rashly told the other party his identity, then it is very likely that he will not be able to be born. After that, no matter how Vegeta pressed him, Trunks always kept his mouth shut. This is the logo of the Universal Capsule Company. Are you an employee of our company? Bulma's eyes fell on the logo on Trunks' sleeve. That's not it. This dress was given to me by my mother. At this moment, Trunks didn't dare to look at Bulma in front of him too much, because he had never seen such a young and beautiful mother. That's right, in another parallel time and space, Trunks is the son of Vegeta and Bulma. Of course, in this time and space, their future son will also be called Trunks. However, these two Trunks are not the same person. If you want to talk about the relationship between the two of them, there is a professional term, isotopes in parallel planes. In order to ease the awkward atmosphere on the scene, Trunks took out a compressed capsule, and after the capsule was unfolded, it was a small display cabinet filled with various cold drinks. My family seems to have never made products in this area. Bulma turned her eyes to the small display cabinet again. With the cold drink as a change, the atmosphere on the scene was indeed less awkward than before. Sorry. Everyone, I'm late. Just as everyone was drinking cold drinks and chatting, Bello came over from the ocean theme park. Who is this person? From Trunk's expression, it can be seen that he did not know Bello. Bello took out a can of Coke from the display cabinet in a familiar manner, and then he went to chat with everyone with laughter. Dad's uncle, do I have this relative? At this time, Trunk's heart was already a little confused. He wondered if he had come to a wrong past time and space. The change in Trunk's expression may not have been noticed by others, but Barrow was very keenly aware of it. Therefore, he could be sure of one thing: the other party should not recognize him, and he might not exist at all in the other party's time and space. However, it is reasonable that there will be some differences in parallel time and space. Therefore, Barrow will not have some unnecessary troubles because Trunks does not recognize him. Chapter 20. When the single-person spaceship that Sun Wukong was riding entered the Earth's atmosphere, everyone present, except Bulma, used their chi to sense it, so they all flew towards the place where the spaceship fell. Bulma, who couldn't fly, was held in Vegeta's arms and flew over together. Are Mom and Dad together? Trunks turned his head deliberately and looked at Vegeta, who was holding Bulma. I wonder if Trunks in this time and space will be born early. Barrow also turned his head and looked at Vegeta and Bulma. When Sun Wukong's spaceship hit the ground, everyone just flew to this position. A huge pit had been smashed at the place where the spaceship collided with the ground. When everyone came to the pit one by one, Sun Wukong, dressed in a strange costume, slowly walked out of the spaceship. Long time no see, everyone. Everyone is here. Sun Wukong showed his signature smile to everyone. Wukong. Except for the unfamiliar Barrow, the cold-faced Vegeta, and Trunks, the rest of the people present went up to Sun Wukong very enthusiastically and gave him a friendly greeting and hug. Wukong, do you know him? He told us where you landed. Krillin pointed at Trunks and asked Sun Wukong beside him. No, I don't know him. I've never seen him before, but he is also a scion. Although Sun Wukong didn't know Trunks, he recognized his scion identity at a glance. Mr. Goku, can I talk to you alone? Trunks came to Sun Wukong a little stiffly. Sure. Sun Wukong, knowing that Trunks had no ill will towards him, agreed to the other party's request without hesitation. In this way, Sun Wukong and Trunks came to a place about 200 meters away from the crowd and had a private conversation. Before the formal conversation, the two transformed into Super Saions and had a duel. When Vegeta saw that Sun Wukong and Trunks transformed into Super Saions together, his teeth were tightly clenched again. When Trunks told Sun Wukong about his identity and purpose, others might not have heard it, but Barrow and Piccolo, who had excellent hearing, heard it clearly. Compared with Barrow's calmness, Piccolo's face turned greener than before after hearing Trunks' life experience. Trunks told Sun Wukong about his life experience and what would happen in the future. Before leaving, he solemnly handed a bottle of special medicine for treating heart disease to the other party. After getting on the time shuttle, Trunks took another look at his young and beautiful mother, and then he returned to the future of another time and space. Next, Piccolo cleverly avoided Trunks's life experience and told everyone everything that would happen in the future. After knowing what would happen in the future, some people said on the spot that they would practice diligently, and then they flew away one by one. At this time, the only people left on the scene were Balo, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Vegeta, Bulma and Krillin. Hey! Kakarot, your clothes seem to be the clothes of the Udrit people. You have been there for a year, you must have learned some amazing skills. Vegeta still looked cold. They have many skills, I only learned this one. Sun Wukong pressed the index finger of his right hand on his forehead, and then his figure disappeared from everyone's sight, but only a few seconds later, his figure reappeared. What? Isn't it just teleportation? I can do this too. Krillin said with some disappointment. Krillin, come and see, what is this? Sun Wukong took off the sunglasses on his eyes, and this pair of glasses was not worn on his eyes just now. This is not. Could it be? Krillin recognized that the sunglasses were the personal belongings of Master Kame. This place is more than 10,000 kilometers away from Master Kame's Kame Island. Sun Wukong ran back and forth from here to Kame Island in a few seconds, and this skill is the unique teleportation of the Adrit people. This skill of the Adrit people actually has no restrictions. I have the conditions, but I can only achieve instant movement by locating through a person's breath. Sun Wukong said this a little embarrassedly. When Krillin flew to Kame Island, Vegeta and Bulma went home together. Balo directly used food as a condition for exchange. He wanted to learn the skill of instant movement from the other party. When Sun Wukong heard that there was food to eat, he suddenly became oblivious, but Sun Gohan reminded him in time, "Dad, Mom is still waiting for us at home." "That's right." But at this moment, Sun Wukong was wavering between food and Chi-Chi. "I'd better follow you and your father and son and go back to see Mrs. Sun together." Seeing that Sun Wukong couldn't make up his mind, Balo had to make a decision for him first. "Thank you, Uncle Balo." When the group flew towards Baizai Mountain, Sun Gohan came to Balo and expressed his gratitude to him. "Don't be so polite, after all, I also need your father's help." Balo gently touched Sun Gohan's head. When they returned to their residence on Baizai Mountain, Chi-Chi hugged Son Goku with tears on her face. Chi-Chi in the Dragon Ball world is really a very virtuous and kind woman. Facing Son Goku, who is really a big eater and martial arts fanatic, she not only did not complain about the world, but also worked hard and thriftily. She did not complain too much about her husband who did not come home for many years. Many people will misunderstand Chi-Chi as a woman. They will say that she has delayed her son's martial arts practice. In fact, on the contrary, she is thinking about Son Gohan's future, so she will go to great lengths to make him an excellent scholar. And the facts that happened later also proved how far-sighted Chi-Chi is. For in order to leave some private space for Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi who had reunited after a long separation, Balo took the initiative to propose to take Sun Wuhan to Baizai Mountain to find a few dinosaurs, and then use their tail meat to make a delicious meal. Sun Wuhan, who understood, followed Balo happily and set off towards the dinosaur gathering place on Baizai Mountain. And Chi-Chi, who also understood, grabbed Sun Wukong's hand after Balo and Sun Wuhan left, and the two of them walked towards the bedroom. Another 100,000 words should be omitted here. Because of the Scion's endurance factor in that aspect, Balo took Sun Wuhan to Baizai Mountain and deliberately stayed for several hours before he and the other party returned with two thick dinosaur tails. Chapter 21. In order to satisfy Sun Wukong's appetite, Balo went to the ocean again and fished up a box of treasure from a sunken ship. Then he took him to various food restaurants on Earth to eat and drink. After Sun Wukong ate more than 5 million meals in a row, he finally agreed to teach Balo the teleportation. As a martial arts genius, Balo learned the teleportation from Sun Wukong in less than 3 months, while the other party learned it from the Adrit people for a full 6 months. "Balo, you can't become a Super Saiyan yet." "Why not?" Thinking of preparing for some things in the future, Sun Wukong planned to let Balo transform into a Super Saiyan. "Okay. Please give me more advice." After a slight hesitation, Balo agreed to Sun Wukong's proposal. But unfortunately, Sun Wukong's Super Saiyan transformation method seems to be unsuitable for Balo. The latter has been learning from the former for more than half a year, but has not made any progress. "Okay. You don't have to feel disappointed about this," Balo said to Sun Wukong with a smile. "It's really a pity." Sun Wukong said this while touching the back of his head. When bidding farewell to Sun Wukong's family, Balo went to get a box of gold, silver, and jewelry. He gave the money to Chi-Chi's family to improve their living conditions. In order to be able to transform into a Super Saiyan, Balo had to risk being entangled by ties and came to Bulma's house again. Since Sun Wukong's transformation method is not suitable for him, then Vegeta's transformation method may be suitable for him. Fortunately, when Bello came to Dr. Brief's house, he learned from Bulma that Thais had met a more handsome man in the process of looking for herself, and now she was traveling around the world with that man. Without Thais's entanglement, Bello stayed at Bulma's house with peace of mind. However, Vegeta at this time had not yet successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, but the other party had obviously found the correct direction of transformation. If you want me to teach you how to transform, you have to practice with me every day. Vegeta put forward his request to Bello. Okay. After thinking about it, Bello finally agreed to Vegeta's request reluctantly. In this way, Bello, who was not very interested in martial arts, began his passive journey of martial arts improvement. After a day of training, Vegeta was sitting in front of the dining table, eating the various foods prepared by Bulma. The stomach of a Saiyan is a bottomless pit. Their food intake can completely bankrupt an ordinary family in a short time. Since he has merged the genes of an angel, Bello no longer has the same food needs as other Saiyans. Now he only needs to eat 1 or 2 bowls of normal meals like an ordinary person. Of course, if necessary, he can also eat a meal like other Saiyans, which can make many ordinary people feel amazed. Therefore, compared to Vegeta's wolfing down, Bello sat in front of the dining table and ate various delicacies in an elegant manner. I'm full. Bello, let's go and spar again. After eating 50 servings of food, Vegeta was eager to spar with Bello. You are full, but I am not. Bello directly rejected Vegeta's request. You don't look like a Saiyan when you eat. Vegeta said to Bello, who was eating elegantly. This is the gentlemanly etiquette I learned from my wife. Bello slowly picked up a piece of braised pork from a plate with chopsticks. I always heard you say that you are married, but where is your wife? Vegeta asked. In another planet, it is too far away from here, and it is not convenient for her to see me now. Bello answered more truthfully than lies. In order to delay time, Bello slowly ate all the remaining food on the table into his stomach. When he finished the remaining food, it was completely dark. Vegeta, why are you still here? I have prepared the bath water for you, go and take a bath. After taking a shower, Bulma came to Vegeta and Bello in her home clothes. Bello, wait for me. Vegeta cursed and pulled Bulma away from Bello's sight. After taking a shower, Vegeta put all the energy he had not had in the duel with Bello on Bulma. Another 100,000 words should be omitted here. While Vegeta and Bulma were doing happy things, Bello came to the Earth's near-moon orbit alone. He stood in the sky and overlooked the blue planet under his feet. At this time, he felt more and more that this was not his home at all, because in his heart, only the place where Keisha was his home. The next day, when Vegeta left Bulma's bed, the first thing he did was to find Bello. He wanted to continue the duel that he had not had yesterday. This time, in order to transform into a Super Saiyan as soon as possible, Bello did not refuse Vegeta's invitation to fight. Finally, after more than 3 months of continuous fighting, Vegeta and Bello both turned into Super Saiyans almost at the same time. Feeling the huge power emerging from his body, Bello felt that he could at least defeat the 20 of himself before the transformation. Barrow, let's fight again. Vegeta, who had turned into a Super Saiyan, rushed towards Bello, who was also a Super Saiyan, with excitement. Vegeta, wait a minute, Before Bello finished speaking, Vegeta's fist had already hit his chest, and the shock wave that followed shook the entire gravity room into ruins. Ha ha ha, that's it, I finally caught up with Kakarot and the mysterious boy, Trunks. Vegeta said with a laugh while standing on the ruins of the gravity room. When Bulma arrived at the ruins of the gravity room, she looked at the ruins in front of her and couldn't help but hold her forehead. When Vegeta was able to transform into a Super Saiyan, he temporarily stopped practicing. At this time, he turned into a super considerate family man, and he also accompanied Bulma to go shopping every day. So consider it, something's wrong, these two people are in trouble. Belo looked at Bulma's belly. Yes, Bulma was pregnant at this time. On this day, Vegeta also accompanied her very considerately and went to the hospital for a particularly comprehensive pregnancy test. Chapter 22. When Vegeta and Bulma got pregnant, Belo voluntarily left their home and returned to the villa in the small town, where he could be neighbors with Sun Wukong and his family. Therefore, Belo often visited Sun's family. Every time he went, he would go to Bayazai Mountain first and cut a piece of dinosaur tail to bring over. Time passed day by day. On this day, when Belo came to Sun's family again with a piece of Tyrannosaurus Rex tail as usual, the long-lost ringtone of the communicator in his trouser pocket sounded again. On the other end of the phone, Bulma announced the good news to Belo that her and Vegeta's son had just been born. Since Bulma's family was already the richest on earth, ordinary gifts could no longer express the meaning of blessing. Therefore, Belo flew directly into the universe and found some materials that were not available on Earth to create a bracelet symbolizing peace for the newly born Trunks. Bulma, who was well informed, recognized at a glance that the bracelet that Belo took out was not made of materials from Earth, but she did not ask too much, but just silently put the bracelet on Trunks' wrist. Bulma only informed Belo that Vegeta had a son, and the Dragon Ball warriors represented by Son Goku did not know the news at this time, but at Trunks' full moon banquet, Yamcha unexpectedly came to Dr. Brief's house. After seeing Yamcha come uninvited, Vegeta protected Bulma behind him like a conditioned reflex. Sure enough, he is a tsundere who loves his wife. Belo, who was teasing Trunks, made such an evaluation to Vegeta. After attending Trunks' full moon banquet, Belo stayed at Bulma's house for a while until he received a call from Son Gohan. Uncle Belo, I have good news for you. I will have a younger brother or sister. Son Gohan said excitedly on the phone. Hearing Son Gohan say this, Belo stood there for a few seconds. He remembered that in the original work, Son Goku and Chi-Chi's second child did not seem to be conceived at this time. That's great. Gohan, you should show the spirit of a brother in the future. Belo said to Son Gohan on the other end of the phone. Belo, who didn't want to favor one over the other, flew into the universe again with ease. He went to collect some of that material and prepared to make a similar bracelet for the future Son Goten. Before Son Goten was born, the time had come. When the androids were about to appear in the world, Belo and all the Dragon Ball warriors went to the scheduled location mentioned by Trunks, Big Trunks. P.S. From now on, in order to distinguish the two Trunks, we will call them Big Trunks and Little Trunks respectively. As in the original work, in addition to the Dragon Ball warriors, Bulma also came to the designated location with Little Trunks in her arms. At this moment, the expressions of almost all the Dragon Ball warriors became quite wonderful. Some Dragon Ball warriors, represented by Krillin, all locked their eyes on Yamcha. This child is not mine anymore. If you knew whose child he is, you would be shocked. Yamcha said helplessly. When Belo arrived at the designated location, he happened to encounter the scene where everyone was guessing whose child Little Trunks was. Seeing this, Belo really wanted to say to these people, do you all have selective amnesia? When welcoming Goku's return, the scene where Vegeta and Bulma hugged each other, you have all forgotten it, right? At that time, everyone's attention was on Sun Wukong, so everyone might not have noticed that Vegeta and Bulma were already together. You are Vegeta's son, right? Trunks? Sun Wukong pinched Xiao Ti's face mischievously. Wukong, how do you know that this is Vegeta's child, and you even know his name? Bulma held Xiao Ti and asked Sun Wukong with a puzzled look. Look, doesn't he look like Vegeta? As for why I know his name, maybe I have superpowers. Sun Wukong gave an extremely nonsense reason. Tisk. Belo and Piccolo shook their heads at the same time for Sun Wukong's nonsense. Soon, some movements in the distant city attracted the attention of the Dragon Ball warriors. All have been transferred there. There, let's go. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, the Dragon Ball warriors flew towards the city one after another. And Yajirobe, who couldn't fly, stayed behind to protect the safety of Bulma and her son. In addition, Balo didn't fly away either. He still stood there and locked onto Yamcha's breath. He wanted to see if the next plot would be consistent with the scene in his memory. Everything was really consistent with the scene in Balo's memory. The first person to find Dr. Gero and Android 19 was really Yamcha. Seeing this, Balo used instant movement directly and teleport to Yamcha's location. Balo arrived at the location of the other three before Yamcha was seriously injured by Android 19. With a whip kick, Balo kicked Android 19, who had already caught Yamcha and was absorbing energy, and sent him flying backwards for dozens of meters. At this time, Yamcha was only absorbed a small part of the energy by Android 19, so he could still stand directly. Who are you? Obviously, Dr. Gero didn't recognize Balo. You don't know me? Forget it, I'm too lazy to care about these insignificant things. Balo rushed straight towards Dr. Gero, and before the other party could react, he punched him hard in the abdomen. Dr. Gero, who was hit by Balo, had both his eyeballs protruding directly, and then his body flew backwards for more than 100 meters. When Dr. Gero fell to the ground, Android 19, who had been kicked away before, stood up again. He wanted to sneak attack Baro, but was noticed by the opponent. After a huge difference in strength, his hand that could absorb energy was torn off by the opponent. Rubbish! Baro threw the broken hand of Android 19 on the ground and crushed it with one foot. Go quickly, neither of us is his opponent. Dr. Gero, who was afraid of death, directly left Android 19 behind. He used the flying technique and quickly fled from this place. When Sun Wukong and other Dragon Ball warriors arrived, Baro was using the magic light killing cannon to kill Android 19. One died and one escaped. You can follow me. Baro smiled at everyone, and then used the flying technique to fly in the direction where Dr. Gero fled. Although everyone present was a little confused, they still followed Balo one after another. Chapter 23. Shortly after Balo and the Dragon Ball warriors left, Vegeta also came to the place where Android 19 was killed. After taking a look at the android with only a head left, he flew in the direction where everyone left. After a while, he took the time shuttle again and returned to this time and space, and came to the place where Android 19 was killed. Who is this android? Obviously, Det didn't recognize Android 19 either. Then, Det sensed the war nearby, so he flew to the place where everyone gathered. In a mountainous area, Dr. Gero was surrounded by Balo and the Dragon Ball warriors. Piccolo was careless at first, and Dr. Gero absorbed part of his energy. After eating a senzu bean, he removed the weight on his body, and then regrouped and broke the opponent's hand that could absorb energy. Mistake. I didn't expect that even Piccolo is so powerful. Dr. Gero regretted it in his heart. These two androids are not that strong at all. That future boy is not reliable at all. Krillin pointed at Dr. Gero and said so. Okay. Let's get rid of him quickly. I have to go back to accompany Chi-Chi. Sun Wukong planned to go forward and give Dr. Gero the final blow. But when he just flew a short distance towards the opponent, his heart suddenly hurt very violently. Oh my god, Sun Wukong's heart disease, why did it happen at this time? Balo wanted to say, this plot seems to be a little wrong. Wukong. Everyone immediately flew towards Sun Wukong, and Dr. Gero also took advantage of this gap and quickly fled from the current location. After a while of discussion, everyone finally decided that Yamcha would take Sun Wukong and return to Baizai Mountain first. When Yamcha left with Sun Wukong, Vegeta came to everyone. Where are the androids? Vegeta began to look for Dr. Gero's traces everywhere. When Vegeta was looking for Dr. Gero, Big Trunks also arrived late. Trunks? Piccolo shouted subconsciously. Trunks? It's exactly the same name as my son. He came from the future, so that's it. At this moment, some knots in Vegeta's heart were finally completely untied. Vegeta, the android just now, was Dr. Gero of the former Red Ribbon organization. His laboratory should be in the nearby mountains. Because Bulma did not arrive at the scene, this time it was Balo who explained to everyone the true identity of Android 20. Really? In this case, there are more powerful androids who have not appeared, right? Vegeta flew towards the nearby mountains with excitement. What's going on? Why has the history I know been deviated more and more? But no matter what, I can't watch my father die. Big Trunks followed closely behind. What did he just say? Dad? Krillin was really confused. At this point, I don't need to hide it anymore. The boy's name is Trunks. His father is Vegeta and his mother is Bulma. This is what the child in Bulma's hand looks like when he grows up. Piccolo revealed Trunks' identity in public. No wonder he can become a Super Saiyan. It turns out that he is Vegeta's son. Krillin said in shock. After everyone digested Trunks' life story, they flew towards the nearby mountains together. What's going on? Why are they rushing to my laboratory one after another? At this time, Dr. Gero, who was hiding in the deep forest, looked at the Dragon Ball warriors who were searching for him in the air and said so to himself. Damn it, why did this feeling come again? Bello, who was searching with everyone in Dr. Gero's laboratory, suddenly found that he had lost his sense of direction again inexplicably. Good, very good. It seems that they don't know the exact location of my laboratory. When Dr. Gero saw everyone's blind search, he ran directly with his 2 legs, and then slowly moved towards his laboratory. In this way, Dr. Gero carefully returned to the laboratory hidden in the mountains. As soon as he returned to the laboratory, he activated Android 17 and Android 18. Because the 2 robots had done bad things, Dr. Gero directly used the pause device to seal them up. Therefore, after they regained their mobility, in order to avoid being sealed again, they first flirted with each other, and then took advantage of the other party's unpreparedness, and number 17 snatched the pause controller from Dr. Gero's hand. After number 17 crushed the pause controller, number 18 came to the front of the hibernation chamber where number 16 was sealed. Stop! Don't start number 16. Otherwise, both of you will be killed by him. Dr. Gero stopped number 18 loudly. Oh. Really? Then I have to take a good look. Number 18 ignored Dr. Gero's advice and directly pressed a button on the hibernation chamber. Stop! Do you want the world to be destroyed? Dr. Gero went up and grabbed No 18's arm. You old man, don't touch a girl's body casually. Number 18 directly knocked Dr. Gero back. At the same time when Dr. Gero was knocked back by number 18, Balo and the Dragon Ball warriors also rushed to the entrance of the laboratory one after another. It's them, androids 17 and 18. In my future, the world is destroyed by them. When he saw the faces of number 17 and number 18, a sense of fear immediately surged into that's heart. Number 17 ignored everyone. He came to Dr. Gero and directly punched his chest with his hand. Then, he jumped up and kicked his head from the neck. Finally, he stomped on Dr. Gero's head, which was still opening its mouth. Too horrible! He actually killed the person who created him. Krillin was so frightened by No 17's patricide that he retreated again and again. Number 17, let's stop playing and quickly release No 16. Number 18 turned around and said to number 17. No problem, I'll release him now. Number 17 walked slowly towards the dormant chamber where number 16 was. Why is there another artificial human? No, I can't let the number of artificial humans continue to increase. Det fired a powerful Qigong wave at No 16's dormant chamber. That Qigong wave directly destroyed the entire laboratory, but did not hurt number 17 and number 18 at all. Even number 16 and his dormant chamber were intact. Number 17 and number 18 ignored everyone and opened No 16's hibernation chamber. A moment later, a 2-meter-tall android appeared in everyone's sight. After waking up, number 16 had a conversation with number 17 and number 18, and the three of them used the flying technique together to fly towards Baizai Mountain where Sun Wukong was. From beginning to end, the three of them never looked at Balo and the Dragon Ball warriors. Chapter 24. Just like the original, number 16, number 17 and number 18 didn't want to pay any attention to the Dragon Ball warriors, but they were all implicated by Vegeta, the pitfall, because he challenged 3 androids without knowing his own limitations. Let me play with him. Number 18 walked straight towards Vegeta. I won't show mercy to you just because you are a girl, not to mention that you are not a girl at all, you are just a robot. Vegeta mocked number 18. Obviously, number 18 was stimulated by Vegeta's words, because she was not a robot, her essence was still a human, but she was slightly modified. So, when number 18 fought with Vegeta, her punches and kicks became more and more fierce. Soon, Vegeta, who was able to suppress number 18, was suppressed by the opponent. Vegeta's defeat is certain. Like Piccolo, Balo also thought that Vegeta was no match for number 18. Who are you? There is no information about you in the information provided by Dr. Gero. Number 17 came behind Balo. Hello. I am Vegeta's Uncle Baro. Balo knew that number 17 in this world was not a bad guy, so he introduced himself to the other party in a friendly manner. Vegeta's uncle, interesting, it seems that Dr. Gero is not omniscient. Number 17 also said to Balo with a smile. Vegeta was fighting hard with number 18, while Balo was making friends with number 17. The two of them formed a very sharp contrast. After talking with number 17 for a while, Balo took the initiative to talk to number 16. Unexpectedly, as a pure robot, number 16 actually has a natural affinity with animals in nature. Many birds are seen landing on his hands, arms, and shoulders. Although there is no information about you in my database, I know that you are a good person. Number 16 said to Balo with a smile. Thank you for your kindness, number 16, you are also a good person. Balo stretched out his right hand to number 16. After number 16 searched a little in his database, he stretched out his right hand and shook hands with Balo in a very friendly manner. Just when Balo was having a friendly exchange with number 17 and number 18, Vegeta had been kicked down from the air by number 18. After Vegeta landed, number 18 immediately went up and stepped on one of the other's arms. Vegeta, who has the self-esteem of a Scion Prince, endured the pain and did not scream. Dad. Seeing that Vegeta's arm was broken by number 18, Big Te immediately turned into a Super Saiyan, and then wielded the Sword of the Brave in his hand and rushed towards number 18. After seeing Big Te take action, number 17 teleported directly from Balo and number 16 to No 18's back. Number 17 directly blocked Big Te's sword attack with his hand, and the latter's Sword of the Brave was actually broken after encountering the opponent's arm. When Big Te lost consciousness, number 17 directly kicked the opponent out dozens of meters with a whip kick. After seeing Big Te was defeated, Piccolo and Tien Shinyan rushed towards number 17 desperately, but they couldn't even take the opponent's ordinary move. This. Seeing this, Krillin was so scared that he stood there, not daring to move a step. Aren't you going to help your friends? Number 16 asked Balo beside him. They were wrong about what happened today, and you should teach them a lesson. At this time, Balo was standing with number 16 as the bird's support. You are really different from them. Your heart is very pure, and you have a similar emotional factor to me. No. 16 looked at Balo and felt more and more like him. It's really my honor. Bello gently let the birds fly away from her body, because at this moment, the battle between the Dragon Ball warriors and the two androids has come to the end. Your name is Krillin, right? Your friends are not dead yet, give them a senzu bean. When number 18 passed by Krillin, she stood by him for a while. When number 18 left, when they left, she kissed Krillin gently on the face. The kiss from number 18 to Krillin was the beginning of another beautiful love affair. We are going to find Son Goku. I hope we can have a chance to chat together next time. After number 16 said goodbye to Bello, he flew away with number 17 and number 18. Bello kept watching the three androids. After they left his sight, he went to wake up Krillin, who was still in a daze. Afterwards, Bello and Krillin went to feed Vegeta, Big, Piccolo and Tien Shinyan a senzu bean respectively. Damn it! Vegeta, who had returned to normal, flew away with a breath. Dad, I mean Vegeta, he. Before Big had finished speaking, Krillin interrupted him. Trunks, we all know that you are the child in Bulma's arms. Krillin said with a smirk. Is that so? So you all already knew it. Dad couldn't help but lower his head. The androids are too powerful. There is no future for me to stay with you. I have decided to rule the world. Piccolo deliberately said something harsh, and then he flew towards the heavenly temple on earth. Then, Tien Shinyan also left. Dad decided to meet Bulma first, and then go to find Vegeta. As for Bello and Krillin, they decided to visit Son Goku at Bayazai Mountain. In the following time, the Dragon Ball warriors were all working hard to become stronger, and the three androids started their slow journey to find Son Goku. Among these people, Bello seemed to have nothing to do. After he visited Son Goku again, he came directly to the ruins of Dr. Gero's laboratory. That damn feeling is finally gone. Bello said to himself, and then he began to look for the passage to the petri dish where Cell was. After a relatively simple search, Bello finally found the passage valve leading to Cell's location. Bello packed up all the information in the underground laboratory and took it away just like Dat and Krillin in the original work, and then he directly destroyed the entire underground laboratory, and the Cell embryo in this time and space also disappeared along with the destruction of the underground laboratory. Now that I think about it, the mysterious power is not to prevent Bello from coming to destroy Cell, but to prevent him from coming here in advance and destroying the sleeping number 16, number 17, and number 18. Chapter 25. On this day, when Bello and Det were practicing martial arts together, Bulma came to them in a hurry. She claimed that the employees of her company had found a device similar to a time-space shuttle in a dense forest. Then, Bello and Det took Bulma to the dense forest together. The time-space shuttle in front of them, except that it was a little dilapidated, its appearance and the logo on the outside were exactly the same as the time-space shuttle that Det took. Next, Det found a big hole on the window of this broken time-space shuttle that was melted by high temperature from the inside, and 2 eggshells of some kind of creature were placed on the seat cushion of the cab. According to the information on the console, the arrival time of this time-space shuttle was 3 years earlier than the time when Det first came to this time and space. Then, after a careful search, the three found a shell similar to that of a Zerg creature nearby, and some warm mucus was attached to the inside of the shell. When the three realized that the mysterious creature had just shed its shell, they all wanted to find it. When Det and Bulma walked forward, Bello's feet were once again imprisoned by the mysterious power. Oh my god, it's this mysterious power again. Is it the power of the heaven of this world? Or is it the power of a great god? Bello sat down on the ground. At this time, Bello had already understood that no matter whether this mysterious power was the power of the heaven of this world or the power of a great god, its purpose was to stop himself from doing something that would change the general trend of the world. After figuring this out, Bello gave up the idea of going to kill Cell, who had not yet reached his full strength. Then, the force that imprisoned his legs disappeared. After a serious search, Dotto and Bulma found no trace of any mysterious creatures, so they could only return to Balo. Time passed day by day, and when the news kept appearing, there were incidents of clothes left on the ground but no one was found, and after the news brought by Piccolo, who had merged with the Earth God, the Dragon Ball warriors finally realized that something more dangerous than the androids was quietly developing in the dark. In order to figure out the whole story, the Dragon Ball warriors separated again, but Balo chose to lie down and not go, because he had already vaguely felt that it was not the time for him to go to Cell for a duel. P.S. Barrow can already vaguely sense the pattern of the mysterious power. As in the original work, the first Dragon Ball warrior to find Cell is Piccolo. Then, he uses his right arm as a price to find out the other party's origin and intention from the other party. Then, Piccolo directly tore off his right arm in front of Cell, and then grew another right arm. When Cell saw Piccolo's right arm grow out from his shoulder, he was obviously surprised. Obviously, although he had the other party's genes, he didn't know that he and the other party had this ability. At this time, Cell, whose strength was not yet great, was naturally not Piccolo's opponent. Just when he was gradually losing the upper hand, Krillin and others suddenly arrived, causing the opponent to lose his mind for a short time, and then he performed a move of the Sun Fist, which slipped away from everyone's eyes. Afterwards, Piccolo told Krillin and the others about Cell's origin and intentions, and everyone was confused. If they wanted to stop Cell from absorbing number 17 and number 18, they had to either kill them directly or put them into a stagnant state again. Based on the drawings that Balo brought out from the underground laboratory, Dr. Brief and Bulma were working hard to create a controller that could put number 17 and number 18 into a stagnant state. When Cell absorbed enough humans and reached the Mahayana level, Balo could finally go to fight him without any obstacles. Balo used instant teleportation to come directly behind Cell. He immediately turned into a Super Saiyan and attacked him without any moral ethics. "Who are you? There is no information about you in Dr. Gero's data." Cell asked this to Balo while fighting with him. "Why this sentence again? Can you come up with some new words?" Balo and Cell exchanged punches in the air. Afterwards, Balo and Cell fought for hundreds of rounds again. Without using the angel's skills, the two were evenly matched. After fighting each other for hundreds of moves, Cell saw an opening in the opponent and used his tail thorn to stab Balo's neck. Balo, who had predicted Cell's attack, grabbed the opponent's tail thorn with his right hand, and then used his left hand to hit the middle of the tail thorn with a hand knife with an air blade, and the opponent's tail thorn broke straight from the middle. "Ah!" Cell, who lost half of his tail thorn, screamed in pain. Balo knew that Cell's tail thorn would grow back later, so he took advantage of the victory and attacked the opponent fiercely. Sun Fist. Facing Balo's fierce attack, Cell used a Sun Fist, but this time it didn't work. Balo closed his eyes to block the power of the Sun Fist. He judged Cell's specific location only by the effect of Chi. Afterwards, the two fought each other for hundreds of rounds. Cell survived from Balo's hands with severe injuries by abandoning his limbs and the remaining tail spikes. "Damn it! It's that mysterious power again." Balo stood in the air, watching Cell, who was left with only his head and torso, slowly run out of his sight. That's right, it wasn't that Cell escaped with severe injuries just now, but that Balo was bound by that mysterious power again, and that power didn't let him kill the other party at this time. At this point, Balo understood that it was impossible to stop Cell from absorbing number 17 and number 18 and evolving into a perfect form, and the subsequent Cell games would come as scheduled. After understanding the cause and effect, Balo chose to lie down and ignore it again. He only followed Piccolo to the Spirit Time House in the Temple of the Gods for training when Piccolo invited him to do so. When Balo finished his first training in the Spirit Time House, he was already able to transform into the second form of Super Saiyan, but unfortunately, he still couldn't directly destroy Cell. Chapter 26. When Balo walked out of the Spirit Time room, Cell had already absorbed number 17 and number 18 and successfully advanced to the complete form. After destroying a piece of human steel torrent, Cell announced to the whole Earth that he would hold a martial arts competition called Cell Games. Humans who did not know Cell's true strength still pinned their only hope on Mr. Satan, the champion of the New World's first martial arts competition. Under the attention of the public, the strongest among ordinary people set off for the venue of the Cell Games. After Satan was easily defeated by Cell, Son Goku and others finally arrived at the scene of the Cell Games. Just when Son Goku and Cell were fighting, Balo finally arrived late. Then, Cell, who was in a moment of excitement, split 8 small blue skin cells from his tail thorns. These 8 small blue skin cells were the challenge targets of Balo and his 8 people. Except for Balo, the other 7 people present had a very difficult fight with Blue Cell. In order not to reveal his true strength, Balo took a blue cell away from the battlefield. Far away from everyone, this unlucky blue cell has become a toy in Balo's hands. Cell can sense the feelings of every blue cell, and soon he found that one of his clones was being tortured repeatedly by his opponent. It's that person. His aura is stronger than Sun Wukong. Cell said this in his heart while fighting with Sun Wukong. Although Cell had palpitations, Sun Wukong was still not his opponent. After a earth-shaking battle between the two, Wukong was still defeated with great regret. What no one expected was that the defeated Son Goku actually sent Son Gohan to fight Cell, and he also gave Cell a senzu bean out of his chastity. After seeing the magic of senzu bean, Cell actually destroyed all the remaining senzu beans in Son Goku's hand without any martial ethics while the opponent was not prepared. Son Gohan, who took over the game, was not Cell's opponent at first. Then, taking advantage of a gap, number 16, who had been hiding not far away and watching the game, actually came directly behind Cell and locked his neck. Hurry up! There is a powerful explosive pill, anti-harmony, in my body, and I will detonate it now. Number 16 shouted loudly with a fearless attitude. When everyone present was ready to fly away, No 16's body did not explode. Number 16. Dr. Brief, I had already removed the bomb, anti-harmony, when I was repairing your body. Krillin suddenly remembered something Bulma had told him before. Ha ha ha, I'm so sorry, number 16. This is really a pity, and I don't think that your bomb, anti-harmony, can destroy me. As soon as Cell finished speaking, he backhanded number 16 and destroyed the opponent's body, leaving only a head. No 16's only remaining head rolled accurately in front of Mr. Satan, who had been hiding in the dark since just now. Afterwards, under No 16's desperate plea, Mr. Satan threw the opponent's head again between Cell and Son Gohan. Number 16, who knew that he would not live long, continued to provoke Cell with words. In the end, his only remaining head was also trampled to pieces by the opponent. After seeing that number 16 had completely lost his vitality, Son Gohan's emotions finally broke out at this moment. He was seen with tears on his face and turned into the second form of Super Saiyan. As soon as Son Gohan appeared in this state, Cell instantly felt a threat called death. Has the plot progressed to this point? Balo crushed the blue skin Cell in front of him, and then he returned to the scene of Cell's game. When Balo returned to the scene of Cell's game, Son Gohan, who had transformed into the second form of Super Saiyan, cleanly killed the remaining blue skin cells one by one. This scene made most people present feel amazed. As expected, Cell was not the opponent of Son Gohan in this state. After the two fought for hundreds of rounds, the former was beaten to spit out number 18, and his perfect form was naturally not. If you don't let me live well, I won't let you live well either. Cell, who had already degenerated into the second form, was going to take the final means of self-destruction. His body was gradually growing into a ball. Gohan, say sorry to your mother and Goten for me. Please forgive me for my willfulness. After leaving this sentence, Sun Wukong took Cell, who was about to self-destruct, and disappeared from everyone's sight using teleportation. Dad, Goku, Kakarot, Uncle Goku. Amid the shouts of the crowd, Balo quietly used teleportation to catch up with Sun Wukong and Cell. Sun Wukong took Cell and used teleportation to come to the North Kai King's planet, and then Balo also used teleportation to come to this planet. When Cell's self-destruction reached the critical point, Balo transformed into the second form of Super Saiyan and flew quickly towards the location of Son Goku. This time, the mysterious power did not seem to stop his action, but when his hand was about to grab Son Goku's hand, the next second, his hand went straight through the other's hand, and then his whole body went through the other's body. When Balo turned around, he could only watch Son Goku, Cell, King Kai and others being blown into a pile of dust in the universe in front of him. When Cell's self-destruction energy came to Balo, a spherical protective shield blocked all the power for him. At this time, although Balo did not notice the breath of someone behind him, he was sure that there must be someone standing behind him, and the other party was a big shot that he could not afford to offend anyway. Balo didn't know how long it took him to turn around with great difficulty. He saw a humanoid creature in blue clothes, with a big back-combed hair and a halo on his back, standing in front of him. Balo naturally knew this humanoid creature in front of him. After all, he was the great priest in this world, whose strength and status were second only to the invincible king. The great priest didn't say anything, but he could make Balo feel terrified. After all, with the other party's strength, if he wanted to kill him, it would be easier than breathing. Chapter 27. Outsider. What did you want to do just now? After a long silence, the high priest did not move his mouth, but an ethereal voice reached Balo's ears. That. Balo was already a little incoherent with fear. Outsider. I know you know me, and I also know where you are from. I have stopped you several times before. You should have noticed the existence of my magical power. When the high priest's voice was transmitted to Balo's ears word by word. High priest, I'm sorry. After thinking about it, Balo could only apologize to the high priest. You don't need to apologize, I have decided. The high priest deliberately said half and left half. The high priest's half said and half left immediately made Balo sweat profusely. At this moment, he was filled with unprecedented fear in his heart. I have decided to erase all traces of you in this world. When Balo was frightened, the high priest finally finished the second half of the sentence. Hearing that only traces were erased, Balo's heart finally resumed beating. Then, the high priest's body rose up, and then the halo behind him began to glow, and then everything Balo had experienced in the Dragon Ball world quickly flashed in his mind. The picture quickly flashed back to the Dragon Ball world 28 years ago. Originally, King Vegeta and his son were looking at Balo as an infant, but the picture turned into that Vegeta and his son were looking at a scion baby of the passerby type. From this moment on, until the day of the demise of planet Vegeta, all the plots involving Balo were replaced by a passerby type scion. When the picture came to the moment when Balo returned to the Dragon Ball world, his figure disappeared directly from the minds of everyone who had contact with him. After the plot correction by the High Priest, everything in this world became almost identical to the Dragon Ball anime that Balo had watched in his previous life. The only difference might be that the birth dates of Xiao Te and Sun Goten were a little earlier than the time in the original work. The High Priest's series of operations took only a few seconds, but it cleared all traces of Balo in this world. May I ask the High Priest, what do you want me to do now? Balo lowered his attitude very low. In exchange for clearing all your traces, I will give you a chance for free. The High Priest conjured a black scepter in front of Balo. Yes, it was the scepter in the hands of every Dragon Ball angel. Afterwards, the High Priest told Balo that inside this scepter, there was an extra-dimensional space that could adjust the flow of time at will. The High Priest meant that Balo should enter this extra-dimensional space, and he wanted him to cultivate in the space to become a real god. That's right, in the eyes of the gods in the Dragon Ball world, the technological gods in the super god universe can only be regarded as relatively low-level pseudo-gods at most. Next, the High Priest also told Balo some things, such as that Sun Wukong must die in Cell's self-explosion because this is a singularity event in the 7th universe. Once someone prevents the singularity event of the universe, there will be cosmic consciousness, or the rules of heaven will punish that person with divine punishment, and in the Dragon Ball world, the so-called divine punishment is the action of the King of all. After learning the cause and effect of the matter, Balo was once again frightened and sweated. If the high priest had not intervened in the previous few times, he probably wouldn't know how he died. In this way, after learning all the causes and effects, Balo willingly entered the different dimensional space inside the scepter. You were fooled so easily. The person you value is not that great anymore. When Balo entered the scepter, the high priest said this while looking at the depths of the empty universe. A strong gale blew from the depths of the universe, as if responding to the high priest's complaints. After feeling the baptism of the gale, the high priest disappeared from that position with a smile on his face. In the subsequent plot, because Balo was not involved, they were just like the original work. Cell, who had self-destructed, was resurrected again and came to Son Gohan and others. In the end, Cell was completely killed by Son Gohan and Goku's consciousness in the underworld. After the Cell game ended, Son Gohan and Krillin went to the new Namek together and found the genius Namek Star Boy Tenten is here to serve as the new god of the earth. Under Tenten's intervention, the Dragon Balls were not only reactivated, but also the number of wishes was increased from 1 to 3. This time, Shenlong's first 2 wishes were to revive all the Earthlings killed by Cell and remove the explosive pills, anti-harmony, and stasis devices in number 17 and number 18. When it came to the third wish, Shenlong told everyone that it could not revive Son Goku. After saving 1 wish, the cooling time of the Dragon Balls was shortened to 8 months. After the Earth regained peace, the Dragon Ball warriors returned to their daily lives. Half a year later, they held a farewell party for Dat. Goodbye, Mom. After Dat hugged Bulma for the last time, he got on the time shuttle and prepared to return to his own time and space. When the space shuttle was launched, Dat finally saw Vegeta, who had been hiding behind a tree. Vegeta even made a V-shaped gesture to him with a proud look on his face. After receiving recognition and affirmation from his father, Dat happily returned to his own time and space. After returning to his own time and space, Dat resolutely killed number 17 and number 18 in this time and space. In the end, he also killed Cell, who was about to attack him. The time inside the scepter is different from the outside world. Balo has experienced all kinds of strange trials in the space. Wind, sun, lightning, and thunder have become the norm, and there are also sudden attacks from various strange monsters. There are countless encounters like this. But the most difficult level is still his own inner demon. Balo went through more than 3,000 trials at the level of inner demon before he finally defeated his inner demon. Although Balo learned many magical abilities in the space of the scepter, including some power of rules, he also dabbled in it, but he finally chose the path of becoming a god through power. When a ray of pure transparent light shone on him, Balo knew that the day when he left the scepter was coming soon. Chapter 28. The timeline of Dragon Ball has come to 8 years later. At this moment, the plot has progressed to the moment before Majin Buu is ready to destroy the Earth. Okay. Now it's time for you to leave this world. When Son Goku and Vegeta were trying their best to stop Majin Buu, the Grand Priest and Balo appeared together on the lunar orbit of the Earth in the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world. Grand Priest, can't you stay with me for a while longer? Balo, who had lost his former immaturity, is now much more mature than before, and the relationship between him and the Grand Priest has become familiar. Hurry up and disappear from my sight. Otherwise, I will let the King of all take action and wipe you out directly. The Grand Priest said half-jokingly. Okay. Grand Priest, you win. Balo said so with some embarrassment. Now he already knows that in the Dragon Ball world, the King of all is like an eraser, and all the universes in the world are like three-dimensional scrolls. The King of all can erase anything he wants on the scroll, so the king of all and the gods of destruction are so afraid of the king of all. That's right, the high priest wants the other party to use the huge energy generated when Majin Buu destroyed the earth and a kind of power of Balo himself to combine, so that he can open a space wormhole to other worlds. After a long period of research, it was found that the power that Balo could travel to various worlds was actually his own. But in the past, he could only passively use this skill when he was in a life and death situation. However, even after so many years of research, Balo can only travel randomly at present, and he can't accurately locate the coordinates of a certain world. Okay. Buu will destroy the earth in 1 minute, you'd better get ready. The high priest reminded him calmly. Okay. After Balo waved goodbye to the high priest, he used instant movement to come to the surface of the earth. He looked at Buu, who was constantly gathering energy from a distance, and then looked at Son Goku and Vegeta, who were desperately trying to escape from the earth. Goodbye, everyone. Goodbye, Dragon Ball World. After Balo said this to himself, he condensed a golden energy ball on his right hand. Then he flew to an altitude of 10,000 meters above the Earth's surface. When Buu's energy bomb destroyed the entire Earth, he threw the golden energy ball in his hand. After the two energies met, a huge shock wave was immediately generated. This shock wave made the nearby starry sky tremble directly. When the scene after the explosion disappeared, a space wormhole accompanied by lightning and thunder appeared at the location where the Earth was just now. Goodbye, High Priest. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. When the space wormhole was formed, Balo turned his head and looked at the High Priest in the air again. Then, he cast a blue protective film on the surface of his body, and then he aimed at the space wormhole and flew straight into it. When Balo's body completely entered the space wormhole, the space wormhole also disappeared from the universe immediately afterwards. At the moment when the space wormhole just disappeared, the face of the great priest floating in the air showed a rare smile, and then he disappeared from the 7th universe of the Dragon Ball world. After floating in the space wormhole for a long time, Balo finally saw a beam of light shining into the wormhole. At this time, he didn't think about which world the other end of the wormhole was connected to. For this reason, he flew straight in the direction of the beam of light. When Balo flew out of the space wormhole, the wormhole behind him did not disappear as expected. It seemed that it originally existed in the current world, but it just happened to interact and connect with the space wormhole he created. Looking at the tall buildings under his feet, Balo knew that he had come to a modern civilized world. He stood in the air, closed his eyes, and began to listen carefully to the various sounds of traffic coming from his feet. In that unremembered scepter space, Balo, who had been there for tens of thousands of years, had not heard these chaotic sounds for a long time. Balo, who was listening carefully to various sounds, suddenly heard the sound of a huge engine. When he opened his eyes, he saw 3 helicopters flying towards him from 3 different directions in the air more than 10 kilometers away. I have been in the scepter for so long that I almost forgot that in the modern civilized world, humans who can stand in the air like me are not allowed to appear. After Balo complained about himself, he disappeared from the front of the wormhole out of thin air. Report, the target has lost its trace. After Balo disappeared, the pilots on the 3 helicopters sent the same message to the headquarters in unison. Send out ground personnel to search with all your strength. The operator at the headquarters issued such orders on behalf of his superiors. Balo only walked a few steps casually on the street, and he learned that the current city was called Juxia City. Juxia City, wormhole. Balo first opened the long-lost dark communication with a look of surprise, but in the next second, he quickly turned off the dark communication. Because he was not sure whether he had returned to the Super God universe he had been to before, or had come to a parallel plane of the Super God universe. Balo, who had become a god, was no longer the kind of person who liked to act impulsively. In order to avoid the embarrassment of encountering a parallel plane, he temporarily chose not to take the initiative to contact Keisha in this world. Anyway, as long as he did not interfere, the general trend of this world, Keisha in this world, would come to Earth soon. At that time, Bello would go to confirm in person whether Keisha in this world was the lover he had been thinking about day and night. After making up his mind, Bello used the same trick again. He directly grabbed several large boxes of gold, silver, and jewelry from the ocean of Dragon Country. Afterwards, these gold, silver and jewelry were exchanged by Bello for Dragon Country banknotes. Next, he used these banknotes to build a large company called Warblade Group in Juxia City. As for why the company was named Warblade, that is naturally taken from the titles of Barrow's Heavenly War King and Keisha's Heavenly Blade King. How did Barrow know that Keisha gave himself the title of Heavenly War King? In fact, this title was not created by Keisha, but some boudoir love words said by the two of them after a romantic affair. The scene at that time was like this. Keisha, when you completely take charge of the angel civilization, what kind of title are you going to give me? After a romantic affair. Barrow touched Keisha's bare back. Heavenly King, what do you think? Keisha's head rested on Barrow's chest. Heavenly King, it's not good. I think I must take a title that can show my heroic demeanor. Barrow kissed Keisha on the forehead. To show your heroic demeanor, then call me Heavenly War King. Keisha thought about it seriously. Okay, this title is good. In order to be worthy of the honor of the Heavenly War King, I will fight for the freedom of the angel civilization with all my strength. Bello said with a firm look in his eyes. After Bello and Keisha confirmed the title of Heavenly War King, the two chatted about other things together. As they chatted, they started a new round of romantic journey. Although this is just a memory, it's time to omit 100,000 words. Chapter 29. After establishing the Zanran group, Bello lived a 007 style work and life. Because he built his own home inside the company. On the top floor of the company's building, there is not only his president's office, but also the company's conference room and his 100 square meter residence. Boss Bay, this is this month's financial report, please take a look. The president's secretary handed a document to Bello. Well. Not bad, you didn't pretend to obey, this report is true and valid, you can go to the finance department to collect this month's bonus. Bello only needs 1 second to identify the authenticity of a document, but in order not to reveal the flaw, he still pretended to read it for about 10 minutes. Thank you, Boss Bay. Oh, by the way, Boss Bay, all the department members of the company will have a dinner at the Juxia Hotel tonight. Can you come once? The president's secretary cautiously tried. Sure. You set a time, I'll go. Bello agreed with a smile, the president's secretary's suggestion. Thank you, President Bay. Thank you, President Bay. The secretary of the president happily left Bello's office. In the Zhangjian group, in the minds of every employee, their president Bello is a young, handsome, unmarried, and rich treasure youth. Therefore, the unmarried women in the company all regard Bello as the most ideal dream lover, and they all fantasize that they can become the president's wife of this company. After finishing a day's work, Bello stood in front of the French window in the office. He used this perspective to overlook the scenery of the entire Juxia city. These beautiful scenery in front of him will be broken by those aliens in the near future. When the sky came to the scheduled time, Bello flashed directly from the office to the back of the Juxia Hotel, in an alley without cameras. In a messy alley, Bello walked out of the style of a domineering president. When he walked out of the alley, several girls passing by immediately turned into his super fans. Bello waved politely to these crazy girls, and then he walked into the lobby of Juxia Hotel with a dignified step. Hello, sir, do you have an appointment? The lobby manager came to Bello. I'm here to attend the company party of Zhangjian Group, Bello answered neatly. Hello, Mr. Bay, Zhangjian Group. They are all in the 302 lobby on the 5th floor now. After comparing the photos of the guests in the 302 lobby left at the front desk on her mobile phone, the lobby manager enthusiastically led the way for Bello. When Bello walked into the 302 lobby, the employees in the company gave him warm applause, and they also left the most dazzling C position for him. It's rare for me to attend a company party. All the consumption tonight will be paid by me. You can order whatever you want. But you can't delay tomorrow's work. Bello said so with both kindness and force. Long life President Bay! President Bay is the best, the employees shouted enthusiastically. During this party, Bello received confessions from no less than 50 beauties, but he politely declined them all. For the safety of every employee, Bello was the last one to leave the hotel. When he went to the front desk to check out, the bill showed a very amazing discounted price of 567,800. After shaking his head gently, Bello took out a black card and paid the full amount neatly. Then, under the watchful eyes of the lobby manager, he once again walked out of the lobby of Juxia Hotel with a dignified step. After leaving Juxia Hotel, Bello neither went home directly nor took a taxi back to the company. He began to walk leisurely on the streets of Juxia City. When Bello walked to the snack street in Juxia City, he went to each stall and patronized them. He ate from the beginning to the end of the snack street. Bello threw a handful of leftover bamboo sticks accurately into the trash can more than 100 meters away from him, and then he walked towards the night market street. 3 hours later, when Bello had finished visiting several night scenes in Juxia City, he found a secluded alley for himself. He was ready to teleport directly from here back to his home in the company. When Bello walked into this alley, he felt that in this secluded alley there was actually a camera hidden in the quiet corner that was not easy to be noticed. Wait a minute, this place, could it be? Just as Bello was silently thinking this in his heart, several gangsters forced a young woman into this alley. Seeing this scene, Bello could confirm 100% that this alley was the famous place where Ge Xiaolun and Lu Juang first met. Oh my god! I didn't expect to have an unexpected gain tonight. After seeing Bello in a suit, Lu Juang and others' eyes suddenly became hot. Just pretend that I have never been here tonight. Bello ignored everyone present and walked out of the alley. Please, save me. The woman who was blocked in the alley hugged one of Bello's legs. Scumbag! Just as Bello was about to get rid of the woman, a powerful voice came from the other end of the alley. Looking closely, the passionate young man Ge Xiaolun was glaring at Lu Juang and others. The real boss is here. Then there is nothing for me to do. After Bello snapped his fingers, the current space was frozen. When the current space returned to normal flow rate, Bello had disappeared from everyone's sight. At the same time, including Ge Xiaolun and Lu Juang, they all had blank memories of less than half a minute in their minds. The memories of Ge Xiaolun, Lu Juang, and others can be faked, but the cameras of Dokeo and others cannot be faked. However, under Bello's special modification, the pictures they took with Bello were all three-dimensional human mosaics. Lian Feng, fix this mosaic for me immediately. At this moment, Dokeo didn't even pay attention to Ge Xiaolun and Lu Juang in the real-time picture. He just wanted to know who this person who could fake in the camera was. Sorry, General, I'm really powerless. Lian Feng found that no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't crack this human-shaped mosaic. Alas! The Earth is already in trouble. Dokeo sighed deeply. When it was really impossible to analyze the human-shaped mosaic, Dokeo locked his eyes on Ge Xiaolun and Lu Juang again. At this moment, Bello, who was at home, couldn't stop smiling. After he disappeared from the crowd just now, he didn't actually go far, but found a suitable position not far away for follow-up observation. When the galactic power in Ge Xiaolun's body was activated for the first time, Bello was very keen to perceive a very familiar breath. That's right, the galactic power of this world, the angel gene in his body, was actually improved using Bello's angel gene as a blueprint. And on another level, it also shows that this world is the super god universe that Bello once visited. Chapter 30. Even after confirming that he was in the super god universe he had been to before, Bello did not go to see Keisha immediately, because he knew that from this moment until the angel came to the earth, there was only less than a year. As a mature god, he could still wait for a year. After that, Bello's life was still the same as before. Every day, he watched the money under his name increase continuously. He was in a good mood and became more and more generous when treating his employees. The employees were all happy about this. When the angel Yan came to the angel group in Tianhe City, Bello sensed it at the first time. He watched the other party tell an earthling from the Styx civilization about the news that the Daudi was about to invade the earth. Then there was the formation of the Xiangbing company and the daily training of a group of crooked melons and jujubes. After these misfits fought a friendly war with Sun Wukong, the training base of the Xiangbinglian was moved from the super seminary to the giant canyon on the ocean. When Ge Xiaolun's angel wings were activated, Bello immediately sensed that there was an indescribable connection between him and the other party. He could clearly know the development level of the other party's angel genes and the current specific strength of the other party. Dokeo, is this the host you chose for my genes? Bello saw some of Dokeo's thoughts in Ge Xiaolun's dark plane. The reason why Dokeo chose Ge Xiaolun as a qualified person of the power of the galaxy was that he only considered the Earth in a small part, and he considered more for the revival of the Denner civilization. And this is also the real reason why the remnants of the Denner civilization have been on the Earth for more than 1,000 years, and the qualified people of the super genes such as the power of the galaxy have only been activated recently. Dokeo, you'd better not let me know that you are also involved in the plan to kill Keisha. After reading Ge Xiaolun's dark plane information, Bello suddenly had a very strong premonition in his heart. When Ge Xiaolun opened the angel wings and learned to fly, Daudi launched a very fierce attack on Tianhe City a month later. And the Xiangbinglian, a team that had only been trained for a few months, was sent to the battlefield in Tianhe City. When Ge Xiaolun wanted to escape on the battlefield, Bello had the idea of rushing over and extracting the angel gene from the opponent's body. It seems that my cultivation is not enough. I am actually angry about this kind of thing. Bello said to himself while sitting on the sofa at home. Ge Xiaolun, who wanted to escape from the battlefield, returned to the battlefield soon after. For the goddess in his heart, Qiangwei, he forced himself to endure the fear in his heart and launched counterattacks against the Daudi again and again. The whole process of the Tianhe battle was basically the same as the scene in Bello's memory. After the battle, the Xiangbinglian, like the original work, fell into unprecedented self-expansion, not knowing that a greater crisis was about to fall on them. Bello, who had spread his consciousness beyond the Chiwa star system, had already sensed that Keisha was coming towards the earth. For this reason, he specially customized a set of clothes that he wore when he and Keisha swore to protect each other 30,000 years ago. Vice President Zhang, from today on, you will be in charge of the company. Bello temporarily entrusted all the company's affairs to a vice president of the company. Don't worry, Mr. Bei, I won't let you down, said Vice President Zhang to Bello sincerely. On this day, when the people of the Xiangbing company were discussing how the beautiful and strong, anti-harmony, hateful alliance was destroyed by a group of demons on the deck of the giant canyon, Keisha brought a dozen high-level guardian angels and descended directly over the giant canyon without any response from the Denner 3 satellite. Isn't this the war madman Dokeo? After seeing you, I know why such a thing happened on Earth. Keisha sat on her cross flagship and bowed her head slightly to Dokeo who was standing on the deck. You are the holy Keisha. What are you doing on Earth? Dokeo raised his head and shouted loudly to Keisha. Give me a minute to read the Earth. Keisha immediately opened her eye of insight. It was said to be 1 minute, but in fact it took less than 10 seconds for Keisha to read all the information about the Earth. Wars are everywhere, and the entire history is wars. No wonder the god of death Karl is interested in you. Keisha couldn't accept such a planet. It looks like a negotiation. Dokeo shouted loudly. What are you talking about? I'm done with you, Dokeo. Yan, have you located Morgana's trace? Keisha ended the conversation with Dokeo, and she turned her eyes to the angel Yan beside her. Reply to Queen Keisha, Morgana's position has been located, but I'm not sure whether she has evolved to the 4th generation of divine body. Angel Yan told Keisha all the information he had found. Go up and get ready. Keisha waved her hand. Yes, Queen Keisha. Angel Yan flew into the air without hesitation. Angel Yan flew straight into the Earth's atmosphere, then she raised the flaming sword in her hand and began to gather the energy of the sun to start the Sky Blade trial. For a moment, it seemed as if 2 suns appeared in the sky. At the same time, Morgana, Liang Bing, who was in Demon number 1, also located the position of Keisha and others, and she also found that Angel Yan was gathering the energy of the Sky Blade trial in the sky. So, in order to escape the Sky Blade trial this time, Morgana directly ordered her subordinates to drive Demon number 1 directly to the sky above Juxia City. In this way, if the angel wanted to destroy the demon, he had to destroy Juxia City below. Stop, 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 you can't do this. Dokeo wanted to stop the angel's Sky Blade trial with emotion. Queen Keisha, Devil number 1 has already flown over Juxia City. If the power of the Sky Blade judgment hits Juxia City, 1 million people will lose their lives. Angel Yan's voice not only reached Keisha's ears, but also reached the ears of every earthling. It is worth it to sacrifice the lives of a few people in exchange for long-term peace, but whether to do so or not is left to the earthlings to decide. Keisha handed the decision to the people of the Xiangbing Company. You must stick to your bottom line and never agree to the angel's request. Dokeo warned every member of the Xiangbing Company in a stern voice. You are the chief, anti-harmony, you decide. Ge Xiaolun expressed everyone's wishes to Dokeo on behalf of everyone. Okay. Lian Feng, start the 3-stage god-killing operation first. Dokeo gave Lian Feng and others in the operation room such and such orders. Start the wormhole code of the giant gorge, and send Ge Xiaolun, Lu Chuang, and Lina up first. Lian Feng and others operated on the keyboard in front of them. Under the operation of Lian Feng and others, a small wormhole loop appeared under the feet of Lu Chuang and Lina. The 2 of them slowly flew towards Keisha in the air under the support of the wormhole loop, and Ge Xiaolun directly opened his angel wings and flew up with the 2 of them. Chapter 31. After Ge Xiaolun and his 3 friends confronted Keisha in the air for a while, Morgana's giant projection appeared above the Grand Canyon. Holy Keisha, you are chasing us all over the universe to convict us. Because she compiled an order called the Order of Justice, and that was decided by Keisha alone. Morgana's projection said like a shrew. That's because of you, it's you who spread the corrupt thoughts all over the universe. Facing Morgana's nonsense, Keisha sat elegantly on the cross flagship. You are a glutton, anti-harmony, what's wrong with freedom and corruption? This is the life that all intelligent creatures should strive to pursue. Do you all want a sword hanging over your head at any time and anywhere? This planet is beautiful and I like it very much, so please get out, I will fight with you to the end for the freedom of the earth. Morgana directly changed the concept. It's crazy. This person is the greatest evil in the known universe, and everyone can kill him. Why do I always say that God should not communicate with people? Because once communication occurs, people will think about right and wrong, and even the word justice will be misunderstood. If I really want to destroy Morgana at all costs, I can just send a thunderbolt from the sky, and that is God's will. Keisha felt that she was wasting time. But in my eyes, you are a food, anti-harmony, there is no heaven and no will. Morgana's projection cursed at Holy Keisha. Okay. Now I hand over the decision to you humans, the power of the galaxy, you make a decision quickly. Holy Keisha turned off Morgana's giant projection and locked her eyes on Ge Xiaolun. Just when the atmosphere on the scene was extremely depressing, a giant throne shining with gold appeared in front of Keisha, Ge Xiaolun, and others. In the center of the throne, there were some faint golden light spots flashing. This energy fluctuation, could it be? The holy Keisha, who had just maintained a cold look, immediately stood up from the cross flagship without caring about her image after feeling an extremely familiar breath coming from the center of the throne. Even if it is to welcome my return, there is no need to make such a big scene. When those golden light spots gradually solidified, Balo appeared in front of everyone with full style. Barrow, is that you? Keisha was about to abandon her image as a queen. It's me, Keisha, I'm back. In order to maintain her image, Balo continued to maintain a calm and indifferent look. Bello, you are finally back. Keisha stood up and slowly floated to Bello. When she confirmed that the other person was the one she missed day and night, she threw herself into his arms regardless of everything. Wow! Everyone at the scene was completely shocked by this sudden scene. How could the sacred Keisha, who had just looked cold, high and mighty, and had an unattainable temperament, fall into a man's arms like a little woman in just a short while? The little angels present were even more surprised by the performance of their queen, and they were also more curious about who this man, no, male god, who could make Queen Keisha lose her composure in public was. Bello and Keisha hugged each other as if no one was around. They didn't care about the eyes of the people around them. Although the two didn't say anything, they had countless words, all included in each other's hug. Ahem, that. After the people present had eaten dog food for a long time, Bello and Keisha's affectionate hug was interrupted by the giant projection of Morgana, who suddenly appeared again. Keisha, if you have anything to say, let's talk slowly when it's just the two of us. Bello kissed Keisha on the forehead when he let go of her. Okay, I'll listen to you. When the time comes, you have to explain why you came back and didn't come to see me for a whole year. Keisha said to Bello with a bright smile on her face and then a bulging face. That's right, Keisha has read some information. She found that Bello didn't just come back, but had been in Juxia City on Earth for a whole year. Bello gently stroked Keisha's cheek. He turned around and looked at Morgana's giant projection. Liang Bing, long time no see. How come you look so, neither human nor ghost? Bello teased Morgana's giant projection. What do you think of my outfit? Brother-in-law. Morgana's giant projection first showed off her devil outfit proudly, and then when she saw the look in Bello's eyes, she called brother-in-law in a mosquito-like voice. After Morgana's brother-in-law, everyone present, except the angels and a few people who knew the truth, showed an expression of shattering worldviews. Because they probably never thought that the Angel Queen and the Demon Queen were actually a pair of sisters. It seems that the war between angels and demons is just an internal dispute between families. So you still remember that I'm your brother-in-law? I think I need to settle the score with you for the damage you've done to Keisha over the years. Bello looked at Morgana's giant projection with a serious face. That, brother-in-law, you listen to my quibbling, no, you listen to my explanation. Morgana at this time has become a little incoherent, because she has read some information from Bello. The opponent's strength is bottomless, and must be much stronger than herself. No need to explain, I already understand it. For the sake of our past relationship, I'll let you run alone in a while. Bello said to Morgana's giant projection with a cold face. Then, he turned around and said to Keisha with a gentle face, I'll be back soon, and then he used teleportation to disappear in front of everyone. Bello used instant teleportation to come directly to the sky above Juxia City and below Devil Number 1. At this time, Juxia City was under his feet, and Morgana's Devil Number 1 was above his head. Bello took out a black scepter from his dark space. This scepter was the one he used to practice to become a god in the Dragon Ball world. When he finished his practice journey, the high priest gave him this scepter. Bello gently tapped the bottom of the scepter to the air under his feet, and then a huge protective shield spread along the bottom of the scepter to the entire Juxia City, and the protective shield finally covered the entire Juxia City. Hey, the little angel in the sky, please quickly send the Sky Blade Judgment here. Bello did not use dark communication, but directly used the method of thousands of miles, no, 10,000 miles of voice transmission to say this to Angel Yan, who was gathering stellar energy in the atmosphere. Yan, do as he says. Keisha looked towards Bello with an admiring expression. Yes, Queen Keisha. After receiving the secret communication from Holy Keisha, Angel Yan did not hesitate to use the Sky Blade Judgment in her hand to hit Morgana's demon number 1. At this point in time, everyone on Earth can see a giant beam of light falling from the sky, shooting towards the direction of Juxia City. Chapter 32. Queen, demon number 1 has been locked by some unknown energy and can no longer make space jumps. Facing the Sky Blade Judgment that fell from the sky, the atmosphere inside demon number 1 has become a state of panic. My bastard brother-in-law. I haven't seen him for tens of thousands of years. I didn't expect him to become so powerful now. And he didn't even leave me a bit of face. Back then, he and my sister had to go through me. Morgana said to herself with her hands on the table in front of her. Report to the Queen. According to the analysis of various data, you should be able to leave demon number 1 alone, but we all. Atai turned around and reported to Morgana. Hearing Atai say this, Morgana suddenly remembered what Bello had just said to her, I'll let you run alone in a while. What did it mean? It means that only she will be allowed to leave, and the demons under her command can only laugh. Queen, don't worry about us, just leave by yourself. For the Queen, we are willing to die. Achuo said to Morgana with a fearless attitude, and then the other demons expressed the same wish to her. No. How can I leave you alone? We agreed to live and die together. Morgana decided to stay and advance and retreat together with the demons under her command. Liang Bing, no wonder the demons under your command are so devoted to you. Since you don't use the opportunity given to you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Bello looked up at the demon number 1 in the air. Liang Bing, are you there? I just detected that your demon number 1 seems to be locked by some energy. What happened? Just when the situation of demon number 1 became extremely critical, Carl's voice suddenly appeared in Morgana's dark communication channel. Carl, you dead side, anti-harmony, if you come a step later, this queen will fall, you hurry up and find a way to get us away. Morgana said to Carl in the dark communication. Please wait a moment. I am calling on the power of the big clock to analyze this unknown energy with all my strength. Can you tell me first, which great god did you meet? Carl responded slowly. My bastard brother-in-law is back. Morgana said so unwillingly. It turned out to be the Heavenly War King. No wonder. Okay, the big clock has analyzed the energy blockade, and I will get you away from the earth now. But please remember, you demons owe me a favor again. Carl controlled the big clock in front of him and prepared to move demon number 1 on the earth away. Although Carl had already taken action, the power of the Sky Blade Judgment still hit demon number 1 before him. Under the power of the Sky Blade Judgment, various devices in the demon number 1 began to emit bursts of electric sparks, and the entire demon number 1 was vibrating violently. Carl, you are in a dead end, anti-harmony. This queen is about to die, why don't you? Morgana hadn't finished speaking in the dark communication channel when the energy of the big clock covered the periphery of the demon number 1. Afterwards, under the stalemate between the energy of the big clock and Bello's divine power, the demon number 1 continued to hover over the sky of Juxia City for more than 10 minutes before leaving the earth in a state of more than half damage. When the demon number 1 left the earth, the power of the Sky Blade Judgment directly hit the protective shield above Juxia City. The people of Juxia City looked up and saw the Sky Blade Judgment hitting the protective shield. At this moment, they seemed to have seen a gorgeous fireworks display in broad daylight. When the power of the Sky Blade Judgment was completely over, Bello and the giant gorge city under his feet were both unscathed. When Bello took the scepter back to the dark space, the protective shield covering the sky above the giant gorge city also disappeared at the same time. After he lowered his head and took a look at his own battle blade group, he used teleportation to return to Keisha and others. This is the real God. At this moment, in many places on the earth, people are praising Bello's actions just now. Because in their belief, only people like Bello, who can destroy evil and protect humans at the same time, can be the real God. It is the most consistent with the standard of God in their minds. You stole my limelight when you appeared. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Keisha asked Bello with a smile. When it's just the two of us, I will compensate you in any way you want me to. Bello didn't care about the eyes of the people around him. Okay, then I'll wait and see. Keisha also didn't care about the eyes of others. Are you Queen Keisha's male god? Angel Yan returned to the side of the angels, and then she asked Bello on behalf of all the angel sisters, a question that everyone wanted to confirm immediately. Yes, Bello is my male god, and also your heavenly war king. Keisha proudly introduced Bello's identity to the angels. What? He is the heavenly war king. The angels began to whisper to each other, but after they carefully recalled the statue standing on the square of mellow heaven, they all felt that the Bello in front of them seemed to be different from the statue. Keisha, did you really crown me as the heavenly war king of angel civilization? Bello held Keisha in his arms. Yes, Bello. After you left, I crowned you as the heavenly war king of angel civilization in front of all the sisters at the opening ceremony of mellow heaven. Do you know? Those sisters at the time also erected a statue for you on the square of mellow heaven, and these young angels have grown up listening to your stories. Keisha said to Bello concisely. So that's the case. Then I really have to thank those old friends back then. Bello said with a faint smile on his face. After the matter on earth is settled, I will take you back to mellow heaven to meet them. They have missed you very much in these tens of thousands of years. It's just a pity that some sisters are no longer here. Keisha leaned on Bello's shoulder. Because they were not sure whether Bello in front of them was the heavenly war king of the angel civilization, the angels present did not dare to salute Bello for the time being. Bello saw through the thoughts of these angels, so he slowly spread his angel wings. Greetings to the heavenly war king. After seeing the pair of light golden angel wings behind him, all the female angels present placed their right hands on their chests and saluted Bello. Seeing you young angels so full of vigor and vitality, I feel that everything Keisha and I did back then was worth it. Hello, everyone, I am Bello, please give me more advice in the future. Bello said to Angel Yan and other female angels with a smile on his face, without any airs. Yes, Heavenly War King. Angel Yan and other female angels responded in unison and sonorously. Keisha, wait for me for a while, I have something to deal with. Bello lifted a strand of hair in front of Keisha's forehead. Go ahead, I'll wait for you here. Keisha's hand also wandered on Bello's face. Bello and Keisha flirted with each other again in public. Then, Bello changed his serious expression and turned around to look at Xiangbinglian and others on the giant canyon. Chapter 33. Are you the power of the galaxy? After looking at all the people in the Xiangbing company, Bello locked his eyes on Ge Xiaolun. Hello, my name is Ge Xiaolun, but they all call me the power of the galaxy. Ge Xiaolun flew to Bello a little embarrassedly. Then do you know where the angel gene in your body comes from? Bello asked Ge Xiaolun with a playful look. I heard them say that it seems to be an angel gene from 30,000 years ago. Ge Xiaolun, who was flying in the air, lowered his head. He was a little afraid to look at Bello in front of him. That's my gene. As soon as Bello finished speaking, the pair of angel wings on his back began to flap. That's right, before this, although Bello spread his angel wings, he didn't let them flap, because he was completely relying on his own divine power to stand in the air, and the angel wings on his back became a decoration. Wow, so handsome! That male angel is so handsome, compared to him, Ge Xiaolun is just an ugly duckling. At this moment, All kinds of voices praising Balo and disparaging Ge Xiaolun continued to come out from the deck of the giant gorge. You said that the angel gene in my body comes from you, so why do you have golden wings and I have black wings? Ge Xiaolun asked with a puzzled look. Because you haven't achieved the expected effect yet. Come, let me help you purify the angel gene in your body. Balo waved gently at Ge Xiaolun, and then a stream of energy instantly entered his body. Under the blessing of this energy, the pair of black wings behind Ge Xiaolun began to lose feathers, and light golden feathers grew again from the place where the black feathers fell. But unfortunately, when this feather-changing drama ended, the pair of wings behind Ge Xiaolun were not completely light golden, but a small part of golden feathers were mixed in with most of the black feathers. In addition, when Balo was delivering energy to Ge Xiaolun, he also cut off the connection between himself and the other party. From now on, he will no longer feel certain consciousness of the other party. Haha! Looking at Ge Xiaolun's pair of incongruous wings, whether it was Angel Yan and other female angels or the people on the giant gorge, they couldn't help laughing at it. No. Either you turn all my wings into gold, or change them back. What's so incongruous? Even Ge Xiaolun himself didn't like his pair of wings that were mostly black and less gold. Just bear with it. With the gradual increase of your future power, your pair of angel wings will sooner or later become the same color as mine. In fact, Balo was not deliberately humiliating Ge Xiaolun, he was really purifying the angel power in the other party's body. Of course, this also more or less included some of Balo's personal grudges against Ge Xiaolun. For example, this was a punishment for the other party's escape from the Battle of Tianhe. Is that really the case? Hearing what Balo said, Ge Xiaolun instantly felt that this pair of angel wings with more black and less gold seemed not as bad as he had imagined, and this was the typical little thought of a loser, anti-harmony, and otaku. The matter of the galaxy power has been dealt with, and now it's time to talk about your problem. After finishing the communication with Ge Xiaolun, Balo locked his eyes on Dokeo again. King Tianzhan, I have also heard about your deeds. On behalf of all the people on earth, I thank you for everything you have just done for Juxia City. Dokeo's heart beat when Balo suddenly named him, and then he pretended to be calm and looked up at the other party flying in the air and said so. How can you, a descendant of the Denner civilization, represent the people on earth? Balo bluntly exposed Dokeo's true identity. Although I am a descendant of the Denner civilization, I have lived on Earth for more than 1,000 years. I have long regarded this place as my second home. Dokeo said so sincerely. Oh, really? Then please explain first, why you have been on Earth for more than 1,000 years, and the super genes in Ge Xiaolun and others have only been activated recently. Balo asked Dokeo pointedly. This. Dokeo didn't know how to answer for a moment, and his repeated hesitation also caused the members of the Xiangbinglian to have a certain crisis of trust in him. After seeing that his goal had been achieved, Balo stopped pestering her, and he went straight back to Keisha. Dokeo didn't dare to answer Balo's sharp questions, because although he regarded the earth as his second home, he also had some selfish motives. In Dokeo's heart, he never gave up and wanted to restore the former glory of the Denner civilization. He even thought about setting aside an area on the earth to rebuild the glory of the Denner civilization, but it was obvious that he couldn't tell everyone about this directly. Okay. My business has been dealt with. Shall we leave now? As soon as Balo returned to Keisha, he took her hand. Of course. There is nothing for us here. After Keisha glanced at Rina on the giant canyon, she and Balo, along with the female angels, disappeared from the sight of Xiangbinglian and others. This time, when Keisha left the giant canyon, she did not ban Ge Xiaolun's angel wings. After Keisha arranged all the little angels, she came to a room alone, and Balo had been waiting there for a long time. Keisha, Balo didn't finish his words, and Keisha interrupted him. No matter what you want to explain, please don't say it to me first, Anti-harmony. Keisha took off her Angel King cloak. Hearing Keisha's words, Belo no longer maintained the image of a gentleman. At this moment, he just wanted to transform into the appearance of a wild wolf first, and then, their mouths touched each other naturally. Here I should omit 100,000 words again. No, how can 100,000 words be enough? It should be 1,000,000 words. When a couple who have been separated for 30,000 years meet again, what will happen? In the next half-month, Belo and Keisha gave everyone the most intuitive answer. Because both of them were gods, they didn't need to eat or go to the toilet. Therefore, in the past half-month, Belo and Keisha only talked for less than half a day, except for having fun and taking a short break. Although it was only half a day, Belo still told Keisha all his origins, including his past life, everything in the Dragon Ball world, and topics related to the heavens and the worlds. So, when you first saw me, you already had some plans for me, right? Keisha was drawing circles on Belo's chest with her fingers after a 4-hour romantic affair. How can this be called having plans? This should be called love at first sight. Belo wiped some non-existent sweat on Keisha's bare back. That's right, as a god, no matter how tired he is, he will not sweat. Oh! Tell me the truth. When did you fall in love with me at first sight? Was it when you were watching anime? Or when you saw me in real life? Keisha sat up from Belo's body. Whether it was when I was watching anime or when I saw you in real life, I fell in love with you at first sight twice. Belo sat up and hugged Keisha's chest from behind. Keisha leaned on Belo's arms, and after the two talked for a while, they started a new round of tongue-twisting battle. Here should be omitted 100,000 words. Chapter 34. When Keisha appeared in front of Angel Yan and others again, she was already satisfied and refreshed. Therefore, the female angels who knew each other tacitly couldn't help laughing secretly. Although these young female angels have not married yet, they are not ignorant of some things. They all understand what their queen has done with Tianzhan Wang every day in the past half a month. Yan, what do you think of the galaxy power? Although she knew that everyone was secretly laughing at her, Keisha was still able to ask Angel Yan without changing her expression. If you ask me, the galaxy power is simply a fool. Compared with Tianzhan Wang, he is simply one in the sky and the other on the ground. No, it should be called in the basement. Before Angel Yan could respond, Angel Leng took the lead and said so. Sister Leng, how can you say that about Sister Yan's future male god? Angel Lingzi stood up and refuted. He is Yan's male god? In that case, Yan's future is full of darkness. Angel Leng continued to add. You must be patient enough to treat a new male god. Back then, Belo and I also went through a lot of things together before we got together. Keisha first talked about Angel Yan's personal affairs, and then she began to arrange the next related matters. Because Belo has returned, some plans of the angel civilization have to be temporarily changed. Belo's return not only made Keisha's plan temporarily adjusted, but also made other forces in the super god universe have a significant change in their strategies to deal with the Earth. Among them, the biggest change is Morgana's demon group, because their demon number 1 has been half crippled by the Skyblade judgment. Therefore, after being rescued by Carl with the big clock, they stayed near the Pluto Worm Bridge station in the solar system, and did not dare to move forward to the direction of the Earth easily. On Earth, because of Belo's words, Dokeo was indeed dismissed from all his positions. Now he can only return to the super seminary to be an ordinary teacher, and all his previous positions have now been seamlessly connected by Lian Feng. When the various forces on Earth and the universe were making various adjustments, Belo, with an excited face, had already returned to Juxia City on Earth with Keisha in her casual clothes. Warblade Group. Belo, you are thoughtful. Keisha stood at the gate of the company and looked at the 4 big characters on the plaque. Keisha, I will never forget every word you have said to me. Belo held Keisha's hand tightly. After the two stood at the gate of the company for a while, Bello took Keisha's hand and walked into the company's lobby. "Hello, Mr. Bay. Who is this?" The receptionist at the front desk had been staring at Keisha since just now. "This is your president's wife." Bello introduced Keisha in a loud voice. "Hello, Madam President." The receptionist bowed to Keisha immediately. When the company's employees heard about the president's wife, they came to Bello's office for various reasons, wanting to see Keisha's style with their own eyes. When the employees saw Keisha's style, they suddenly realized why Bello had rejected any female employee's confession before. After all, no matter who it was, with such a beautiful wife by his side, no one would go out to flirt with other women. That night, Bello took the initiative to propose to hold a grand welcome party for Keisha at the Juxia Hotel. For this, the company's employees were so excited that they were about to jump up and down. At the welcome party that night, the company's employees spontaneously bought many gifts for Keisha. These gifts added up to a small mountain more than 4 meters high. At the welcome party that night, most of the company's employees were drunk, so Bello was very considerate and gave them 3 days of paid leave. As a result, they drank even more and couldn't even walk. After the welcome party, Bello and Keisha very considerately called a taxi for each employee and sent them back to their homes safely. After sending the last employee to the taxi, Bello took Keisha to experience next, the nightlife of the Earthlings. The next day, when Keisha opened her eyes from the couch in Bello's home in the company, the first scene that came into her eyes was the ceiling painted with stars. Keisha touched her side and found that Bello was no longer beside her. Then she closed her eyes and felt it for a while, and she found that he was preparing breakfast in the kitchen. After Keisha, dressed in snow white, stood up from the couch, a white nightgown with golden lace appeared on her body out of thin air. Keisha walked to the French window in the room and pulled open the curtains in front of her. From this perspective, she looked at the busy streets below. "You're awake. Why don't you sleep a little longer?" After Bello prepared breakfast, he came into the room and hugged Keisha's slender waist from behind. "I can't sleep without you by my side." Keisha leaned the back of her head on Bello's shoulder. "After breakfast, I'll sleep with you for a while." Bello's hand moved a distance towards Keisha's slender waist. "We are all gods now, it doesn't matter whether we eat breakfast or not." Keisha turned around and faced Bello. "I know, but eating is to prove that our sense of taste still exists, and at the same time we are enjoying the process of eating." Bello took Keisha's hand, and the two walked into the dining room. "Feed me." When Keisha sat in front of the dining table, she made a gesture to be fed. "Okay." Bello gently picked up a sandwich and handed it to Keisha's mouth. "I'll feed you too." When Keisha finished that sandwich, she picked up another sandwich. "Great." Bello ate the sandwich that Keisha fed him bite by bite. A simple breakfast took Bello and Keisha a whole hour to eat. After the two of them finished their breakfast, they returned to the room together. After a while, the sound of harmonious music came from the room. Another 100,000 words should be omitted here. With Keisha by his side, Bello changed his work and rest time by himself. He would not go to the office before 9 o'clock every day, and he would get off work directly from 1 to 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The previous 7-day work week was changed to 3 days of fishing and 2 days of drying the net. Chapter 35. On this day, when it was the rest day that Bello had set for himself, he handed the women's clothing he had just bought to Keisha. "Bello, are you sure you want me to wear this?" Keisha was both resistant and looking forward to the women's clothing in front of her. Yes, the clothes that Bello chose for Keisha were similar to the JK sailor suits of Dongdao. In addition to this dress, there were also a pair of knee-high boots and transparent stockings. "Of course, this set was carefully selected for you. Come, let me help you put it on." Bello went straight to work and unbuttoned a button on Keisha's top. This was just a simple journey of changing clothes, which could be done in a few minutes, but it took Bello and Keisha more than 2 hours, 50,000 words omitted, to complete it. Keisha, who was wearing a sailor suit, hesitated again when she was about to go out. She didn't mind dressing like this in front of Bello, but she didn't dare to go out wearing such clothes. After seeing Keisha's repeated hesitation, Bello finally softened his heart and went to prepare a more ordinary female dress for her. This time, in order not to waste too much time, Keisha returned to the room alone to change her clothes, and in order to satisfy Bello's little thoughts, she also deliberately kept the pair of knee-high boots and transparent stockings. When Bello saw the high boots and stockings on Keisha's legs, he smiled knowingly. In the following time, Bello and Keisha walked in the streets and alleys of Juxia City like an ordinary couple. The two went to a milk tea shop to drink a cup together, and 2 straws were placed in the same cup for a mandarin duck milk tea. Barrow, what do you think of the ultimate fear of this world? After taking a sip of milk tea, Keisha picked up a macaron from the plate on the table. Keisha, according to my guess, the ultimate fear of this world is probably a group of void creatures that only rely on instinct to move. Barrow picked up a small sugar cube from the plate on the table and fed it to Keisha's mouth. That's right, these void creatures that only rely on instinct to move are just eating when they destroy a civilization or a world. Their attitude towards a certain civilization or world is like people harvesting leeks. When a civilization or world becomes strong enough, leeks grow to a certain extent, it will become the food they need. So, my order of justice is not wrong. Although its existence restricts the development of a civilization, it protects them well from the invasion of void creatures. Keisha ordered another macaron from the waiter. But they won't remember your kindness. In their eyes, they will only think that you are exercising autocratic rule. Bello ordered another cup of honeydew melon-flavored yuan-yang milk tea. Forget it. As the saying goes, children and grandchildren have their own blessings. After we leave this world, they can develop as they want. Keisha sighed deeply. She really decided to let go of some things completely. Yes, when Keisha heard about the heavens and the worlds from Bello, she became very interested in other worlds. For this reason, the two of them have already made a plan, which is to reversely use the plan to kill the gods against Keisha, which was participated in by Morgana and Karl, and even Liang and Denner. That's right, Bello's method of plane crossing requires a particularly huge energy as a trigger. So the star explosion in the Emerald Galaxy is a very good trigger. In fact, Barrow also approved of Keisha's approach. Not letting the ultimate fear spread throughout the universe is to allow more people to pursue life and the joy of life in a limited time. If they live in an atmosphere of fear all day long, they will lose hope for their future lives. Keisha, I'm going to ask you a question very sincerely now. If I don't come back this time, will you face your own fall calmly as Morgana and Karl expected? Barrow suddenly changed his previous happy expression and asked Keisha. Maybe. I always feel that the world without you is meaningless. I always have to use a lot of tasks to enrich myself. I have lived this kind of life for nearly 30,000 years. If Morgana and Karl really have the ability to make me fall, I am willing to follow their expectations' idea to do that. It was obviously a matter of life and death, but Keisha said so calmly. Are you only thinking about yourself and not the angels who have been following you? If you die like that, their fighting power will plummet, and then they will. Bello said so. They can't always fight under my protection. They have to learn to grow up on their own, but you are right, I shouldn't be so selfish, but I really want to use a more extreme way to train their abilities. Keisha said so in a dilemma. So, the two of us just need to leave here, so that we can train them and avoid some unnecessary casualties. Bello suddenly held down Keisha's hand that was about to pick up a macaron. From now on, no matter which world you want to go to, I will always be with you. Keisha understood Bello's intention, and she fed the macaron into Bello's mouth. From now on, we will never be separated again. We have missed each other for 30,000 years. We will be together for the next 30,000 years, 300,000 years, 3 million years. When he said this, Bello stood up and went forward to hug Keisha. His action made the other people in the milk tea shop cheer and whistle at them. My husband said that he will pay for all the consumption in this store today. After getting Bello's approval, Keisha said this to the other people in the milk tea shop. Wow! Great! I wish you a happy marriage and a long-lasting love. Words like these kept coming out of other people's mouths. P.S. Eternal love is certain, but a happy marriage, are you sure this isn't an insult to us? Okay, since we've decided to do this, you should come back to mellow heaven with me before that. Let's meet up with old friends like Hexi and reminisce about the past, and then explain to them. After the two of them walked out of the milk tea shop, Keisha said to Bello. Don't be in a hurry, let's have some fun on earth before we go back to mellow heaven. Just now, while drinking milk tea, Bello had already silently formulated a complete set of plans for a global trip with Keisha. When Bello told Keisha about his global trip plan, the other party agreed without even thinking about it. Before officially starting the global trip, Bello directly sold part of the company's shares to the company's two vice presidents and the heads of some departments, and once again entrusted the company's management rights to Vice President Zhang. Other people's global trips always bring large and small bags of luggage, but Bello and Keisha's global trip does not need to carry those things in their respective hands. Because Bello has a scepter that can hold infinite things, yes, it is the scepter that was used to protect Juxia City. Speaking of this scepter, originally there was a relatively complete small world in its internal space, but when the high priest gave it to Bello, he took away the small world inside, so that the scepter in his hand became a state of nothingness. And to this day, Bello has only obtained 1/10 of the authority of the scepter. For this reason, he cannot adjust the time flow rate of the internal space of the scepter, so that the time in the space and the time outside are always consistent. Chapter 36. While Bello and Keisha were traveling around the world, the Xiangbinglian was desperately undergoing various harsh trainings under the supervision of Lian Feng. For this reason, some members were strict with themselves, while others complained about the world. The members who chose to complain simply felt that the earth was now calm and there was no need to continue such high-intensity training. For this reason, Lian Feng sternly warned them, the reason why the earth is now calm is because there are two great gods staying on the earth. Once these two great gods leave the earth, those aliens who have ill intentions towards the earth will come to invade the earth regardless of everything. In this case, Lian Feng has a long hand, anti-harmony. Then let the two great gods stay on the earth forever, isn't it better? During the free time of lunch break, Ge Xiaolun said a whimsical topic to Lian Feng. Xiaolun, the safety of the earth must be in your own hands. If everyone only puts all their hopes on the two great gods, how can the earth develop? Lian Feng said to Ge Xiaolun earnestly. Next, Lian Feng asked Ge Xiaolun to find other members of the Xiangbinglian, and then she told everyone about some things that had happened in the Denner civilization. Xiaolun, Lian Feng is right. The earth must rely on itself to protect it. If you always put your hopes on others, the earth will not be able to develop in the long run. After listening to Lian Feng's story, Kailan came to Ge Xiaolun and persuaded him. Lunzi, Sister Kailan is right. Although I don't understand some great truths, I also know the meaning of this sentence that everything depends on myself. After listening to everyone's speeches, Lu Juang also understood some truths. Xiaolun, stop daydreaming. No matter what difficulties lie ahead, we brothers will help you overcome them. Zhao Xin patted Ge Xiaolun on the shoulder. With the encouragement of the members of the hero company, Ge Xiaolun finally understood the true meaning of relying on himself for everything. So, he never complained in the following training. In this global trip, Bello took Keisha to many different places, anti-harmony, and experienced various customs. They left their footprints in Malijian, Yindu, Russia, Ghana, Diazi, Yingjili, Ireland, Vatican, all anti-harmony, and other places, anti-harmony. Keisha, do you know? When I was in the Dragon Ball world, I went to many scenic spots alone to check in, and then I would cut your figure next to me in the photos I took. Bello took out a lot of commemorative photos taken with Keisha in various places, anti-harmony. Barrow, I am the same. In these 30,000 years, whenever I record various data of the angel civilization, I always write your name behind me. Keisha casually retrieved a record from the sacred knowledge treasure house of the angel civilization. After each Keisha, the word Barrow was written. Keisha, it is my greatest honor to meet you in this life. Barrow put his hands on Keisha's shoulders. Barrow, me too. Keisha threw herself into Barrow's arms. Keisha, do you want to experience what the underwater hotel is like tonight? Barrow, who was holding Keisha, suddenly proposed. Go. As long as you are with me, let alone the underwater hotel, even the magma hotel is no problem. Keisha agreed to Barrow's proposal without hesitation. Because of Keisha's joke, after Bello took her to experience an underwater hotel. The two of them actually stayed overnight in Fuji Mountain, Anti-Harmony, on Dongdaedo Island. This round-the-world trip took more than a year to come to an end. When the two were about to go to Mellow Heaven, Bello brought Keisha and used teleportation to the vicinity of Demon Number 1 located at the Pluto Worm Bridge Station. Keisha, now there is an opportunity in front of you. Do you want to take this opportunity to eliminate Liang Bing and those demons in one fell swoop? Bello held Keisha's hand with one hand and pointed at Demon Number 1 in the distance with the other hand. Bello, forget it. Liang Bing and his demons should be left to Yan and the others as whetstones. After Keisha stared at Demon Number 1 for a long time, she finally give up the idea of destroying the other party directly. Okay. Bello unconditionally accepted all of Keisha's ideas. Yan and Ling, I'm going back to Mellow Heaven with Bello. After we leave, the things on Earth will be left to you too. After Keisha used dark communication to send a message to Angel Yan and Angel Leng and others, she and Bello set out on the road back to Mellow Heaven. Atomic detection is underway. Welcome home, Heavenly War King. When Bello passed the entrance detection of Mellow Heaven, the system's voice came into his and Keisha's ears. After Bello and Keisha smiled at each other, the two of them flew hand in hand towards the planet called Mellow Heaven floating in the current universe. At this time, Hexi and other female angels of the older generation had already gathered on the square of Mellow Heaven, ready to welcome Bello's return and Keisha's return home, and the statue of the Heavenly War King stood behind these angels. Hexi, Lu Yu, and everyone, I'm back. Bello came to Hexi and others and greeted them one by one. Just as Keisha said before, many angels that Bello knew are no longer there, such as Alan who died in Fraser, Yutong who lost his trace, and Ruaning who betrayed the angel civilization. After greeting everyone, Hexi turned into a tour guide and took Bello around in Mellow Heaven, while Keisha went to arrange some of the next things. Are these your genetic codes? Hexi asked, staring at a set of data on the virtual screen. Yes, this is the data of my scion genes. Bello pointed to the long list of data on the screen and said so. After Hexi took Bello to visit the entire Mellow Heaven, she took him directly to the space-based laboratory. When collecting Bello's blood sample, Hexi tried all the knives in the angel civilization, but none of them could cut through the other's skin. In the end, Bello used the bottom of the scepter to cut a hole on his arm. When Hexi put Bello's blood sample in a small culture dish, she was surprised to find that the blood samples were moving autonomously. Later, through Bello's description, Hexi learned that after the other's blood left his body, it would produce a certain self-awareness and want to return to his body. In order to allow Hexi to better study his genetic data, Bello could only remove the self-awareness of those blood samples. Chapter 37. I really didn't expect it. You actually came from another world. Now think about it carefully, you actually revealed quite a lot of flaws at that time. Oh, right. Have you and Keisha really decided to do this? He saved Belo's Scion gene data strictly and encrypted in his own space-based database. You should also know that Keisha has been on the throne for 30,000 years. She has long been a little tired, but she can't take the initiative to abdicate. Now that there is this opportunity for her to relax, how can I not agree to her? Belo said this with a loving expression, thinking about Keisha's appearance in his heart. Okay, don't show your love with Keisha in front of me, I. At this point, He choked a little. He listen to my advice and forget about him as soon as possible. He is not worth your concern for him, and it has been 30,000 years, you should try to love others. Belo advised He. As angels, we will only love one person in this life, just like Keisha will only love you. He's eyes revealed a not very firm expression. You haven't read the angel's protection oath to that person. Therefore, there is no need for you to force yourself to this point. Listen to my advice and try to love others. After Belo said this to he used teleportation to go to Keisha's side. Try to love others? Maybe I should try it too. After Belo left, He looked at the blooming Tianji garden and said to himself. Belo, you have just persuaded He, right? At this time, in the little sweet house 30,000 years ago, Keisha leaned in Belo's arms and asked. I have persuaded her as much as I can. As for whether she listens or not, I can't control it. Belo put his hands on Keisha's abdomen. My sister has been alone for 30,000 years. Because of Sumali, she has never been able to get out of those things. I really hope she can bravely pursue her own happiness again. Keisha leaned her head on Belo's chest. Speaking of Sumali, Keisha, why did you let Hwaya and the other male angels go back then? Belo's hand began to move above Keisha's abdomen. There are many reasons. Keisha cooperated with Belo's hand to let her clothes slip off one by one, and told him the real reason why she let Hwaya and others go back then. After Keisha finished talking about the real reason why she let Hwaya and others go, all the clothes on her and Belo had fallen to the ground. It's time to omit 100,000 words again. From Keisha's description, Belo learned this information. Although Hwaya was a tyrant, he did have a lot of followers. In the Battle of the Raging Sea, the female angels only defeated their main force, and there were countless followers behind them. At that time, if Keisha rashly killed Hwaya, then his followers would definitely come to avenge the female angels. Of course, Keisha also had to consider the important position of the angel saint King Hwake in the hearts of all angels, and Hwaya was his only son. Therefore, Keisha combined many factors and after a series of careful considerations, she finally decided to exile Hwaya and other male angels directly. After Belo and Keisha spent a year in the Mellow Heaven, they were ready to return to Earth again. Before returning to Earth, Keisha brought Belo to the birthing port of all the flagships of the Skyblade series. Keisha, is this your Skyblade No. 1? Belo asked as he looked at the giant flagship in front of him. Yes. This is my Skyblade No. 1. We will move the cabin and the entire Skyblade Palace to this flagship in a while. Keisha planned the placement of various facilities and scenery on Skyblade No. 1 with interest. That's right, Keisha plans to take her Skyblade No. 1 to other worlds with Belo. Keisha's Skyblade No. 1 is the largest flagship of all the Skyblade series. Angel Yan's Skyblade No. 7 is like a baby standing next to the Hulk in front of it. Because the Angel's Combat Auxiliary, the auxiliary system mainly relies on the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House for support. Therefore, even if the Skyblade No. 1 is driven to another world, the combat effectiveness of the Angels will not be greatly affected. After Keisha moved all the facilities and scenery that she wanted to place on the Skyblade No. 1 to this flagship, Belo put the flagship into the internal space of the scepter. Whenever Belo wanted to enter the interior of the scepter would be left in place. Therefore, when he took Keisha into the space of the scepter was left in the place where they disappeared. There is really nothing here. Keisha looked at the scepter space where only the Sky Blade number 1 was located and complained. I'm sorry, Keisha. Because I chose the path of becoming a god through power, I am not very good at the power of laws such as creation. Belo took Keisha's hand and came to the interior of the Sky Blade number 1 together. Belo, how about we go to a galaxy without life and choose a planet and a star to put here? Keisha took Belo and went straight to the bathtub of Sky Blade number 1. Keisha, as long as the heaven of this world agrees, even if it is in here, it will be no problem to put a whole galaxy. Belo was sitting in the bathtub, rubbing Keisha's bare back. Okay. Then we'll settle it. Keisha closed her eyes and began to quietly enjoy the bathing service that Belo gave her. When Belo and Keisha were flying in the scepter space, Hexi tried to touch the scepter, but as soon as she approached the other party with a distance of 1 meter, she was shaken away by a strong shock wave. If Hexi had not had any ill will towards the scepter, otherwise, she would not have been just shaken away by the other party. When Belo and Keisha took a comfortable bath in Sky Blade number 1 and then had a romantic time, they walked out of the scepter space hand in hand. At this moment, Hexi had already set up a simple laboratory around the scepter. She was desperately analyzing the data of the scepter on the operating interface in front of her. Hexi, if you want the data of the scepter, I will give it to you. When Belo took back the scepter, he transferred a set of data to a device next to Hexi. After that, Belo took Keisha to a galaxy in the known universe where no life existed. When Belo collected the star, the heavenly consciousness of this world did not react at all, but when he collected a planet, the heavenly consciousness immediately flashed in his mind. Belo tried every planet in the galaxy, and found that the heavenly consciousness of this world did not allow him to take any planet. After traveling through dozens of star systems, Belo finally took away a planet from the known universe with the approval of the heavenly consciousness. It was only 1/5 the size of the Earth and had no life. When Belo put the planet into the scepter space, he was surprised to find that the star he had previously taken into the space had become only 1/10 of its previous size. It seemed that the heavenly consciousness had asked him to take away a star that had already entered the countdown of its life. Chapter 38. Belo took Keisha and traveled almost half of the known universe, and only collected a star that was about to be scrapped and 2 lifeless planets that were only 1/5 the size of the Earth into the internal space of the scepter. When Belo and Keisha finished their planet collection journey and returned to Mellow Heaven 3 months later, Angel Yan suddenly sent a secret message from Earth. Morgana had sent the demon warrior Achuo to assassinate Enixid on the planet Fraser. Keisha, let me ask you another question. Angel Yan and Enixid, who is your favorite successor? When it was time to set off, Belo asked Keisha this question. Belo, personally, I still prefer Angel Yan, but I can't ignore the best algorithm of the Sacred Knowledge Treasure House. Therefore, I can only bet on both of them at the same time. Keisha answered in detail. That means, one of them made a rational choice, and the other made a data choice, right? Belo changed his mind and commented on this matter. Yes, that's it, let's go. Let's go and perform on the stage that Morgana and Carl have built for us. Don't let the audience who are ready to watch the show wait too long. Keisha said with great interest. Through chatting with Belo, Keisha has confirmed that her plan to kill gods is not only led by the devil and the sticks, but also involves Liang and Denner. Well, let's go now. Oh, sorry, my teleportation can't move that far now. Belo took Keisha's hand. He wanted to use teleportation, but he couldn't accurately lock the specific location of Angel Yan and others. It's okay. We can go through Tianren number 1. No, we have to use TNG number 1 now, and use its number 15 insect gate to get through. Keisha took Belo's hand in turn, and then the two flew towards TNG number 1 together. After arriving on Earth, Belo and Keisha temporarily separated. He went directly back to the Warblade group and made some arrangements for the aftermath, while Keisha went to meet up with Angel Yan and others. Yan, you go to find the Galaxy Force and ask him to go to Fraser with you to protect Anisid and kill the demon Achuo. Keisha made such arrangements to Angel Yan. Yes, Queen Keisha. Angel Yan then spread his wings and flew away. The rest of you, follow me to have a decisive battle with Morgana's demon group. Keisha said to Angel Leng and other female angels. Yes, Queen Keisha. Angel Leng and other female angels answered in unison. After Balo arranged all matters of the Warblade group, he came to the training ground of the Xiangbing Company. When he saw Ge Xiaolun again, the pair of wings behind him had more golden feathers than before, and the power in his body was stronger than before. Yes, now you look more like the power of the galaxy. Balo was still generous in praising Ge Xiaolun for his rapid progress in a short period of time. This is all thanks to you. If it weren't for you, my power wouldn't be so strong now. Ge Xiaolun scratched the back of his head and said so. Ge Xiaolun, the angel gene in you comes from me, so your future belongs to the angel. Listen to my advice, the time and space rose is not suitable for you, the future angel queen is more suitable for you. As a member of the angel, Balo naturally favors the CP of Angel Yan and Ge Xiaolun. Ah! The future angel queen, what does that mean? Ge Xiaolun asked back without knowing why. It means exactly what it says. Okay, she's here now. As soon as Balo finished speaking, Angel Yan came behind him and Ge Xiaolun. Although the Xiangbing Company had changed its commander, Lian Feng still agreed to Angel Yan's request and let Ge Xiaolun go to Fraser Star with him. Unlike the original work, this time, when Ge Xiaolun left the earth, he went to Rose solemnly and said goodbye. However, when the ambiguous atmosphere on the scene came, Ge Xiaolun wanted to kiss Rose, but he was greeted by a fist from the other party. Afterwards, Ge Xiaolun, with a fist mark on his face, boarded a small angel spaceship with Angel Yan and set off towards Fraser Star. I am a lovely dividing line. My dear sister, why are you alone? Where is my bastard brother-in-law? When Morgana led the flying demons to Keisha and others, she mocked her sister as soon as she appeared. He went to find your ally. Keisha replied lightly. I don't believe he dares to find Carl. Morgana said angrily. Believe it or not, but I want to tell you that your plan is doomed to fail. Keisha's words were extremely sincere. I don't want to say a word of nonsense to you now. Morgana said angrily. That's true. We have been sisters for only 1,000 years. And then you have been against me. Okay, enough teasing, get ready to die. When Keisha sensed that Balo had gone to find Carl, she issued combat instructions to the female angels around her against the demon group. Then, the female angels fought with the demons. The angels relied on the flaming sword and their own super defense, while most of the demons fired with an energy cannon, anti-harmony. Therefore, the entire battlefield looked like people from two different eras fighting each other. After all the angels and all the demons found their respective opponents, Morgana launched an attack on Keisha. At the same time, Balo also came to the periphery of the Styx civilization, and the person standing here to greet him was Carl's first loyalist Snow. Tian Shan King, what do you want to do to my god Carl? At this moment, Snow holds a huge black sickle in the lower part of the body, and it is also shrouded in a purple and black mist. The sacred Kashaw's personal grievances, I hope that you will not intervene in the King of Heaven, otherwise. Snow's words have not finished, and his mask was punching as solidly. I don't want to intervene. Do you and Carl have no brains like this? Balo issued 3 consecutive questions and slammed Snow with his fist crazy. Balo just used the most ordinary fist to attack, but he beat Snow so badly that he had no power to fight back. Chapter 39. King of Heavenly War, you've had enough. Just when Balo was beating Snow with all his might, Carl appeared not far from him. And as soon as the other party appeared, Snow, who was being beaten, disappeared from Balo's sight, and then Snow appeared next to Carl in the next second. Thank you, My God, Carl! Snow, who had been beaten beyond recognition, said to Carl beside him respectfully. King of Heavenly War's strength is indeed as unfathomable as the rumors say. You and Holy Keisha are gods of the same level. In order to welcome the arrival of the Void Age, I have no choice but to send you and her away together. Carl said this with an unfathomable attitude, looking at Bello in front of him. Do you have that ability? As soon as Bello finished speaking, he turned into the first form of Super Saiyan in front of Carl and Snow, and his combat power value increased geometrically. This is... After Carl said 2 words in shock, Bello punched through his phantom. Carl, who was hit by Bello, immediately started coughing. Aren't you known as immortal? How come I hurt you now? At this time, Bello's green eyes were only a few inches away from Carl's eyes. What's wrong with this golden flame on your body? Why can it hurt my phantom? Carl used all his strength to pull a certain distance from Bello. At this time, he no longer had the previous sense of mystery. With the help of the big clock, Carl used all his skills against Bello, and finally he was able to fight the opponent to a draw. However, this was only what he personally thought was a draw, because Bello didn't use his full strength at all. He was just trying to consume the energy of the big clock as he and Keisha had agreed before. That's right. Bello had already discussed with Keisha before. When Carl used the big clock to plot against them, they would also plot against the big clock in return. The best result would be that the big clock would shut down for 100 years after plotting against them. At this time, Snow, who was watching the battle, was shocked to the extreme, because in his memory, he had never seen that his master Carl would be so exhausted to deal with his opponent. Liang Bing, please distract the attention of the Holy Keisha. I can't hold on any longer. Carl, who was almost unable to resist, contacted Morgana through dark communication. But on the other end of the dark communication, Morgana did not give Carl any response at all. Because at this moment, Morgana had already exhausted all means, but she couldn't even make Keisha stand up from the chair under her, let alone defeat her. I was flying around like a clown, but Keisha was sitting on a chair the whole time. Just by waving 2 fingers, she could fight back and forth with her. The strength of the 2 sisters was completely not on the same level. You. After another one-man show, Morgana's whole body was clamped by Keisha's silver wings. Just say what you want to say. My silver wings are not stuck on your neck. Keisha sat on the chair with her legs crossed, with a teasing look on her face, looking at Morgana and said so. This, eats, anti-harmony. Morgana almost used up her last bit of strength, because after she said this, her whole body collapsed directly. Goodbye, my foolish sister. Let today's sisterhood be reunited and frozen in this moment forever. Just as Keisha was about to use her silver wings to give Morgana the final blow, a huge translucent skull suddenly appeared behind her and swallowed her up along with half of the chair. At the same time, Carl, who had been beaten back by Bello, smiled. Then he activated a huge energy that had been stored in the big clock, and then another huge translucent skull appeared behind Bello. After seeing the huge skull appear, Bello smiled and then he let the skull swallow him and the surrounding space together. When 2 blurry flashes appeared in succession, Keisha and Bello both appeared in an unfamiliar starry sky, and in this unfamiliar starry sky, there was a star that seemed to be about to explode at any time, and this was the Emerald Galaxy. This is the first time I've seen you like this. Bello, is this what you call a Super Saiyan? Keisha smiled as she looked at Bello, who was wrapped in golden flames, with his hair standing upside down, and his hair and eyebrows were also golden, and his pupils were still light green, and teased. Yes, Keisha, this is a Super Saiyan. As long as the people of our clan become this form, their combat power can directly increase to between 20 and 50 times on the basis of normal conditions. Bello put his hand on Keisha's cheek. This golden flame is so warm. After Keisha felt the temperature of Bello's hand, she immediately threw herself into each other's arms. Then, the two of them hugged each other as if the star in front of them did not exist. "Sorry to bother you two." Just when Bello and Keisha were hugging each other, Carl's virtual projection appeared beside them at an inopportune time. "Come on. Carl, tell me. How did you get both of us to this place?" Keisha temporarily left Bello's arms, but the two of them still held hands together. "Queen Keisha, in your understanding, space is constant and unchanging. You can go from one place to another by adjusting the wormhole, but in my understanding, space is also unstable, so I didn't change your position, I changed the position of space." At this time, Carl, in front of Bello and Keisha, turned into a knowledgeable scholar. Then, while the star of the Emerald Galaxy had not exploded, Carl told Bello and Keisha about his research on the void. In his cognition, he only knew that those void creatures were powerful individuals, but he didn't know their true form and way of survival. Chapter 40. "Come, Bello, let's sit down and study it together. What exactly is the concept of this unstable space?" Keisha waved her hand gently, summoning a meteorite from nearby, and then she and Bello sat on the meteorite together. "Queen Keisha, King Tianzhan, why don't you two escape?" At this time, Carl had already discovered something wrong. "Escape? Why should we escape? We have been waiting for this day for a long time." Keisha knew that Carl had guessed some of the truth, so she stopped playing dumb with him. "Keisha, are you ready?" Bello stood up from the meteorite. "Bello, do you know? I have been ready for a long time." Keisha also stood up. When Bello took out the scepter, Keisha left a message in the sacred knowledge treasury, and then she entered the inner space of the scepter. At this time, Carl, who had completely noticed the abnormal situation, was trying to stop the explosion of the Emerald Star. Even Rena, whose body was temporarily controlled by Morgana, was quickly moved away by him. However, Carl was able to move Rena away, but he could not stop the explosion of the Emerald Star. "Okay, Carl, don't waste your energy. I have imposed an energy blockade outside the space around your projection. You should be very familiar with it." That's right, the energy blockade that Barrow imposed on Carl now was the same method he used to lock Devil Number 1 in the sky above Juxia City. It was the one you used to lock Devil Number 1 on Earth at that time. Carl was both familiar and unfamiliar with this energy blockade. He was familiar with it because he had analyzed it with the big clock, and he was unfamiliar because he had not yet fully analyzed its composition conditions. "Carl, you think that if you take Rena away, I will have no way to make this Emerald Star explode, right?" As soon as Barrow finished speaking, he transformed into the second form of Super Saiyan directly in front of Carl's projection. After transforming into Super Saiyan 2, Barrow faced the Emerald Star. He opened his hands and began to gather chi. When the chi was almost gathered, he put his hands together, and then a huge golden Qigong wave rushed towards the direction of the Emerald Star. Under the impact of the golden Qigong wave, the Emerald Star, which was not going to explode immediately, suddenly became active. Seeing this, Carl felt that he could no longer stay here, because even if it was a projection, it would be hurt by some dark matter produced after the explosion of the Emerald Star. When Carl's projection disappeared, Barrow returned to normal, and then a golden energy ball appeared on his right hand. Then, he aimed at the Emerald Star, and at the moment when it was about to explode, he threw the energy ball in his hand. When the two energies met, a huge shock wave was immediately generated. This shock wave almost collapsed the nearby starry sky. After a while, a wormhole channel accompanied by lightning and thunder was formed. However, unlike the channel in the Dragon Ball world, this channel is surrounded by a large amount of radiation, anti-harmony, energy after the explosion of stars. When Bello flew into the wormhole channel, Carl's projection appeared in the Emerald Galaxy again. He looked at everything in front of him and opened the dark communication channel with Morgana. "Liang Bing, I have good news and bad news to tell you. Which one do you want to hear first? When Carl connected the dark communication channel with Morgana, the wormhole channel just disappeared. Hear the good news first. Morgana was sitting on the chair where Keisha had sat before. The good news is that Holy Keisha and Tianzhan Wang are no longer in this world. Carl communicated with Morgana in secret while flying to the location where the wormhole disappeared. What about the bad news? Morgana smiled bitterly after hearing Carl's good news. The bad news is that neither of them died, they just left this world. Carl could only collect a little bit of residue from where the wormhole disappeared. Carl, you bastard, anti-harmony, these two pieces of news clearly mean the same thing. However, what do you mean by saying that both of them are no longer in this world? Hey! Morgana asked back with a curse. It means that the void civilization really exists. After Carl said a riddle, he turned off the secret communication with Morgana. Yes, through the wormhole channel created by Bello, Carl was more convinced that there are other universes outside the super god universe. Although she didn't understand what Carl meant, when Morgana really learned that Bello and Keisha were no longer in the super god universe, she immediately used Lena to completely destroy the giant canyon and beat everyone in the hero company. It was in a state of fragmentation. When the giant gorge was destroyed and the Xiangbing company was dispersed, the Dowdy followed closely and began to invade the entire Earth from the giant gorge city. Because Bello had made arrangements in advance, all the people in the Warblade group moved the entire company to the North Star before the Dowdy invaded. And all of Bello's assets on Earth were left to the company's employees, so that they and their families could buy houses and settle down in the North Star. We are so stupid. It's only now that we know that President Bei is the god who once saved the giant gorge city. When the Warblade group settled down in the North Star again, the employees in the company realized Bello's true identity belatedly. Vice President Li, please remember. The two of us will always be vice presidents of the company. This company will always belong to President Bei. Under the intervention of Vice President Zhang, the president's office of the Zanren Group was left vacant forever. After Bello and Keisha left the Super God universe, Angel Yan and other female angels also received a message from their queen. Dear angels, Bello and I are going to other worlds for our honeymoon. After I leave, Angel Yan will be the new Angel King. At the same time, please ask Tianji King Hexi to give Yan an impressive test. With the blessing of Keisha's message, Angel Yan first took the position of Angel King as a matter of urgency, and she also arranged for Angel Leng, Zhixin, Lingzi and Yishan to go to Earth for support. After that, she returned to Mellow Heaven with Angel Zui and Moyi to accept Hexi's test. I'm here to tell you that the next world has been determined to be the Duki continent, don't worry. I won't change the ending of the original work. I won't change the status of the two heroines of Fighting in the Sky. Chapter 41. I didn't expect it. This time the space-time tunnel is so powerful that my protective membrane can't completely protect me. After arriving in the new world, Bello looked at his scarred body and said so to himself. But what made Bello feel fortunate was that Keisha had already entered the Skyblade number 1 in the staff space in advance, otherwise, she would definitely be injured. After staring at the staff for a while, Bello decided not to let Keisha out for the time being, lest she would be sad to see him injured. Bello looked at the unfamiliar environment in front of him, and he was not in a hurry to understand which world he was in now. The first thing he had to do now was to recover from his injuries. Just as Bello was about to look around to see if there was anything that could recover from his injuries, he suddenly sensed that there were two weak auras moving quickly towards him. Bello quickly put his staff back into the dark space, and then he looked in the direction of the two auras. Although there was still a distance of dozens of kilometers, he could still see clearly that in the sky at this time, there was a woman in a green robe fighting with a flying lion. This scene, could it be Duki continent? After seeing the woman in a green robe and the winged lion, Bello's first reaction in his mind was Yun and the purple crystal winged lion king. If this is Duki continent, then Bello released a little bit of his consciousness. Then, his consciousness spread to the entire Magic Beast mountain range. After those magic beasts felt his consciousness, they all sent the medicinal materials that they had guarded for a long time to him obediently. Bello's little bit of consciousness also made Yun Yun, Purple Crystal Winged Lion King, Xiao Yan, and Yao Chen aware of it. The former two immediately stopped fighting each other, while the latter two chose to hide more. At this time, Bello ignored Yun Yun and Purple Crystal Winged Lion King approaching him. He selected more than 100 kinds of medicinal herbs that were useful for his injuries from the pile of medicinal herbs. Then he waved his hand, and the more than 100 kinds of medicinal herbs floated up by themselves. Then, his other hand gestured to the medicinal herbs, and then the medicinal herbs decomposed in the air and slowly turned into liquid medicine. "Teacher, what kind of medicine refining method is this?" Xiao Yan was surprised by Bello's operation. "I have never seen this kind of medicine refining method. It does not require fire or a cauldron. With just the power of the hands, the process of turning medicinal materials into liquid medicine can be completed. However, I can be sure that there is not a single bit of dou qi in that person's body." Yao Chen also said this with a surprised expression. When the more than 100 kinds of medicinal materials were all turned into liquid medicine, Bello waved his hand again, and the more than 100 drops of liquid medicine were successively merged together in a certain order. Finally, a fist-sized, colorful giant liquid medicine was formed in front of him. "Girl over there, you'd better turn around first." Considering that Dou Qi continent is a world of ancient civilization, Bello reminded Yun Yun in advance. Yun Yun did not turn around because of Bello's reminder. On the contrary, she still stared at the other party intently. When Bello saw Yun Yun refused to turn around, he could only shake his head helplessly. Then, with the thought, all the clothes on his body disappeared. If it weren't for the fact that there were girls nearby, he didn't even want to leave a pair of boxer shorts for himself. Yun Yun was frightened by the sudden scene in front of her and her face turned red. After all, apart from Bello's scars, his figure was really first class. "P.S., Keisha said, little girl, can you see Bello's figure?" Then, Bello controlled the huge liquid medicine to disperse them evenly, and then let them attach to his whole body little by little. Afterwards, under the treatment of these liquid medicines and his own strong recovery ability, less than a quarter of an hour later, all the criss-crossing wounds on Bello's body disappeared. Bello stared at his body for a long time. After he was sure that there was no injury anywhere on his body, he changed his clothes back to normal. Then, he took out the staff from the dark space and then he released Keisha from the scepter space. "Keisha, welcome to the new world." Bello took Keisha's hand and kissed her on the back of her hand in a gentlemanly manner. "Bello, why did you stay outside for so long before releasing me?" Keisha asked Bello with a puzzled look. "Long? To be honest, I just arrived." Bello answered with a guilty conscience. "Although I can't see the outside world from inside, I have a very strong feeling that you must be hiding something from me. Because when you said that sentence just now, your expression changed abnormally for 0.1 second. Keisha put on a mistress-like posture in front of Bello. Seeing that the other party was hesitant to answer, Keisha pointed to her eye sockets with her finger. What she meant was to tell Bello, "Tell me the truth immediately and don't force me to use the eye of insight on you." "Well, Keisha, I just don't want you to be sad for me, Bello told Keisha everything he had just experienced. "You mean, you just let this woman see your figure, okay? I just left you for a short while, and you dared to do something to let me down. If you don't satisfy me tonight, you will never touch me again in the future." Keisha first looked at Bello with a jealous look, and then she suddenly changed the subject and turned to flirting. Who said that only Liang Bing would talk a lot of flirting, anti-harmony? If Keisha started talking about flirting, anti-harmony, she would be no less than her. "Don't worry, I will definitely satisfy you." Bello hugged Keisha as if no one else was around. Besides, isn't it just right that you are injured? I'll apply the medicine myself, and then we can. Keisha once again said a bunch of nasty words in Bellow's ear, anti-harmony. Did she start to completely let herself go after coming to a world where no one knows her? Human, who are you two? The affectionate embrace between Bellow and Keisha was interrupted inappropriately by the words of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Oh, a talking kitten. This world seems to be quite magical. It just so happens that my Sky Blade number 1 is still missing a pet. Keisha let go of Bellow's arms, and she flew into the air without even spreading her wings towards the location of the amethyst-winged Lion King. Yes, Keisha could have done it a long time ago, and could fly freely in the air without the angel wings, but her speed in this flying state was slower than when she had wings. Chapter 42. A Dozong Strongman. After seeing Keisha standing in the air, Yun and Xiao Yan, who were in different positions, silently thought so in their hearts. I am the king of the east of this demonic beast mountain range. I am not. The purple crystal-winged Lion King didn't even finish his words, and he wanted to turn around and flee. Stop! As soon as Keisha finished speaking, the purple crystal-winged Lion King, who had just turned around, was frozen in the air and couldn't move. Yes, Keisha directly opened her sacred domain, and the space around the purple crystal-winged Lion King at this time had been blocked by the sacred domain. Seeing this, Yun, Xiao Yan and Yao Chen were all stunned. After all, they all saw an incredible scene, that was the blonde woman, Keisha, who just said a few words, and the purple crystal-winged Lion King was fixed in the air and couldn't move. Next, there was something even more unbelievable to them. After Keisha opened the Eye of Insight and analyzed the energy, fighting spirit, in the body of the amethyst-winged Lion King, the fighting spirit in the opponent's body disappeared completely, and then the opponent naturally fell from the air. After the amethyst-winged Lion King landed, its intelligence seemed to have degenerated, because at this time, it seemed that it could only make a wow 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 sound from its mouth, and it could no longer continue to speak. That's right. It only took less than 10 seconds for Keisha to complete the data analysis of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and she also used her own Void Engine War Blade to directly define the energy, fighting spirit, in the opponent's body as 0. So theoretically speaking, the amethyst-winged Lion King's intelligence was not degenerated, but the ability to speak was sealed by Keisha. What a magical energy, fighting spirit! Okay, I have collected your data. Seeing that you are so pitiful, I'll let you go. Kitty. Keisha activated the Eye of Insight again towards the amethyst-winged Lion King, and then the fighting spirit in the other party's body was restored to its original state. The amethyst-winged Lion King, which had recovered, looked at Keisha with horror, and then in the next second, it did something incredible. It flew straight to Keisha's side, trying to rub the other party's body with its head, but the other party didn't give it this opportunity at all. Respected strong man, I am willing to be your mount. The amethyst-winged Lion King lowered its once proud head to Keisha. Barrow, it wants to be our mount, do you agree? Keisha flew back to Barrow's side. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are just here for a vacation. It seems to be a good thing to have a leg to replace our legs. Bellow said indifferently. Okay. Then we will accept you first. Keisha waved to the amethyst-winged Lion King, and an object similar to a saddle appeared on the other's back. Then she jumped directly onto the saddle and sat down. After seeing this, Bellow immediately flew to Keisha's side and sat behind her. My two masters, my child is still in my cave. I would like to ask you two to accept it too. The amethyst-winged Lion King carried Bai Kai and the others into the air. Is there another real kitten? Okay. Take us to see it. Keisha felt that the amethyst-winged Lion King was too big. If there was a smaller Lion King, she could really pet the cat. Yes, sir. The purple crystal-winged Lion King flapped its wings and flew quickly towards its own cave. My purple spirit crystal. Yun Yun shouted feebly as she watched the purple crystal-winged Lion King gradually recede. Yun Yun stood in the air for a while with her do chi transformed into wings, and then she flew away in the opposite direction of the purple crystal-winged Lion King's cave. However, she would not give up the purple spirit crystal easily. "Teacher, the woman just now, and the man, the two of them." After Yun Yun also flew away, Xiao Yan turned around and asked Yao Chen, who was in a translucent state, soul body, behind him. "You are not mistaken, the woman and the man are the same, and there is no do chi in their bodies, but even I don't know what is going on." Yao Chen's answer confirmed some of Xiao Yan's guesses. Anyway, he couldn't figure it out. After standing there and communicating with Yao Chen for a while, Xiao Yan left with his teacher. Like Yun Yun, he would not give up easily S companion purple crystal source. When Bai Kai and the others arrived at the cave of the purple crystal-winged Lion King, the big Lion King immediately called the little Lion King out of the cave. After seeing the little Lion King, Keisha waved directly to the cute little guy, and the little guy floated in front of her. "Well, it's not very big, it's still quite suitable to be a cat." Keisha put the little Lion King in front of her and began to stroke the mane on his neck with her hands. When Keisha stroked her mane, the little Lion King not only did not feel uncomfortable, but also enjoyed it. If Bello had not discovered that the magic beast of the purple crystal-winged Lion King was a hermaphroditic creature, he would have kicked the little Lion King away from Keisha. "Master, there are still many treasures in my cave, you see," the big Lion King asked humbly in front of Keisha. "No need. If you need it, just keep it for yourself." Keisha only took a quick look and knew that there was nothing worth taking in the cave of the big and small Lion Kings. P.S. Purple Spirit Crystal and the accompanying purple crystal source said, "Aren't we too fragrant enough?" Next, the big Lion King took Bai Kai and the little Lion King around his cave. In the end, Bello and Keisha thought that they should stay in the cave of the big and small Lion Kings first. So, Bello and Keisha rode the big Lion King back to the cave. Then, the two of them thoroughly tidied up the inside and outside of the cave. Less than half an hour later, except for the deepest part of the cave, the little Lion King's nest, the rest of the cave had become a very standard cave house. After the cave house was completely completed, Bello took Kessa, the big and small Lion Kings, and went out to look for ingredients to cook tonight. Chapter 43. At this moment, Bello was sitting on the back of the big Lion King, and he was holding the little Lion King in his hands. At this time, Keisha was picking all kinds of natural treasures on the cliffs not far away. At this time, Keisha was like a child who had not grown up yet, enjoying the fun of picking fruits and vegetables by hand. Many natural treasures in the Warcraft Mountains were guarded by Warcraft near them. Therefore, when Keisha was picking those foods that looked like various fruits and vegetables, there were naturally many Warcrafts to harass her. But as long as they approached the range with a radius of 1.2 kilometers centered on her, they would be slapped away by the backs of the silver-bladed short knives. After coming to this world, although Keisha's silver wings could continue to be called, it would become more troublesome every time they were called. For this reason, Bello went to collect the weapons of many people who died in the Warcraft Mountains. After getting these weapons, Keisha disassembled them one by one, and then reassembled them into weapons of the same style as the silver blade, and these new short blades can also form a pair of metal wings. Because the monsters just want to protect the natural treasures they are guarding, and they have no bad intentions, so Keisha set it in the sacred domain to only use the back of the weapon to slap them away, and she did not harm the lives of these monsters. After a while, Keisha's hands were full of various fruits of different sizes. Then, she raised her head and looked at Bello, and then she gently threw her hands up, and then those fruits fell accurately into his hands, and then she continued to pick other fruits. Bello selected some fruits suitable for cooking from those fruits, and the rest of the fruits were used to feed the little Lion King. At this time, the little Lion King was lying on the back of the big Lion King with his 4 legs up in the air. Now he only needed to open his lion mouth to eat all kinds of natural treasures that he could not eat even if he looked forward to it. At this time, the big Lion King was drooling with greed, and he wished that he could switch positions with the little Lion King. Here, these are for you, big guy. Just when the big Lion King was salivating, Keisha handed him a few pumpkin-shaped fruits with reddish appearance. Thank you, master. The big Lion King picked up the fruits with his front paws and put them into his mouth one by one. Barrow, I have picked all the natural treasures around here, and I also followed your previous advice and did not break their roots. Keisha came straight to Barrow and occupied the position that the little Lion King had taken before, but the little Lion King was held in her arms. Keisha, do you want to continue picking fruits or find a place to rest first? Bello asked with his arms around Keisha. It's still a little early, I want to pick some more. I have been looking forward to such a comfortable life for more than 30,000 years. Keisha leaned on Bello's chest. Big cat, did you hear it? Take us to a place with more fruits. Bello freed up a hand and tapped the back of the big Lion King. Then, the big Lion King immediately swallowed the fruits that had not been eaten, and then it flapped its wings and flew forward. With Bello and Keisha to cover for him, the big Lion King flew straight to the west of the Warcraft Mountains. About 2 or 3 hours later, the Beast King in the west of the Warcraft Mountains watched with tears as Baikai and the big and small Lion Kings left. After it was completely dark, Bello and Keisha sat on the Lion King and returned to the newly built house. Keisha took the natural materials she had picked and came to the kitchen in the house. When she cut the ingredients and threw them into the pot, she found that she and Bello seemed to have not prepared firewood yet. Keisha, wait a moment, I'll go chop some firewood and come back. Bello disappeared from in front of Keisha using teleportation, and then less than 3 minutes later, he came back with a large bundle of wood in his hands. How many years have passed? I almost forgot what this real firewood rice tastes like. Keisha said as he looked at Bello who was cooking with firewood. Me too. I remember the last time I ate firewood rice was in my previous life. Bello said. A piece of firewood was stuffed into the stove. Yes. I am the same. Since I became the king of angels, firewood rice, an ordinary mortal thing, seems to have become a luxury for me. Keisha came to Bello and stuffed a piece of firewood on the ground into the stove. Then, Bello and Keisha kept adding firewood to the stove one by one. Oh no! The rice is going to be burnt. When Keisha smelled a strange smell, she immediately jumped out of Bello's arms. Fortunately, the burnt ingredients only touched the small part of the bottom of the pot, and most of the ingredients were still tasty. After removing the inedible ingredients, the remaining ingredients still filled a large pot. Bello and Keisha picked and chose some of the ingredients that looked better, and they ate them by feeding each other. The remaining ingredients, including those that had been burnt, all ended up in the stomachs of the Lion Kings. After finishing the dinner of the day, Bello took Keisha, riding the big Lion King and holding the little Lion King, to enjoy the scenery of the Warcraft Mountains. When a bright moon climbed up to the treetops, the two of them snuggled together to enjoy the moon. Baikai and the others stayed outside until nearly midnight, and then they rode the big Lion King and held the sleeping little Lion King, and slowly returned to the house. As soon as Baikai and the others stepped into the door of the house, they and the big Lion King behind them noticed that someone had quietly come to the cave while they were out. When Baikai and the others walked into the house, it seemed that nothing had been reduced, and the person who sneaked in seemed to have cleaned up all his traces. As Bello was familiar with the plot, he naturally guessed who the person who quietly came to the house was. So, he took Keisha's hand and walked towards the deepest part of the cave, the little Lion King's den. Chapter 44. When Bello and Keisha came to the deepest part of the cave, they found that in less than half a night, the treasures in the little Lion King's nest had been completely emptied. Yes, the two treasures that the big Lion King valued most, the purple spirit crystal and the companion purple crystal source, were gone. I didn't expect it. Even with the participation of the two of us, those two people, Xiao Yan and Yun Yun, were able to come in together and take away these two things. Bello said as he looked at the empty little Lion King's nest. I heard you tell the story of the two of them, Xiao Yan and Yun Yun, before, and I think they should be together. Keisha used the eye of insight to read some of the things that happened in this space before. That's right, even if the plot has changed a little, even if it was only less than half a night, Xiao Yan and Yun Yun almost had that, wind, flowers, snow and moon, in this cave. This is probably God's will. But I'm afraid they are destined to be together. Bello pulled Keisha into his arms. Aren't you going to help them? Keisha waved her hand and isolated the little Lion King's nest from the outside house. If it is destined, it will happen, and if it is not destined, don't force it. Let others solve their own problems. Now, I just want to satisfy you according to the previous agreement. Bello picked up Keisha and walked towards the little Lion King's nest. P.S. Are you two seeking excitement? You chose to sleep in this place instead of the house you have cleaned up. After Keisha's cloak was taken off, Barrow felt that this place was not safe enough, so he waved his hand and added a protective net around the little lion's nest. Then, he and the other party. 100,000 words should be omitted here. The next day, when Keisha woke up, she saw the Angel King's armor, wrist guards, boots, cloak, fur collar, inner skirt, and her autumn trousers unique to the Sky Blade King scattered on the ground. Then, she waved her hand and sent all the special items of the Angel King into her dark space, and then she waved her hand again, and a floor-length dress with gold thread edges appeared. Keisha turned around barefoot and took another look at the bare back of Bello who was still sleeping. Then, she thought about it and put the long dress on her body. At the same time, a pair of golden transparent crystal high heels appeared directly under her feet. After Keisha took care of herself, Bello, who was seriously worn out last night, slowly opened his eyes. Morning, Keisha. Bello didn't care about his current light image at all. He hugged Keisha from behind. It's late. I've been up for a while. Keisha turned her hand and hugged Bello's neck. Are you satisfied last night? Bello blew a breeze gently in Keisha's ear. Well, it's so-so, you barely passed. Obviously, she was quite satisfied, but Keisha still didn't want to let go. In that case, I will become a Super Saiyan tonight, how about that? Bello's hands began to get a little dishonest. Become a Super Saiyan. At this time, Keisha had already started to fantasize. I lied to you, how could I become that, with you? Bello let go of Keisha, and then he turned around and put on all his clothes. No, I think this idea is good, let's try it tonight. Keisha waved her hand and removed the isolation around the space, but she couldn't remove Bello's protective net. No, Keisha, listen to me. If I become a Super Saiyan, I might hurt you. Bello removed the protective net outside the space. It's okay, my sacred body should be able to withstand it. Keisha said so to Bello in front of her with a pair of charming eyes. Unable to resist Keisha's insistence, Bello turned into a Super Saiyan that night and had an unprecedented romance with her. And when the whole process was halfway through, Keisha even took the initiative to ask Bello to turn into the second form of Super Saiyan. And the result of this romance was that Keisha stayed in the house the next day and didn't go out. P.S. Why didn't Keisha go out, everyone knows. In short, from that day on, Keisha never dared to ask Bello to transform into the second form of Super Saiyan when he was with her. After that, the two of them would only try the first form of Super Saiyan occasionally. In the following period of time, Keisha lived a completely different life in the magical mountain range. Every day, she would pick some fruits, catch some fish and shrimp in the pond, go to a certain magical mountain's home for an exploration, and play with some cute beasts in the mountains. Now Keisha has completely unloaded the burden of being the Angel King, and she has completely regarded herself as an ordinary woman. All the cute beasts that Keisha has petted like cats will be fed by her with some natural treasures that they can't eat on weekdays. Therefore, outside the house where she and Bello temporarily settled, all kinds of magical mountains have gathered. Keisha, have you decided? In addition to Xiaozi, Little Lion King, which one do you want to raise? Bello pointed to a group of magic beasts outside the house and asked Keisha beside him. Bello, I don't want to raise any of them, because their appearance and temperament do not meet my standards for pets. Keisha shook her head helplessly. Then what are your standards for pets? Bello asked curiously. Cute, lovely, strong in combat, big in appetite, and can't transform, just like Xiaozi. Keisha directly pointed to Xiaozi in her arms and said her standards for raising pets. Keisha, then you will be disappointed. Xiaozi will also transform in the future. In this world, any magic beast will have a chance to transform once it reaches the level of Do Huang. Bello pointed to Xiaozi in Keisha's arms and said so. In that case, I will think of a way to prevent it from transforming in the future. Keisha lifted up Xiaozi in her arms. Leave it to me. Bello blew gently at Xiaozi. Then a tiny bit of divine power entered Xiaozi's body. With this bit of divine power, it will no longer be able to transform in the future, but at the same time it has also gained some great benefits. Yes, although Xiaozi will no longer be able to transform in the future, its strength has been visibly improved. In less than a quarter of an hour, its strength has gone from the peak of the 3rd level to the middle of the 5th level. Once the magic beasts on the Duqi continent reach the 5th level of strength, they will open their spiritual wisdom, but they cannot speak at this stage. My 2 masters, I am also willing to stop transforming and be your mount forever. When Zi, the great Lion King, saw the changes in Xiaozi, it immediately ran to the front of Bai Kai and the others on all fours. Bai Kai and the other looked at each other, and then looked at each other together. After constantly rubbing Keisha's Xiaozi, Bello agreed to Zi's volunteering. Thank you, 2 masters. After receiving Bello's divine power, Zi's strength went directly from the peak of the 6th level to the early stage of the 8th level, and its appearance also changed dramatically. The biggest change is that the purple spirit crystal that originally took 20 years to shed from the body has now completely covered the surface of Zi's body. Chapter 45. Oh, by the way, Bello. Speaking of Do Huang and Do Zone, how is your Do Qi training going? When Zi took Xiaozi out to look for ingredients for tonight, Keisha suddenly changed the subject and asked. No problem, Keisha. I have only practiced for 3 days, and now I am already a Do Wang, 7 stars. Bello directly showed his Do Qi wings. Yes, as a strong man who became a god with power, Bello always believed in the principle that all kinds of ever-changing powers will eventually reach the same destination. Therefore, it only took Bello an hour to master the rules of Do Qi in the body, and then after 3 more days of practice, he was already a Do Wang 7-star strongman. What about you? Keisha. What level are you now? Bello put away his Do Qi wings. I am nothing yet. There is still no Do Qi in my body. Keisha responded with her hands spread out. Yes, as a powerful person who became a god through technology, Keisha seems to have nothing to do with the cultivation system. Don't be discouraged. Maybe there are other ways. Bello comforted Keisha. I have actually thought of a way, but I am just considering whether to do it. Forget it, it doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, I am no longer the king of angels. There are some principles that I don't have to abide by anymore. Keisha seemed to convince herself. So, Keisha formed her hands into the shape of a lotus, and then, one after another obscure data strips were constantly entangled between her hands. And when all the data strips were compressed together, a spherical object smaller than a marble appeared between Keisha's hands. Bello, look, this is the dark matter storage device I made. Although my body can't absorb Do Qi, it can help me absorb and store Do Qi. As soon as Keisha finished speaking, she ate the dark matter storage device directly. Although Keisha did not show any discomfort, Bello clearly saw that the moment she swallowed the dark matter storage device, a painful expression appeared on her face for 0.1 second. For this reason, Bello also recalled that in the original work of Xiong Binglian, Ge Xiaolun was in pain for a whole night after swallowing the Xiong Xian. But as the saying goes, people are more annoying than people. Ge Xiaolun in the original work of Xiong Binglian was in pain for a whole night after swallowing the Xiong Xian. After Keisha ate the dark matter storage device, she only felt pain for a short while, but this also made Bello feel distressed for her. When the pain in her body disappeared, Keisha slowly floated into the air. Then, the fighting spirit around the Warcraft mountain range began to continuously gather towards Keisha's body. Her Dochi level was rising rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Dahi 1 star, Dahi 9 stars, Dashi 1 star, Dashi 9 stars, until she reached Dahuang 5 stars. She stopped absorbing the Dochi around her. Then, Keisha's mind moved, and a pair of Dochi wings almost as long as her body appeared from behind her. This feeling is pretty good. Keisha used Dochi wings to circle in the sky for several consecutive circles. Why don't you continue to improve your level? Bello also flew in front of Keisha with Dochi wings. I don't want to force it too much, let's do it slowly. Anyway, there is plenty of time. Keisha was deliberately finding something for herself to do, and Bello chose to respect her ideas. Although both of them have transformed their fighting spirit into wings, there is still a very obvious difference in the flying speed between Do Huang and Do Wang. After the two competed in the air for a while, Keisha had already left Bello far behind. However, there is nothing wrong with flying behind Keisha. Bello can see some different scenery through a special visual angle. After all, she is wearing a dress when flying in front of him at this moment. P.S. Oh my! Bello, you have already seen Keisha's naked body, do you still care about these scenery? Flying in front of Bello, Keisha naturally knows that the other party is now watching some of her scenery, but she seems to not care. After all, everything about her has been shown to the other party. What can this hazy seeing flowers in the fog see? When Bello and Keisha are flying in front of each other, they are naturally aware that the other party is watching some of her scenery, but she seems to not care. After all, everything about her has been shown to the other party. What can she see from this hazy seeing flowers in the fog? When Bello and Keisha are flying in front of each other, they are naturally aware that the other party is watching some of her scenery. However, Keisha does not care. After all, everything about her has been shown to the other party. What can she see from this hazy seeing flowers in the fog? After the flying competition, when they returned to the house, Da Ziai and Xiao Ziai had already brought back the piles of ingredients from outside. Barrow, I'm going to cook today. After Keisha selected the ingredients for tonight, she asked Barrow to wait outside the yard. Barrow saw a kind of persistence in Keisha's eyes, so he really waited outside the yard. Anyway, waiting was waiting, so Barrow started chatting with Da Ziai. As they chatted, he led the topic to how the Da Ziai clan reproduced offspring. To reply to the master, our clan are all hermaphroditic individuals. After adulthood, our appearance will change randomly, some of them will tend to be male beasts, and the other part will tend to be female beasts. And I am the part that tends to be male beasts. Da Ziai lay at Barrow's feet. After that, Da Ziai continued to tell Bello that no matter their appearance, whether they are more male or female, they do not need a partner to give birth to offspring. But if you want to give birth to offspring, you have to meet two conditions. One is to reach the 6th level of strength, and the other is to eat a fruit called pregnant spirit fruit. But even if you eat a pregnant spirit fruit, it cannot guarantee that you will be pregnant with offspring. Da Ziai ate a total of 7 pregnant spirit fruits before he had Xiao Ziai, a descendant. After Bello listened to the breeding process of the Da Ziai clan, Keisha's dinner was finally ready. After Bello walked into the dining room, his first look was not on the authentic products on the table, but on the pile of defective products that Keisha had dumped in the corner. The amount of that pile of defective products was much larger than the authentic products on the table. As a god who loves his wife as much as his life, how could Barrow tell her face that Keisha's cooking skills were not good? Therefore, he sat down at the table as if nothing had happened, eating those not very delicious meals, but constantly claiming that they were delicious. When Keisha took only one bite of the food she cooked, she knew that Barrow was pretending that they were delicious. "Barrow, I'm full. Let's go back to the room." After Keisha took only 2 bites of the food, she decisively put down the chopsticks in her hand. "Okay." Barrow put down his chopsticks calmly, then he went forward and picked up Keisha, and then the two of them walked towards the bedroom together. The next 100,000 words should be omitted. P.S. That night, in order to make up for her poor cooking skills, Keisha turned Barrow into the first form of Super Saiyan. And the genuine and defective products that were abandoned by Becca and Kai were finally eaten by Dazi and Xiaozi without leaving anything. Chapter 46. Since the last failed cooking, Keisha kept practicing her cooking skills in the following days. After more than 3 months, she was finally able to cook a table of delicious food that amazed Bello. In a blink of an eye, Bai Kai and the others had been in the Warcraft Mountains for a year. On this day, they finally decided to leave the Warcraft Mountains. When Bai Kai and the others were riding on Dazi's back and preparing to leave the Warcraft Mountains, all the other Warcrafts in the mountains came here to see them off on their own initiative. In order to thank these Warcrafts for their deep friendship, Bello also specially refined some natural treasures into drops of liquid medicine, which improved their strength. When all the Warcrafts were satisfied and left here, Keisha hugged Xiaozi and rode Dazi with Bello, flying towards the outside of the Warcraft Mountains. "Bello, there is a town below, let's go down and take a look." When Dazi flew over a town, Keisha asked Bello behind him. "Okay, after we go down, let's put Dazi into the scepter first, and then go in together." Under Bello's instructions, Dazi landed 100 meters away from the city gate. When Bello wanted to put Dazi into the scepter did not react at all. "Strange. The heaven of this world did not stop me. Why?" At this time, Bello suddenly realized that this was not because of the heaven of Duki continent, but the scepter refused him to take Dazi into it. In this regard, Bello really wanted to say to the scepter, "Are you a face dog? When Keisha wanted to go in, you didn't even have the intention to stop it. Barrow, let me do it." Barrow really guessed some things right. As soon as Keisha waved, the scepter automatically broke away from his hand and flew straight into the other party's hand. "Barrow, it asked us to sign a contract with Dazi and Xiaozi first." Keisha put the scepter next to her ear. "Isn't this difficult for me?" Barrow sighed and began to make seals with both hands. He was going to make 2 beast-controlling spells on the spot. Yes, as a god who became a god through power, if Barrow just created some ordinary items, it would not be a big problem, but high-level items like beast-controlling spells were still a bit difficult for him. It took Barrow more than 2 hours to create 2 beast-controlling spells in his hands. Next, Bai Kai and the other person each held a beast-controlling spell. Barrow contracted Dazi and Keisha contracted Xiaozi. With the contract spell as a connection, Keisha brought Dazi and Xiaozi to the Sky Blade number 1 inside the scepter. Then she made a suitable cat bed for them on Sky Blade number 1, and then she came to the outside world alone with Xiaozi in her arms. When Bello and Keisha walked on the streets of the city, the people around them praised their looks. After looking around, the two of them walked hand in hand towards a restaurant. "Thank you. A total of 2 gold coins." The waiter of the restaurant came, and Bello and Keisha said so. The two ordered a table of dishes, but only ate a little bit of the dishes, and the rest went into Xiaozi's stomach. "Do you have money?" After Bello and Keisha looked at each other, they asked each other in unison. Originally, he could have directly obtained some gold coins from other places by telekinesis, but in order not to cause unnecessary trouble, Bello had to perform a no fire, no cauldron alchemy in public. Then, he used the small bottle of liquid medicine he had refined to pay for the meal. The owner of the restaurant was not a greedy person. After accepting Bello's liquid medicine, he returned 10,000 gold coins to the other party as change. When Bello and Keisha left together, the owner of the restaurant was still a little bit unbelievable. After all, the quality of the bottle of liquid medicine in front of him was really high. If it was taken to the auction house for sale, then let alone 10,000 gold coins, even if it was 1 million gold coins, someone would still spend money to buy it. After having 10,000 gold coins, Bello took Keisha and went straight to the clothing store in the city. When the two walked out of the store, they had both changed into the characteristic clothes of this world. The women's clothing in this world can show off the various curves of girls very well, and Bello was also able to feast his eyes for this. "Barrow, what are you looking at?" Barrow's unique eyes were finally discovered by Keisha. "Of course I'm looking at you because you look good." Barrow held Keisha's hand tightly. "Then when do you think I look the best?" Keisha asked back with a smile on her face. "You look good all the time." Barrow answered without thinking. Keisha did not respond, she just lowered her head and smiled, and then she and Barrow continued shopping. In view of the particularity of this world, Baikai and the others agreed that, except for Barrow's no fire and no cauldron alchemy technique, they would not use other moves outside this world until the critical moment. From now on, Baikai and the others will follow the local customs and use the fighting spirit of this world to fight against people. Baikai and his partner walked around the town for a long time, and they visited many shops during this period. When they spent all the 10,000 gold coins, Bello performed the no fire and no cauldron alchemy in front of the shop owners. After 3 consecutive performances, Baikai and his partner had more and more gold coins and items in their hands. As in the previous situation, the scepter refused again, and Bello put the extra gold coins and items in its internal space. This time, even if Keisha acted coquettishly to it, it would not work. "This little thing is quite strange. There is actually a folded small space inside." Keisha opened the eye of insight with a ring. This is called a ring, which is a major feature of this world. People usually put their weapons, clothes, pills, skills, and fighting skills scrolls in it. Bello picked up another ring and said so. That's right, after the scepter rejected Baikai's and the others' request to store things, they could only go buy a pair of rings. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. "I want this little thing." Keisha put a golden ring on her right index finger without saying a word. In order to match Keisha's ring, Bello also chose a golden ring and put it on his left index finger. In order to buy these 2 rings, he not only used up all the gold coins in his hand, but also performed the no fire and no cauldron alchemy technique in public again. "Please stay." When Bello and Keisha walked out of the store selling rings, a man wearing a 3rd-grade alchemist badge appeared behind them. "Are you okay?" Bello and Keisha turned around together. "I am Lu Yuan. I have just been observing your alchemy skills. I want to know who you learned from. If possible, I would like to ask you about your alchemy method." Lu Yuan bowed to Bello with his hands clasped together. "I'm sorry, you can't learn my alchemy method." In order to avoid any more trouble, Bello and Keisha flew away from Lu Yuan as soon as he finished speaking. "What a pity! What a pity! Alas!" Looking at the backs of Bello and Keisha going away, Lu Yuan could only stay where he was and sigh silently. Chapter 47. Soon afterwards, Bello slowly discovered that the agreement between him and Keisha only worked for him. Because the fighting skills and techniques in this world are all engraved by people with soul power, and those who want to practice them must also use soul power to read them, and they also have to read a certain number of times. Where does a technological god like Keisha get soul power? Therefore, in order to practice those fighting skills and techniques, Keisha can only use the eye of insight to analyze them, and then she converts their content into various data forms, and then simulates the void engine to realize the performance of fighting skills and techniques. Yes, these moves are really good. Keisha used her own unique method to continuously learn more than a dozen fighting skills and techniques. These are just low-level fighting skills and techniques of the yellow or mysterious level. If you want to learn fighting skills and techniques of the intermediate or higher level of the mysterious level, you have to go to places like the auction house. Faced with Keisha's repeated breaches of contract, Bello could only continue to pretend not to see it. What low level and high level? In my opinion, these people have not practiced every move to perfection. What do you think of my yellow level whirlwind slash? After Keisha used a whirlwind slash, a small mountain dozens of meters away from her was directly flattened by this attack. How can those people be compared with you? My Keisha is the smartest and most talented goddess in the world, oh no, in the entire universe, no, in all the heavens and the worlds. Bello boasted to Keisha. Okay, Bello, stop talking, my flesh is almost numb. Although Keisha said this, her body was honestly leaning on Bello. Bello and Keisha continued to walk and stop and fly, and soon they came to a desert. I wonder if this is the Tiger Desert. Bello used his fighting spirit to transform his wings and flew in the air, looking at the endless desert and said so. There seems to be a store there, why don't we go over and ask? Keisha held Xiao Ziai in one hand and pointed to a specialty store located more than 100 kilometers away with the other hand. Okay. There is no need to confirm it now. With the existence of that store, this must be the Tiger Desert. Bello saw that the outer wall of the store was actually made of a pile of monster bones. Anyway, there is nothing to do, why not go over and take a look? Keisha took Bello's hand, and the two flew towards the store together. After entering the store, Bello found that the owner of the store was an old man with completely white hair. It seems that the other party should be the Ice Emperor Hai Badong. Bello, there is some kind of energy seal in this person's body. His strength should be more than what we feel. After arriving at the store, Keisha couldn't help but read some information from Hai Badong. Two guests, do you want to buy a map? Or ask for information? Hai Badong looked at Bai Kai and asked with a kind face. Both. We want to know the location of the strange fire. Bello thought of an excuse temporarily. The strange fire is at the mark on this map, 100 gold coins. Hai Badong took out a map scroll from the ring in his hand. One map sells for 100 gold coins, old man, is yours black here? Bello pointed to Hai Badong's chest. Then give me a half price, 50 gold coins. Hai Badong has seen that the two people in front of him are not people to be messed with. Just 10, sell it if you want. Bello took out 10 gold coins from the ring and threw them in front of Hai Badong. Okay. This time, let's just say I'm at a disadvantage. 10 is 10. Hai Badong threw the map scroll in his hand into Bello's hand. I didn't expect you to have this side. After coming out of the shop, Keisha looked at Bello with a playful expression and said so. Isn't that what you said? Anyway, I'm bored. It's rare to meet a more interesting person. How can I be worthy of myself if I don't take the opportunity to tease him? Bello responded with a smile. Keisha didn't respond. She and Bello looked at each other and smiled, and then they flew towards the marked place on the map together. Bello, the strange fire you mentioned, is it in the magma in front of you? In the underground lava? Keisha asked as she looked at the underground lava in front of her. At this moment, she and Bello were already at the edge of an underground lava, and Xiao Ziai was put back into the internal space of the scepter before entering here. Yes, and there is a cute little guy in these magmas. The little guy that Bello pointed to was the two-headed spirit snake in the magma. Oh, it's really cute. It has two heads. Keisha used the eye of insight on the lava lake. Let's go. Let's go down together and say hello to the little cutie. Just when Bello wanted to pull Keisha and jump into the lava together, the other party stood there and refused to move. What's wrong? Are you afraid of lava? Barrow asked with some doubt. In theory, with his and Keisha's physique, they would be unscathed even if they fell into the sun, not to mention this pool of magma. I'm not afraid of the sun. How can I be afraid of magma? Barrow, with our physiques, we are naturally not afraid of magma, but the clothes we are wearing now will. Keisha said so. That's right. I didn't think it through. As soon as the voice fell, Barrow summoned the staff from the dark space. Then, he changed himself into a set of clothes that were the same as Weiss in the Dragon Ball world, and Keisha also used the micro-wormhole to change into her Angel King suit. Let's go. After both of them changed their clothes, it was Keisha's turn to hold Bello's hand, and then the two of them jumped into the magma lake together. For those who are not afraid of magma, entering the magma is almost the same as entering the water, except that the density and pressure of these two liquids will be different, but these differences are insignificant to Bello and Keisha. Hiss, hiss. As the depth of the dive continued to advance, two snake sounds came into the ears of Bello and Keisha. A few minutes later, the two-headed spirit snake in the magma lake slowly swam in front of them from the bottom of the lake. The two-headed spirit snake, which knew how to avoid danger and seek good fortune, did not attack Baikai and the others. At this time, it was like a little baby, using its two snake heads to rub Bello and Keisha's bodies respectively. Bello, you are right, this is really a little cutie. Keisha reached out and touched one of the two-headed spirit snake's heads. Yes. It looks pretty good, why don't we adopt it too? Bello wanted to take another gamble with the world's heaven. If he and Keisha adopted this two-headed spirit snake, would the subsequent plot change? Well, this. Keisha hesitated. When the two-headed spirit snake heard that Baikai and the others were planning to adopt it, it quickly shrank its huge body and wrapped itself around Keisha's wrist without any instruction. At this time, it looked like a red bracelet. Not bad. In that case, I will take you in temporarily. Keisha said after looking at the red bracelet on her wrist. Hiss, hiss. Two snake sounds came out from the red bracelet, which was the two-headed spirit snake responding to Keisha. Let's go. Let's go and take a look at that strange fire now. Keisha swam to Bello's side and said so. As soon as it heard the word strange fire, before Bello could react, the two-headed spirit snake immediately changed from the form of red bracelet back to its original form, and then it very sensibly led the way in front of Baikai and the others. After Bello and Keisha smiled at each other, the two of them followed the two-headed spirit snake and swam deeper into the magma lake. Chapter 48. Is this the strange fire? It's a pure energy body, and it seems to have a little bit of intelligence. As long as nothing unexpected happens, it can basically burn forever. Keisha opened the Eye of Insight and carefully analyzed the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire in her hand. It's called the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, and it ranks 19th on the list of strange fires in this world. Bello pointed at the strange fire in Keisha's hand and said so. I have recorded its data and dark information. Next, should we take it away? Or leave it here? Keisha asked while holding the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. At this time, this strange fire was as obedient as a child in her hands. Let's leave it here. This is one of the destined props of the Son of Destiny in this world. Bello waved his hand gently, and the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire flew out of Keisha's hand. Okay. Let's leave it here. Then, we have to. Keisha suddenly felt a breath approaching her and Bello. So, she raised her head and looked up, and then she immediately covered Bello's eyes and took him away from the blue lotus pedestal. Keisha, is someone coming? Bello, whose eyes were suddenly covered, asked without any anger. It can't be considered a person, it can only be said to be half snake and half human. Keisha answered in Bello's ear. Then I know who it is, and I also know why you covered my eyes. Bello said with a slight smile on his face. That's right, the person who is now swimming towards the blue lotus pedestal from the magma lake is Queen Medusa of the Snake People, and she is still naked now, because her clothes have been burned by the magma. After Queen Medusa swam to the azure lotus pedestal, she found Bekai and the other person standing next to the azure lotus pedestal, and then she suddenly became nervous. After all, after jumping into the magma, her clothes were burned, but the clothes of the man and woman opposite were still intact, and they could move freely at the bottom of the magma lake, which showed that they were both masters with strength not lower than her. If you want that strange fire, just take it. My lover and I are just two passers-by who come here to travel. Keisha continued to cover Bello's eyes, and she said so to Queen Medusa on the azure lotus pedestal with a smile on her face. It's better to do so. At this moment, although Queen Medusa was trembling in her heart, she still had the momentum on her mouth. After Queen Medusa was sure that Bekai and the other two really had no intention of using the strange fire, she used several powerful fighting spirits on the azure lotus earth core fire. She wanted to use her own fighting spirit to completely wrap up the other party. The azure lotus earth core fire, which was just in Keisha's hands and was as obedient as a baby, suddenly became like a giant dragon with bared fangs and claws at this moment. It began to desperately resist Medusa's fighting spirit attack. In the end, Queen Medusa finally wrapped up the azure lotus earth core fire with her own fighting spirit at the cost of her own injuries. Thank you, two seniors. I'll take my leave first. After Queen Medusa said a polite word to Bekai and the other two, she took the azure lotus earth core fire and swam towards the surface of the magma lake. After Queen Medusa completely left the magma lake, Keisha let go of Bello's eyes. That beautiful snake has gone, right? Bello asked after opening his eyes. What's wrong? You can't bear to leave her? Keisha asked back with some jealousy. She is one of the future wives of the Son of Destiny. Besides, she is not even a complete person now, how can I be interested in her? Bello took Keisha into his arms. Okay, I'm kidding you, of course I know you won't be interested in her. Because you only have me in your eyes. Keisha said so confidently. Of course, this is also a true statement. When Bekai and the others left the underground cave and came out, several men who looked like mercenaries were surrounding the cave entrance. After seeing Bekai and the others coming out of the cave, they went up and surrounded them. Hey, did you two come out of there with anything good? The leading man asked aggressively while looking up and down at Keisha's appearance and figure. Good thing, are you talking about this? Keisha said, using the Void Engine War Blade to create a replica of the azure lotus earth core fire out of thin air on her right hand. Strange fire. The mercenaries subconsciously took a step back. The replica azure lotus earth core fire created by Keisha using the Void Engine War Blade has three major differences from the original one. First, it has no intelligence, second, its power is lower than the original, and third, its burning time is not permanent. If no subsequent energy is added, its burning time will probably only be 1 day and 1 night. Don't you want good things? Come and get it yourself. Keisha threw the replica azure lotus earth core fire directly at the mercenaries. Run! When the mercenaries were about to turn around and leave, the replica of the azure lotus earth fire had already flown in front of them. In just a moment, they were burned to ashes by the flame energy emitted from the replica of the strange fire. After killing the mercenaries, the replica of the azure lotus earth fire flew back to Keisha's right hand. Keisha gently pinched it with her right hand, and it disappeared directly. Keisha, your strange fire attack is probably even more powerful than the Buddha's wrathful lotus of the Son of Destiny. Bello came to Keisha and praised her. I've always heard you talk about the Son of Destiny, which makes me a little interested in him. Otherwise, let's go and see him next. Keisha hugged Bello's neck with both hands. You are interested in him, then I'm jealous. Bello said half-jokingly. I'm not interested in him in the way you understand. Keisha explained. Okay, I see. My Keisha is the same as me. I'm the only one in her eyes. Bello picked up Keisha and turned around. Bello was not in a hurry to take Keisha to find Xiao Yan. In the following time, the two of them walked around the Tagar Desert and found the snake temple. Is this the holy pool where the beautiful snake dances? The water quality is pretty good. After Keisha created an energy shield outside the sacred pool of the Serpent Man Temple, she floated directly into the sacred pool. You don't want to take a bath here. Bello hadn't finished his words yet, and he had seen a high-definition picture of a beautiful woman bathing through the energy shield. Keisha wanted to take a bath in the sacred pool of the Serpent Man Temple. What could Bello do? Of course, he followed her, and he wanted to join in. After Baikai and the others took a bath in the sacred pool for a full 3 hours, they walked out hand in hand. Then, the two of them set up a bonfire on an open space in the Serpent Man Temple, and roasted a small magical beast unique to the Tagar Desert on the bonfire. Chapter 49. Keisha, who thought the scenery of the Snake Temple was beautiful, simply lived here directly. Bello also went out every day, hunted some monsters and came back, and then made some barbecue, frying, boiling, steaming and stir-frying dishes. The two of them lived a leisurely life here. Bello, the beautiful snake is here. One day a few months later, Keisha said this while eating the steamed buns made by Bello himself. Hey! Is she here to dance the blessing dance? Bello glanced at the holy pool that he and Keisha had used as a bath and had been bathing for several months. Let's go. Let's go and see the dance of this other world. Keisha finished the last steamed bun in her hand. Okay. I hope she won't dance naked later. Bello took Keisha's hand, and the two of them hid their own breath and walked towards the direction of the holy pool. After Medusa came to the holy pool, she had been making preparations by the holy pool. After all, the blessing dance of the snake people would only begin when the moon was above the willow branches. When the night gradually became darker, Medusa slowly used her snake tail to shuttle into the holy pool. Why is it just starting? I almost had a nap. Keisha, who was watching in the dark, stood up from Bello's legs. Come on, Keisha, let's take a good look. Bello was very glad that Medusa did not walk into the holy pool naked. After entering the holy pool, Medusa took a look at the full moon in the sky and began to dance a spinning dance. At this time, her entire snake tail was hidden in the water, and her beautiful upper body was exposed above the water. From a distance, she was no different from an ordinary human woman. Barrow, her dance has an exotic flavor. Keisha commented while admiring Medusa's dance. Yes. It's full of a strong Yindu, anti-harmony, style. Bello took over Keisha's words and said so. Jumping around, there are only a few repetitive movements, nothing to see. Bello, let's go. Keisha was about to get up and leave. Wait a minute. Keisha, the child of destiny is here. Bello called Keisha who was about to leave. Oh, let me see, he really came, now I believe that he and this beautiful snake are destined to be together. Keisha looked up and saw Xiao Yan slowly walked into the temple. After Xiao Yan walked into the snake temple, he, under the leadership of Yao Chen, walked straight to the back of a stone wall beside the holy pool. Then, he and Yao Chen looked through the cracks in the stone wall and admired the dancing Medusa in the holy pool together. Medusa did not notice the arrival of Bello and Keisha, but she noticed Xiao Yan's arrival at the first time. However, in order to complete the blessing dance, she could only continue to pretend that he did not exist. After Medusa turned dozens of times in the holy pool, she raised her hands upwards, and a red illusory giant snake flew out from the bottom of the pool. Please bless me with the success of this evolution, and then lead my tribe back to my homeland. Medusa bowed to the illusory giant snake flying in the air. When the illusory giant snake disappeared, Medusa slowly swam towards the edge of the holy pool with her snake tail. When she was about to leave the holy pool, she deliberately turned her head to look at Xiao Yan's location and whispered a word from her mouth, "Little bug." Teacher, she found me. Xiao Yan was so scared that he immediately stepped back several steps. Hurry up! Yao Chen immediately got into the bone spirit ring, and Xiao Yan immediately flew away with the purple cloud wings. Leave it to you, Yu Mei. Medusa gave Yu Mei an order, and she left with Hua Shir and other female snakes. Yes, Your Majesty. Yu Mei bowed to Medusa, and then she chased Xiao Yan with her fighting spirit transformed into wings. Let's follow and see. Bello suggested to Keisha. Okay. Keisha took Bello's hand, and the two of them followed with their fighting spirit transformed into wings. P.S. Dazai said, 2 masters, you two haven't ridden me for a long time. Have you two forgotten me? Oh. At the beginning, Xiao Yan was able to suppress Yu Mei because of Yao Chen's power blessing. But when Yao Chen sensed that a strong man was coming, he immediately disappeared. Without the power blessing, Xiao Yan began to be beaten by Yu Mei. Aren't you going to help him? Not far away in the air, Keisha, who had been watching the battle, asked Bello beside him. No need, the so-called Son of Destiny means that every time you are in danger, there will be a noble person to help you. Let's continue watching. Bello said to Keisha with a smile. I have tried my best. After a desperate resistance, Xiao Yan was finally knocked to the ground by Yu Mei. However, before he fell to the ground completely, he still tried his best and left a scar on the opponent's face, but this also made the opponent ruthless to him. Dare to scratch my face, I will cut you into pieces. Yu Mei put all her strength on Xiao Yan and hit him with a powerful blow. It's over. Xiao Yan closed his eyes with despair, but after a long time, the pain he imagined did not come. When he opened his eyes, there was a graceful curve blocking him, making him look like a female Do Huang in black clothes and a mask. Go! The desert is not a place where a small character like you can just wander around. The female Do Huang easily disintegrated Yu Mei's attack. I'm sorry, I also wandered into the desert by mistake. I'm leaving now. Xiao Yan took out a few chi-boosting powders from his ring and ate them. Then he spread his purple cloud wings and flew away. It's true that at every critical moment, there will be a noble person to help. This Xiao Yan is really the Son of Destiny. By the way, Bello, that female Du Huang is Yun Yun, right? Keisha glanced at the female Du Huang. Yes, it's her. Bello nodded. Didn't they recognize each other just now? Keisha asked with some doubts. Who knows? Maybe it was too dark, or maybe it was needed by the plot. When he was watching this scene, Bello wanted to complain. At such a close distance, Xiao Yan and Yun Yun didn't recognize each other. This was completely unreasonable. They didn't recognize each other at such a close distance, which means they are really not destined to be together. Keisha said, shaking her head gently. Okay, we have finished watching this scene. Where should we go now? Bello put her hand on Keisha's cheek. I don't understand the plot of this world anymore. You should arrange it. Keisha said to Bello with a smile. Or, let's go to the Snake Man Temple. Bello suggested. Well, okay. Keisha responded indifferently. Next, Bello took Keisha's hand, and the two flew towards the Snake Man Temple deep in the Tagar Desert. After Bello and Keisha arrived at the Snake Man Temple, they casually found a hidden place to stay for the time being. They would not go outside until Xiao Yan came to collect the strange fire. Yu Mei tried her best to escape from Yun Yun and others. She came to the main hall of the Snake Man Temple and reported the situation to Medusa lying on the throne. Then, Elder Yinchi added a few words. No matter what, the evolution ceremony must not be disturbed. Go down and get ready. Medusa didn't have the heart to care about these trivial matters now. Yes. Your Majesty. Yu Mei and Elder Yinchi left the hall together. Dozong, I will definitely win. Medusa said to herself facing the empty hall. Chapter 50. After Baikai and the other two settled temporarily in the Serpent Man Temple, they entered the scepter space together. As soon as they entered, the red bracelet wrapped around Keisha's wrist fell off. Hiss, 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 the two-headed spirit snake blocked by the scepter made a snake sound desperately around the scepter. As soon as Baikai and the other two came to the Sky Blade number 1, the big and small Lion Kings ran to them one after another. Xiao Ziyi ran straight to Keisha's arms with ease, and Da Ziyi came to Balo and rubbed his head against each other's body. My two masters, don't forget that I am your mount. Da Ziyi, who was 7 or 8 meters tall, actually acted like a spoiled child in front of Baikai and the other two. Okay. We know, I will ride you more often to travel in the future. Balo touched Da Ziyi's lion head. This time, Baikai and the others came to the scepter space to plant some flowers and plants from Duqi continent in Tianren number 1. The monsters from Duqi continent cannot be brought into the scepter space at will, but those flowers and plants can be brought in at will. Baikai and the others planted various flowers and plants from Duqi continent in the mountains, plains, rivers, and near the palace in Tianren number 1. There is a special energy in the scepter space, and with the various nutrient solutions prepared by Keisha, these flowers and plants transplanted from Duqi continent are on Tianren number 1, changing their respective appearance and medicinal value. Barrow, after these plants are on Tianren number 1, some single-cell organisms will slowly be born. Soon, a new ecosystem will be formed here. At this time, Keisha was bathing in the bathtub of Tianren number 1 with Balo. Keisha, why don't we transplant some of these plants to those two planets? Bello was giving Keisha all kinds of bathing services. That's a good idea. But, doesn't that star have a lifespan of less than 10,000 years? Keisha was worried that the star would go out before life could be born on those two planets. It's okay. I communicated with the heavenly Dao of Duqi continent and I can go to the star in this world and collect some energy. At that time, the lifespan of that star will be increased. Bello was washing Keisha's 10 toes one by one. That's right, the so-called star that is about to be scrapped has a lifespan of less than 10,000 years. After Baikai and the others finished taking a bath, they did not go any further, but first planted some plants on the two lifeless planets. After planting plants on the two planets, Baikai and the others returned to Sky Blade number 1. Next, they walked into the sweet house together to do something that would make both of them happy. Another 100,000 words should be omitted here. After Baikai and the others stayed in the scepter space for more than a month, they walked out together with satisfaction. After seeing the two of them, the two-headed spirit snake immediately crawled to Keisha like a wronged child and asked for comfort. I'm sorry. I actually forgot about you, little guy. After Keisha comforted the two-headed spirit snake for a while, she asked Bello to make another beast-controlling spell for her. After Keisha signed a contract with Xiaoling, two-headed spirit snake, she put the other party into the internal space of the scepter to accompany the big and small Lion Kings. Oh! Bello, the commotion outside seems to be quite loud. At this time, in a room of the Serpent Man Temple, Keisha was lying naked in Bello's arms. At this moment, the two of them had just finished a wonderful journey. Keisha, should we go out now or wait a while? Bello, who was also naked, gave the decision to Keisha. Wait a little longer. Let's go out after Xiao Yan enters the hiding place of the strange fire. Keisha's face was filled with a happy smile. In that case, why don't we have another wonderful journey? As soon as Bello's voice fell, he and Keisha lay down together. Another 100,000 words are omitted. Xiaoling, let's go. Keisha, who was dressed neatly, called out to the two-headed spirit snake coiled in another room. Then, this little cutie flew out with a whoosh and even wrapped around Keisha's wrist on his own. Yes, Xiaoling is always on the Sky Blade no one. The big and small Lion Kings joined forces to bully it, so it appeared in the outside world again. In addition, when Baikai and the others were traveling by car, how could they bring this little light bulb with them? When Baikai and the others came to the sky above the Snake Man Temple, Xiao Yan had already slipped into the main sacrificial hall of the Snake Man Temple in the chaos, and the strange fire was hidden in the lake island below the main hall. The two people used Do Chi to transform wings to stand in the air. After watching Yun Yun and Gu He and others fighting with Yu Mei and Yanxi elders for a while, Baikai and the others flew towards the main sacrificial hall together. This time, neither of them hid their breath. Elder, 2 more humans have sneaked in, and they are a Do Huang and a Do Wang. Yu Mei said to Yanxi elders while fighting Yan Shi. Could it be other strong men from the Jiama Empire? I didn't expect Gu He to invest so much this time. Elder Yan Shi kicked Feng Li away in front of him. Master Yun, are those 2 people the reinforcements you invited? Gu He shook away the dozen snake guards in front of him with his sword. No, I don't know them. Yun Yun used a wind spirit fractal sword to shake off the group of snake guards in front of him. Who are they? Could it be that they are also here for the strange fire? Gu He's worries became more and more. At this time, Baikai and the others, who were constantly guessed by Yun Yun and others, had already arrived at the lake island below the main sacrificial hall. And the various mechanisms and restrictions in the main hall were completely useless to them, and even the no-fly barrier in the lake island was the same. Not only that, even Xiao Yan had to wrap himself in the bone spirit cold fire to survive the lake, but Baikai and the others also jumped directly into it and roamed freely, and they also played with another cute little girl in the lake. Barrow, Xiao Yan has already arrived on the island. At this time, Keisha was sitting on the head of the cute little snake in the lake with her legs crossed. Don't worry, let that beautiful snake evolve first, it won't be too late for us to go out again. Bai Luo was using a small Do Chi protective shield to wrap some natural treasures to feed the cute little girl in the lake in front of him. Okay. Anyway, I can clearly see all the scenes on the island from here. Keisha teased the little spirit wrapped around her wrist. It's him. He has been chasing me from the snake temple all the way here. I think this should be God's revelation to me. After all, someone has to witness my feat. When Medusa found Xiao Yan hiding behind the stone, she did not launch any attack on him. Teacher, Queen Medusa found me, but why didn't she? Xiao Yan asked in confusion. Maybe she didn't expect that she would have such a fate with you. Yao Chen's words were about to come true. I can't hesitate any longer, let's start. Medusa cut her palm and let her blood drip onto the rune formation in front of her. Then, after a huge red light flashed, her half-snake, half-human body turned into a huge purple-red snake, and this snake was Medusa's true body, the purple nether flame snake. Chapter 51. The purple flame snake was constantly attacking the azure lotus earth core fire in the air. At this time, the lake island was already raining snake scales. After the snake scales rained, snake blood rained, and then there were waves of barbecue smells. Why is she doing this? There is obviously a more stable way to evolve, why does she choose such a cruel way? At this time, Keisha, who was sitting on the cute little snake head in the lake, made such an evaluation of Medusa's cruel way of evolution. This is the world law that the strong are respected. Knowing that the road is difficult, you still have to move forward. Bello looked at Medusa's evolution process, and he couldn't help but think of some of his previous experiences in the Dragon Ball world. After all, the way the High Priest trained himself was not the gentle type. He had also experienced a more cruel training process than this. Barrow, seeing her like this, do you remember anything? The two of them are already old married couples, and Keisha can see through that Barrow seems to be worried. It's just some previous training memories. Let's not talk about it. Barrow lightly avoided the topic. No, I want to hear it. By the way, how old are you now? I remember you once said that the god called the High Priest can adjust the speed of time in the staff space at will. Keisha no longer focused on Medusa, she turned her eyes to Barrow. To be honest, I don't know. In order to train me at that time, the high priest adjusted the speed of time in the staff space at any time and anywhere, in order to enable me to adapt to various harsh living environments. Then, Barrow briefly described to Keisha how he had cultivated himself to this state today. Barrow, it seems that you have experienced a lot in the past years. So, I am not that old in front of you. Keisha said to Barrow with a slightly playful expression. Yes, in fact, after Baikai and the two reunited, there has always been a little lump in Keisha's heart. She is a little worried that Barrow will dislike that she is old. Who dares to say that my Keisha is old? You are just a little girl who is only more than 30,000 years old. Barrow leaned his forehead against Keisha's forehead. Little girl? Have you forgotten that we have been in love? Keisha flicked Barrow's forehead with her finger. In my heart, you will always be a little girl, just like the first time I saw you, you were so heroic when you dueled with Mo. Liang Bing in the royal duel field of Mellow Home. From that moment on, I have been. No matter how cheesy the love words were, Balo could say them directly in front of Keisha without changing his face. So later, you would spare no effort to let me escape from Hawaiiat, right? Keisha recalled some of the details of that time. Yes. Balo took Keisha into his arms again. Just as Baikai and the others were talking about love in the lake, Medusa's first round of evolution had ended. And when Xiao Yan was about to collect the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Medusa started the second round of evolution. This time, she directly abandoned her body and turned to the form of a soul body to impact the various heaven and earth phenomena brought by the strange fire. I didn't expect it. This small strange fire can actually bring such a magnificent energy of heaven and earth. While looking at the strange phenomenon in the sky, Keisha once again created a replica of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire out of thin air on her right hand. But this replica of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire seemed unable to create such a strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. Medusa rushed into the air in the form of a soul body and merged with the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth brought by the strange fire. Soon after, accompanied by a loud boom, Medusa's soul body and the strange phenomenon of heaven and earth disappeared at the same time. Then Yumei, Yinchi Elder and other snake people all knelt on the ground and began to constantly lament the fall of their queen. Barrow, did she succeed? Or failed? Keisha could see the colorful little cutie hidden in the scattered energy of heaven and earth at a glance. Of course it succeeded, but now her body and mind are occupied by this new soul. Bello carried Keisha out of the poisonous water lake and came to the island in the middle of the lake. Then, the two of them bumped into Xiao Yan and Yao Chen, who were trying to use the Azure Lotus pedestal to collect the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire. You guys continue, just pretend we don't exist. Keisha said with some embarrassment. You two were at that time, in the Warcraft Mountains. After Xiao Yan was stunned for a while, he finally remembered where he had seen Bai Kai and the two in front of him. Okay, stop dawdling, hurry up and collect the strange fire. Bai Luo took Keisha's hand, and the two retreated to a position more than 10 meters away from Xiao Yan and Yao Chen. Xiao Yan, it seems that the two of them are really not interested in the strange fire, you hurry up and collect the strange fire. The violent energy of the strange fire has broken all the restrictions of this space. It won't be long before the breath of the strange fire will be detected by Guhi and others. Yao Chen persuaded Xiao Yan. I understand, teacher. Xiao Yan took out the Azure Lotus pedestal from the ring. He gently threw the Azure Lotus pedestal upwards. As soon as the two met, the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire floating in the air drilled into the Azure Lotus pedestal by itself. That Azure Lotus pedestal is also a magic weapon, right? Keisha asked Balo, who was hugging her. Not only is it a magic weapon, it is also the wedding room of Xiao Yan and Medusa. Balo directly used the words of some netizens' barrage. The two of them are on that pedestal. At this moment, Keisha obviously had some wrong thoughts. Don't think about it, you will know later. Balo kissed Keisha on the forehead. After Xiao Yan collected the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire with the Azure Lotus pedestal, he discovered that Medusa had evolved into the seven-colored sky-swallowing python. He was lucky enough to cheat the little guy with his companion purple crystal source and took him away. Then, he spread his purple cloud wings and flew away. The show is over, let's go too. Balo said to Keisha. Okay. Keisha took a look at the poisonous water lake, and then she and Balo flew away with their fighting spirit transformed wings. She was a little reluctant to leave the little cutie in the lake, but she soon let it go. When Xiao Yan and Bai Kai flew out of the main sacrificial hall one after another, Yun Yun and others were unable to judge who took the strange fire, so they separated to chase Xiao Yan, Balo, and Keisha. Then, the 8 leaders of the snake people also arrived at the snake temple one after another. Then, under the arrangement of the Yinshi elders, they also split into 2 groups to chase. Keisha, Yun Yun is chasing us from behind. She has the Do Chi of wind attribute, and her Do Chi turns into wings faster than the 2 of us. Balo said to Keisha who was flying beside him. Let's land in front. Not only Yun Yun, but also 5.5 snakes are behind us. Keisha pointed to a desert plain in front and said so. Okay. Balo took Keisha's hand and flew straight to the desert plain. After landing, Balo and Keisha greeted the arrival of Yun Yun and the 5 snake people with a smile. Chapter 52. Please hand over the strange fire, sir. I don't care where you come from. You should know that it is not a wise move to offend the 6th grade alchemist Dan Wang Guhi. Yun Yun's eyes were fixed on the replica of the strange fire in Keisha's hand. That's right, Keisha, who was in a playful mood, created a replica of the Azure Lotus Earth Core fire out of thin air in her own hand. We are all old acquaintances, why don't you take off your veil? Keisha asked Yun Yun, who was wearing a black mask, with a smile on her face. So you have already guessed who I am. Yun Yun not only took off her veil, but also took off her black clothes and revealed a green robe. Sure enough, she is a beautiful lady. Although they are all women, Keisha still admires Yun Yun's appearance and figure. I know you are a super strong man, but the strange fire is really important to me. I hope you can give up and give it to me. I am willing to pay any price equal to it. After showing her true face, Yun Yun's attitude towards Keisha immediately became humble. This is really that she dared to act violently in front of Keisha when she put on the veil, and could only be humble and kind when she took off the veil. Okay. Seeing that you are so sincere, I will give you the strange fire. But I have a question for you, can you tame the strange fire and take it away? Keisha pushed the replica of the strange fire in her hand in front of Yun Yun. Thank you for your willingness to give up, I have my own way to take it away. As soon as Yun Yun finished speaking, she used a powerful wind attribute fighting skill, and then she created a spherical wind wall around the replica of the strange fire. After about 3/4 of an hour, Yun Yun finally succeeded in wrapping the replica of the strange fire with the spherical wind wall. Thank you for giving up. This is my reward for you. Yun Yun took out a volume of fighting skills, a close-fitting armor and several bottles of elixirs from the ring, and placed them on the ground, and then she flew away with fighting spirit transformed into wings. After Yun Yun flew away, Keisha stepped forward and put all the items on the ground into her golden ring. Keisha, how long can the strange fire you gave her burn? Bello came to Keisha and asked. I added a little more energy to the strange fire, and it can probably burn for a month. Keisha replied after thinking for a while. Is it really okay for you to waste her like this? Bello hugged Keisha from behind. I didn't force her to keep these things. She didn't know what they were. What does it have to do with me? Bello, look, those 5.5 snakes are flying over. Keisha said helplessly, and then she pointed at the 5 figures in the air and said so. Do you still want to continue playing? Bello asked softly in Keisha's ear. Of course. It's rare to have some fun, how can I miss it easily? Keisha patted Bello's chest lightly, she was signaling him to step back a little bit, and he also stepped back dozens of meters obediently. Guhi's accomplice, we finally caught up with you. Now you have no way to escape. The 5 people including the Yinchi elder stood in a position, and they surrounded Keisha. No way to escape? Obviously, we have been here for a long time, okay. Keisha made a helpless expression on her face, and she also complained in her heart. In the next battle, Keisha used a set of flexible skills to play around with the 5 people including the Yinchi elder. After fighting with her for a long time, the 5 snakemen on the opposite side did not even touch the corner of her clothes. When Keisha felt that she had played enough, she used a whirlwind slash and shook all the 5 snakemen on the opposite side away. We can't continue to entangle with her, use that trick. As soon as the voice of the Yinchi elder fell, he began to seal with both hands, and then the other 4 snakemen also began to seal each other. Keisha stood by and watched quietly. The Yinchi elder and the other 5 snakemen slowly sealed there. At this time, if they rushed up to attack them directly, these 5 snakemen would be in a state of no power to fight back. P.S. Yes. The real enemy will not wait for you to charge up before attacking. 5 snakes poison seal. The Yinchi elders and others, after the 5 snakemen finished their seals, they raised their right hands to the air, and then the rune array on the ground floated into the air, and in the air, a portal similar to a space channel was opened. Another little cutie has come, but it's a pity that it's illusory. Keisha stared at the snake shadow in the portal and said to herself. When the green illusory spirit snake came out of the portal, the little spirit wrapped around Keisha's wrist flew out with a whoosh, and then it turned into its original size in the air. Then, the 2 giant snakes, one real and one illusory, fought directly together. The 2-headed spirit snake and the illusory spirit snake, the 2 snakes first attacked each other for several rounds by entwining each other. Then the 2 of them spit out different energy attacks from their respective snake mouths. One of the 2-headed spirit snake's heads spit out hot magma fire, and the illusory spirit snake spit out a sharp weapon similar to an ice cone. The attacks from the 2 snakes stalemated in the air for a long time, and there was no winner. Then, they both used tail swing attacks at the same time, but there was still no winner. After about half an hour of mutual attacks, one of the 2-headed spirit snakes saw an opening in the opponent and directly opened its mouth to bite the 7 inches of the virtual spirit snake. Then, its other head aimed directly at the opponent's snake face and spewed out hot lava fire. No, the spirit snake is going to lose. The 5 snakemen including the Yinchi elder all spit out a small mouthful of bright red from their mouths after the virtual spirit snake was attacked by the 2-headed spirit snake. After all, the virtual spirit snake was summoned from the void at the cost of their lifespans. Soon after the Yinchi elder and the other 5 snakemen spit out a mouthful of bright red, the 2-headed spirit snake once again wrapped around the body of the illusory spirit snake. At this time, the illusory spirit snake had no strength to continue to resist, and could only let the other party consume its energy bit by bit. After the 2-headed spirit snake defeated the illusory spirit snake, it came back to Keisha to ask for praise, and Keisha did not hesitate to touch its 2 heads with both hands. Then, the satisfied little spirit shrank its body again and wrapped around Keisha's wrist. Your Excellency is so hostile to my snake people today, this grudge will be remembered. After the Yinchi elder said a harsh word to Keisha. He and the other 4 snakemen used a fighting skill called Snake Skill Division to split their bodies into dozens of illusory little snakes and slipped away. Keisha saw through the 5 real bodies hidden among the little snakes at a glance, but she let them continue to escape. Soon, the 5 snakemen disappeared completely. Did you have fun? Bello came behind Keisha and hugged her. It was just so-so. It was mainly playing. Keisha pointed at the little spirit wrapped around her wrist and said so. When it just flew out, you could have called it back directly, but you didn't call it back, so it could only fight for you. Bello held 2 bottles of liquid medicine between her fingers. The little spirit on Keisha's wrist immediately stretched out 2 snake heads and drank the 2 bottles of liquid medicine as if they were water. That's right, it was precisely because Bello had been feeding the two little spirits with liquid medicine over the past few months that it had the strength to defeat the illusory spirit snake today. Chapter 53. This time, after Bekai and the others finished their journey in the Tagar Desert, they released the Lion Kings. Dazai became their mount again, so he was very happy. In this way, Dazai carried Bekai and the others and flew towards the direction of the Gama Empire. On its back, Bello and Keisha were enjoying the various plays and fights between Xiao Ziyai and Xiao Ling. After arriving in the Gama Empire, Bekai and the others put Dazai into the space of the scepter. They only left Xiao Ziyai as Keisha's playmate. When Xiao Ziyai in Keisha's arms and Xiao Ling on Keisha's wrist met on the same person, they would no longer play and fight like before, but all became like a good baby. Bekai and his partner had been wandering around the towns outside the capital of Jiama several times. During this time, they bought all kinds of exotic flowers and plants from different cities. These exotic flowers and plants will eventually be planted on the top of Tianran No. 1 and the surface of the two planets. When Bekai and his partner were wandering around these cities, they would be fine if they could find an inn that satisfied them. If they couldn't find an inn that satisfied them, they would just go into an inn at random, and after booking a room, they would go back to Tianran No. 1 in the scepter space together. On this day, Bekai and his partner didn't find an inn that satisfied them in the city again, so after they booked a room at random, they left the scepter in the room, and then they went into Tianran No. 1 in the scepter together. When they entered the scepter space together, a group of blind lunatics came into the room. After that, every lunatic who tried to get close to the scepter was crushed into piles of powder by the shock wave emitted by the scepter. However, this not only did not deter those lunatics, but also attracted a group of greedy people who wanted to come and snatch the scepter. What was happening in the room just became a little life adjustment for Bekai and the others. Bello, who controlled part of the authority of the scepter, was able to open a virtual light screen on the Sky Blade No. 1 that could see the outside world. At this moment, Bekai and the others were taking a bath while enjoying the outside world. Bello, I only know now that the scepter showed mercy to Hexi at that time. After Keisha looked at the outside world for a while, she put one of her legs on Bello's knees. Keisha, the scepter is a gift from God, so it has a certain self-awareness. As long as you don't have any improper thoughts about it, it won't attack you. But if you want to do something bad to it, it will be like some gods of destruction, and will ruthlessly wipe out those who have bad intentions. Bello was familiar with Keisha's legs, performing various massage and acupressure services. As the saying goes, artifacts move people's hearts. Bello, from today on, people in this world will think that you have an amazing artifact, scepter, in your hand. After the service of one leg was over, Keisha put her other leg on Bello's knee. It doesn't matter. As long as they have the ability and want the artifact, just come. After Bello finished serving Keisha's two legs, he began to charge for this service. You are getting more and more naughty. Keisha cooperated very well and sat on Bello's knees with her whole body. I have to break in time, and the following journey scenes will have to omit 100,000 words. After taking a bath in the bathtub for 5 hours, Bekai and the others came to the scenic spot on Tianran No. 1 hand in hand. Today's scenic spot is no longer a state of barren mountains, but a beautiful scenery of birdsong and flowers. Oh, yes, it seems that there is no bird song. Well, not bad, now here, it is more like the scene in my dream. Keisha let go of Bello's hand, and she danced alone among all kinds of flowers and plants. When Keisha was dancing among the flowers and plants, Bello chose to sit on a big rock and enjoy each other's beautiful dance. Yes. If Huayi's Tiangong had not invaded, Keisha's life would have been like now, often dancing in the garden of the palace of Mello homeland. But it is precisely because of Huayi's the invasion made Mello's home reborn. And it also caused an intersection between Bello and Keisha, which then evolved into the sweet scene of today. The next day, when Bekai and the others walked out of the scepter space, the inn where they stayed last night had now become a ruin. After those greedy lunatics learned that they could not get close to the scepter, they started fighting and killing each other, and this inn was razed to the ground by some powerful people in the fight between those people. As the saying goes, I didn't kill Boran, but Boran died because of me. These lunatics are not worth dying, but it's a pity that the owner of this inn is so innocent. Therefore, when Baikai and the others walked out of the ruins of the inn, they asked around where the inn owner's home was, and then went to compensate his family. After compensating the innkeeper's family, Baikai and the other two flew up into the sky together. Do Zong Strongman. Baikai and the other two flew up into the sky, causing everyone on the ground to fall into a state of surprise and stagnation. Baikai and the other two flew straight towards the sun. When they reached a high enough altitude, an invisible but tangible transparent light film blocked their steps. This light film must be the dimensional barrier of Duki continent. Bello then communicated with the heaven of this world. Soon after, a small ripple vortex appeared on the dimensional barrier. Keisha, after we go out, we will immediately use the angel wings. Bello looked at Keisha beside him and said so solemnly. Okay. I'll listen to you. In this serious situation, Keisha did not ask Bello anything more. Afterwards, Baikai and the other person held hands and passed through the ripple vortex on the dimensional barrier. After they arrived at the other end of the dimensional barrier, they immediately opened their angel wings. That's right, if the dimensional barrier just now is forced to open with external force, then you will not reach the space of Duki continent, but will open the dimensional channel to the upper world of Duki continent, the world of the universe. After Baikai and the other person reached the space of Duki continent, they looked back at Duki continent and saw that the entire Duki continent was a planet similar to the Earth, but its volume was many times larger than that of the Earth. After Baikai and the other person flew in space and looked down at Duki continent for a while, they came to the surface of the star of Duki continent together. Bello brought Keisha here to collect the energy of this star in order to extend the life of the star in the scepter space. Bello summoned the scepter from the dark space, and then he pointed the tip of the scepter at the sun in front of him. Then, 8 streams of star energy rushed from different positions on the sun's surface to the inner space of the scepter. After the star in the scepter space was replenished with energy, its lifespan was extended from less than 10,000 years to more than 30,000 years now. Chapter 54. Keisha, the heavenly Deo of Duki continent has just told me that since we have received its benefits, we must help the Son of Destiny of this world when necessary. When Baikai and the others returned to the surface of Duki continent, Bello hugged Keisha's slender waist again. Help if you want. Anyway, we will go to find him next. Keisha also turned around and hugged Bello's neck. After Baikai and the others walked around the last city except Jiama Imperial Capital for 3 times, they rode to Ziai together and flew towards Jiama Imperial Capital. It's them, go report to Danwang Guhi, I'll report to Jialao and the others, then I'll go inform Sect Master Yun. When Bello and Keisha walked on the streets of Jiama Imperial Capital, suddenly a group of people in armor appeared in front of them, and the leader held a portrait of Baikai and the others in his hand. Soon, Yun, Guhi, Jiaxing Tian, Yan Shi, Feng Li and other powerful men from the Jiama Empire came here one after another, and they also surrounded Baikai and the other two. You two, I advise you to hand over the strange fire as soon as possible. Yun said to Baikai and the other two on behalf of everyone. Strange fire, didn't I give it to you at that time? Keisha asked knowingly. Sir, the strange fire you gave to Master Yun at that time was obviously fake. Guhi seemed to have recalled some bad memories. That's right, when Yun brought back the replica of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire, Guhi took great pains to refine it. Then he invited many relatives and friends to come to watch the ceremony. He wanted to refine a 7th grade pill in front of these relatives and friends. As a result, at the critical moment when he was about to condense the pill, the strange fire in his body suddenly disappeared. This not only made the natural treasures that Guhi had collected with great effort useless, but also made him lose face in front of many relatives and friends. Is it fake? It seems so. Is it like this? Keisha once again created a replica of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire in front of everyone. What kind of fighting skill is this? Jia Xingtian, Yan Shi, Feng Li, and others asked themselves in their hearts. Sir! Did you refine the strange fire, and then use the energy of the strange fire in your hand to condense an illusory strange fire? Gu He's imagination was really big. He actually came up with a more reasonable explanation for Keisha's creation of fire out of thin air. So that's it. Gu He's imagination was recognized by Jia Xingtian and others. Bei Kai and the other two smiled awkwardly. They themselves could not have imagined that Gu He would understand fire creation out of thin air so well, and everyone around them also agreed with his statement. For an alchemist, strange fire is a very important tool for alchemy. Please let me go. I really need this Azure Lotus Earth Heart fire. After Gu He calmed down, he walked in front of Kai Sha and bowed to her with his hands clasped together. I really didn't take it. The Azure Lotus Earth Heart fire, believe it or not. At this point, Kai Sha did not want to continue to entangle with Gu He. She directly put on an expression of I didn't take it, don't look for me. Considering that Kai Sha was also a Do Huang strongman, Gu He and others did not make trouble on the spot. After careful consideration, they finally let Bei Kai and the other two leave. However, not long after the incident, Jia Xingtian found Bei Kai and the other two alone. In front of Jia Xingtian, Keisha invented a queen identity of the Mellow Empire for herself, and the other party believed it without any doubt. After all, the Duqi continent is vast, and it is normal to occasionally pop up an empire name that has never been heard of. Of course, the more important reason is that Jia Xingtian found that Keisha's speech and behavior are very similar to his own, and that is a special temperament that can only be displayed by people who have been on the throne for a long time. Queen Keisha, this is the token of the Jiama Empire. You and Prince Bello can enjoy many conveniences and benefits in this Jiama Empire with this token in the future. In order to establish a good relationship, Jia Xingtian sent a universal token of the Jiama Empire to Keisha. Thank you, old man. Keisha accepted the token without any pretense. With Jia Xingtian's gift after receiving the token, Bei Kai and the others could move freely in the capital of Jiama Empire. For this reason, they lived in the most luxurious inn, ate the most abundant delicacies, and experienced the most high-end entertainment projects, but they only spent much less gold coins than others. Because Gu He and others believed that it was Keisha who refined the strange fire, when Xiao Yan used the alias of Yan Xiao to treat Nalan Ji's branding poison with strange fire, it did not attract the special attention of the strong men of Jiama Empire. Barrow, do you think I have blocked a lot of unnecessary trouble for Xiao Yan? Do we think we are repaying the kindness of the heaven? Keisha pushed open a window on the second floor of a luxurious inn. Of course, now the strong men of Jiama Empire have set their sights on you. They have no interest in this suddenly appearing Yan Xiao. Bello came to the window and took Keisha into his arms. Then I have stolen the limelight from the Son of Destiny. Do you think we should go meet the Son of Destiny now? Keisha leaned her entire back on Bello. Don't go for now. When he goes to Yunlin sect to keep the 3-year appointment, we will go to Yunlin sect together to cheer him up. Bello took Keisha and walked step by step to the bed in the guest room. Okay. I'll listen to you. Keisha waved her hand and closed the window of the guest room. Then the little spirit on her wrist voluntarily ran to the next room. Then, she and Bello went on a driving trip on the bed in the room. It's time to omit 100,000 words again. In order to wake up Yao Chen, Xiao Yan participated in the alchemist competition of the Jiama Empire. In the competition, he won cheers and applause from the whole room, and he also took away Nalan Yanran's heart. Bello, is Xiao Yan going to Yunlin sect today? It was already the day of the 3-year appointment, and Bai Kai and the other two were both naked, lying on the bed in an inn. Wow, I had so much fun just now that I forgot about the time. Although Bai Kai said so, he didn't even want to get up. Yes. We both had so much fun, so now should we continue playing or go to Yunlin Sect to cheer Xiao Yan up? Keisha gave the decision to Bilo. Going to cheer Xiao Yan up is not as fun as continuing to play with you. Bilo chose without hesitation, and continued to drive off-road in the room with Keisha. 100,000 words is a bit too much, so I'll omit 99,000 words this time. When Bai Kai and the other two finished en route de Zi to Yunlin Sect, the competition between Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran had already reached the final critical moment. Chapter 55. Wind Extreme, Sunset Glory, Small Buddha's Angry Fire Lotus. With that, Nalan Yanran and Xiao Yan each used their own special skills, and the duel of the 3-year appointment slowly came to an end. After defeating Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yan destroyed his marriage certificate with the other party and the divorce letter he wrote 3 years ago with strange fire in public. From now on, he said that he would no longer have any connection with the other party. Little friend Xiao Yan, please stay. Just when Xiao Yan was about to leave Yunlin Sect, the great elder Yunleng called him. At the same time, Bai Kai and the other person, who had just finished a cross-country journey, also rushed to Yunlin Sect with their fighting spirit transformed into wings. When De Zi was at the foot of the mountain, he had already been taken back into the scepter space. What a coincidence that we both came. From now on, this 3-year appointment is the most exciting time. Bailo said this when he looked at Keisha, whose red face had not yet completely faded. Okay. Then let's find a place to sit down and watch the show slowly. Keisha took Bailo's hand without changing her expression, and the two of them came to Jia Xingtian's side. After the three of them greeted each other, Bai Kai and the other sat next to Jia Lao. Excuse me, Elder Yunleng, why did you suddenly call me? Xiao Yan looked calm on the surface, but at this moment, he was a little flustered in his heart. He estimated that he had killed Mo Cheng, the outer deacon of Yunlin Sect, and the other party had discovered it. Excuse me, Xiao Yan, is the murder of Mo Cheng, the outer deacon of our sect, related to you? Yunleng asked Xiao Yan directly. Next, although Xiao Yan kept explaining to Yunleng that the reason he killed Mo Cheng was because the other party did something that was harmful to the world. In order to prove his innocence, he even released Mo Cheng's test subjects from his ring in front of everyone. Little did he know that his actions were the real reason why Yunleng vowed to fight him to the death. Because Xiao Yan exposed the scandal of Yunlan Sect in public, if Yunlan Sect let him go, it would be a disguised admission that Yunlan Sect was a despicable sect that harbored filth and dirt. In this way, Yunleng, who refused to admit it, did not give Xiao Yan any chance at all. He directly ordered 3 Dowang elders of Yunlan Sect to go and take Xiao Yan down. Without the blessing of Yao Chen's power, Xiao Yan tried his best and could only escape from the hands of one elder, but when facing the front and back attacks of the other 2 elders, he immediately became powerless. Do you mind if I go and get involved? Keisha, who was watching the game in the stands, suddenly asked Bailo beside her. Go. Bailo looked at Keisha with a doting face and replied. After Keisha smiled at Bailo, she flew from the stands to the duel field below with her Do Chi turning into wings. Elder, why do you want to kill a little Do master? Keisha looked at Yunleng on the main seat and asked. Your Excellency Do Huang, this is a personal grudge between our Yunlan sect and Xiao Yan. Please don't interfere. Afterwards, our Yunlan sect will definitely reward you handsomely. Yunleng bowed to Keisha. I will naturally not interfere in your personal grudge with him. But as far as I know, that Mo Cheng did do some things that were harmful to the world. And the reason why he did those things was that someone was behind him instructing him to do so. Excuse me, Elder, do you know who the person who instructs Mo Cheng is? Keisha asked Yunleng with a playful expression. Mo Cheng is the outer sect steward of our Yunlan sect. Everything he did was above board. It was this Xiao Yan who deliberately framed him. Yunlang answered in a way that confused right and wrong. In that case, please take a look at what this is. Keisha used a micro-wormhole to get the letters between Yunlang and Mo Cheng that were secretly exchanged in Yunlang's room into her own hands. That's right, the reason why Mo Cheng did those things that hurt the world was that Yunlang was the mastermind behind all this, and the reason why he did this was that he wanted to establish his own power, because he couldn't stand Yun, who was younger and less experienced than him, becoming the leader of the Yunlin sect. This. Looking at the contents of the letters that Keisha showed to everyone, Yunlang's feet involuntarily stepped back a few steps, and the three elders who were about to take down Xiao Yan also stopped their moves. Unveiling Yun in public after removing Yunlang's hypocritical mask, Keisha flew back to Balo's side. She would not participate in the following things. What are you three still doing? Xiao Yan killed my Yunlan sect's outer sect deacon. Hurry up and take him down. Yunlang chose not to care about his face. Ha ha ha, Yunlan sect is really a bunch of hypocritical hypocrites. Their crimes have been exposed, and they have the nerve to arrest me. I, Xiao Yan, swear to the heavens that I must completely destroy this sect that harbors filth. Xiao Yan took advantage of the time when Keisha and Yunlang were negotiating, and he once again used the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and Purple Fire to fuse a Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Next, Xiao Yan aimed at Yunlang's face and threw the Buddha's Wrath Lotus at him. Because the other party was unable to dodge in time, his old face was directly hit by the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Yunlang's entire body flew backwards, and he also broke several pillars of the stands behind him. When he stood up again, there was a very obvious flame burn on his face. Xiao Yan! You die for me! Yunlang used his Do Chi to transform his wings in a rage and rushed towards Xiao Yan's position. After Xiao Yan took a few Chi recovery powders, he fought with Yunlang. Flame Dividing Waves Ruler. Xiao Yan found an opportunity and smashed the Xianzhong ruler in his hand hard on Yunlang's forehead. After Yunlang took this hit from the Flame Dividing Waves ruler, his entire body once again fell heavily from the air into the dual field. When Yunlang stood up from the ground, there was another shocking wound on his forehead. All disciples of Yunlin sect, listen to my order, and form the cloud and smoke to cover the sun formation. Yunlang glared at Xiao Yan in the air and gave such an order to the disciples of Yunlin sect around him. Because Keisha had previously exposed Yunlang's behavior in public, the disciples of Yunlin sect did not start to form the seals at the first time. Because at this time, all the disciples of Yunlin sect were thinking about a question in their hearts: do we really want to help a great elder who has done many evil things to stop Xiao Yan? It can be seen from this that most of the disciples in Yunlin sect are not bad people who are unforgivable. Unfortunately, their status is low, and many times, they are in the state of being in the sect and unable to control themselves. Chapter 56. What are you still standing there for? I am now the Grand Elder of Yunlan sect. Without the sect master, I am the highest sect commander. Do you all want to be expelled from the mountain gate? Yunlang directly used his identity and words to threaten those disciples. Under his coercion, those kind-hearted disciples could only make seals against their will. Afterwards, under the joint seals of all the disciples of Yunlan sect, the periphery of the entire dual field was covered by a formation, and this formation was the Yunlan sect's protective formation, the cloud mist covering the sun formation. Ha ha ha, Xiao Yan, my strength will be increased in this formation, and your fighting spirit will be suppressed. This time, I want to see where you can escape to. Yunlang flew towards Xiao Yan with a proud look on his face. Yunlang, you are bullying the weak. I, Hai Badong, am here to meet you. When Yunlang was about to catch Xiao Yan, Hai Badong, who had been watching the battle, finally couldn't help but attack Yunlan's own. Hai Badong used a black ice dragon flying. He used the ice attribute fighting spirit to condense an ice dragon, and he stood on the head of the ice dragon. Then he controlled the ice dragon to rush towards Yunlang. Ice Emperor, why do you want to care about the personal grudge between my sect and Xiao Yan? Yunleng asked while fighting the ice dragon. Because when Xiao Yan killed Mo Cheng, I also participated. Hai Badong answered concisely. You. Yunleng couldn't resist Hai Badong's attack. His whole body was slapped away by the tail of the ice dragon. Now, hurry up and leave. Hai Badong came to Xiao Yan and said so. I don't need to thank you for your kindness. Goodbye, Hai Lao. Xiao Yan first said this to Hai Badong with his hands clasped together, and then he looked at the position where Bei Kai and the others were. Then, he flew out of the dual field, but he crashed directly into the inner wall of the cloud mist covering the sun formation. Xiao Yan! Do you think that my Yunlin sect's cloud mist covering the sun formation is vegetarian? Yunleng got up from the ground for the third time. I don't believe that I can't break your tortoise shell today. Xiao Yan used the combination of the strange fire and the purple fire again to create a Buddha's wrath lotus. Xiao Yan, release the fire lotus at that position. Hai Badong found the weak point of the cloud mist covering the sun formation, and then he attacked that position with an ice attack, and some frost solidified on the inner wall of the formation at that position. Thank you, Hai Lao. Xiao Yan threw the Buddha's wrath lotus in his hand towards the place where the frost condensed. Along with a sound like glass breaking, many cracks really began to appear at the location hit by the Buddha's wrath lotus. How is it possible? Yunleng said in disbelief, looking at the cracks of the cloud mist covering the sun array. At the same time, the disciples of the Yunlin sect who were responsible for the seals also spit out strands of bright red from their mouths. Just as Xiao Yan was about to use those cracks to leave, waves of black smoke slowly penetrated into the cloud mist covering the sun array from those cracks. Then, these black smokes slowly formed the shape of a human figure in the air. After all the black smokes were completely dispersed, a masked man in black armor appeared in front of everyone. My name is Ling Ying, Master Xiao Yan, and I am the person my lady has asked to protect. The black-armored masked man Ling Ying concisely stated his identity and purpose. Don't think you can be arrogant and domineering in Yunlin sect just because you are Duhuang. Yunleng pointed at Ling Ying in the air and accused him. If that's the case, then you can give it a try. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Ying flew towards the broken part of the Union Fury formation. With Ling Ying's joining, Xiao Yan and Hai Badong quickly broke the entire Union Fury formation, and they beat Yunleng so hard that he couldn't stand up temporarily. After the formation was broken, the disciples of Yunlin sect also collapsed. Let's go. Hai Badong said to Xiao Yan. Thank you, Hai Lao, and this senior Ling. Xiao Yan bowed to Ling Ying. Master Xiao Yan, you don't have to be polite. I came here to protect you on the order of my young lady. Ling Ying did not say his young lady's name in front of Xiao Yan. Who is your young lady? Just when Xiao Yan was about to ask, Yunleng, who had just been lying on the ground, stood up again, and he took out a flute and blew it. Is this breath from him? Jia Xingtian, who had been watching the battle, finally stood up from his chair. You didn't leave when you could, and now you're in trouble again. Keisha leaned on Beilo's shoulder and complained about the behavior of Xiao Yan and others. Beilo, who did not respond, put his hand on Keisha's arm. He knew that Yunshan, the old leader of Yunlin sect, was about to appear. Then, a strong breath instantly filled the entire dual field, and then a tall figure appeared next to Yunling. Yunling, what's going on? Why did you even activate the sect protection formation? As soon as Yunshan appeared, he asked Yunling 2 questions in a row. Old sect leader, Xiao Yan forced us to do this, and we were forced to fight back. Yunling answered evasively. I know your character. Tell me everything clearly. Yunshan looked at Yunling with dignity and said so. I dare not hide it from the old master. This is what happened. With so many eyes staring at him, Yunling no longer dared to hide anything from Yunshan, so he explained the cause and effect of the matter clearly. What is Xiao Yan doing? Why didn't he leave quickly while Yunling was explaining the situation to Yunchen? Keisha, who was leaning on Beilo's shoulder, complained about Xiao Yan's behavior again. This is probably what the plot requires. Beilo thought of a more reasonable explanation. This is a typical act of courting death. Keisha shook her head helplessly. Okay, Keisha, let's continue watching the show. Beilo kissed Keisha on the cheek, and the other party immediately stopped commenting on Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan, you killed Mo Cheng for all the wrong things he did, and it's considered justice. I can let you off the hook. Yunchen Lingxiu flew to Xiao Yan and said so. Thank you for your understanding, old Master Yun. I want to take my leave first. At this time, Xiao Yan thought Yunchen was a good senior who was well educated and well mannered. Wait, I can let you off the hook for killing Mo Cheng, but you have to give me an explanation for destroying the gate of my Yunlin sect. Yunchen suddenly changed the subject and said so to Xiao Yan, while Yunling, who was hiding behind Yunchen, laughed secretly. May I ask how you want me to explain, old Master Yun? At this moment, Xiao Yan had also realized that Yunchen was not a good person. I will punish you to face the wall in my Yunlin sect for 10 years, how about that? Yunchen asked Xiao Yan expressionlessly. What? Facing the wall for 10 years in Yunlin sect, old sect Master Yun, you are asking too much. Xiao Yan has completely confirmed that Yunchen and Yunling are birds of a feather. If you are unwilling to face the wall for 10 years in Yunlin sect, then I will have to personally help you stay. When Yunchen said this, he glanced at Hai Badong and Ling Ying who were standing on both sides of Xiao Yan. Chapter 57. Yunchen, who had been promoted to Dozong, was able to perform with ease when facing the joint attack of Xiao Yan, Hai Badong and Ling Ying. Hai Badong's ice dragon attacked him, and he shattered it with a punch. Ling Ying's shadow assassin attacked him, and he split it with a knife. Xiao Yan's continuous attacks could not even break the defense on the surface of his body. The game can be over. As soon as Yunchen finished speaking, he used a fast-moving attack to hit Hai Badong and Ling Ying respectively, and their bodies flew backwards. Of course, he had a trick up his sleeve for these two people. He didn't want to hurt their lives. He just wanted them to stop disturbing Xiao Yan for the time being. Okay, the people who were in the way are gone now. I wonder who else can save you. Yunchen used the Wind Extreme Meteoric Kill on Xiao Yan, and beat the opponent to lose all his combat power. Teacher, I'm sorry, I've tried my best. Just when Xiao Yan was about to give up, a familiar voice came into his mind. You've done well enough, and now, leave it to me. Yao Chen's voice appeared in Xiao Yan's mind. For a moment, Xiao Yan thought he was hallucinating, until Yao Chen attached himself to him, and he finally believed that his teacher had woken up from his deep sleep. Yao Chen controlled Xiao Yan's body, and the purple cloud wings behind him were replaced with the wings of Bone Spirit Cold Fire. Then, he fought back and forth with Yunchen, and the people watching the battle around were all shocked, except for Bello and Keisha. This sudden surge of power should not be your own. I don't believe that you can maintain this state for a long time. Yunchen used his sword to collide with Xiao Yan's Xianzhong ruler. In terms of strength, he was slightly better in this collision. It's more than enough to destroy your Yunlin sect. Xiao Yan added the energy of the Bone Spirit Cold Fire to the Xianzhong ruler, and then he used the powerful Flame Devouring Wave ruler on Yunchen. Although Yunchen used the Wind Extreme Sunset Glory to catch this attack, the mountains behind him were shaken down by the aftermath of the Flame Devouring Wave ruler's attack. Boy, you've completely pissed me off. As soon as Yunchen finished speaking, he took out his true strength as a Dozong, and his palm power collided with the Bone Spirit Cold Fire from Xiao Yan's hand. After a loud noise, Yunchen was still standing in the air, but Xiao Yan was shaken back to the dual field. At this moment, Yao Chen's power had almost overdrawn Xiao Yan's body. Your aura is already disordered. It seems that you have reached your limit. Yunchen landed on the dual field and walked towards Xiao Yan step by step. Just when Yunchen was about to give Xiao Yan the final blow, a purple figure emerged from Xiao Yan's arm, and then the shadow turned into a huge 7-colored swallowing python in the air. This is a 7th level magic beast. How many cards does Xiao Yan have? Jia Xingtian asked himself in shock. The beautiful snake came to save her husband. At this time, Keisha sat on Beilo's legs. The two of them were watching the show and showing their love. Keisha, you are wrong. Xiaoki is Xiaoki, and the beautiful snake is the beautiful snake. Of course, if she shows up in a while, she will no longer be the beautiful snake, but a complete woman. Beilo put his hand on Keisha's chest as if no one else was around. And Keisha also let the other party do so as if no one else was around. Afterwards, Xiao Cai suffered considerable damage on its snake body under Yunchen's continuous attacks, but it never gave up. Go to hell, you brainless beast! Just as Yunchen was about to give Xiao Cai the final blow, a faint red light began to appear on the surface of Xiao Cai's snake body. And the intensity of this red light became stronger and stronger, which made many people present unable to open their eyes, except Bei Kai and Yunchen. After the red light dissipated, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone, and that was Queen Medusa, who had evolved a snake tail into a pair of jade feet. When Medusa told Yunchen that she was going to take Xiao Yan away, the latter did not stop her too much. So, Yunchen let Medusa take Xiao Yan away. Xiao Yan, remember this. This time, I will let you go down the mountain for the sake of Queen Medusa. If you come to Yunlin sect again, no matter what your reason is, I will keep you at all costs. Yunchen said this when Xiao Yan was about to step out of the duel field. Old sect master Yun, don't worry. I only come to this kind of place once. Xiao Yan responded to Yunchen without turning his head, and then he followed Medusa down the mountain. The show is over, let's go too. Keisha stood up from Beilo's legs. After Beilo stood up from the chair, the two of them flew away together, but when they flew about 100 meters away, Yunchen's figure suddenly appeared in front of them. I have a question for this lady. Why did you expose Yun Leng's actions in public before? What is the relationship between Xiao Yan and you two? Yunchen asked Keisha with a sharp look in his eyes. I have nothing to do with Xiao Yan. I just can't stand someone crying thief. Keisha replied with a nonchalant look. Oh, is that so? Then madam, do you know that in this world where the strong are respected, some people do certain things that cannot be exposed in public, because once you expose them, it is very likely to bring yourself some trouble. Yunchen said so with a hint of meaning. What do you want to do? Just say it. Bello directly pierced through Yunchen's mask. Okay, straightforward. I want you two to come to my Yunlin sect to be guest elders. In this way, we will write off the matter of this lady exposing Yun Leng in public before. Yunchen said so confidently. Just relying on your small Yunlin sect, you want to keep us two husband and wife, that's just wishful thinking. Bello used his body strength to punch Yunchen. Seeing the fist without any fighting spirit, Yunchen used his body to block it without thinking. As a result, he was hit by Bello's punch and flew straight from the air to the duel field, and his body also smashed a huge hole in the ground of the duel field. You dare to block my punch, you are lucky to be alive. Bello said to Yunchen lying in the hole, and then he and Keisha flew away from Yunlin sect without looking back. Okay, very good, I will remember this punch today. In the future, I will make you two pay tenfold. Yunchen said to himself as he looked at the backs of Bei Kai and the others going away. Old sect master, Xiao Yan bullied us so much, are we going to let him go so easily? After the people who came to watch the battle left one after another, Yun Leng came to Yunchen with an indignant look and asked. What do you want? Medusa's strength is so great that even I am not sure I can beat her. Yunchen shook his sleeves at Yun Leng. With Medusa by Xiao Yan's side, we naturally can't do anything to him, but we can go to the Xiao family in Wuden City. Yun Leng gestured to Yunchen. He is from the Xiao family in Wudin City. Is it really such a coincidence? Although Yunchen did not explicitly agree with Yunleng's suggestion, he still acquiesced to the other party's idea. Just like that, on the night of that day, Yunleng and 2 elders of the Yunlin sect changed into black clothes and masks, and the 3 of them flew towards the Xiao family in Wudin City. Chapter 58. After leaving the Yunlin sect, Bai Kai and the others went to the Jiama Empire and bought a map. Then, they rode to Zii together and flew towards the direction of Canaan College. When watching the show in Yunlin sect before, Keisha became a little interested in Xiao Yan's Buddha's Fury Lotus. Therefore, Keisha asked Bai Luo to take her to find the second kind of strange fire. And Bai Luo's target was the fallen heart flame sealed at the bottom of the burning heaven chi training tower in Canaan College. The Jiama Empire was still a long way from Canaan College, so in order to take care of Dazii on the long-distance flight, Bai Kai and the others let it fly for a while and then stop for a while. Anyway, they didn't have to rush, so when it was time for dinner, they went to a restaurant to eat. When it was time to sleep at night, they went to find an inn to sleep. No, they went to the bed in the inn to drive. The word count is here again, and this time it is another 100,000 words as usual. Baik and his partner rode to Zi and flew for more than a month before they arrived at the sphere of influence of the Black Horn domain. Before officially entering the Black Horn domain, Baik and his partner sent Zi back to the Sky Blade No. 1 in the Scepter space. After officially entering the Black Horn domain, Baik and his partner would be robbed by some people with bad intentions after walking a few steps, and the final outcome of these people was that they were all burned to ashes without exception. After Keisha used the replica of the strange fire to burn a total of 723 people, she and Bello arrived at the sphere of influence of Canaan College. The real Canaan Academy is actually hidden in a secret realm, and the barrier of the secret realm is completely useless to Bai Kai and the others, because they seem to walk into the secret realm from the outside of the barrier as if they were crossing a water surface. Someone broke into Canaan Academy. The moment Bello and the others crossed the barrier, Su Jian, the great elder of Canaan Academy, noticed it. After entering Canaan Academy, Bai Kai and the others flew directly to the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower. After standing on the top of the tower and watching for a while, they went straight through the seal at the bottom of the tower and came to the lava space of the Fallen Heart Flame. Wow! It actually has complete spiritual intelligence. It seems that this fire snake is much more advanced than that fire lotus. Keisha said this as she looked at the fallen heart flame that was madly committing crimes in front of her. Keisha, I'll help you fix it, you hurry up and collect its data and dark information. At this point, Barrow didn't care about keeping any agreement, he directly used a superpower similar to energy blockade to restrict the movement of the fallen heart flame. Keisha came to the fallen heart flame trapped in a spherical energy shield, and then she opened the Eye of Insight and began to read the other party's data and dark information. Reporting to the Great Elder, we have searched all over the inner courtyard and found no trace of any strangers. Several elders of the inner courtyard of Canaan College came to Su Jian and reported so. Impossible, I can feel that from the inner courtyard's barrier, after the fluctuation of someone coming in, there is no fluctuation of someone leaving, so the person who came should still be in the inner courtyard. Let's look carefully again. Su Jian analyzed so calmly. Yes, Great Elder. Just when several inner court elders wanted to search carefully again, a student came to them and Su Jian in a panic. Report to the Great Elder and all the elders, just now, the flame energy in the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower suddenly weakened a lot. The student said to Su Jian and other elders while panting. Is the newcomer hiding in the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower? Damn! Everyone, follow me to the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower. Su Jian took the lead and flew towards the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower. Then, several other inner court elders followed him with their fighting spirits transformed into wings. At this time, Keisha was still reading the data and dark information of the Fallen Heart Flame. Compared with the previous Qinglian Earth Core Fire, the data and dark information of this fire snake were much more complicated. Therefore, her reading and collection time would be relatively longer. Bello had been watching Keisha, who was reading the bar, from the side. He felt that his goddess was always the most beautiful at any time, especially when she was working seriously. She had a special charm on her body. Therefore, he couldn't help but laugh as he watched. Fallen heart flamme, how did the breath disappear? At this time, Suqian had already arrived at the Burning Heaven Chi training tower first. As soon as he entered the tower, he noticed that the breath of the fallen heart flame seemed to be gone. After a while, the other elders of the inner courtyard also arrived in the tower one after another. They also did not feel the breath of the fallen heart flame. No, we can't wait any longer. Everyone, follow me to the bottom space of the tower. Suqian stood at the seal entrance and said so to everyone after observing for a while. Then, he took several elders of the inner courtyard into the bottom space of the tower. Hey, guests are here. Oh no, compared to them, we are the guests. When Bello sensed the arrival of Suqian and others, he immediately turned around to greet them. You are really here? What did you do to the fallen heart flame? Suqian asked directly after meeting Bei Kai and the others. Nothing, just studying this fire snake. Don't worry, we won't take it away. Bello came to Suqian and the others and answered. Studying the fallen heart flame. After hearing this, Suqian looked in the direction of Keisha. When he saw the other party's concentration, he believed that the other party was really studying the fallen heart flame. The fallen heart flame is the property of my Canaan Academy. How can you study it just by saying so? An elder from the inner court stood up and questioned Bello. I'm sorry, I didn't get your consent. I'm really sorry. Afterwards, we are willing to make some compensation. Bello saluted Suqian and the others. After all, these people are not bad people. No need for compensation. I have an unwelcome request here. I hope you two can agree. After careful consideration, Suqian finally chose to make peace. Great elder, you can say whatever you want. Bello said with a smile. I agree that you can study the fallen heart flame, but in return, how about you come to my Canaan Academy and be a guest elder for 3 years? Don't worry, I will give you enough freedom, you just need to put your name here, what do you think? Suqian suggested this in a friendly manner. Before answering Suqian's request, Bello turned around and looked at Keisha. After receiving the other party's nod, he agreed to Suqian's request. Soon after Bello agreed to Suqian's request, Keisha recorded the data and secret information of the fallen heart flame. From now on, in addition to being able to create a replica of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire out of thin air, she can also create a replica of the fallen heart flame out of thin air. After Keisha obtained the data and secret information of the fallen heart flame, Bello untied the energy shield that wrapped the fallen heart flame. The fire snake, which had been bound for a while, was raging wildly in the space at the bottom of the tower as soon as it regained its freedom. The entire Burning Heaven training tower was shaken by it. Chapter 59. After agreeing to Su Jiancheng to be a guest elder of Canaan College for 3 years, the other party was very considerate and prepared a small loft with a separate entrance and a separate house for Bei Kai and his wife to live in. Barrow, will Xiaoyan come here soon? Keisha looked around and saw the layout and decoration of the small loft. Then she slightly changed the layout and decoration according to her own preferences. Yes. It should be soon. Why, is it for this reason that you asked me to agree to Su Jian's request? Barrow poured a cup of hot tea and handed it to Keisha. Not entirely, I mainly want to find something to do for myself, and as long as I stay near the Child of Destiny, some things will come to me automatically, right? Keisha drank the cup of hot tea. Yes. As the saying goes, if God wants to give a man a great responsibility, he must first make him suffer and work hard. Xiaoyan is the son of destiny in this world. Heaven has arranged everything for him, so his growth path is destined to be full of thorns. Bello held Keisha's hands. In addition to the thorns along the way, there are also a lot of confidants. Although I don't object to the emotional entanglement between a man and multiple women, I always feel that the best form of love is to be single-minded. Keisha looked at Bello's face with a focused expression and said so. Yeah. I think so too, just like you and me, we only have each other in our eyes. Bello gently rubbed Keisha's cheek with his hand, and then the two of them went to ride the roller coaster naturally. Word count said, I'm here again, this time it's 100,000 words. One day after becoming guest elders of Canaan College, Baikai and the others came to the deep mountains and old forests of the Blackhorn region. Today, Keisha will fuse the two kinds of strange fire here for the first time. Are you ready? Keisha. Bello looked at Keisha and asked seriously. Well, I'm ready. Keisha responded with a smile on her face, looking at Bello. Then, Bello summoned the scepter from the dark space. He held the scepter and tapped the ground lightly. With him and Keisha as the center, a protective shield with a radius of 50 kilometers was formed. When the protective shield was expanded outward, it also invited all the monsters within a radius of 100 kilometers out. The reason why Bello did this was that he was afraid that if Keisha failed to fuse the strange fire, it would eventually cause immeasurable consequences, which would harm the lives of some innocent monsters. Then, based on the principle of not wasting, after Bello invited all the monsters out, he picked all the natural treasures within a radius of 100 kilometers. Most of these natural treasures were transplanted into the scepter space, and only a small part was put into Bello's ring. What is this? There was no such barrier yesterday, how come it appears here today? No, my fruit is still inside. When the protective shield was completely formed, a little girl in pink and purple clothes bumped into the outer wall of the protective shield. After several bumps, the little girl still did not give up, so she used her own unique skills to forcefully open a hole similar to a portal on the outer wall of the protective shield. You want to stop me with such a trick? Maybe in the next life. The little girl whooshed and drilled into the protective shield from the hole. Oh! A little girl came in, oh no! It's a cute little pink dragon. As soon as the little girl drilled into the protective shield, Bello had already noticed her arrival, and he also knew her identity, the little princess of the Tegzu ancient dragon clan in this world Xiayan. At this time, it was the critical moment for Keisha to fuse the two kinds of fire, and Bello could not be distracted to take care of Xiayan for the time being. Presumably, with the opponent's strong strength and defense as the Tegzu ancient dragon, even if something bad happened after Keisha's fire fusion failed, the opponent should not be hurt too much. Keisha fused the fire, and it took more than an hour to complete the fusion. At this time, a fire lotus with yellow petals and green stamens floated on Keisha's hand. Why did it take so long? Is it the first time to fuse it? Not proficient? Bello looked at Keisha and asked. That's not the case. I just took only 5 minutes to fuse it successfully. It's just that I have been changing its form. The original intention was to make a pair of burning angel wings. But no matter how I want to change its shape, it will eventually become the shape of a fire lotus. Keisha sighed softly and responded with some regret. This is probably the law of this world. Or the fusion law of different fires. Keisha, don't mind it anymore. Okay. Bello comforted Keisha and said so. Okay. This is the only way. Oh, by the way, what does Xiaoyan call this, Buddha's Wrath Lotus? It doesn't sound good. I'm going to call it Angel's Wrath. Keisha gave the fire lotus in her hand a new name. The moment she finished speaking, the fire lotus seemed to burn more vigorously all of a sudden, as if it was responding to Keisha's renaming of it. Keisha, can you put away the Angel's Wrath first? Bello stared at the fire lotus in Keisha's hand and asked. No, I want to find a place to try its power. Keisha's right hand, holding the fire lotus, answered like this. Try its power. Well, I thought of a good place, Keisha, come with me. Bello took Keisha's left hand, and the two of them flew away together. After they left, the protective shield within a radius of 100 miles disappeared. Medicine Emperor Palace. Bello, why is it here? Keisha asked, looking at the Medicine Emperor Palace not far below the two of them. You will know if you read the information about Han Feng. Bello pointed to Han Feng, who was concentrating on refining medicine in the alchemy room of the Medicine Emperor Palace, and answered like this. Okay, let me take a look. Well, this scum turned out to be a traitor who colluded with the bad guys and killed his mentor. Such a person is simply not worth dying for. Keisha mercilessly threw the angel's wrath in her hand towards the location of the Medicine Emperor Palace. Well, there is a breath of strange fire approaching the Medicine Emperor Palace. This is... Before Han Feng could react, the angel's wrath had already come into contact with the Medicine Emperor Palace. Immediately afterwards, accompanied by a loud bang, most of the Medicine Emperor Palace was razed to the ground by the power of the angel's wrath. The power is not bad, but it's a pity that the scum was not killed. Forget it, let's leave him to the Son of Destiny. Keisha was quite satisfied with the power of the angel's wrath. The power of the angel's wrath, plus the power of the explosion furnace of the alchemy cauldron, this Han Feng is not dead yet. It seems that before meeting Xiao Yan, this guy should also be a person favored by the heaven. Bello made such an evaluation of Han Feng, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground at this time. Okay. The power of the angel's wrath has been tested, let's go. Keisha took Bello's hand, and the two flew towards Canaan College together. When Baikai and the others were flying back to Canaan College, they met Xian, who looked angry. The little girl puffed up her cheeks, and looked cute from any angle. Chapter 60. Two bad guys, you are finally back, hand over my fruit. Zia Yan said to Baikai with her cheeks puffed up. What a cute little girl. Come, let your sister hug you. Keisha opened her arms to Zia Yan. What little girl? How old am I? Anyway, I am older than you. Zia Yan said to Keisha angrily. So cute. If you don't come over, then sister will come to hug you. Keisha flew in front of Zia Yan, pulled her into her arms, and then let her struggle. It was useless. Let go of me. Zia Yan didn't finish her words, she leaned her head on Keisha's arms, because she felt a warm breath on her body. Little girl, you've been away from home for a long time, right? You can't find your family in the way home, right? Don't worry, your sister will be your safe haven in the future. Keisha treated Xian as her own child. Thank you, beautiful sister. Xian threw herself into Keisha's arms with tears in her eyes. Bello watched Keisha holding Xian, and he didn't disturb them. After all, Baikai and Kei have been together for so long, but Keisha's belly has never seen any movement, and the reason why she treats Xian in this way now is because she is filling a certain emptiness in her heart. P.S. This is a kind of emptiness that wants to be a mother. Bello, give the fruit that little Xian wants to her. Keisha held Xian's little hand and said to Bello. After Bello smiled, he took out all the natural treasures he had just picked from the area within 100 miles from his ring. When Zia Yan saw those natural treasures, her eyes were shining. This is the fruit. Thank you, beautiful sister, and handsome brother. I'm going to. When Zia Yan was about to eat the fruit in her hand, Bello interrupted her. If you eat it like that, it will taste very bitter. Bello stopped Zia Yan and ate the fruit raw. I know, but in order to grow up, even if it is a fruit that tastes bad, I have to eat it. Zia Yan said with a pursed mouth, staring at the fruit in her hand. Leave it to me. I can make it delicious. Bello waved his hand gently, and the fruit in Zia Yan's hand flew into his hand. Then, he used his divine power to complete a refining process without fire and cauldron. He turned the fruit into a colorful lollipop. Wow, this is so delicious! After eating the colorful lollipop, Zia Yan was so excited that she flew up with wings. I didn't expect you to be good at making children happy. If we have children in the future, you will definitely be a good father. Keisha said, holding Bello's hand tightly. At the same time, she lowered her head and looked at her belly. Okay, don't think about it anymore. If we can't give birth to a daughter in the normal way, then we can use other methods. For example, gene fusion technology. If it doesn't work, we can also adopt a daughter directly. Bello comforted Keisha and said so. That's right. If it doesn't work, we can still use gene fusion technology or adopt a daughter directly. But now, we can try our hand with little Ziyan first. Keisha really planned to raise Ziyan as a daughter. No problem, I'll listen to you. Bello looked at Keisha with a smile on his face, and he echoed the husband's voice. Brother Bello, will you make delicious lollipops for me in the future? Ziyan blinked her cute big eyes and asked Bello. Yes, don't worry, little Ziyan. Keisha replaced Bello and answered Ziyan with a smile on her face. Great, it's late today, I have to go back first. Otherwise, those old guys will be anxious to find me everywhere. Brother Bello, sister Keisha, goodbye. As soon as Ziyan finished speaking, she flew away with fighting spirit. P.S. Every time Ziyan ran around, she would go to the medicinal materials in the Huo Academy. How could the elders not be anxious? Since meeting Bei Kai and the others, Ziyan rarely went to the inner courtyard to get the natural materials and treasures. After the elders learned the cause and effect of the matter, they all spontaneously went to give Bei Kai and the other two a little bit of their own thoughts. This purple king ginseng is of good quality. It can be used to refine a delicious lollipop for little Ziyan. Keisha handed a purple king ginseng sent by Elder Luo from the inner courtyard to Beilo. Ziyan stopped harming their medicinal materials, and they sent the medicinal materials to us, and then we refined the medicinal materials into lollipops, and finally sent the lollipops to Ziyan to eat. What is this called? A perfect closed loop. Beilo stared at the purple king ginseng in Keisha's hand, and he said so with a bit of laughter and tears. Let's close the loop. Anyway, there is no loss for the two of us, right? Keisha put the purple king ginseng on the table, and then she sat directly on Beilo's legs. Yes. Not only will it not cause any loss to either of us, but it will also allow us to experience what it is like to raise a daughter. Bello put his hand on Keisha's chest with ease. By the way, Bello, Xiao Yan will be in the outer courtyard today to participate in the inner courtyard selection competition. Do we want to go and have a look? After Keisha and Bello had been together for a while, she suddenly raised her head and asked. No, let's go and have a look when they go to participate in the fire hunting competition. Bello hugged Keisha and started walking towards a certain place in the room. Okay. I'll listen to you. Seeing that place getting closer and closer to her, Keisha's face became redder and redder. The word count is here, and another 100,000 words are omitted this time. Xiao Yan and Xiao Suner, as well as Hu Jie, Wu Hao, Bai Shan, and others, successfully passed the inner courtyard selection competition, and the 5 of them successfully advanced to the top 5 of the outer courtyard. Afterwards, the 5 of them went to the treasure house of Canaan College. After each of them selected the treasure they liked, they boarded the college's flying boat with the other 45 students and headed towards the inner courtyard. Barrow, hurry up and get up. Today is the day when the fire energy hunting competition begins. After Keisha got dressed, she immediately turned around and called Barrow, who was still staying in bed. Today is only the first day of the fire energy hunting competition. The exciting scenes will not be staged for the time being. Let's go tomorrow. Naked Barrow pulled Keisha into his arms, and he waved his hand gently at her, and all her clothes disappeared. Okay. Keisha shook her head helplessly, and then she created an energy shield on the periphery of the small attic, because she estimated that she would not be able to walk out of this small attic today. To be precise, she might not even be able to walk out of this room. P.S. No need to call the word count this time, everyone understands anyway. Sometimes, the idea is very beautiful, but the reality is very cruel. When Baikai and the others were still in the small attic, doing some happy things that they both liked to see, Ziyan suddenly broke in at an inopportune time. The energy shield that Keisha arranged outside the small attic was as fragile as a papier-mâché eggshell for Ziyan. Fortunately, Balo has the ability to change clothes with one click, and Keisha also has the ability to use micro-wormholes to dress immediately, otherwise, when Ziyan walked into their room, she would definitely see some wonderful scenes that she shouldn't see. Chapter 61. Brother Bello, Sister Keisha, what were you two doing just now? Although Ziyan did not see the wonderful scene between Bello and the other, her intuition told her that she seemed to have missed something good. Your sister Keisha and I were just learning a fighting skill, little Ziyan. Look, what is this? Bello suppressed his anger, took out a bottle of pills from his ring, and handed it to Ziyan. Wow, delicious candy beans. Thank you, Brother Bello, and Sister Keisha. When Ziyan saw the delicious pills, she immediately forgot about the previous things. Although Ziyan is older than humans, she is still a child now, and her mind is still like a child. Therefore, only a lollipop or a bottle of delicious pills can make her forget everything. Seeing this scene, Bello's mood is much better than before. If we really have a daughter in the future, we will probably encounter scenes like today more often. Keisha came to Bello and said to him through secret communication. Yes. So it was a very correct decision for us to try Ziyan. Bello also responded to Keisha through secret communication. This bottle of elixir is really delicious, Brother Bello, Sister Keisha, do you have any more? Ziyan asked Baikai and the others with a naive look on her face. And Bello took out another bottle of the same elixir from the ring. Brother Bello, you are so good to me. You are not like those old guys at all. Don't worry, I will protect you in the inner courtyard in the future. However, you don't seem to need my protection. Anyway, from now on, you and Sister Keisha are my good friends. Ziyan put on an adult attitude in front of Baikai and the others. After Ziyan left, Baikai and the other looked at each other. At this time, they both seemed to have no intention of continuing. So, they decided to go and see Xiaoyan, Sun Er, and others' wonderful performance in the fire energy hunting competition in advance. When Baikai and the other arrived at the stands in the forest, Xiaoyan, Sun Er, and others had basically understood the rules of the fire energy hunting competition, and they were ready to start counterattacking the old students' team. Elder Bai, Elder Kai. How come you two have time to come and watch the fire energy hunting competition today? Elder Lu of the inner courtyard asked Baikai and the other two with a teasing expression. After all, in the eyes of many elders in the inner courtyard, Baikai and the other two always like to stay in the small attic all day and do some popular things. P.S. Baikai and his love show is already a well-known thing among the teachers and students in the inner courtyard. Elder Lu, my husband, and I heard that there are several very good seedlings in the new student team this time, so we came to take a look. Bai Luo directly avoided Elder Liu's topic. Yes. There are indeed several good seedlings, that is, these 5 people. Elder Lu pointed to one of the Xianguang mirrors in front of him and said so. Yes, he did not dwell on the private affairs of Baikai and his wife. At this time, in one of the Xianguang mirrors, the content being displayed was that Xiaoyan, Suner and other 4 people, set up an ambush at a place where the old student team must pass, and the 5 of them were ready to fight a beautiful counterattack here. Hey, these 2 school sisters are pretty good. When we brothers attack later, remember to be gentle. 3 old students came to Suner and Hujia and said so. After Suner and Hujia smiled, Xiaoyan, Wu Hao and Bai Shan suddenly rushed out from behind the 3 old students. While the 3 old students were still not fully reacting, the three of them used their own special skills, 8 Extreme Collapse, Blood Split, and Thunder Flash Silver Strike, and knocked the 3 old students to the ground. Afterwards, the 3 of them, together with the 2 girls Suner and Hujie, went to beat up the other 2 old students. Soon after, the 5 of them successfully obtained the corresponding amount of fire energy from the 5 old students. Under the leadership of Xiao Yan, not only Suner and the other 4, but also the other 45 freshmen, began to gradually counterattack the old students' team. Slowly, the 50 of them gathered together, and the remaining old students' team, except for the strongest black and white double evil team, the remaining 3 teams of senior students were temporarily combined. Faced with the combination of the 3 teams of senior students, Bai Shan, who had always complained about Xiao Yan, actually fled directly, and the number of freshmen was reduced to 49. Forget it, if Bai Shan is a fence-sitter, just leave. We who are left are like a hemp rope that can't be twisted no matter what. Xiao Yan said as he stuck the Xianzhong ruler in his hand into the ground. Brother Xiao Yan, your metaphor is a bit inappropriate. Suner came to Xiao Yan and took his arm. Anyway, that's what I mean. Xiao Yan gently lifted a strand of hair on Suner's forehead. Xiao Yan is right. We are now a hemp rope that can't be twisted no matter what. Among the other 45 freshmen, the strongest Atai came to Xiao Yan and Suner and said so. Then, the remaining 44 freshmen also said in unison, we are like a hemp rope that can't be twisted, and Hujia and Wu Hao also agreed with this statement. Have you finished talking nonsense? You are responsible for stopping the others, and Xiao Yan will be left to me. After the leader of the merged team, Shatai, gave orders to the 14 team members, he rushed straight towards Xiao Yan. Shatai is a rare gold-attributed fighting spirit. Whether it is his attack or defense, there is a texture of hitting metal. If Xiao Yan relies on physical strength alone, he cannot defeat him head-on. For this reason, Xiao Yan can only give it a try. While the opponent is holding his hands tightly, he uses his latest fighting skill Lion Tiger Broken Gold Chant. After this sound wave skill is used, Shatai is immediately dizzy. 8 Extreme Collapse. Xiao Yan took advantage of Shatai's unstable position and added the energy of the strange fire to the power of the 8 Extreme Collapse. When his palm hit the opponent's body immediately flew backwards. You cheated. Shatai stood up and said so staggeringly. Xiao Yan did not respond. He directly slapped a Xianzhong ruler at the dizzy Shatai, and the Xianzhong ruler hit the opponent's forehead directly. This time, the opponent fell to the ground completely. After defeating Shatai, Xiao Yan went to support other freshmen. After a while, the freshmen defeated all the 15 seniors on the opposite side at the cost of more than 20 people falling to the ground, and obtained the corresponding amount of fire energy from the 15 of them. The cooperation is pretty good. But there is still room for improvement. Keisha gave such an evaluation of Xiao Yan and others' cooperation. Yes. If they cooperate better, maybe they will become the first freshman team to win the fire hunting competition since the establishment of Canaan College. Elder Liu stroked his beard and said so. Elder Liu's words are too much to boost the ambitions of these freshmen. As soon as Elder Liu finished speaking, the members of the last 2 senior teams, the Black and White Twins, came to the stands one after another. Chapter 62. The last Black and White Twins team was led by Luo Ho, the captain of the White Twins team. At the beginning of the final duel, the 9 members of the Black and White Twins went to attack the 45 freshmen including Atai. Luo Ho went to challenge Xiao Yan, Sun Er, Hu Jie, and Wu Hao alone. The battle between Xiao Yan and Luo Ho was initially on a cliff, but as the fight between the 2 sides became more and more intense, the 5 of them were knocked off the cliff one after another, and there was a shallow river below the cliff. After arriving on the shallow river, Luo Ho used his ice attribute fighting spirit to freeze the entire river surface into ice, which not only facilitated his home advantage, but also caused some trouble to Xiao Yan and others. Xiao Yan and his 4 people relied on their increasingly skilled cooperation to fight back and forth with Luo Ho. The 5 of them galloped on the ice, and the fight was really a mess. After dozens of rounds of fighting, the 2 sides were in a state of no winner. Seeing this, Luo Ho could only use his ultimate move. In an instant, a powerful blizzard rune formation appeared above the entire ice surface. Then, ice cones of different sizes and sharpness emerged from the rune formation and attacked Xiao Yan and his 4 companions. Emperor Seal, Mountain Opening Seal. Seeing this, Sooner could only take the risk to improve her strength. She used the secret fighting skills of the ancient clan to resist Luo Ho's attack for everyone. Sooner. Xiao Yan and the other 2 could see that Sooner was just trying hard to hold on. Hu Jie, Wu Hao, buy me some time. Seeing Sooner trying hard to hold on, Xiao Yan could only use his ultimate move, the Buddha's Angry Fire Lotus. Of course, it was a small Buddha's Angry Fire Lotus formed by the fusion of the Azure Lotus Earth Core Fire and the Purple Fire. Xiao Yan, hurry up. Sooner can't hold on any longer. Hu Jie urged Xiao Yan, who was condensing the Buddha's Wrath Lotus. Wait a little longer, it will be ready soon. At this time, the Buddha's Wrath Lotus in Xiao Yan's hands had already taken shape. I don't care anymore, let's fight. Seeing this, Wu Hao could only use the secret method that could forcibly improve his own strength in a short period of time and would also be harmful to himself. In the end, at the last second when Sooner, Hu Jie, and Wu Hao were about to reach their limits, Xiao Yan finally condensed a small Buddha's Wrath Lotus, and then he threw this purple fire lotus towards the rune formation in the air without hesitation. Not good. Elder Lu, who was watching the battle in the stands, immediately realized that the situation was a little bad, so he quickly used his fighting spirit to transform his wings and flew towards the location where Xiao Yan and others were. The small Buddha's Wrath Lotus easily shattered the rune formation in the air, and then it flew straight towards Laha. The opponent immediately moved all the Do Qi in his body into his arms, and then he crossed his arms to resist the attack of the blue-purple fire lotus. Xiao Yan, I admit defeat, you quickly take it away. At this time, Laha could no longer continue to bear the pressure brought by the small Buddha's Wrath Lotus, and this blue-purple fire lotus was about to explode. Although Elder Lu was already flying towards Laha at full speed, he was still a step slower in the end. When he was about 20 meters away from the opponent, the small Buddha's Wrath Lotus still exploded in advance. Then, with Laha as the center, shocking energy and smoke immediately rose. Laha. Elder Lu, who came late, kept looking for Laha's traces in the smoke. Elder Lu, I'm fine. At the last critical moment, it was Elder Bei and Elder Kai who saved my life. Luo Ho's voice came out from the smoke and dust. It was really thrilling just now. If my husband and I hadn't arrived in time, you would have been wiped out. At this time, Bei Luo was holding Keisha in a princess hug, and the 2 of them and Luo Ho were in a spherical protective shield. After confirming that Luo Ho was safe and sound, Elder Lu came to Xiao Yan and gave him a severe reprimand, and then he announced loudly, this time, the fire hunting competition was won by the new team. Since Xiao Yan and others entered the inner courtyard, there have been 2 couples who like to show their love in this inner courtyard. Elder Bei, my student Xiao Yan has something to ask you. On this day, Xiao Yan finally ran into the lonely Bei Luo, because at this time, Keisha had already taken Ziai Yan to the deep mountains and dense forests to look for various natural treasures. Come with me. Bei Luo Xiao Yan took it to his own attic. When the door was closed, he took out the staff from the dark space. When the bottom of the staff lightly touched the floor, Yao Chen in the bone spirit ring lost his perception of the outside world. At the same time, a protective net was built outside the attic. Teacher. Elder Bei, what do you mean? When Xiao Yan could not sense the existence of Yao Chen, he subconsciously took a defensive posture towards Bei Luo. Don't worry. Your teacher is fine now. I just made him unable to hear our conversation for the time being. Belo put the staff into the dark space. What do you mean by this? Xiao Yan's vigilance against Belo became stronger. Let me be frank. Xiao Yan, you have been in Duqi continent for so many years. Are you used to living in an environment without electronic products? Belo asked Xiao Yan directly. Elder Bei, you. After hearing the word electronic products, Xiao Yan was stunned for a moment. He stood there for a long time and couldn't come back to his senses. No, I'm different from you. You came from that world as a soul and traveled to this world, and attached yourself to the body of the third young master of the Xiao family. And we, husband and wife, are a pair of travelers from another world. In front of Xiao Yan, Bei Luo briefly explained the situation of the heavens and the worlds. Of course, Bei Luo deliberately avoided the fact that Duqi continent was just a virtual world in an online novel. So that's it. So, you and your wife can freely travel in various worlds at will, right? Xiao Yan had already believed most of Bei Luo's words. In theory, that's right, but you can't travel at will. After all, the heavens and the worlds also have self-awareness. Bei Luo said to Xiao Yan without changing his expression. Then can you take me back to my original world? Xiao Yan asked with anticipation. Why do you want to go back? Are there any people or things in that world that are worth your nostalgia? Bei Luo asked back. Of course, it seems that there is nothing. Xiao Yan remembered that in that world, he was just an orphan who had lived to more than 30 years old and still achieved nothing. In that world, it seemed that there was really no one or anything worth his nostalgia. Then are there people or things that you care about in this world? Bei Luo continued to ask. Of course, in this world, I already have Suner, my father and brothers, and so many clansmen and friends. In addition, there are. Xiao Yan spoke freely in front of Bei Luo. That's it, one is a world without worries, and the other is a world full of relatives and friends. Which world will be better for you? Do you need to consider it more? Bei Luo gave Xiao Yan another strong medicine. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Bei. When Xiao Yan said this, his realm was directly upgraded by 1-star level. Could this be the legendary state of achieving unity of body and spirit after discarding all distracting thoughts? Chapter 63. Xiao Yan, what did you just say to that Elder Bei? Why is your current realm directly improved by 1-star level compared to before? After leaving the small attic and returning to Xiao Yan's residence, Yao Chen got out of the bone spirit ring. Teacher, I have just been enlightened by Elder Bei and have abandoned many distracting thoughts, so my current realm can reach the level of a 6-star Great Doshi. Xiao Yan naturally would not tell Yao Chen about his origins and the affairs of the heavens and the worlds. Of course, even sooner, Xiao Zhan, Xiao Ding, and Xiao Li could not be told. Oh, this Elder Bei can actually make you abandon distracting thoughts, it's not simple. Yao Chen stroked the beard on his chin. Yes. He is a very remarkable big man, and my current goal is him. Even Xiao Yan would envy Bei Luo's world shuttle technique. It's a good thing to have a goal to strive for. Come on. Xiao Yan. Yao Chen encouraged his disciple. Did you tell Xiao Yan everything just now? When Ziai Yan happily left the small attic with a bag of lollipops and several bottles of pills, Keisha looked at Belo with a smile and asked. No, I just asked him to abandon some distracting thoughts and raised his realm by 1 star. Belo asked Keisha to sit on the chair, and he began to massage her shoulders and back from behind. Have you ever experienced these things? Keisha closed her eyes and enjoyed Belo's massage service. Yes. At that time, when I also abandoned many of my own distracting thoughts, I evolved directly from a mortal to a god. Belo remembered some things in the Dragon Ball world when he was about to become a god. At that time, he was really in great danger, but in the end, he still relied on his thoughts for Keisha and gritted his teeth to persevere. Xiao Yan only upgraded 1 star level, but you turned directly from mortal to god, so you are still more powerful. Keisha said with a smile. Not only more powerful, I am even more powerful. After Balo had almost finished beating her, he picked up Keisha, and then the two of them went to drive the suspended train together. Zishujun has disappeared. Xiao Yan's outstanding performance in the fire hunting competition caused him to encounter many troubles after entering the inner courtyard. Not long after, the panman he established had a conflict with another gang in the inner courtyard, the medicine gang, because of the sale of pills. In order to completely solve this worry, Xiao Yan and the leader of the medicine gang, Han Xian, will have a 5th-grade pill refining duel under the witness of Elder Luo in the inner courtyard. In the end, Xiao Yan relied on his unyielding will to successfully refine the 5th-grade elixir dragon power pill at the last moment and won. From then on, the sales of elixirs in the inner courtyard would be dominated by panman. After winning the medicine refining competition, Xiao Yan went to the medicine pavilion in the inner courtyard to select the medicinal materials for refining the Earth Spirit Pill, and the Earth Spirit Pill would be one of the important props for him to conquer the fallen heart flame. After Xiao Yan came to the top floor of the medicine pavilion, he saw a big xiao fruit at first sight. When he was about to pick it, a purple figure flashed quickly in front of him, and then the big xiao fruit disappeared directly. Looking closely, I saw a little girl in light pink clothes sitting not far away. And she was playing with the big xiao fruit in her hand, and this little girl was naturally Xia Yan. "Hey, little girl, can you give me the big xiao fruit in your hand?" Xiao Yan asked Xia Yan. "No, I'm going to give this fruit to Brother Bello, and let him refine it into a delicious pill." Xia Yan rejected Xiao Yan's request without hesitation. "Brother Bello, it's Elder Bei, little girl, give me this fruit. I can also refine delicious pills for you." Under Yao Chen's secret reminder, Xiao Yan decided to please Xia Yan. It's okay, although the pills you refine are a little worse than Brother Bello's, but they are still barely edible." "Okay. In the future, I will protect you in this inner courtyard. By the way, I'll tell you that the first place on the strong list is me." Xia Yan took several bottles of pills from Xiao Yan, and then she jumped out of the medicine pavilion. "Teacher, can you see through Xia Yan's true form and what kind of demon beast she is?" Xiao Yan wiped the sweat from his forehead. Water, and asked Yao Chen in the bone spirit ring. "I can't see it, but I can feel a strong energy breath. Xia Yan's body must be some kind of ancient beast. Regarding her body, maybe you can ask that Elder Bei." Yao Chen's voice entered Xiao Yan's mind. "Okay. I will ask him when I have time. Now let's find the materials for the Earth Spirit Pill. I have wasted a lot of time with Xia Yan just now." Xiao Yan began to look for the herbs he needed in the medicine pavilion. "Do you want to know what kind of monster Xia Yan's body is?" Balo glanced at Xia Yan, who was playing with Keisha, and then turned his eyes to Xiao Yan in front of him. "Yes, Elder Bei, please tell the student." Xiao Yan seemed very humble in front of Balo. "I won't say it clearly, but you can guess from the 3 top monster families in Duki continent." Balo deliberately made a riddle. The 3 top magic beast families. With Xiao Yan's current knowledge, he still didn't know which families the 3 top magic beast families in Duki continent were. "Xiao Yan, I can basically determine what kind of magic beast Xia Yan's body is. But it's better for you not to know now." Just as Xiao Yan was constantly thinking, Yao Chen's voice came into his mind. "I understand, teacher." Xiao Yan knew that Yao Chen would not harm him, so he chose directly and stopped asking what kind of magic beast Xia Yan's body was. Then, he said goodbye to Bei Kai and Xia Yan, because he was going to the mountains to find the last ingredient for refining the Earth Spirit Pill. When Xiao Yan went to the mountains to find medicinal materials, Medusa, who had been sleeping, suddenly appeared. As soon as she appeared, she asked the other party about the progress of refining the Rongling pill. In order to stabilize Medusa, Xiao Yan lied that he could refine the Rongling pill, but he later forgot about this matter. When Medusa knew that Xiao Yan had been deceiving her, she attacked him without hesitation. Just when she was about to kill him, Yao Chen appeared in the form of a soul body. Yao Chen relied on his own powerful strength to suppress Medusa. Later, Xiao Cai's soul awakened and Medusa was suppressed again. Xiao Yan, Medusa's soul power has become stronger and stronger. Xiao Cai's soul power has become less and less able to suppress her. You'd better release it. Yao Chen persuaded Xiao Yan. Teacher, don't joke. If Xiao Cai is released, when Medusa wakes up again, she will definitely come to me desperately, so I'd better keep Xiao Cai with me now. Xiao Yan calmly analyzed the current situation. It's up to you. The materials needed for the Earth Spirit Pill are ready. Let's find a place to refine it. Yao Chen could only choose to let Xiao Yan's decision to keep Xiao Cai by his side. Soon afterwards, Yao Chen brought Xiao Yan to the top of a mountain, where the two of them were going to refine the 6th grade elixir, the Earth Spirit Pill. Chapter 64. Yao Chen's refining of the Earth Spirit Pill made a lot of noise. Although he and Xiao Yan had deliberately chosen a remote place, the noise they made was still noticed by many powerful people. After Su Jian and Han Feng noticed the noise, they flew towards the place where the noise occurred. Just when Han Feng was about to reach the location of Yao Chen and Xiao Yan, his body suddenly became unable to move, and then Bei Kai and the others appeared in front of him. Who, are you? Han Feng asked tremblingly. After all, the person who could directly freeze him must be much stronger than himself. Don't worry. Today, we, the couple, are not here to take your life, but to study the strange fire in your body. Beilo directly stated his purpose to Han Feng. Afterwards, without waiting for Han Feng to respond, Beilo came straight to the other party. He put his hand on the other party's abdomen, and then used his divine power to suck out the sea heart flame from the other party's body through the other party's body. The sea heart flame is the 15th rank strange fire on the strange fire list. Its appearance is like a pool of blue water that is constantly flowing, and from these water bodies, it is still emitting a very strong sense of heat all the time. Beilo used a spherical protective shield to cover the sea heart flame, and then he pushed it in front of Keisha. When the sea heart flame came in front of her, Keisha immediately activated the Eye of Insight to read the other party's data and dark information. After witnessing Beilo's series of magical operations, Han Feng was already shaking with fear. At this moment, he no longer thought about how to get the sea heart flame back, but only thought about how to get out of it today. While Keisha was reading the data and dark information of the sea heart flame, Beilo was always there, staring at his goddess intently. As for Han Feng, he couldn't run away anyway, so Beilo completely treated him as if he didn't exist. On the other side, just before Su Jian was about to arrive at the medicine refining site, Yao Chen finally succeeded in refining the Earth Spirit Pill, and then he and Xiao Yan quickly left. When Su Jian arrived at the destination, he could only feel from the residual energy in the air that someone had just refined a 6th grade pill here. As for other information, he could not sense it. I don't know which senior is refining a 6th grade pill in my Canaan Academy. Please show up and see it. Su Jian's voice echoed among the mountains. At this time, Xiao Yan was actually hiding behind Su Jian. Yes, he was hiding in those dense branches and leaves, but his body had been wrapped up by Yao Chen with the bone spirit cold fire, so the other party did not detect his breath. Since you don't want to show up, I won't force you. I'll say goodbye. As soon as Su Jian finished speaking, he flew away. After seeing Su Jian leave, Xiao Yan wanted to go out, but was stopped by Yao Chen because he had come back again. After Su Jian really left a long way, Yao Chen signaled Xiao Yan that he could go out. At this time, he was already sweating profusely. Okay, Beilo, I have completely collected the data and dark information of this liquid fire. Keisha pushed the sea heart flame back to Beilo. Beilo stared at the sea heart flame in his hand. He was now thinking about a question: should he return it to Han Feng? In the end, after a brief thought, Bello decided to return the Sea Heart Flame to Han Feng. Just like the situation when the Sea Heart Flame was absorbed from Han Feng's body before, under the control of Bello's divine power, the Sea Heart Flame penetrated into Han Feng's body like a pool of water. When the Sea Heart Flame was completely integrated into the other party's body, Bello lifted the immobilization skill he had applied to Han Feng. Han Feng, whose body had recovered his ability to move, bowed to the two of them with his fists clasped together after confirming that Bei Kai and the others would really not attack him. Then he flew away at his fastest speed with his fighting spirit transformed into wings. Since obtaining the data and dark information of the Sea Heart Flame, Bei Kai and the others have unlocked a new way of bathing. That is to let the replica of the Sea Heart Flame flow on the surface of their bodies like water, and its cleaning effect is more significant than washing with hot water for 3 days and 3 nights. That's right, in order to verify the cleaning effect of the replica of the Sea Heart Flame, Bei Kai and the others really used hot water to wash for 3 days and 3 nights. Let's compare the bath of 3 days and 3 nights. During these 3 days and 3 nights, the small attic was isolated by 3 layers of inner and outer protective covers, protective nets and energy shields. This time, even Zia Yan, who was extremely good at spatial ability, could not get in. In the end, these 3 days and 3 nights became a nightmare for Xiao Yan. Because Zia Yan could not get the supply of elixirs from Bello, she pestered Xiao Yan to make elixirs for her day and night during these 3 days and 3 nights. As a result, Xiao Yan could not get a good time to practice and could not be alone with Suner during these 3 days and 3 nights. Chapter 65. The author has something to say. The content of this chapter was originally written together with the content of the previous chapter, but because I wrote too many words, I temporarily split the content of one chapter into 2 chapters. Text. After the 3-day and 3-night experiment was over, Bei Kai and the others suddenly realized why they had to conduct the experiment in the small attic. Wouldn't it be better to enter the Sky Blade number 1 in the scepter space? However, it was fortunate that they chose to conduct the experiment in the small attic. If they entered the scepter space, Zia Yan would have shouted about the scepter as soon as she broke in. Zia Yan left a breath in front of the small attic. As soon as the 6 layers of protection outside the small attic were lifted, she rushed to the small attic. After she entered the small attic, she threw herself directly into Keisha's arms and shouted, "Brother Bai Luo, Sister Keisha, don't you want me anymore?" Bei and Kai smiled at each other helplessly, and then they began to coax Xian like coaxing their daughter. When Xian left the small attic, she had 6 bulging purses on her waist, and the purses were filled with all kinds of lollipops, liquid medicines, and pills. On this day, Bai Luo suddenly proposed to Xiao Yan that he wanted to take Keisha and Yang Xuan, the 4 of them, to the deep mountains and dense forests for a romantic 4-person date. "Brother Xiao Yan, I think Elder Bei's proposal is very good, why don't we agree to it?" Suner said to Xiao Yan with a smile. "Since you said so, Nazai, I can only agree." As a henpecked man, Xiao Yan could only follow Suner's ideas. In order to prevent Zia Yan from disturbing their 4-person date, Bello and Xiao Yan both sent a large number of pills to Zia Yan before they set off. Not only that, Xiao Zia, who had not been seen for a long time, was temporarily left by Bello's side as a pet. When the 4 people came to a beautiful place, the planned 4-person date suddenly changed. Keisha took Suner away alone without saying hello, leaving Bello and Xiao Yan standing there staring at each other. "Suner, can I call you that?" Keisha took Suner directly to a natural underground hot spring deep in the cave. At this time, the 2 of them were already naked in the hot spring water containing various minerals. "Sure, Elder Kai." Suner responded a little embarrassedly. "Suner, what do you think of Xiao Yan? Do you really like him?" Keisha asked directly. I don't know." Although she and Xiao Yan were showing affection every day, Suner was a little embarrassed at this moment and directly said the fact that she liked him. "If you like, you like. If you don't like, you don't like. Why do you say you don't know? It's not shameful to like someone. Look at me and Bello. We love each other deeply and never hide this fact from outsiders. Keisha preached to Sooner in the manner of an experienced person. To be honest, Elder Kai, I envy the deep relationship between you and Elder Bei. I also fantasize that one day, Xiao Yan and I can also do this, but now. Sooner hesitated. Sooner, I know what you are worried about. But what I want to tell you is that Bello was just like Xiao Yan in the past. His status is very different from mine. But he still relied on his own efforts to not only successfully gain my father's recognition, but also let everyone around him understand that he is the one who deserves me the most. So, you should be confident in the person you like, okay? Keisha came to Sooner and put her hands on her shoulders. I understand, thank you for your guidance, Elder Kai. I wish you and Elder Bei can be together forever. Sooner looked at Keisha and said so with a look of sudden enlightenment. P.S. The love between Bei and Kai is really long-lasting, because they are both beings who can live as long as the world. When Keisha and Sooner were bathing together, Bello and Xiao Yan were also discussing alchemy together. Elder Bei, can you teach me your alchemy skills? Xiao Yan asked Bei Luo with his hands clasped together. At this time, Yao Chen this time, he enjoyed the treatment of being deprived of his perception. This is not alchemy at all. I just use my divine power to directly extract the essence of the medicinal materials, and then condense these essences into the appearance of pills. Bello described his alchemy while slowly showing his alchemy process in front of Xiao Yan. I saw that the medicinal materials were directly decomposed, then turned into liquid medicine, and finally the liquid medicine was directly solidified into the appearance of pills. This is really amazing. There is no need for fire or cauldron. These medicinal materials are directly turned into pills. Xiao Yan was stunned by Bello's magical operation. Okay, don't envy me. Everyone's cultivation system is different, so some of the skills they master are also different. There is nothing to be surprised about. Bello said to Xiao Yan with a humble face. If I have this opportunity in the future, I would also like to see the cultivation system of other worlds. However, I will not be too ambitious now, and before that, I will definitely work hard to make myself stronger. Xiao Yan said so confidently. I am relieved that you have such ambition, but I have a small request for you here, I wonder if you can agree to it. Bei Luo suddenly changed his previous relaxed expression, and suddenly looked at Xiao Yan with a serious face and asked. Elder Bei, if you have anything to tell Xiao Yan, please just say it. Xiao Yan is really a person who knows how to repay kindness. He is completely different from a time traveler who became a dragon slayer. P.S. A certain God King said, you can just report my ID number. If you subdue other strange fires in the future, let us study them together, how about it? Bei Luo patted Xiao Yan on the shoulder and asked. I understand. When the time comes, I will let you and Elder Kai study as much as you want. However, I want to ask you a question first. Have you two studied the fallen heart flame at the bottom of the burning heaven Qi training tower? Xiao Yan asked the second half of this sentence in a very low voice, with his mouth close to Bei Luo's ear. This scene happened to be caught by Keisha and Sooner, who were returning from the hot springs chatting and laughing together. Chapter 66. Sooner, listen to my explanation. Things are not what you think. Elder Bei and I were just. Xiao Yan explained to Sooner anxiously. Brother Xiao Yan, you are really silly and cute sometimes. Sooner, who was not angry at first, responded to Xiao Yan's hard explanation with a hug. Young people are still good at playing. Old couples like us don't have to explain so hard. At this time, Keisha, who was held in Bei Luo's arms, commented on Xiao Yan and Sooner. Bei Luo silently said, Keisha, if I hadn't pulled you into my arms at the first time, I'm afraid I would have to explain hard at this moment. After Yan and Sun were affectionate as if no one else was around, Suner suggested to Keisha that they go to pick today's ingredients. That's right, Suner knew that her and Keisha's sudden return must have disturbed the whisper between Xiao Yan and Beilo. As a considerate girl, she must leave some private space for the person she likes. After Suner and Keisha left together, Xiao Yan and Beilo continued to talk about the previous topic. Yes. In exchange for studying the Fallen Heart Flame, my husband and I will come to Canaan College to be guest elders for 3 years. Beilo seamlessly connected the previous topic. I see, thank you Elder Bei for clearing my doubts. Now, will you let the teacher restore his perception? After understanding everything, Xiao Yan remembered that Yao Chen's perception was still sealed by Beilo. P.S. Yao Chen said, Xiao Yan, you are a filial disciple. After Beilo unsealed Yao Chen, the other party did not dare to say anything more in Xiao Yan's mind. Let's go, Xiao Yan, let's go get some firewood. Beilo suggested to Xiao Yan. Okay, Elder Bei. Xiao Yan happily followed Beilo and left. When Beilo and Xiao Yan picked up the firewood and returned to the original place, Keisha and Suner, who went out to pick food, had not returned yet. For this reason, Beilo and Xiao Yan went to the nearby river together and caught some fish and shrimps. When the fish and shrimps were sorted out, Keisha and Suner had not returned yet. Seeing this situation, Beilo wanted to contact Keisha through secret communication more than once, but in the end, he gave up the idea. Elder Bei, Suner and Elder Kai, are they in danger? Compared with Beilo's calmness, Xiao Yan seemed anxious. Or, let's go find them together. After another quarter of an hour, Beilo suggested to Xiao Yan. Okay. Xiao Yan agreed to Beilo's proposal without any hesitation. Beilo, you and Xiao Yan wait a little longer. Suner and I are taking Xiao Yan and Xiao Zi to search for treasure in a big lizard's cave. Just when Xiao Yan and the others were about to set off to find his wife, Keisha's secret communication reached Beilo's ears in a timely manner. Yes, when Bai Kai and Yang Sun and the other 4 came on a date, Xiao Yan took Xiao Zi to the caves of various monsters and robbed the homes of those monsters. When Xiao Yan took Xiao Zi to the cave of a flame demon lizard, they happened to meet Keisha and Suner who were out picking food. So, the 3 girls and a little lion king went to the cave of the flame demon lizard together. Afterwards, Beilo informed Xiao Yan of Keisha's whereabouts. After hearing what happened, Xiao Yan could only sigh helplessly. When Keisha and Suner returned to Beilo and Xiao Yan with Xiao Yan and Xiao Zi, the 2 men had already prepared today's meals and heated them 3 times in a row. These meals have been heated 3 times, and the taste must be not very good. Brother Xiao Yan, you and Elder Bei should take a break. Sister Kai and I will cook a meal for you too. Suner took the meals made by Xiao Yan and Beilo to Xiao Zi. Yes, after a bath together and treasure hunting, Suner and Keisha have become a pair of good sisters who can talk about anything. For this, the former has taken a big advantage and can call the latter Sister Kai. Okay. Xiao Yan held Suner's hands excitedly. Although Suner was a young lady who had never touched a woman's home, she had a strong learning ability. After Keisha's patient explanation and teaching, she only lost her after losing once. He could make a meal that satisfied everyone. This Xiao Yan is so lucky. Suner in the future will definitely be a good wife and mother. After eating the food, Keisha hugged Xiao Zi and leaned on Beilo's chest. When Xiao Zi was petted by Keisha as if she were a cat, Xiao Yan went to play with Xiao Ling, who had returned to her original form, in the mountains. Yes. Although the author did not write about the 3 of them after marriage. But many people are speculating, in the Xiao family and the Endless Fire region, Medusa is the one responsible for managing the family, Suner is the one responsible for taking care of the children, and Xiao Yan is a pure hands-off boss. Beilo told Keisha some of the subsequent plots bit by bit. Haha! Heaven is really good to the son of destiny it chooses. Keisha leaned on Beilo's chest and slowly closed her eyes. When Keisha fell asleep completely, Belo waved his hand and set up an energy barrier around them. When Xian brought Xiaoling back here, they were stopped by Yang Xuan and the others who were quick-witted and quick-handed. Xian, Xiaoling, don't disturb Elder Bei and Elder Kai. Xiao Yan stopped in front of Xian and Xiaoling and said so in a very low voice. Oh, I understand. Xian nodded gently, and she took Xiaoling to play again. Brother Xiao Yan, I'm a little sleepy too. Sooner looked at Xiao Yan and said so meaningfully. Okay, I know. Xiao Yan understood and posed the same posture as Belo at the moment. Although the postures were the same, the people leaning on them made different movements. Keisha leaned on Belo's chest without any scruples, but Sooner couldn't let go completely yet, so she could only lean her head on Xiao Yan's legs. When Zai Yan brought Xiaoling back here for the second time, after seeing the situation of Bei Kai and Yan Xuan, she took Xiaoling out to play for the third time with a sullen face. That night, in order to appease Zai Yan's little emotions, Belo and Xiao Yan worked together to make a pot of sweet and delicious medicinal herb stew for each other. With the food as a diversion, Zai Yan naturally forgot all the things that happened during the day. Chapter 67. Keisha, what's wrong with you? On this day, when Belo and Kai were doing something popular together, Keisha's movements suddenly froze for a moment, and Belo immediately looked at each other anxiously and asked. Belo, wait a moment. Yan is reading my weapons library at this moment. Keisha patted Belo's chest and said so. That's right, at this time in the Super God universe, the timeline has come to the moment when Angel Yan first called upon Silver Wings. Due to Belo's return and Keisha's continued offline, Angel Yan and Ge Xiaolun were not seriously injured by Achuo on the Fraser Star. At that time, the two of them worked together to beat Achuo so badly that he fled, but because of this, Yan did not tell Xiaolun the angel's oath of protection. Later, when Angel Yan and Ge Xiaolun returned to Earth together, they were attacked by an unknown energy, and then the two separated and fell to different places on Earth. Angel Yan met Qiang Gui and Liang Bing soon afterwards, while Ge Xiaolun followed the passing Earth soldiers. Liang Bing, who had been trying to hide her identity along the way, finally revealed the fact that she was the demon queen Morgana after Pan Zhen gave Angel Yan a heavenly Dao factor. Then, the two began to fight together, and Angel Yan, who was defeated by Morgana, tried to read Keisha's weapons library during the battle. Yan, are you okay? Keisha projected her consciousness into the weapons library, and at this moment, Angel Yan's consciousness also entered the weapons library. Queen Keisha. Angel Yan immediately knelt on one knee in front of Keisha. Come on, tell me first, what happened to the angels and the earth after Belo and I left? Keisha asked Angel Yan with curiosity. Reply to Queen Keisha, since you and King Tianzhan left, we. Angel Yan briefly told Keisha what happened after the explosion of Emerald Star. That's right, because Keisha only left the Super God universe with Belo, and because she did not go offline, the combat effectiveness of the female angels is still online. It is precisely because their combat effectiveness has not dropped significantly that the number of angel sisters who died is much less than in the original work. However, afterwards, Morgana still used Reina to blow up the giant canyon according to the original plan, and also completely dispersed the people of the Xiangbinglian. Immediately afterwards, the Dowdy group launched a full-scale attack on the Earth according to Karl's instructions, and the female angels who came to the Earth could only go to various parts of the world to kill Dowdy. In other words, the subsequent plot of the Super God universe is not too different from the content of the original work. Yan, you guys. You always fought under my wings before, but it's hard to say what you can do without me. This time, I will let you temporarily use the silver wings. I hope you can fight like a real god soon. After Keisha patted Angel Yan's shoulder 3 times, her consciousness disappeared from the weapon library. Fight like a real god. After Keisha left, Angel Yan still couldn't understand what the other party meant by this sentence. When Angel Yan's consciousness withdrew from Keisha's weapon library, 4 silver wings appeared around her body, and in the next battle, she could fight Morgana back and forth. Okay, I have explained everything to Yan, Bello, now let's continue what we did before. When Keisha's consciousness returned to her body, she said to Bello in front of her with a smile. Then, Bello stopped being pretentious. He turned over and put Keisha under him. Then the two of them continued the previous driving four-wheel drive car game. The word count is still offline. Time passed quickly, and in a blink of an eye, it was the day of the new inner courtyard strong list competition. Bei Kai and the two who had nothing to do also came to the elders' seats on the stage to watch the game. There are a total of 60 students participating in this strong list competition. Everyone will draw lots and compete one-on-one. The winner will advance and the loser will be eliminated. The two people who draw the same number will be the two sides of the first round. Su Jian, who was sitting in the C position of the elders' seats, stood up and announced the rules of the first round to all the students. After the draw, Zia Yan was the first contestant to go on stage, and her opponent was a boy who had just advanced to the top 50 of the strong list. Therefore, this passerby who didn't know the situation was punched out of the ring by Zia Yan the next second after the game started. After Zia Yan easily won the duel, she first went to say hello to Xiao Yan, and then she went to find Bei Kai and the others. Then, everyone saw that the brute force king who had just killed his opponent in seconds was sitting on Kai Sha's legs very obediently. Elder Kai and senior sister Zia Yan, these two people are not mother and daughter, but they are better than mother and daughter. Xiao Yan, don't you think so? Lin Zihulia put his hands behind his back, and he, Han Yu and Yan Hao came to Xiao Yan, Suner and others together. Senior Lin is right. Xiao Yan scratched the back of his head with his hand. Xiao Yan, I hope we won't meet before the finals. But if we do meet by accident, we both have to go all out. Lin Zihulia said to Xiao Yan in a graceful and polite manner. Don't worry. Senior Lin, if we really meet before the finals, I will definitely show all my skills. Xiao Yan clenched his right fist. Soon, the second duel began. It was between two boys ranked 37th and 43rd on the two strong lists. The result of the game was naturally that the boy ranked 37th won. The next third match was the fateful duel between Xiao Yan and Bai Cheng. Bai Cheng is Bai Shan's cousin. Because of his cousin, he has always regarded Xiao Yan as a thorn in his side. In a previous private duel, he had already lost to Xiao Yan once. Although Bai Cheng was more powerful this time, he was still not Xiao Yan's opponent. Xiao Yan hadn't even used all his trump cards yet. He only used the Doqi armor and Beiji collapse blessed by the strange fire to knock Bai Cheng to the ground. After the game that day, Ling Ying found Suner privately and told her that the elders of the ancient clan had sent their Black Annihilation army to welcome the young lady home. Brother Xiao Yan, I'm sorry, Suner may not be able to accompany you any longer. After Ling Ying left, Suner was alone and sad facing the moon. Alas! It's a pity for a pair of lovers. Bello, why don't we help them? At this time, not far from Suner's sentimental moon, Keisha was leaning on Bello with a happy face, admiring the moonlight. No need, this is a hurdle that they must pass on the road to happiness. Bello rejected Keisha's proposal. A hurdle that must be overcome. Does it mean that the two of them will be separated temporarily? Or does it mean that there will be one more person between them from now on? Keisha asked mischievously. Both. Bello answered and kissed Keisha on the forehead. Then, Bai Kai and Keisha continued to snuggle together and quietly admire the moonlight. Chapter 68. In the second day's competition, Xiao Yan was exposed in public by a strong attack from one of Lu Feier's pursuers, revealing his trump card of flying fighting skill, Purple Cloud Wing. Starting from the second round, all the students who drew lots and met Zia Yan all made excuses not to participate in the competition, and Zia Yan came to the final without even moving her hands. As for Xiao Yan, he was a little unlucky. He actually met Lu Qing, who was known as the gun tyrant, in the last game to enter the top 10. Lu Qing was the third place in the last strong list competition. His strength is unquestionable. Under the double heavy blows of his unique skills, the Great Split Coffin Claw and the Split Mountain Spear, Xiao Yan used all his trump cards except for letting Yao Chen's power and possession. During the duel between the two, Lu Qing also performed a scene for everyone, directly using both hands to hard catch the unique skill of the small Buddha's Wrath Lotus, but the subsequent explosion of the Fire Lotus also caused him considerable damage. In the end, he and Xiao Yan played all their cards, but neither of them could do anything to the other. Finally, Su Jian stopped the desperate duel between Xiao Yan and Lu Qing in time, and he also announced in public that they would be ranked in the top 10 of this year's strong list competition. The people present were basically convinced by this decision. Due to the special situation of Xiao Yan and Lu Qing, there are 11 places in the top 10 of this year's inner-court strong list competition. They will also enter the core of the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower together in 3 days to directly receive the original body training of the Fallen Heart Flame. Brother Xiao Yan, congratulations on getting into the top 10 of the strong list and being able to enter the core of the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower. On the second night after the strong list competition, Suner called Xiao Yan out alone. At this time, she was crying and said this to him. "Nizai, what's wrong with you? Are you crying? Tell me, who bullied you?" Xiao Yan asked anxiously. "Brother Xiao Yan, don't ask me anymore. I have my own difficulties. Tonight is the last night I can stay with you. I hope both of us can remember the beauty of tonight." Suner still didn't dare to tell Xiao Yan her true identity directly in front of him. "What does this mean? Suner, tell me more clearly." Xiao Yan was more anxious than before. "Brother Xiao Yan, this doji scroll was given to me by my father. I'm giving it to you now. Remember, you must practice it before you become Do Wang. Brother Xiao Yan, I, like you." After Suner mustered up the courage to confess to Xiao Yan, she turned and left. When Xiao Yan wanted to chase Suner, Ling Ying appeared in front of him like a ghost. "Master Xiao Yan, please understand Miss Suner's difficulties. She has taken on huge pressure from the family in order to be with you during this period of time. Before your strength is completely strong, you two better not meet again." After Ling Ying finished this sentence, his body turned into smoke again and dissipated. "Xiao Yan, one of your girlfriend's guards is an 8-star Do Huang. Then how big is the family behind her? Ling Ying is right, your priority now is to make yourself stronger first." After Ling Ying left, Yao Chen appeared in front of Xiao Yan and comforted him. "I know, teacher. I will never let Suner down. No matter how big the family behind her is, I will not give up easily." Xiao Yan held the Do skill given to him by Sun'er Emperor Sealju tightly in his hand and swore so. After thoroughly adjusting his mentality, Xiao Yan, Ziai Yan, Lin Zihuya, Lin Yan, Han Yu, Yan Hao, Lu Qing, and other top 10 students on the strong list, followed Su Jian and Elder Lu and walked into the core of the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower the next day. Next, the 11 of them will receive the original body training of the Fallen Heart Flame here. As soon as Xiao Yan sat on the stone bench in front of him, the Fallen Heart Flame at the bottom of the tower erupted directly, because it sensed the strange fire in Xiao Yan's body that was ranked lower than itself, and it wanted to devour the Azure Lotus Earth Heart Fire to evolve. "All students please leave the tower, elders, come with me to reinforce the seal." At the critical moment, Su Jian gave such an order with an overview of the overall situation. Xiao Yan and a group of students, under the arrangement of Elder Lu, left the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower in an orderly manner, and then, Su Jian and other elders came to the top of the tower together and started the operation of reinforcing the seal. "Bello, shall we go?" Keisha asked as she watched the Fallen Heart Flame erupt. "Go. There's nothing to do anyway, but don't use the power outside this world this time." Bello kissed Keisha on the cheek, and then the two of them flew to Su Jian and others with their fighting spirit transformed into wings. Bai Kai and the other held each other's waists with one hand, and then they used their other hands to release their fighting spirit towards the seal rune that appeared on the top of the tower. "Thank you for your help, elders." Su Jian cast a thankful look at Bai Kai and the other two. "Great elder, we are here too." At this time, Hu Jian, the vice dean of the outer courtyard, and several outer courtyard elders at the Dowang level also came to help, and they joined the ranks of reinforcing the seal together. At this moment, the elders of the inner and outer courtyards of Canaan College were all restrained by the fallen heart flame, and Han Feng, who had always coveted the college's strange fire, took the opportunity to bring many masters under his command to take advantage of the fire. Xiao Yan and a group of students immediately rushed up to fight them. In some of Yao Chen's narrations before, Xiao Yan had already had a certain understanding of Han Feng. After the two of them officially fought, the two officially confirmed their relationship as brothers and sisters. "Junior brother. Master is biased. He even taught you the burning art. I hate it." Han Feng launched a fierce attack on Xiao Yan and loudly expressed his dissatisfaction with Yao Chen. "Han Feng, you are a despicable villain who killed my teacher. Today I must clean up the door for my teacher." With the blessing of Yao Chen's power, Xiao Yan and Han Feng continued to attack each other with full firepower. Xiao Yan and Han Feng were both using strange fire to attack each other. Their actions made the fallen heart flame, which had been suppressed by Su Jian and others, even more violent than before, because it wanted to devour the strange fire on Xiao Yan and Han Feng. When Xiao Yan saw that many of his friends were in danger because he avoided the fallen heart flame, he made a major decision in his heart. After shaking off Han Feng, he rushed towards the fallen heart flame without hesitation. "Xiao Yan, what do you want to do? Stop it!" Yao Chen's voice shouted loudly in Xiao Yan's mind. "Teacher, I'm sorry, I can't let my friends get hurt because of me. Next, you may have to find a new disciple again." Xiao Yan resolutely took off the bone spirit ring and threw it out. "Xiao Yan, I didn't make a mistake this time. You are someone who deserves my all. This time, let me go crazy with you." The thrown bone spirit ring was put back on Xiao Yan's finger. "Teacher. Well, let's conquer the fallen heart flame together." After Xiao Yan took a look at the bone spirit ring on his finger, he rushed into the mouth of the fallen heart flame without looking back. "Xiao Yan." When the fallen heart flame swallowed Xiao Yan into its stomach, everyone present cried out at the top of their lungs. "Listen to me, don't let Xiao Yan sacrifice in vain. Let's do our best to seal the fallen heart flame." Su Jian shouted to the elders with tears in his eyes. Then, everyone ignored the intense consumption of fighting spirit and began to use all their strength to reinforce the seal of the fallen heart flame. Chapter 69. Author's words: Dear readers, rest assured, I will definitely not change some of the plots that will happen next like a certain crazy company. Text: in a blink of an eye, 3 months have passed since the outbreak of the fallen heart flame. Many people in Canaan College are still immersed in the sadness of losing Xiao Yan. Before Su Jian and others rebuilt the burning Heaven Chi training tower, they first erected a tall statue of Xiao Yan at the entrance to the tower. Everyone was sad about Xiao Yan's departure, and in the entire inner courtyard, only Bai Kai and his wife continued to live a life of showing their love all day long. For this reason, many students secretly called them cold-blooded people. However, they didn't seem to care at all. Half a year after Xiao Yan left, Bai Kai and his wife decided to go to the Blackhorn region to take a look. The first stop they came to the Blackhorn region was the power created by Xiao Li Here Xiao clan. You two are Elder Bai and Elder Kai of Canaan College, right? I've heard Xiao Yanza mention you two before. In the hall of Xiaoman, Xiao Loren warmly received Bai and Kai. You are Xiao Yan's second brother Xiao Li, right? My husband and I have also heard Xiao Yan mention you before. Bai Luo responded to Xiao Li with similar words. I've heard about Xiao Yanzi. He is great, brave, and fearless. I'm proud to have a brother like him. Xiao Li said so while holding back tears. Then do you believe he is really gone? Bei Luo asked Xiao Li, who was sad. I don't believe it, but what can I do? The tears in Xiao Li's eyes finally fell. I believe he is still there, but he just can't come out for the time being. Bei Luo said so in a realistic way. Really? A glimmer of hope appeared in Xiao Li's eyes. If you believe, he is still here. If you don't believe, he is gone. However, listen to my advice, don't take that meteoric pill. If one day, Xiao Yan comes back and sees you taking that pill, he will be very sad. Bei Luo wanted to change some small plots again. P.S. After all, Bei Luo promised Tiandao that he would help Xiao Yan. I know. Xiao Li threw away the meteoric pill he found in a cave yesterday under Bei Luo's constant persuasion. After that, Bei Kai and the others lived in Xiao clan. During this period, Bei Kai also gave Xiao Li some advice. A year passed in the blink of an eye. After Bei Kai and the others said goodbye to Xiao Li, they went to the Medicine King city in the Blackhorn region for a tour. After seeing the two of them coming, Han Feng was so scared that he hid far away, and he also left an order to everyone in the city, whatever Bei Kai and his partner wanted to do in the city, let them do it at will. In this way, Bei Kai and his partner started a zero-yuan shopping life in Yaohuang City. Whether they were eating, staying in hotels, playing, buying things, or even buying items at auctions, they didn't spend a penny. After staying in Yaohuang City for 3 months and experiencing all the projects in the city, Bei Kai and his partner left with satisfaction. After they left, someone calculated an account for Han Feng. In the past 3 months, the gold coin loss of Yaohuang City has reached more than 200 million. After leaving Yaohuang City, Bei Kai and his partner went back to Canaan College. Then they took Zia Yan, who was already bored, to the nearby deep mountains and old forests to look for various natural treasures. The three of them really lived like a family of 3. When Beilo estimated that there would be a month before Xiao Yan came out of retreat, he left a bunch of pills to Zia Yan, and then he took Keisha and passed through the seal of the Burning Heaven Chi training tower and came to the strange fire space at the bottom of the tower. At this time, in the strange fire space at the bottom of the tower, Xiao Yan had woken up from his serious injury and coma, and he had successfully reached the realm of 1-star Do Wang without knowing it. Next, it was time for him to devour and refine the fallen heart flame. Under the secret witness of Bei Kai and the others, Xiao Yan finally succeeded in subduing the fallen heart flame after experiencing repeated pain and suffering, and also reached the realm of 9-star Do Wang afterwards. Now it's time to fuse the 2 strange fires together. After Xiao Yan subdued the fallen heart flame, he immediately began to fuse it with the azure lotus earth heart fire. But this fusion is not it is similar to rubbing the Buddha's wrathful fire lotus, which simply combines the energy of the 2 kinds of fire, but fuses the origins of the 2 kinds of fire together to create a new kind of fire. After dozens of repeated attempts, Xiao Yan finally succeeded in fusing the origins of the 2 kinds of fire together. He also named this new kind of fire Glass Lotus Heart Fire. Okay, Keisha. The most exciting scene is about to be staged. Let's avoid it first. Beilo said to Keisha. Alas! It's a pity for her sooner. She is so devoted to Xiao Yan. I didn't expect that in the end, the childhood sweethearts could not resist the one who fell from the sky. Keisha sighed softly at Xiao Yan, who had fallen into a crazy state. Then, she and Beilo came to the lava in the lower layer of the fire space. After Bei Kai and the others left, Xiao Yan, who had completely fallen into a state of madness, walked towards Medusa, whose soul power was not stable enough, without reason. The word count is back, and it is time to omit another 100,000 words, oh no, 300,000 words. The lizardmen in the lava were completely insignificant in front of Bei Kai and the others. After a while, they all made way for them. The 2 of them then discovered the newly born fallen heart flame hidden in the lava, and they also saw the Skyfire Venerable, who was a soul body. I have just told you very clearly that the person who can take you out of the lava world is not me. If you continue to entangle us, I will make you disappear immediately. Balo said to the Skyfire Venerable. If you don't want to take me, then don't take me. Why are you so fierce to me? The Skyfire Venerable, who is already a big man, actually acted cute in front of Baikai and the others. After bidding farewell to the strange heavenly fire venerable, Baikai and the others continued to walk down, and then they came to the corridor in front of the ancient emperor's cave, where they met the old dragon king of the Taegzu ancient dragon clan, Zhu Kun. So, my child is still alive now. At this time, Zhu Kun had turned into a human form, and drops of clear tears also seeped out of his dragon eyes. Yes, but you will probably have to stay here for a few years. You will have to wait until the outsiders come to open the ancient emperor's cave before you can see the light of day again. Because releasing Zhu Kun in advance is a big deal, so under the secret reminder of the heavenly Dao, Bei Luo can only appease the other party's emotions first. It doesn't matter. As long as I know that my daughter is still alive, please take good care of her in the future. I have nothing to thank you for. This is just my little token of my appreciation. Zhu Kun directly plucked a heart-protecting dragon scale, dragon's reverse scale, from his body and gave it to Baikai and the others. Baikai and the others who received the heart-protecting dragon scale did not go around the ancient emperor's cave. After bidding farewell to Zhu Kun, they went upstream in the direction of the alien fire space. When they arrived at the alien fire space, they saw Medusa desperately chasing Xiao Yan. Chapter 70. It has been 3 years since the outbreak of the Fallen Heart Flame. Today is the opening day of the new Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower. Tens of thousands of students from the Canaan Academy have already gathered in the square outside the tower. Since Xiao Yan left, the status of Panman in the inner courtyard has been declining. If it weren't for the secret help of Lin Zihuya, Han Yu, and others, Panman would have been forced to disband long ago. Today is the opening day of the new Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower. Before you enter the tower, go and pay homage to the great young man who once sacrificed himself to save everyone, Xiao Yan. Su Jian brought the students who were about to enter the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower to the statue of Xiao Yan. Then, the students bowed respectfully to the statue of Xiao Yan. Okay, now please line up and enter in an orderly manner. Elder Lu, who was in charge of guarding the tower, hadn't finished his words when the entire Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower began to shake violently. No, the falling heart flame is about to erupt again, everyone hurry up and run. Su Jian immediately flew to the front of the crowd, ready to reinforce the seal. However, the expected falling heart flame did not erupt, and the Burning Heaven Chi Training Tower collapsed directly after a shock. Then, a red dough chi spurted out from the ruins, and when the red dough chi gradually dissipated, the peerless Medusa appeared in front of everyone. This is a Dozong master. After Su Jian felt Medusa's realm, he rushed to the other party without hesitation and protected all the students behind him. Xiao Yan, remember this. From now on, your life belongs to me. Medusa ignored Su Jian and the others. After she finished speaking to the ruins under her feet, she flew away directly. Xiao Yan? Could it be? Just when Su Jian was a little confused, another cloud of dust came out from the ruins. Then, Xiao Yan, who was in a mess, appeared in front of everyone. He formed a particularly sharp contrast with the beautiful Medusa just now. Grand Elder, classmates, I'm back. Xiao Yan scratched the back of his head and said so with a somewhat embarrassed look. Xiao Yan, you stinky boy, you made us sad for you in vain. Su Jian went up to hug Xiao Yan with tears in his eyes. Then, Zia Yan, Lin Zihuya, Han Yu, Hu Jie, Wu Hao and others came to Xiao Yan and asked about his well-being, while Xiao Yu, Xiao Ning and other members of the Xiao family secretly shed tears of excitement at the back of the crowd. While everyone's attention was focused on Xiao Yan, Baikai and the others quietly walked out of the ruins. Compared with the peerless Medusa and the embarrassed Xiao Yan, they could be described as spotless at this time. On the day when Xiao Yan escaped from the predicament, he confessed to Sujian and others that he had swallowed the fallen heart flame. Although Sujian and others felt sorry for this, they did not say anything more. "Why are you all right now?" Elder Bei and Elder Kai are indifferent. After living in the inner courtyard for a few days, Xiao Yan discovered a strange phenomenon. "Xiao Yan, don't mention those two heartless people in front of us anymore. Since you left, entered the world at the bottom of the tower, everyone was sad because of your departure, but only those two people were not sad at all." Hu Jia said with some gritted teeth. "You all misunderstood the two elders. They are not sad about my departure, but they firmly believe that I am still alive." Xiao Yan thought about it for a while and knew the real thoughts of Bei Kai and the others. After Xiao Yan stayed in the inner courtyard for half a month, he went to Xiaomen and met with Xiao Li. From the other party, he heard about Bei Loyal persuading Xiao Li to abandon the meteoric life pill, and Bei Kai and the others went to Yaohuang City and wasted Han Feng's 200 million gold coins. "Second brother, how are the members of the Xiao family now?" Xiao Yan suddenly asked with a serious face. Although the process was a bit difficult, under the joint protection of Hai Lao and the Milt family, the surviving members of the Xiao family are doing well now. Xiao Li tried to be as tactful as possible. "Sooner or later, I will settle the blood debt between the Yunlin sect and my Xiao family with that old dog Yunshan," Xiao Yan said with a firm look in his eyes. "Well, but right now, the first thing we need to solve is Han Feng and his body. The Black Alliance behind." Xiao Li clenched the long spear in his hand. "Han Feng, I will definitely kill him myself," Xiao Yan said with a clenched fist. Afterwards, under Xiao Yan's call, the elders and students of Canaan College, Xiao Li and the members of Xiaomen, all gathered together and attacked the Black Alliance where Han Feng was. This time, when Xiao Yan and Han Feng met, they both said in front of everyone that they were a pair of brothers. In this way, it was completely exposed that Xiao Yan was the disciple of Yao Zun's Yao Chen. Afterwards, the two groups of people fought so hard that the sky was dark, and Xiao Yan and Han Feng fought even more heartily. Xiao Yan used two kinds of strange fire for the third time, and the fusion of the Buddha's wrath lotus was thrown at Han Feng. "This breath, is it you who destroyed my Medicine King Palace in the first place?" "No, that's not right. You hadn't subdued the fallen heart flame at that time. Could it be her?" Han Feng used his ultimate move to take on the Buddha's wrath lotus while recalling some details of the destruction of the Medicine Emperor Palace. With a loud bang, Xiao Yan knelt on the ground powerlessly. Although Han Feng was covered in wounds, he still had the fighting spirit to continue fighting. "Ha ha ha, junior brother, what if you got two kinds of strange fire? The difference between our realms is a gap that you can never cross." Han Feng looked at Xiao Yan in front of him, and the corners of his mouth were constantly oozing red. "I will never admit defeat, I must." Before Xiao Yan could finish a complete sentence, his whole body fell directly to the ground. "For the sake of our fellow disciples, I will personally send you off." Han Feng came to Xiao Yan with a big laugh, ready to give him the final blow. Just when Han Feng was about to make a move, a beautiful figure fell from the sky. The opponent stepped on Han Feng's head with one foot, and crushed his head without any resistance. The first generation of Medicine Emperor died so easily. His life belongs to me. Whoever wants to take his life before me is against me. Medusa said this calmly after stepping on Han Feng to death, as if she had just stepped on an ant. Bello, you already knew that Han Feng would die in Medusa's hands, right? At this time, Keisha, who was watching the battle in the sky not far away, asked Bello, who was hugging her. That's natural. Not only that, Xiao Yan will give Medusa a new name, Cai Lin, in a while. Bello whispered in Keisha's ear. Xiao Yan, listen carefully, it's not that I want to save you. It's the soul of the seven-colored sky-swallowing python that hasn't completely disappeared. I came here involuntarily under its influence. Don't forget, your life belongs to me. Medusa tried many times against Xiao Yan, but she couldn't kill him. I know, since we are now in the same boat, I will give you a new name. I will call you Cai Lin, how about it? Xiao Yan said this to Medusa, and the other party did not object. After Xiao Yan and Medusa, no, Cai Lin and others left, a black-robed man covered in a gloomy aura came to Han Feng's body. After he used a chain attack on the other party's body, he took away Han Feng's soul and the sea heart flame. Chapter 71. When the black-robed man collected Han Feng's soul and the sea heart flame and was about to leave, he suddenly found that his body seemed to be unable to move. Who is it and where? You know, I am the guardian of the Soul Palace. It is not a wise choice to go against the Soul Palace. The black-robed man said to the empty air. You scum who use dark energy indiscriminately, you are as dark and ugly as the demons under Morgana. Keisha's voice sounded behind the black-robed man. That's right, Duki continent is also a world with dark energy, and the concentration of dark energy here is not low, which is why Keisha can still use her divine power at will in this world. Through reading the mind of the black-robed man in front of her, Keisha knew that in this world, people did not find dark energy, but they all called dark energy the power of darkness, and those who used this power would be despised and despised by people. In the super god universe, angels and demons are both races that are good at using dark energy, but angels are holy and great races, while demons are ugly and evil races. Therefore, there is no right or wrong in dark energy. The key lies in the human heart. Keisha will naturally not show mercy to the people of the Soul Palace who use dark energy roughly and recklessly like demons. She summoned a flying knife and aimed it at the weakest part of the black-robed man's body. Then, before the other party could even shout a word, his whole body fell straight down. Just as the black-robed man fell to the ground, a circular hole in space that looked like a portal suddenly appeared. Then hundreds of chains flew out from the circular hole. Most of the chains attacked Bai Kai and the others directly, while a small number of chains took the opportunity to drag the black-robed man's body, Han Feng's soul and Hai Xinyan into the circular hole. After the other party's goal was achieved, the chain that attacked Bai Kai and the other two quickly returned to the round hole. You scum of the Soul Palace, just wait for me, I will wipe you out sooner or later. Keisha said as she looked at the gradually disappearing space round hole. It's okay, Keisha, they are all touchstones on Xiao Yan's road to success, you don't have to do anything, someone will deal with them. Bello took Keisha's hand. I'm sorry, Bello, as soon as I see someone using dark energy as dark power, I can't help but want to wipe them out. Keisha calmed down a little. I understand your feelings. If you really want to wipe out the Soul Palace, I will firmly support you. Bello looked at Keisha with a doting face and said so. Forget it, let's leave them to Xiao Yan. But from now on, if anyone from the Soul Palace comes to us, I will definitely get rid of them without mercy. Keisha said with a bit of domineering air. Okay, I'll listen to you. Bai Luo once again chose to follow her husband's lead. I have to go back and report to the palace master about these two people. After Bai Kai and the others left, another black-robed man appeared, and while he was talking to himself, he spit out a large mouthful of bright red from his mouth. After eliminating Han Feng and the Black Alliance, Xiao Yan went to the deep mountains and old forests of the Blackhorn region to collect various medicinal materials that could awaken the soul body. Previously, in the strange fire space at the bottom of the tower, Yao Chen once again exhausted his soul power in order to buy time for Xiao Yan, and fell into a deep sleep. However, Xiao Yan did not go alone. Cai Lin followed him all the time because she still wanted him to refine a Rongling pill for her. She wanted to eliminate the last bit of influence of the seven-colored sky-swallowing python on herself. At the same time, Bai Kai and the others also brought Ziyan and Xiao Ziyi with them. The 5 people and a little Lion King searched for the herbs they wanted in the mountains and plains. After 7 days and 7 nights of searching, Xiao Yan finally found all the herbs that could help Yao Chen wake up. After that, he spent another 3 days and 3 nights to refine a potion that could restore the soul power for Yao Chen. During the 10 days and 10 nights that Xiao Yan was looking for and refining the medicine, Bei Kai and the others not only had to take care of the little girl Zai Yan, but they also had to look after the big girl Cai Lin. Here, this is a bowl of porridge I cooked for you. It will be good for your body. It's good. Keisha handed a bowl of sticky medicinal porridge to Kaylin, and at the same time, her eyes were always fixed on the other's lower abdomen. I don't want to eat. Although Kaylin said so, her body honestly took the bowl of medicinal porridge. And she ate the bowl of medicinal porridge without leaving a drop. After eating the first bowl, she actually took the initiative to ask Keisha if there was a second bowl. Kaylin ate 8 bowls of medicinal porridge in one breath, which made Xian beside her stunned, because she already knew that the taste of medicinal porridge was not very good. That's right, those medicinal porridges were actually prepared by Balo specifically for Kaylin. Prepared pregnancy food, and Keisha just brought it over to borrow flowers and offer it to Buddha. Now Bai Kai and the others have already set their sights on the daughter in Kaylin's belly. Xiao Yan poured all the potions he had refined into the bone spirit ring. After Yao Chen in the bone spirit ring was nourished by those potions, he woke up from his deep sleep on the 11th day. Xiao Yan, the medicinal materials you found for your master this time are a little stronger than the previous 7 illusion clear spirit saliva. Yao Chen said as he looked at his more solid arms. Teacher, thank you for your selfless help. I am now a Dowang Peak strongman. And I have also subdued the fallen heart flame. Teacher, look. Xiao Yan showed his glazed lotus heart fire in front of Yao Chen. Good, good, good. Xiao Yan, you have finally entered the ranks of the strong. Your master is really happy for you. Yao Chen touched Xiao Yan's head with his more solid palm. Have you two finished reminiscing about the past? If you have, hurry up and refine the Rongling pill for me. Cai Lin's sudden appearance interrupted the warm moment between Yao Chen and Xiao Yan. Medusa, you have already devoured the soul of the 7-colored sky-swallowing python. Why do you still want to stay by Xiao Yan's side? Yao Chen hurriedly protected Xiao Yan behind him. Ask him. Ask him what good things he has done for me. Cai Lin pointed at Xiao Yan behind Yao Chen and said so with a gnashing look. No matter what he does to you, as a master, I will stand in front of him without regrets. If you dare to touch him, I will definitely fight you to the death. Yao Chen stood in front of Xiao Yan unconditionally. Okay, very good, Xiao Yan, remember, your life belongs to me. Cai Lin once again said the old saying to Xiao Yan, and then she turned away indignantly. Xiao Yan, what did you do to Medusa? Why does she hate you so much now? After Cai Lin left, Yao Chen turned to ask Xiao Yan. Teacher, don't ask about this matter, it's just some bad things anyway. How could Xiao Yan say that kind of thing directly? If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Yao Chen naturally saw that Xiao Yan deliberately concealed it, but he chose to play dumb. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Chapter 72. After everything was ready, Xiao Yan took everyone back to the Jiama Empire, and Bei Kai and the other two, who had nothing to do, naturally followed him. As soon as Xiao Yan returned to the Jiama Empire, he happened to catch up with the 3 elders of the Yunlan sect, who were leading many Yunlan sect disciples and were attacking the middle family with all their strength. They tried to force the head of the Tengshan clan to hand over the Xiao family. In the end, the 3 elders of the Yunlan sect died under Xiao Yan's glass lotus heart fire. Afterwards, Xiao Yan saw Xiao Ding, whose legs were broken, and the surviving Xiao family members. At the same time, he also learned from Hai Badong and Jia Xingtian and others what the Yunlan sect had done to the Jiama Empire in the past few years. What? That old bastard Yun Shan actually wants to marry Yun Yun to Gu He. What is he trying to do? Xiao Yan said so excitedly. What else can we do? Of course, we have to bribe Gu He. As long as Yun Shan gets Gu He's support, it is equivalent to getting the support of most of the powerful people in the Jiama Empire. Of course, there is another possibility, that is to induce you to show up actively. After all, between you and Yun Yun, even Jia Xingtian, an outsider, could see some of the relationship between Xiao Yan and Yun Yun. No, I will never let this happen, I will never. Xiao Yan slapped the table in front of him. Xiao Yan was overwhelmed by the fact that Yun Shan forced Yun Yun to marry Gu He. For a moment, he forgot to do something that could get the full support of the Jiama royal family. That is to treat the guardian beast of the Jiama royal family, the Yuhai Jiaolong. Seeing this, Beilo could only do this for Xiao Yan. Oh, another little cutie. Much prettier than you. Keisha stared at the Yuhai Jiaolong in front of her, and poked the little spirit on her wrist with her finger. The little spirit, who was jealous, immediately flew out from Keisha's wrist and turned into its original form in the air. But the opposite Yuhai Jiaolong just groaned at it softly, and the two-headed spirit snake immediately became timid. This is the blood suppression between monsters. Bello gently scraped off a little bit of scale powder from Zhu Kun's heart-protecting dragon scale. He used this little bit of scale powder as a basis, and then integrated many natural treasures, and then performed the fire-free and cauldron-free medicine refining technique, and finally refined a dragon scale pill. Wow, what a fragrant pill! Brother Bello, is this for me? When Bello had just refined the dragon scale pill, Zia Yan rushed to him. At this moment, the little pink dragon's eyes were always staring at the dragon scale pill. This is not for you, but for it. Bello threw the dragon scale pill in his hand directly to the Yuhai Jiaolong in front of him. Wow, why don't you give it to me? Seeing the Yuhai Jiaolong eating the dragon scale pill, Zia Yan was about to cry. Okay, little Zia Yan, that dragon scale pill is just a low-level 7th grade pill. Your brother Beilo will give you an 8th grade or higher dragon scale pill in the future. Keisha came to Zia Yan and comforted her. One is not enough, I want 3, no, 30. Zia Yan began to ask for a sky-high price. Okay, all is fine. Keisha touched Zia Yan's little head. Anyway, the main material of the dragon scale pill is Zia Yan's father's heart-protecting dragon scale. When it's used up, go to Zhu Kun for it. If the other party knows that it is used to refine medicine for his daughter, he should pull it off his body without hesitation. After the Yuhai Jiaolong ate the dragon scale pill, its injuries recovered immediately. Not only that, its appearance is one step closer to the image of a dragon. At this moment, it has completely recovered its vitality and is rubbing its head against Beilo's body. Thank you, Prince Bello, for healing the guardian beast for my Jiamao royal family. In the Battle of Yunlin Sect 3 days later, my Jiamao royal family will fully assist Xiao Yan. Jia Xingtian bowed to Bello with his hands clasped together. Today is the big day of Yunlin Sect. Sect Master Yunshan is going to marry his own disciple, Yun Yun, to the 6th grade alchemist, Dan King Gu He. Today, in addition to the Jiamao royal family, the Alchemist Guild, the Nalan family and the Mitre family, almost all other families and strong men in the Jiama Empire came to attend the wedding. Yun Yun, I know you are forced. Don't worry, after we get married, I won't touch you as long as you don't want to. Before the formal wedding, Gu He found Yun Yun alone. Gu He, I didn't expect that even you would succumb to the teacher's intimidation. I guess I misjudged you before. Although Yun Yun was wearing a veil at this time, but she turned her head to the other side. Yun Yun, the situation is stronger than people. The old sect master Yun is already a Dozong strongman. Who in the entire Jiama Empire dares to disobey him in person? Don't be willful anymore, okay? Today, you and I will cooperate well to complete this wedding. Other things will be discussed after the old sect master Yun removes the seal on you. Gu He was really thinking about Yun, but it was a pity that this was a typical case of the king of Xiang having intentions and the goddess being ruthless. Faced with Gu He's kind advice, Yun could only respond with silence. At this time, she was fantasizing that someone could appear at the wedding, but she was worried that person would appear. The auspicious time has arrived, please invite the bride and groom to enter. Ji Yat, who once accompanied Nalan Yanran to the Xiao family to break off the engagement, played a guest role as the master of ceremonies at a wedding today. Gu He and Yun each held one end of a red rope, and the latter, with the help of two maids, walked slowly towards Yun Shan, who was sitting in the main seat, with dignified steps. Yun, I watched you grow up. Today is your big day with Gu He. Are you happy? Yun Shan asked Yun, who was covered with a veil, but she refused to answer. Old sect master Yun, I hope you can keep your word and unseal Yun after the wedding. Gu He wrapped this sentence with fighting spirit and passed it into Yun Shan's ears. Don't worry, as long as today's wedding can end smoothly. I'm afraid. Before Yun Shan finished speaking, a figure flew straight from the bottom of the mountain to the sky above the wedding scene. The appearance of this person made the lively atmosphere at the scene suddenly subside. Old dog Yunshan, Xiao Yan, am back. Xiao Yan, who was flying in the air, shouted at Yunshan with his loud voice. Xiao Yan, you are finally here. If you were not here, today's wedding would be much less fun. Yunshan said to Xiao Yan in the air with a smug look on his face. Gu He, why did you take advantage of Yun's misfortune and force her to marry you while her fighting spirit was sealed? Xiao Yan turned his gaze to Gu He again. I didn't force Yun to do anything. Everything I did was for her good. Xiao Yan, stop slandering me. Seeing Xiao Yan coming, Gu He knew that today's wedding might not be able to go on, so he simply showed his cards and stopped pretending. Since you didn't force Yun, then you should go down the mountain now. Today I will settle accounts with Yun Shan, old dog. Xiao Yan was not completely angry. He knew that as long as Gu He was willing to go down the mountain, those strong men who came to attend the wedding for his sake would also go down the mountain with him. Sorry, Xiao Yan, I promised the old master Yun before. But I can give you a chance. We will fight one-on-one. As long as you can beat me, I will go down the mountain immediately. Gu He tore off his wedding dress, and he flew to Xiao Yan with his fighting spirit. Okay, it's a deal. Xiao Yan agreed to Gu He's proposal very readily, so the two of them had a fight between men in front of Yun Shan, Yun, and all the guests. I lost, and I will keep my previous promise now. Gu He, who failed in the duel, went down the mountain without any hesitation. After Gu He left, those powerful men who came to attend the wedding out of his kindness also went down the mountain one after another. Chapter 73. Beautiful. Wonderful. I didn't expect that after 3 years, you have already gone from a great doshi to a Dowang peak warrior. Xiao Yan, your growth rate is really amazing, no wonder you are targeted by those people. Yunshan said to Xiao Yan with a smile, and at this time, he had already flown to the same height as the other party. Those people, are you talking about the Soul Palace? Xiao Yan said with an angry face. Because Xiao Yan has learned through some evidence that his father Xiao Zhan should be in the hands of the Soul Palace at this moment. Ha ha ha, it seems that you know everything, then don't blame me for being rude, the rest of you, how long are you going to hide? Yunshan shouted at the empty sky. As soon as Yunshan finished speaking, the first figure to appear was the Yuhai Jiaolong, and Bei Kai and Ziai Yan were sitting on its head. Then, the royal family, the alchemist guild, the middle family, the Nalan family, and some other strong men who were not used to Yunshan's style, as well as some of Xiao Yan's classmates at Canaan College, Xiao Li and the Xiao clan led by him, and some sect forces in the Black Horn region, all appeared one after another in the sky above the Yunlin sect's square. Very good, you are all here, so let's have a good fight today. All Yunlin sect disciples listened to the order, kill all the invading enemies. After Yunchen gave the order, all the elders and disciples of the Yunlin sect rushed towards the opponents they could deal with. After the melee between the two sides began, Xiao Yan went to fight Yunchen alone. The two fought from the sky to the ground, and from the ground to the air. Various killer moves of both sides emerged one after another. For a while, neither of them could do anything to the other. Old dog Yunchen, you are just a dozong master. Look at my flame-devouring wave ruler. Xiao Yan used all his strength to slap the Xianzhong ruler in his hand fiercely on Yunchen's forehead. Boy, don't be so proud. Yunchen blocked Xiao Yan's flame-devouring wave ruler with just 2 fingers. Seeing this, Xiao Yan added the energy of the strange fire to the Xianzhong ruler in his hand. Yunchen had to use his entire palm to resist. With a loud bang, Xiao Yan and Yunchen separated temporarily. At this moment, the former was already panting, and the latter had a little bit of bright red on the corner of his mouth. Good, very good, a mere Do Wang can actually hurt a Dozong master, Xiao Yan, you are proud enough. As soon as Yunchen finished speaking, a gloomy breath surged out of his body. Xiao Yan, be careful. Yunchen's aura suddenly surged a lot, let me help you. Yao Chen added part of his power to Xiao Yan. Another scum who uses dark energy recklessly. At this time, Keisha, who was sitting on the body of the Yuhai Jiaolong with her legs crossed, defeated the opponent who came to attack her with ease, and said to Yunchen who was calling the dark power, dark energy. Are you going to send him, Yunchen, off? Bello returned to Keisha from Xian. The little pink dragon was killing all around with the Lion Kings and the 2-headed spirit snake. Forget it, he is just a small minion. I have to wait for some big minions from the Soul Palace to deliver the goods to my door. Keisha didn't take Yunchen seriously at all. Okay, whatever you want. Bello didn't even look back. And used a finger to backhand and directly stabbed a disciple of the Yunlin sect who wanted to sneak attack him to death. Come, sit here with me. You have to learn how to sit and fight like me. Keisha patted the dragon head next to her with one hand. At the same time, she gently gestured with her other hand, and a flying knife condensed by Do Qi knocked down a Yunlin sect disciple who wanted to get close to her. Okay, I'll listen to you. After sitting next to Keisha, Bello controlled his Do Qi in the air to strangle another Yunlin sect disciple who wanted to sneak attack him. Then, Bei Kai and the others sat on the head of the Yuhai Jiaolong, chatting and laughing while easily killing the Yunlin sect disciples who came to deal with them. Wind Extreme Sunset Glory. Yunchen looked down and launched a fierce attack on Xiao Yan. Emperor Seal Mountain Opening Seal. Xiao Yan stood on the ground and used the ancient clan fighting skills left to him by Suner. The sunset shining and the mountain opening seal collided in mid-air, the latter acting like a shield. Ah! With Xiao Yan's shout, the Kaishan seal not only blocked the attack of Luo Rieo, but also bounced back part of the opponent's power. Yunchen, who was hit head-on by the residual power of Kaishan seal and part of the power of Luo Rieo, began to look a little embarrassed at this time. I didn't expect it. Xiao Yan, you actually mastered the high-level fighting skills such as the Emperor Seal Ju, but this kind of fighting skills should consume a lot of fighting spirit. I wonder how many times you can use it. Yunchen wiped the black ash on his face. Then don't bother your old dog, Qinglian Earth Core Fire, Fallen Heart Flame, and Bone Spirit Cold Fire. After Xiao Yan took a breath, he sacrificed 3 kinds of strange fire one after another. Boy, what do you want to do? I won't let you succeed. Wind Extreme Meteoric Kill. Yunchen launched an extremely swift attack on Xiao Yan, who was fusing 3 kinds of strange fire. Yunchen, don't even think about hurting my disciple. Seeing this, Yao Chen immediately appeared in front of Xiao Yan. He used the Bone Spirit Cold Fire to easily break Yun Shan's attack. You must be Yao Zunzhet. He has been waiting for you for a long time. Yun Shan said so with a proud look on his face. As soon as Yun Shan finished speaking, a black-robed man covered in black mist appeared right above Yun Shan. He, Yao Chen, there is a road to heaven but you don't take it, there is no door to hell but you go by yourself. Before the black-robed man finished speaking, a flying knife suddenly appeared and directly inserted into the weakest part of his body. I've been waiting for you for a long time, Soul Palace scum. Keisha Lingxia walked towards the black-robed man. Yes, she was already a Dozong strongman at this time. You are, the one, that Yun once, mentioned. The black-robed man said so incoherently. But before he could finish his words, another flying knife flew straight over and pierced his head. This majestic Soul Hall Guardian disappeared in a flash just after he appeared. You are a little more powerful than the previous scum. You can even withstand 2 flying knives from me. Keisha commented on the Soul Hall Guardian who was completely dead. Who are you? Seeing Keisha kill a Soul Hall Guardian so easily, Yunshan was already a little scared and at a loss. Who is this Elder Kai? Yao Chen also silently thought so in his heart at this time. P.S. Does the soul body have a heart? While Yunshan's attention was focused on Keisha, Xiao Yan finally successfully condensed the 3-color Buddha Wrath Lotus formed by the fusion of 3 kinds of strange fire. Old dog Yunshan, this is the blood debt you owe to my Xiao family. Xiao Yan tried his best to throw the 3-color Buddha's Wrath Lotus in his hand towards Yunshan's face. No, everyone, run away. Hai Badong, who had already seen the power of the large Buddha's Wrath Lotus once, immediately reminded others to get away from this place. Go, go. Everyone, go. Ziai Yan rode on the big purple and went to notify every ally, while Xiao Ziai and Xiao Ling had returned to Keisha. When Beilo saw that the Yuhai Jiaolong was unwilling to leave the battlefield, he immediately applied a protective shield around the opponent's body, and then he saw Yun Yun who was unattended, so he also applied a protective shield around the opponent's body. When the 3-color Buddha's Wrath Lotus came to Yunshan's face, it exploded directly. The power generated after the explosion directly shook the entire Yunlin sect. Chapter 74. When the Yunlin sect stopped shaking, Xiao Yan was almost exhausted, and Yunshan was covered in wounds. But Bai Kai and the other 2 who were also in the center of the explosion were unscathed, and Yun Yun and Yuhai Jiaolong who were protected by Bai Luo's protective shield were also safe and sound. Boy, you dare to destroy my Yunlin sect, I want you. Yunshan's words had not yet been finished, and a barbed chain pierced through his chest from his back, and then, behind him, another Soul Palace Guardian appeared again. Wu Protector, why? Yunshan used up his last bit of strength. A dignified Dozong is so embarrassed against a fighting king, what's the point of my Soul Palace keeping you? Wu Protector stretched out his right hand and sucked Yunshan's soul out of his body. In this way, a generation of Dozong powerhouses of Yunlin sect fell completely. Teacher. Yun Yun, who had been silent since just now, finally spoke for the first time after seeing Yun Shan fall to the ground. At the same time, with the fall of Yun Shan, Yun Yun's fighting spirit also returned to normal. You are a little bit more powerful than the 2 scumbags before. I hope you can play with me for a little longer. Keisha walked in front of Wu Hufa like walking in the air. At the same time, 8 flying knives appeared around her body. Who are you? Why do you want to go against my Soul Palace? Wu Hufa's intuition told him that he was no match for the blonde woman in front of him. You are not qualified to ask my name, go to hell. Keisha threw a flying knife at Wu Hufa in the air without saying much, aiming directly at the weakest part of the opponent's body. Blood Soul Evil. Wu Hufa hit a bloody skull with both hands, but this move failed to block the attack of the flying knife. Then, the flying knife went straight through the skull and pierced his body, less than 1 millimeter away from the weakest part. Death Struggle. Keisha threw the second flying knife at Wu Hufa without hesitation. This time, under the opponent's full resistance, the flying knife finally inserted into the opponent's forehead. Next, Keisha threw the remaining 6 flying knives at Wu Huifa continuously. These flying knives were all inserted into the 6 vital points of the opponent, slightly deviated from the position. Not fun anymore, no more. Keisha summoned another flying knife, and this knife hit Wu Huifa's forehead directly. Afterwards, he was completely cold like the Soul Palace protector who appeared before. The feared Soul Hall Guardians, in Keisha's eyes, were like ants that could be easily crushed to death. Shortly after the Wu Guardian fell, 3 more Soul Hall Guardians appeared on the scene. At the same time, hundreds of circular holes appeared in the sky, and then tens of thousands of spiked chains flew out of those circular holes. One of the 3 Soul Hall Guardians, Yuan, merged Yunshan's soul into his body. Then, he also sucked away the fighting spirit that the elders of the Yunlin sect had worked hard to cultivate. That's right, these elders all practiced the Soul Hall skills given by Yunshan. No matter who you are, Yao Chen will fall into the hands of our Soul Hall today, and you can't stop it. Yuan said to Keisha arrogantly. You talk too much nonsense. Keisha immediately opened her sacred domain. Within a radius of 1.2 kilometers centered on her, a whirlwind of countless flying knives blew up. And then the thorny chains were cut off one after another in the continuous stabbing of these flying knives. Not bad, not bad, Keisha finally had a good time. In this case, I will also participate. Just as Balo took out the scepter from the dark space and prepared to have a big game, his body suddenly froze for 0.1 seconds. What's wrong with you, Balo? Keisha saw that Balo was abnormal, and she came to his side and asked so. Keisha, just now the heavenly Dao of Duki continent reminded me that today the 2 of us cannot stop the Soul Palace from taking Yeokan away. Balo said so to Keisha through dark communication. Why? Didn't it ask the 2 of us to help think about the Son of Destiny of this world when necessary? Keisha asked Balo in dark communication. Because Yao Chen was taken away by the Soul Palace, it was a key node in Xiao Yan's growth. If this key node is missing, you will never be able to become Daodi. Balo replied to Keisha in secret communication. Yes, Yao Chen was taken away by Soul Palace today, just like in the Dragon Ball world, Sun Wukong must die in Cell's self-explosion. I understand. Keisha immediately took back the flying knives that were responsible for cutting off the barbed chains that were attacking Yao Chen. Keisha, although the way of heaven does not allow the 2 of us to stop Soul Palace from taking Yao Chen away, it will not stop the 2 of us from killing a few more people from Soul Palace today. Belo continued to use secret communication to say this to Keisha. Okay, I understand. Keisha then launched a flying knife attack on the 3 Soul Hall Guardians. At the same time, Belo also used the power of the scepter to fix the space holes that had appeared. In this way, the Soul Hall people at the other end of the holes could not close the space holes even if they wanted to. Under the attack of countless flying knives, the 3 Soul Hall Guardians present were stabbed to death by many flying knives in less than 2 minutes. Then, Keisha controlled the flying knives and entered the space holes to kill the Soul Hall people at the other end of the holes. Teacher. Elder Bei, please help and save the teacher. When Yao Chen was entangled by several thorny chains, Xiao Yan, who was about to collapse, hurriedly sought help from Balo. In order to prevent Xiao Yan from seeing the flaw, Balo could only symbolically attack the chains, and then there was a funny scene where he was defeated by the chains. Xiao Yan, remember, before your strength reaches Do Zone, you can't risk coming to the Soul Palace to save me. If you want to venture into the Zhongzhou continent in the future, you should take this bone spirit ring to find Feng Zun Feng Xian. In addition, I am also very fortunate to have you as my disciple. Goodbye, Xiao Yan. Yao Chen put a wisp of his soul consciousness into Xiao Yan's mind and said goodbye to him as a master and apprentice. Xiao Yan said goodbye to Yao Chen in his mind. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his teacher had been dragged into a huge circular hole in space by those barbed chains. Teacher. Xiao Yan used up his last bit of strength and rushed towards the huge circular hole in space. But in the end, he failed to stop the Soul Palace from taking Yao Chen away. At the same time, when Yao Chen was completely dragged into the circular hole in space, a sharp blade with a gloomy aura flew out of the circular hole. Be careful! At the critical moment, Cai Lin appeared in front of Xiao Yan in time and blocked the attack of the sharp blade for him. Teacher, no! Looking at the gradually closing circular hole in the space, Xiao Yan let out a heart-wrenching cry. Xiao Yan and others fought with Yunlan Zone, and Soul Palace took the opportunity to attack them. After this battle, Yun Shan, many elders of Yunlan Zone, and most of the elite disciples all died directly. The Yunlan Zone, once the first sect of Jiama Empire, will never return to its former glory from now on. Just when this war just ended, Nalan Yanran, who had been in seclusion before, finally came out with the strength of a 5-star Do Wang. When she saw the devastated Yunlan Zone, she naturally spread all her hatred on Xiao Yan, so she waved the sword in her hand and attacked the opponent. Chapter 75. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of weapons colliding, Yun stood behind Xiao Yan with a sharp sword in hand, and she blocked Nalan Yanran's attack. Teacher, Xiao Yan destroyed my sect, why did you still? Nalan Yanran asked with tears in her eyes. Yanran, the one who destroyed my sect was not Xiao Yan, but Soul Palace. The grievances between Yunlan sect and Xiao family were all caused by Soul Palace. They used your master, and then... Yun told Nalan Yanran the reason for everything in a concise manner. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of a sharp sword falling to the ground, Nalan Yanran threw herself into Yun's arms and cried bitterly. The Yunlan sect colluded with the Soul Binding Hall to harm my Xiao family and my master. I, Xiao Yan, will fight you to the death today. Xiao Yan, who had recovered a little bit of his vitality, immediately vented all his anger on the remaining disciples of the Yunlan sect. Xiao Yan, please calm down. Your grudge with Yunshan is over. The remaining disciples of the Yunlan sect are all innocent people. Hai Badong came to Xiao Yan first and persuaded him to calm down. Yes. Xiao Yan, you must know how to distinguish right from wrong. Jia Xingtian also followed closely to persuade Xiao Yan. Xiao Yanzi, what Hai Lao and Jia Lao said is right. As the saying goes, you should forgive others when you can. The grudge between the Xiao family and the Yunlan sect has ended with the death of Yunshan. You can't attack these innocent disciples anymore. Xiao Li also came to Xiao Yan and persuaded him. Xiao Yan, their words can only be used as a reference. It's up to you to decide what to do. Bei Luo said something in a proper way to Xiao Yan. Okay, for everyone's sake, I can let go of the responsibility of the remaining disciples of Yunlan Zone. But Yunlan Zone must be disbanded within 3 days, otherwise, I will definitely kill the disciples who are still in Yunlan Zone. After careful consideration, Xiao Yan said his way of dealing with the remaining disciples of Yunlan Zone. Master, we are not afraid. Let's fight Xiao Yan. After Xiao Yan expressed his thoughts, many disciples of Yunlan Zone were indignant. Everyone stop, listen to me. My Yunlan sect colluded with the Soul Palace, killed loyal people, and framed innocent people. In order to give an explanation to the world, I, Yun, now announce in the name of the 34th leader of the Yunlan sect, in 3 days, the Yunlan sect will be completely disbanded. Yun stopped the unwise behavior of those disciples, and she also announced it loudly in public. After Yun said in public that she would disband the Yunlan sect within 3 days, everyone left one after another, and only Xiao Yan, Yun, and Bei Kai who was still floating in the air were left. Are you satisfied? Yun looked at the devastated Yunlan sect and asked Xiao Yan beside her. Yun, I didn't mean it just now, I. Looking at Yun with tears streaming down her face, Xiao Yan didn't know what to say for a moment. You should leave too. I want to be alone. Yun Yun issued an order to expel Xiao Yan. Then I'll leave first, Yun Yun, you should think more positively. After Xiao Yan finished speaking, he turned around and flew away with his Do Chi transformed into wings. 2 seniors above, you should have seen enough. After Xiao Yan flew away, Yun Yun looked up at Bei Kai and the others in the air. Yun Yun, do you have feelings for Xiao Yan? When Bei Kai and the others landed, Kai Sha asked Yun Yun with a little curiosity. Between him and me, there will always be a hatred of exterminating the sect. Yun Yun did not directly answer her feelings for Xiao Yan, and Bei Kai and the others did not continue to ask. From the time Xiao Yan left to the time the last batch of disciples left Yunlan Zone, Bei Kai and the others lived in Yunlan Zone during the 3 days. Anyway, the room here was empty. And during these 3 days, Zia Yan also had a few playmates, the Dark Sea Dragon, the 2-headed Spirit Snake, and the Big and Small Lion Kings, so she did not bother Bei Kai and the others anymore. Therefore, the 2 of them could do some popular and happy things together during these 3 days. Xiao Yan, the last batch of disciples of the Yunlan sect have just gone down the mountain. As you wish, the Yunlan sect has now completely become a history. Has your resentment been eliminated now? Yun Yun came to Xiao Yan and asked. At this moment, Xiao Yan and Yun Yun were in the dual arena of the original 3-year agreement. In fact, I have thought a lot in these 3 days. I have a lot of resentment towards the Yunlan sect. The way of dealing with it may be a little too extreme. Yun Yun, I want to say to you again, I'm sorry. Xiao Yan didn't dare to look directly at Yun Yun's face. Forget it, everything is over. In fact, it's good that Yunlan sect is disbanded. After all, it's a well-known fact that the teacher colluded with the Soul Binding Hall to do many evil things. If the Yunlan sect is not disbanded, those disciples will not know what kind of revenge they will suffer from others in the future. Yun Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Yun Yun, the 2 of us. Xiao Yan looked at Yun Yun and hesitated. Xiao Yan, I'm going to take Yan Ran out to make some money, so today is not only the day of the disbandment of Yunlan sect, but also the day I officially say goodbye to you. Yun Yun said so. Then where are you 2 going? Xiao Yan asked with a slightly concerned tone. There is no exact destination yet, we plan to take it 1 step at a time. Yun Yun answered in detail. Then I wish you a safe journey. Xiao Yan wanted to ask Yun Yun to stay, but he swallowed the words back. I'm leaving, can you give me a hug before I leave? Yun Yun suddenly said with her head down. Okay. In Xiao Yan's heart, he had probably been looking forward to the other party's words. As soon as Yun Yun's voice fell, he couldn't wait to go forward and hug the other party. The 2 hugged each other, and about 5 minutes later, Xiao Yan kissed Yun Yun's mouth directly, and the other party did not resist at all. Teacher, Xiao Yan, you too. At this time, Nalan Yan Ran, who was hiding in the dark and saw all this, was crying in her heart. Hehe, this Xiao Yan is really amazing. He kissed a woman here, and there is another woman crying for him over there. What is the purpose of the heaven to arrange so many bad peach blossoms for him? Keisha, who had just finished a happy thing with Bello, was lying on the window frame in a cool outfit, commenting on the scene in the duel below. No matter how many bad peach blossoms he has, the only 2 women who can get together with him in the end are Suna and Medusa. Bello, who was also dressed in cool clothes, came behind Keisha and hugged her with both hands. Even if that's the case, I still think that the heaven is unfair. How can a playboy like Xiao Yan be matched with such beautiful Suna and Cai Lin? Is he really worthy? Keisha said this to Xiao Yan, who was still passing on the word with Yun Yun at this moment. Well, let others worry about other people's affairs. Xiao Yan will set off for Zhongzhou in the Duqi continent soon. Are we going with him? Or stay in the Gama Empire? Bello asked Keisha and waved to close the window. At this time, he wanted to continue driving the Formula 1 car with Keisha. Cai Lin already has a child. I want to stay here and wait for her child to be born. After the child is born, we can practice with her. Keisha answered and cooperated with Bello, and started the Formula 1 car engine again. Now everyone knows the true meaning of driving various cars. Therefore, from now on, Zishijun can gloriously log off.